Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 102, Naruto and Sasuke's first meeting. The next day. Konoha Ninja Academy. After mentioning something to Hikari last night that might or might not have counted as a proposal, she had run into the bedroom like the wind. He didn't know if Hikari counted as having agreed, but Kakashi was taking it as a yes anyway. Early this morning, Kakashi arrived at the Ninja Academy. Today was the day of Naruto's enrollment. He had previously promised Naruto that he would take him to enroll in his father's name. Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage. There were many parents with their children at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Seeing Kakashi, they all greeted him. And Kakashi responded with a smile. Big brother Kakashi is so popular. Is it because big brother Kakashi is the Hokage? Holding Kakashi's somewhat rough hand, Naruto looked up at him with envy. Yes and no. Some people come up to say hello specifically because I am the Hokage, while others greet me simply because I am Kakashi. Kakashi guided Naruto through the crowd, teaching him as they went. Naruto didn't quite understand what Kakashi meant. In short, as long as Naruto behaves a little better and listens, many people will like Naruto too. Seeing that Naruto didn't grasp the deeper meaning, Kakashi explained simply. Is that so? Naruto was a bit unconvinced. Lord Hokage, you're here for Naruto's enrollment. Just then, a voice rang out nearby. Fugaku Uchiha. Ah, it's Fugaku. What a coincidence. Looking at the familiar figure, Kakashi's expression remained unchanged as his gaze shifted to the black-haired little boy hiding behind the man, looking at him nervously. This is my son, Sasuke. Say hello to Lord Hokage. Fugaku Uchiha patted his son's shoulder. Lord Hokage. Facing the village's Hokage, the 6-year-old Sasuke was still a bit nervous. Naruto, make sure to get along well with Sasuke from now on. Kakashi gently nudged Naruto forward. The little blonde looked curiously at the peer opposite him. White and tender. Looks a bit like a girl. Sissy. Subconsciously, Naruto had already labeled Sasuke in his heart. But out of respect for Kakashi being right there in his earlier teachings, Naruto put on a smiling face and reached out his hand to Sasuke. Nice to meet you, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. The man who will become Hokage in the future. Sasuke looked at his father, then steadied his nerves, walked up to Naruto, grasped Naruto's hand, and spoke. I am Sasuke Uchiha. Please take care of me from now on. This guy has a head full of yellow hair. Doesn't look like a good person at all. I heard before that there's a little blonde delinquent in the village who graffiti on the Hokage rock all day. Is this him? Sasuke criticized him inwardly and also slapped a label on the little blonde before him. You two must help each other in the Ninja Academy. Watching the two destined rivals and best friends before him, Kakashi felt a bit emotional. The reincarnations of Indra and Azura were meeting once again. Under the influence of himself, this butterfly, where would their future path twist and turn to? Yeah, I'll cover for Sasuke. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto patted his chest generously. However, just as the words left his mouth, Naruto's gaze subconsciously shifted to the surroundings. A young couple with a pink-haired little girl passed by them. Hey, how long are you going to hold on? Seeing Naruto staring blankly while still gripping his hand, Sasuke's lips twitched. Does this guy have some kind of weird fetish? Ahaha, sorry. Naruto quickly retracted his hand and scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Since we're here, let's go together. Kakashi looked at Fugaku Uchiha before him. Since Lord Hokage invites us, naturally we will join. Fugaku Uchiha's humble yet dignified attitude made Kakashi raise an eyebrow. If he didn't know the actual situation between the Uchiha clan and this man, he might have truly believed that Fugaku Uchiha was just as serious and rigid as he looked. Let's go, Naruto. Kakashi pulled Naruto along and led the way into the Ninja Academy. In the time that followed, Kakashi completed the enrollment procedures for Naruto, took an admission photo in passing, and then left. He only looked back once at the classroom where Naruto was assigned before leaving. Unlike the classrooms in his previous life, the desks in the Ninja Academy seated 3 children together. Naruto, Sasuke, and a pink-haired little girl. Kakashi rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Compared to Naruto and Sasuke, those two reincarnated cheats, people like Hiruzen Sarutobi, Minato Namikaze, and Sakura Haruno were the true pinnacle of normal ninja. If he were to teach Naruto and Sasuke in the future, it would naturally be easy. After all, their growth systems were too clear, one forms Raisingans, the other charges up Chidori. As for Sakura Haruno, it just so happened that Tsunade was in the hidden leaf. Later, after everything settled, he could mention it to her. After all, this was a genius who went from a weak gen into Kaga level in just 3 years of grinding. Whether it was Tsunade or Sakura, Kakashi, as the Hokage, had no reason to let them slip away. Among the Konoha 12, only these 3 would become top-tier experts in the future. If Niji Hyuga hadn't died, maybe he could have too. It was a pity the caged bird seal bound his talent. Kakashi had no intention of interfering with the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal. Look at Ao from the Hidden Mist, he got lucky and obtained a Byakugan from the Hyuga main house, using it immediately without a single side effect. If the caged bird were removed, Hyuga clan members on missions would become the primary targets of other ninja villages. In fact, the war 3 years ago was triggered by the Hyuga Byakugan. Removing the caged bird would do more harm than good, not just for the Hyuga clan, but for the Hidden Leaf as well. And honestly, the treatment of the Hyuga branch house was actually quite good. In the original work, aside from Niji, because his father, Hisashi Hyuga, died in place of Hayashi Hyuga, there weren't really any examples of the branch house resenting the main house. After all, they lived under the same roof. If they were too harsh on the branch house, a rope might just find its way around the main house members' necks while they slept at night. No one was a fool, this logic was naturally clear. Thinking of this, Kakashi turned and left. Right now, the Uchiha matter was the priority. According to Itachi Uchiha's efficiency, the collection of the list of the hawkish faction was almost complete. The current situation was only missing a fuse to detonate the explosive that was the Uchiha clan. Before that, he needed to arrange his manpower to avoid any accidents. Kakashi did not go to the Hokage building, but instead arrived at a dark underground base. The Umbu Base. Chapter 103, Accomplishing the Impossible. Of the 800 men who followed Kakashi to storm the Kumogakure main camp back then, only 128 survived that great battle. After excluding those who had to retire due to disability, 108 remained. After Kakashi took office as acting Hokage, every single one of them was assigned to the Umbu. And Kakashi fulfilled the promise he made back then. Once the war reparations from Kumogakure and the military funding from the daimyo arrived, the families of everyone who had sacrificed their lives were supported by Kanagakure under the highest unified standards. This applied even to those who survived. It could be said that if one asked who the most loyal people to Kakashi were in the entire village, it would be these 108. Furthermore, aside from forbidden jutsu and techniques similar to the flying Raijin, all jutsu in Konoha were thrown open to them. Several specialized jonin were even assigned to provide one-on-one tutoring for their daily training. It could be said they received every benefit possible. Today, these 108 combined with the original Umbu members totaled 360 personnel. And Kakashi intended to use these 360 men to completely blockade the Uchiha clan when the time came, preventing anyone from leaving. He would thoroughly strangle the Uchiha hardliners. Lord Hokage. In the captain's office at the Umbu base, Yugao Yuzuki brought a cup of hot tea for Kakashi. Thank you for your hard work. Have there been any troublesome missions for the Umbu recently? Kakashi accepted the tea, casually flipping through the Umbu roster in his hand as he spoke. Aside from the departments responsible for monitoring the village, there are 15 squad members out on missions. Yugao Yuzuki knew the situation within the Umbu like the back of her hand and answered crisply. Kakashi nodded and said, if that's the case, then suspend their current missions for now. Have them all return to Konoha within 2 days. Yugao Yuzuki was startled to hear this. 15 squads meant 15 missions. Because of the Umbu's special nature, they absolutely did not undertake missions below A rank. That meant abandoning 15 S rank or A rank missions. Was there some major combat plan in the works? Yes, I will handle it immediately. Yugao Yuzuki didn't waste a single word, she simply obeyed the order and left the office. As a veteran Umbu member, she knew all too well that one should not ask what shouldn't be asked. She understood the principle that disaster stems from the mouth. Glancing at the departing purple-haired Umbu, Kakashi returned his gaze to the roster in his hand. Eliminating the unfamiliar names, there was one name that made Kakashi pause for a moment. Tenzo, temporarily resigned. How could I have forgotten him? Kakashi, who had been worrying about having no candidate for Umbu captain, felt his eyes flicker slightly. As a former member of Root who had also spent several years in the Umbu, Tenzo was perfectly suited to lead the organization. Letting him serve as an ordinary mission jonin was truly a waste. Someone, call Tenzo here. Following Kakashi's order, it wasn't even 10 minutes before Tenzo appeared before Kakashi, looking travel-worn. Seeing his appearance, Kakashi raised an eyebrow. So late. Did you just return from a mission? Tenzo scratched his head sheepishly. Yes, Senpai Kakashi. Lord Hokage. Looking at Tenzo, Kakashi waved his hand. Just senpai is fine. It's just a title, call me whatever you're used to. Besides, logically speaking, you're actually my teacher. Kakashi was referring to the time Tenzo had instructed him in water release. Senpai Kakashi is being too formal. I was merely contributing my part for Konoha. Tenzo shook his head, his tone sincere and earnest. In that case, I won't waste words with you either. Tenzo, I need your power right now. Kakashi stood up, strode over to the men, and grabbed his wrist. As long as Senpai Kakashi has a need, I will go through fire and water. Listening to his words, Kakashi nodded and spoke evenly. Good. From now on, you are the director of the Anbu. Senpai Kakashi, isn't this a bit fast? Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. For the past 2 days, Itachi had spent entirely too much time within the clan grounds. Shisui Uchiha frowned as he watched the young Uchiha ahead of him, who seemed to have nothing better to do than buy a pancake from Uncle Yamahara Uchiha's roadside stall. Itachi was an Anbu squad captain. Usually, even without missions, he would be instructing Sasuke or training himself. Rarely did he spend all day wandering idly through the clan district like this, doing absolutely nothing. There was a problem. Shisui Uchiha recalled his meeting with Itachi the previous night, and a heaviness rose in his heart. It could be said that he had watched Itachi Uchiha grow up, the boy's every move could not escape his notice. Therefore, Shisui understood his younger clansmen extremely well. From a young age, Itachi had worshipped the Hokage and despised war. When the Hokage was still Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shisui had not corrected this trait in Itachi, on the contrary, he had been happy to see it. But the current Hokage was Kakashi Hatake, and Shisui felt he should have corrected his clansman's direction. However, by the time he realized this, it was already a step too late. Under Fugaku Uchiha's arrangement, Itachi Uchiha had entered the Anbu. Furthermore, that ruthless fifth Hokage had rapidly promoted Itachi to the position of Anbu's squad captain. Shisui refused to believe that Kakashi Hatake didn't have an ulterior motive. Even though he harbored a dislike for Kakashi in his heart, Shisui had to admit Kakashi's excellence. He was capable of maximizing the benefits from the chips he held, even sacrificing the lives of others would not evoke a shred of pity in Kakashi's heart. And now, that ruthless fifth Hokage certainly intended to use Itachi for something. He had to stop this. Shisui took a deep look at the retreating figure of Itachi Uchiha, then disappeared from where he stood. Shisui Uchiha was not a fool, he was merely somewhat naive. The calls for an Uchiha coup were intensifying, looking as if they were about to spiral out of control. Shisui absolutely did not believe that Kakashi was ignorant of this. He was going to find that Lord Hokage. He would use his own eyes to force the Hokage and the Uchiha clan head to sit down and talk properly. He would completely resolve the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. If it became necessary, he would spare no cost. Even if he had to use Koto Amatsukami to control both Kakashi and Fugaku Uchiha, he would. This was the meaning behind the birth of these eyes of his, Shisui Uchiha. To accomplish the impossible. To fulfill duties within the scope of his own abilities. For a moment, a sense of great righteousness surged in Shisui's heart. This further solidified his resolve. Everything he was doing was right. Chapter 104, Shisui, Lord Hokage is right. When Shisui Uchiha left, as if sensing something, Itachi Uchiha looked back. Just as Shisui noticed Itachi also realized Shisui was observing him. Although he had already detected Shisui, Itachi could not avoid him at that moment. He could only pretend to ignore him and buy a flatbread at the roadside. However, watching the other depart, a trace of unease rose in Itachi's heart. Just as Shisui understood him, he also understood Shisui. In Itachi's eyes, although his kinsman was powerful, his personality was simply too naive. The hardliners within the Uchiha were already uncontrollable, eliminating them was imperative. If Shisui did not interfere in this matter, then a vital combat asset for the Uchiha's future could be preserved. Thinking back to his last conversation with Kakashi, Itachi hesitated on whether to chase after him. Finally, after thinking it over, Itachi caught up to Shisui's steps. After all, according to Lord Hokage, Shisui was not considered a hardliner. Itachi, what are you doing? Shisui quickly sensed Itachi pursuing him, stopped immediately, and looked at the newcomer. What are you planning to do, Shisui? While calmly thinking about how to dissuade his kinsman from doing anything superfluous, Itachi silently walked to the front of Shisui, blocking his path. The direction Shisui was heading was toward the Hokage residence. Don't you understand what I'm doing? Looking at his former kinsman before him, Shisui sneered. Shisui, don't do meaningless things. Everything happening to the clan is of their own making. Because of their mistakes, the clan has to pay the price. They brought this on themselves. If it were before, Shursui might have held a shred of expectation for Itachi, but with these words, Shursui understood everything completely. Itachi, do you know what you are saying? Shursui's face suddenly turned cold. Looking at the kinsman before him, he didn't dare associate this person with the one who used to pester him for training guidance years ago. Naturally, I know what I am saying. When a person makes a mistake, they must pay for that mistake. You were the one who taught me such a simple truth back then, Shursui. Itachi's expression remained unchanged, his feet not moving an inch. For Sasuke, for Lord Hokage, for the clan, he wanted to keep Shursui here. If Shursui chose to ignore what happened next, then not just the clan, but even Lord Hokage and Konoha could preserve some strength. You realize your father, mother, clan head Fugaku, and Lady Mikoto are also among those people. Even. Shursui looked at his kinsman in disbelief. He couldn't imagine Itachi could be so ruthless. Sasuke is innocent. Lord Hokage has promised me that those in the clan unrelated to this will not die because of it. Lord Hokage is a very benevolent Hokage. Shursui, you should understand and sympathize with Lord Hokage. Hearing Itachi's words, Shursui laughed in anger. His voice suddenly rose, his rage accompanied by a disappointed shout at this kinsman. Did you ever fight for your father's or your mother's lives? Did you ever fight for a chance for your blood relatives to survive? Looking at the furious Shursui, Itachi's expression remained calm. They brought all of this on themselves, didn't they? According to my original plan, to prevent ignorant clansmen from directing their anger at Lord Hokage, the entire Uchiha clan, except for Sasuke, should have been left with no survivors. Shursui looked at the kinsman before him in disbelief. It was as if he was seeing his kinsman's true colors for the first time. How could he say such frenzied words? It was simply animal. Do you know what you're saying? You are even more deranged than that Kakashi. Shursui could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, feeling slightly dizzy. Where had that cute kinsman gone? Was this cold-blooded animal before him really that earnest, hard-working boy? Lord Hokage is innocent. Please, Shursui, do not be so rude to Lord Hokage. Itachi's expression didn't change, he continued to block the space in front of Shursui. Move. Shursui felt that if he kept talking, he might just kill the Itachi standing before him with one strike. Shursui, don't do meaningless things. Lord Hokage is right. Smack. As soon as Itachi finished speaking, Shursui raised his hand and slapped Itachi hard across the face. Get lost. Shursui roared. Shursui, Lord Hokage is right. Disregarding the stinging pain on his face, Itachi still blocked Shursui, refusing to yield an inch. Do you know what you are saying? A man who is unfilial is nothing but a beast. Shursui grabbed Itachi by the collar, staring at him with eyes about to split with rage. Lord Hokage is right. Smack. Another slap landed hard on Itachi's face, this time knocking him to the ground. Shursui, Lord Hokage. Coldly watching Itachi, who was lying on the ground but still trying to stop him, Shursui kicked his kinsman directly in the stomach. Under the force of the kick, Itachi curled up uncontrollably. You animal, I'll deal with you once the dust settles. In the end, even though Itachi had said words Shursui found completely deranged, he still didn't kill him. But in this moment, Shursui was utterly disappointed in Itachi. The innocent, kind kinsman in his memories would exist only in memory forever. The current Itachi, in his eyes, was just a demon wearing human skin. Even that cold-blooded, heartless Kakashi knew not to harm the innocent, yet his own kinsman wanted to kill everyone, including his parents. It was absolute madness. Watching Shursui leave, Itachi gripped the dirt on the ground tightly, his attempt to stop the other having ultimately failed. Shursui. I was trying to save you. Why? Why does it have to be like this? When people make mistakes, they must pay the price, isn't that what you taught me? Chapter 105, Playing with a sword in front of me. On the rooftop of the Hokage residence, Kakashi looked at the man kneeling on one knee before him, his expression involuntarily becoming a bit subtle. Originally, he had intended to go find a fuse to ignite the Uchiha, but he hadn't expected this guy to deliver himself to his doorstep. In that case, he wouldn't need to waste effort finding an excuse. He was going to die anyway. Shursui, did you need something from me? Looking at the respectful man before him, Kakashi spoke calmly. Lord Hokage, may I ask you a question? Shursui Uchiha slowly stood up, causing Kakashi's eyes to narrow slightly. He had not told Shursui Uchiha to stand. Just ask. If I know the answer, naturally I will answer you. Pitch-black eyes fixed upon him. The wind carried Kakashi's words into Shursui Uchiha's ears, but those calm words revealed a trace of imperceptible danger. In Lord Hokage's view, what exactly is the Uchiha clan? Shursui Uchiha looked at Kakashi solemnly. Kakashi's answer would determine whether he needed to use Koto Amatsukami on him. He had learned from Itachi Uchiha that the Hokage before him did not intend to harm the innocent. If possible, Shisui Uchiha did not want to go that far. A person should not be another person's puppet. Yet Shisui Uchiha had the ability to turn others into his puppets. The Uchiha, huh? Kakashi smiled, then pointed at the Hokage residence beneath his feet. This isn't a suitable place to give that kind of answer. Let's go to the back mountain. Shisui Uchiha hesitated upon hearing this, but ultimately nodded. The so-called back mountain was located behind the cliff of the Hokage rock. There was a training ground here, built like an ancient palace, which Jiraiya had originally created to train Minato Namake's reflexes. Outside the training ground was a lake surrounded by forest. In his spare time between work and training, Kakashi also liked to come here to look at the scenery, read novels, and fish. And because Kakashi, the fifth Hokage, came here often, very few other people visited. Kakashi stepped onto the surface of the lake, ripples spreading out circle by circle from beneath his feet. Shisui Uchiha looked at the lake beneath the other's feet, a faint sense of unease rising in his heart. Water. It could overcome fire. But even so, he braced himself and kept up with Kakashi's pace. When the two arrived at the center of the lake, Shisui Uchiha spoke. Lord Hokage, can you answer my question now? Kakashi stopped walking, turned around, and looked at Shisui Uchiha with a smile. What exactly is the Uchiha clan? The white-haired man extended his hand. The wind carried a fallen leaf, which landed quietly in his palm. Looking at this leaf, his words finally drifted slowly into Shisui Uchiha's ears. The Uchiha clan. Nothing more than a bunch of people who think too highly of themselves. Listening to Kakashi's words, Shisui Uchiha remained silent and did not refute him. The other party was not wrong. When ambition does not match ability, anyone would become a joke. But because of the Sharingan, there were an exceptionally large number of such people within the Uchiha clan. Shisui, let me ask you. When a person makes a mistake, should they pay the price? Hearing this, Shisui Uchiha's heart tightened. Looking at Kakashi before him, he associated this with the frenzied Itachi Uchiha from earlier. His mind, which he had forcibly steadied, began to waver faintly again. But the Uchiha clan hasn't staged a coup yet. There is no rebellion. You can't do this. Shisui Uchiha clenched his fists tight, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Kakashi calmly watched the unwilling Shisui Uchiha before him, feeling some regret in his heart. Shisui, do you know? Once upon a time, I hoped you would understand me. Because you are a rare powerhouse within the Uchiha, and the strong generally have the ability to distinguish right from wrong. But I didn't expect you to be so foolish. Shisui Uchiha stood silently in place, saying nothing. Seeing this, Kakashi sneered and continued. When a blade is swung at you, do you hope that perhaps the wielder isn't actually going to cut you? That they are just trying to scare you? Must you forcefully take the hit, waiting until your blood flows and your condition plummets before you can see the truth clearly? The Uchiha haven't staged a coup yet, haven't rebelled. So I cannot do this. Kakashi looked at Shisui Uchiha before him, a trace of lightning flashing in his eyes. He turned his body to look at the antique palace on the cliffside by the lake. It's very simple. They will jump out on their own soon enough. Listening to Kakashi's words, Shisui Uchiha didn't react for a moment. What did he mean by they will jump out soon? But a blue-white pillar of lightning pierced through the large flame-patterned robes, rushing straight toward Shisui Uchiha's face. Lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. Shisui Uchiha had no time to react. Almost out of conditioned reflex, he leaped backward violently, avoiding this perilous strike in a sorry state. Sure enough. If we're talking about the entire hidden leaf, other than me, the only one who can match Sensei's reflexes is you, Shisui. What a pity. The indifferent words came from right in front of him. Shisui Uchiha, crouching above the water, saw through the reflection in the lake beneath him that Kakashi had arrived in front of him at some unknown moment. Fast. What incredible speed. Shisui Uchiha, who was already renowned for his speed, had not even stood up after dodging Kakashi's strike before the opponent had unknowingly arrived right in front of him. A golden wind blade wrapped around Kakashi's sword fingers, chopping straight down toward the Shisui Uchiha who had yet to rise. Shisui Uchiha didn't have time to think. He abruptly dispersed the chakra beneath him, dropping straight into the lake. Watching Shisui Uchiha submerge into the water, Kakashi's expression remained unchanged. The wind blade in his hand dispersed, and his hands formed 4 seals with lightning speed. Water release, water dragon bullet. Raising his hand, he released an A-rank technique. The current Kakashi did not worry at all about whether he had enough chakra in his body. If he had to say, it was increasing every moment. The entire lake began to shift. Under Kakashi's control, countless streams of water transformed into a ferocious flood dragon, tearing toward Shisui Uchiha in the water. In the water, Shisui Uchiha immediately drew the tanto from his back. Even though he was surrounded by water, his speed remained astonishingly fast. Amidst the flickering glint of the blade, the flood dragon was cut down beneath his sword. The battlefield Kakashi had specifically chosen was intended to suppress the opponent's fire release. Now that Shisui Uchiha was fighting with sword techniques, he had obviously realized this issue. Ah, what a hassle. Kakashi sighed helplessly. As if he felt helpless regarding Shisui Uchiha's resistance. The next second, accompanying a bone-chilling sound of metal, a peerlessly sharp, pure white sword light cleaved the lake apart, instantly saturating Shisui Uchiha's vision. At the same time, the extremely calm words of the fifth Hokage drifted over. Playing with a sword in front of me. Who taught you? Chapter 106, Koto Amatsukami. The moment the white fang was unsheathed from beneath the Hokage's robe, chakra akin to a surging river was instantly channeled into the blade. Crafted from chakra metal, the white fang seemed to expand violently in that instant. The friction between the metal blade and the scabbard erupted with a hair-raising hum. A blade of light, pure white to the extreme, sliced apart the lake beneath his feet, striking straight toward Shisui Uchiha underwater. Watching that light, white in its purest form, Shisui Uchiha felt a chill in his heart. Having just severed a flood dragon, he had no time to dodge this murderous strike, he had no choice but to face it head-on. He channeled the chakra within his body into the kodachi in his hand. Green chakra flames saturated the blade as Shisui Uchiha charged upward to meet the strike. Kakashi watched the gloom of green beneath the water, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Even though he had already decided to kill Shisui Uchiha right here, Kakashi couldn't help but admire Shisui's quick wit. He had utilized Susanoo to coat his weapon, thereby countering Kakashi's sudden strike. It really was a pity for such outstanding talent to die here. However, pity was just pity. Since Kakashi had made up his mind, he would not hold back in the slightest. The water below churned violently. The pure white blade of light was forcibly broken by Shisui Uchiha's Susanoo-infused blade, and Shisui emerged onto the surface of the water, looking rather ragged. If you kill me, will you then have an excuse to remove the Uchiha clan? Soaked to the bone, Shisui Uchiha slowly stood up on the water's surface, his pair of scarlet eyes staring straight at Kakashi before him. Kakashi scrutinized the Sharingan in Shisui Uchiha's eyes, lamenting both the other party's naivety and his stupidity. With the Hawks now holding the primary voice within the Uchiha clan, any slight disturbance will snap their tightly wound nerves. And you? The most dazzling genius within the Uchiha clan, Shisui Uchiha, who was bestowed the title, Shisui of the Body Flicker, by enemies on the battlefield. To suddenly disappear at such a critical moment, only to reappear as a mutilated corpse. As the knots holding the flame-patterned robe were untied, the Haori symbolizing the title of Hokage fell to the water's surface. The combat gear beneath the flame robe was revealed to the vision of the Sharingan. The sharp blade was slowly raised, pointing straight at Shisui of the Body Flicker. At the same time, Kakashi continued to speak. At that time, a voice will suddenly emerge within this jittery Uchiha clan. Perhaps it was the hidden leaf that killed their powerful Shisui of the Body Flicker. Under such circumstances, what will the Uchiha Hawks do? Kakashi's words were carved into Shisui Uchiha's heart, syllable by syllable, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Sure enough. This person was the same as before, he had never changed. Facing any enemy, he would think of every possible method to kill them. As long as Shisui died here, according to the other party's operation, the moral high ground would be seized by this guy, and he would logically be able to purge Shisui's clansmen. What a truly cold-blooded and ruthless scheme. Unfortunately, Senior Kakashi, you missed one last point. Shisui Uchiha suppressed the turmoil in his heart. The Sharingan in his eyes rotated slowly and distorted, forming a pattern resembling a pinwheel within his pupils. Mangekyo Sharingan. Missed a point. Is it your so-called? Kakashi walked toward Shisui Uchiha step by step, showing not a hint of evasion in the face of those strange and unpredictable Mangekyo Sharingan eyes. Seeing the other party so calm and composed, a sudden sense of unease appeared in Shisui Uchiha's heart. Is it your so-called? Koto Amatsukami. Shisui Uchiha's pupils constricted violently. How could this be? He had clearly never told anyone about the abilities of his eyes. Even Itachi Uchiha didn't know about his Mangekyo Sharingan. So why did this person know? 3 years ago on the battlefield of the Land of Frost, you used this move to temporarily stall the Eight Tails, didn't you? Come on, give it a try. See if you can make me like the Eight Tails, left at your mercy. Kakashi's words were like the final straw that broke the camel's back. No matter how unwilling Shisui Uchiha was to believe it, he had to accept this fact. The Koto Amatsukami he held as his trump card was laid bare in this man's eyes, like a young girl stripped of her clothes. My Koto Amatsukami is divided into two types, one is temporary control, and the other is permanent control. During the period of control, the subject will not refuse whatever I want them to do. But the usage interval for permanent control is extremely long, it requires at least 10 years. If the permanent control has no effect on you, Senior Kakashi. Shursui Uchiha looked at the men before him with regret, his eyes turning slightly sharp. I will kill you here. His words were cold as ice, no one would question Shursui Uchiha at this moment. If the permanent Koto Ematsukami was ineffective against Kakashi, then he would pour all his power into killing him. Don't speak like that. I still have a wife-to-be waiting for me to come home for dinner. If you kill me, she will be angry. There was a faint, almost imperceptible smile on the corners of Kakashi's mouth, which sent a chill through Shursui Uchiha's heart. The Uchiha's ultimate weapon. If Kakashi died here, then there would be no one left to suppress that Hikari Uchiha. This. Shursui Uchiha felt conflicted internally, but Kakashi's approach left him unable to think about how to deal with Hikari Uchiha later. Right now, he had to take down the men in front of him first. Thinking of this, Shursui Uchiha hesitated no longer. The four-cornered pinwheel in his left eye spun rapidly, and terrifying in-release chakra converged on a single point. With the Mangekyo as the vessel, in-release as the power source, and his line of sight as the path. Go all out to make the Hidden Leaf and the Uchiha clan live together in peace. The mental seal imbued with this thought pierced into Kakashi's mind like the sharpest of scalpels. What does a thought look like? Regarding such an ethereal question, many people have their own understanding. Kakashi saw it at this moment. He didn't know if it was because of Hikari's Yachihoko, or because fundamentally, his existence did not belong to this world. But he saw his thought. Amidst the countless bizarre scenes surrounding him, images flashed rapidly around himself. The past battle in the Land of Frost, the first meeting with Hikari, the dilapidated Hidden Leaf village when he first arrived in this world. As well as tall skyscrapers, vehicles driving on the roads, a familiar rental room, a black-haired man in the mirror. And also the self. Representing his own in-release. He saw the essence of this body's chakra. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Susanoo. Chakra is the product of combining the body's physical energy with its spiritual energy. This is the content recorded in the most basic textbooks of the Ninja Academy. It is also knowledge that every ninja must understand. However, very few people truly understand what in-release is, or what yang-release is. At this moment, Kakashi truly felt the essence of in-release. In-release is an existence born from willpower and mental strength. Its distinct nature allows it to grow continuously based on a person's insight, experiences, and perspective. When a person has seen enough, understood enough, and possesses firm enough convictions, their in-release will far surpass that of others in power. Just as Uchiha Shursui's Koto Ematsukami activated, the Yachihoko, which had long been inscribed upon Kakashi, was passively triggered at that very moment. I will remain myself forever. At this instant, a dojutsu similar to a mental seal clashed with Koto Ematsukami. Both were outstanding examples of in-release. But why was Uchiha Hikari known as the Uchiha's ultimate weapon? Not for any other reason, but for the simplest one. She was strong, very strong. The in-release possessed by her Mangekyo Sharingan far exceeded that of the average Uchiha clansman. Perhaps Uchiha Shursui's in-release was also beyond what ordinary Uchiha members could compare to, but in the face of Hikari's in-release, it was still somewhat lacking. Kakashi could clearly feel Yachihoko gradually cannibalizing Koto Ematsukami. The gap between their in-release was the gap between Yachihoko and Koto Ematsukami. If Uchiha Shursui's in-release were strong enough, the result before them would inevitably be reversed. When Uchiha Shursui's Koto Ematsukami was thoroughly erased by Yachihoko, Kakashi's eyes gradually regained their clarity. He understood now. In-release. Why was the Uchiha clan so extreme? The Sharingan is a product of in-release chakra. If a person's in-release is described as a calm water surface, then the Sharingan is the sea breeze. Because of the wind's existence, the ocean stirs up ripples, waves, surges, and even tsunamis. While raising tsunamis, because of the Sharingan's influence, one's own in-release also grows continuously. This leads to an unsolvable cycle: the stronger the wind, the bigger the waves, the stronger the wind. Unless, after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, one transplants a new pair of Mangekyo Sharingan to form the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan acts like a stabilizing anchor, suppressing the internal in-release and completely ending the extreme behavior of the Sharingan wielder. Then, what about Hikari? Is it the same for Hikari, who does not possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Kakashi did not know at this moment. He needed a deeper understanding of Hikari to know what form her in-release took. Having thoroughly grasped the essence of in-release in the Sharingan, Kakashi calmly looked ahead at Uchiha Shursui, who was suffering in agony as Koto Ematsukami was devoured by Yachihoko, tears of blood streaming from his left eye. It seems I've won, Kakashi said softly, looking at the men before him. Won. You were able to withstand the power of Koto Amatsukami, is it because of Miss Hikari? Uchiha Shursui looked at Kakashi, whose expression was calm and who showed no abnormalities despite having been subjected to Koto Amatsukami. Yes, Kakashi admitted frankly. I thought so. But did you think I would simply surrender just because of that? I am. Shursui of the body flicker. Even with Koto Amatsukami broken and his in release significantly diminished, and with the vision in his left eye beginning to blur, Uchiha Shursui still had no intention of giving up. The person before him was a heartless beast. For the clansman, for the Uchiha, for Konoha. He had to kill Kakashi here. Uchiha Shursui's heart was filled with righteous indignation, his eyes bloodshot. His rejection of the men before him, combined with the life and death stakes regarding his clansmen, all of these things caused his in release to rise once again. Accompanying a roar like a wild beast, green chakra flames saturated his entire body. Susanoo. Layers of emerald green skeletal ribs surfaced around him. Fueled by his unwillingness to accept everything, his hatred for Kakashi, and his struggle against fate, his in release expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the emerald flames blazed ragingly, muscle wrapped around the skeleton, skin covered the muscle, and armor protected the skin. A single crimson magatama was embedded in the chest. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Shursui, who had already formed a half-body Susanoo, with a gaze as calm as still water. The stronger the wind, the bigger the waves, the stronger the wind. His understanding of the Sharingan was evidently correct. But Shursui, just how long can your Mangekyo Sharingan last? While he mentally marveled at Uchiha Shursui's strength, being able to manifest a half-body Susanoo even while suffering the backlash of Koto Amatsukami proved his extraordinary talent, Kakashi knew that if he wanted to win against Uchiha Shursui, he could choose to simply leave. He could leave Uchiha Shursui to rage impotently. Although Susanoo perfected both offense and defense to the extreme, it possessed a fatal weakness for ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan users. Mobility. Unless one unlocked the perfect Susanoo, a half-body Susanoo was just a sitting duck. Furthermore, due to the durability issues of the Sharingan, as time passed while Susanoo was active, the light of the Mangekyo wielder would drift further away from them. Flames belonging to chakra burned fiercely upon the white-fanged blade. Massive amounts of chakra surged outward with Kakashi as the center, kicking up waves beneath his feet. Kakashi did not intend to defeat Uchiha Shursui's Susanoo by keeping his distance. He wanted to see his current capability in frontal combat. Kakashi intended to break through Uchiha Shursui's Susanoo before it disintegrated. Here he comes. With a soft whisper, Uchiha Shursui, situated within the Susanoo, stared dead on at the direction of Kakashi's approach. Although his speed is faster than before. But I can see him. Look, this is the power the Uchiha has bestowed upon me, this is the power of the clan. I will never allow the clan to be damaged because of you. Green flames blazed furiously, and the crimson magatama on the chest of the half-body Susanoo suddenly erupted. Susanoo, Tsukumo. In an instant, countless green magatama projectiles rushed toward Kakashi like a blanket covering the sky and earth, centered from the magatama on the Susanoo's chest. Interesting. Kakashi's expression was grave. The white fang in his hand danced wildly, its golden edges mingled with raging flames slicing through the green magatama one after another. Countless magatama were deflected, splashing into the lake and crashing onto the shore, kicking up massive sprays of water and endless dust. Seeing this, Uchiha Shursui was enraged to the point of splitting his eyelids. This guy. That bastard. He could see it, although wind release had been added, Kakashi was using a secret technique of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha style, dance of the halo. How dare he? I'll kill you. The in release within his body surged violently once more, and a spiral sword resembling a drill appeared in the hand of the half-body Susanoo. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Purple Electricity Destroys Susanoo. Watching the spiral sword appear, Kakashi's expression remained unchanged. The Susanoo had taken another step toward completion. But this was what made it interesting. At this moment, the golden wind blades and flames faded from the white fang, and lightning wrapped around Kakashi's body. Lightning released chakra mode. As early as 3 years ago, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already handed over the entire set of lightning release taijutsu to Kakashi, including the Hell Stab. Although using lightning release taijutsu to fight a Susanoo might seem a bit unqualified. That depended entirely on whose lightning release taijutsu it was. When the fourth Reikage faced Madara Uchiha's Susanoo, he could only take a beating. However, the third Reikage had withstood a wind-style, Raisin Shuriken with his bare flesh. Kakashi was naturally not the fourth Reikage, but the Shursui Uchiha before him was not Madara Uchiha either. Die. Seeing Kakashi acting so arrogantly, actually intending to take the spiral sword head-on with his physical body, Shursui Uchiha roared in rage. The spiral sword spun frantically, stabbing toward Kakashi with the momentum to destroy all things. Azure lightning wrapped around Kakashi's body as he met the spiral sword head-on with absolute speed, only. At some unknown point, a shade of purple dyed Kakashi's body. It seemed like a while, yet also like a fleeting instant, the azure lightning around Kakashi transformed into soul-shaking purple thunder. Purple electricity. A powerful technique derived from the lightning blade, Raikiri, by Kakashi in Boruto. Whether in destructive power or piercing capability, it was far superior to the lightning blade. Kakashi had been researching how to create purple electricity for a long time but had made no headway. The only thing that gave Kakashi inspiration was Madara Uchiha achieving the Six Paths mode. Een Release, Lightning Dispatch. One could tell from the name that this was a technique fusing Een Release and Lightning Release. It further elevated the power of both nature transformations, using Lightning Release as the carrier and Een Release as the essence. This brand new technique attacked enemies over a wide range in a branching tree pattern. Aside from this, Kakashi couldn't figure out how to create purple electricity. But just now, having clearly understood exactly how Een Release existed, Kakashi, who had already researched this for a long time, instantly comprehended the various principles within, as if enlightened by a sudden epiphany. Already extremely skilled in Lightning Release, once he understood the essence of Een Release, the birth of purple electricity came naturally. It was just like how Madara Uchiha, who faced the allied shinobi forces using only Fire Release, Wood Release, and the Sharingan, was able to immediately use several brand new techniques like Een Release, Lightning Dispatch and Gale Style, Light Fang upon achieving Six Paths mode due to his understanding of Een and Yang Release. Purple thunder wrapped around Kakashi's body. At this moment, Kakashi's state could no longer be described simply as the Lightning Release Chakra mode. Based on the Lightning Release Chakra mode, this current state was faster and stronger than Lightning Release Taijutsu. As for what to name it, Kakashi planned to ask Guy whenever he had free time. But right now, the white fang in Kakashi's hand hummed, seemingly in joy, delight, and excitement over this brand new power. Rising Tiger, Thunder, Purple Electricity. Endless purple thunder wound around the blade. The chakra aura radiating from that lightning caused Shisui Uchiha, who was currently in a state of madness, to feel a chill in his heart even through the Susanoo. But at this moment, retreat was absolutely impossible. Die. Like a roaring beast, the Susanoo let out a hideous low growl as the spiral sword in its hand collided with the purple electricity. Purple and green intertwined. Lightning and fire entangled. Piercing force and rotation collided. An instant became eternity. The moment the two touched, the outcome was already revealed. Wrapped in violent thunder, the white fang crushed the spiral sword, which was dozens of times larger than itself, like it was smashing rotten wood. It even went on to shatter the Susanoo's entire arm. Shisui Uchiha looked at this scene in disbelief. He could not accept that the power granted to him by his family bloodline was inferior to Kakashi, who possessed no Kekkei Genkai. Die for me. Amidst Shisui Uchiha's roar, the crimson Magatama on the chest of the half-body Susanoo once again erupted with its previous power. However, for Kakashi, who was now clad in the lightning god armor, this move no longer posed a threat. Especially since the essence of the lightning in this lightning god armor had been changed to a combination of Een Release and Lightning Release. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. With just a body flicker, purple thunder erupted violently, and countless clouds of steam were trampled out of the lake's surface beneath his feet. What? Shisui Uchiha was both shocked and furious. The Mangekyo, which had been able to detect Kakashi's movements just moments ago, could surprisingly no longer capture his figure. This is the end, Shisui. When Kakashi reappeared, he was already in midair. He slashed out a single stroke. Violent purple blade light engulfed the field of vision. The lightning pierced through the Susanoo's body, and the sharp edge sliced open the defense the Uchiha clan took the most pride in. With just this one slash, the Susanoo disintegrated instantly. The residual power of that slash transformed into thunder, instantly sweeping over Shisui Uchiha's body. Shisui Uchiha, wrapped in lightning, growled hoarsely, trying to erupt with Susanoo once more. But the white fang was already pressed against his neck. The winner was decided. You. Shisui Uchiha looked at the men before him, his lips moving, wanting to say something. A pale white blade light flashed and vanished. The massive head sank into the water. Shisui Uchiha's broken body crashed to the ground, his bright red blood dyeing the lake a piercing crimson. Looking at Shisui Uchiha's headless corpse, Kakashi flipped his wrist. A sealing scroll appeared, and he sealed Shisui Uchiha's body inside without hesitation. Glancing at the head sinking to the bottom of the lake, Kakashi raised his hand and brought the blade down. The head, along with the Mangekyo Sharingan, shattered apart and was devoured by the fish in the water. Having done all this, Kakashi did not linger and turned to leave. Now that Shisui Uchiha was dead, there wouldn't be any abnormalities in the short term. But once it exceeded 3 days, the Uchiha clan would definitely make a move. As one of the rare experts within the clan, Shisui Uchiha's every move could affect the hearts of the Uchiha. Without having taken on a mission, a ninja, even if training, could not simply vanish for 3 days. When that time came, he could toss Shisui Uchiha's body out to cause chaos among the Uchiha. Then, by making trouble from the inside, he could detonate this barrel of explosives. At that point, Kakashi would have a justifiable reason to eliminate the Hawks within the Uchiha clan. It was just that at that time, Danzo Shimura would certainly use the opportunity to lead the measures he had already prepared to attack Kakashi. But compared to the Uchiha clan, Danzo Shimura was even filthier. To deal with that guy, Kakashi wouldn't even bother finding an excuse. He just needed to go into the Konoha archives and dig out the Roots movements during the Ninetales attack, as well as evidence of the other party assassinating the third Hokage. Once the Uchiha clan and Danzo Shimura fell, the remaining Koharu Utatane would be even easier to handle. He just hoped that Old Hag wouldn't fail to appreciate his kindness. Chapter 109, Father's Teachings. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Kakashi took a moment to calm the agitation of the chakra within his body. His engagement with Shisui Uchiha had lasted only a dozen or so minutes. It was unknown just how many times Kakashi had skipped work. The staff inside the building had long since become accustomed to Kakashi's absences. Everything was now proceeding exactly according to Kakashi's predictions. As for the rest, he simply had to wait for the news of Shisui Uchiha's disappearance to gradually ferment. Now, however, Kakashi had the time to study in release. "What's the situation with you?" Suddenly, a voice drifted in from the window. Kakashi looked up. He saw Hikari dressed in casual clothes, a skewer of dango dangling from her mouth and clutching a paper bag filled with unknown contents in her arms. She was squatting on the window ledge, looking at Kakashi with a face full of confusion. "What do you mean, what's the situation?" Seeing Hikari, who rarely visited the Hokage's office, Kakashi was somewhat surprised. Hikari shot Kakashi a somewhat resentful look. This bastard. Yesterday he had suddenly and inexplicably proposed to her, then went to work afterward as if nothing had happened. Today, she sensed a violent fluctuation in his chakra and thought she'd come specifically to check on him, and this was the attitude she got. "Forget it, let's get off work and go home." Looking at Hikari before him, Kakashi lost any desire to stay in the office. "It's only noon." Hikari looked at Kakashi in disbelief. Was being Hokage this easy? If that was the case, she could do it too. What about noon? Who made a rule saying you can't get off work at noon? Kakashi retorted with self-righteous confidence. Hikari's lips twitched at the sight. She was just about to leave so she wouldn't have to look at this jerk, but unexpectedly, Kakashi grabbed her wrist and pulled her into the office. What are you trying to do?" Hikari was caught off guard by Kakashi's move. "May I?" Kakashi paused for a moment, his expression somewhat subtle. "Of course not. At least wait until the day we get married." Hikari looked at the men in front of her, her face stiffening as she immediately shook her head frantically. What on earth is this bastard thinking? This is his office. Those lewd manga seem to have scenes in offices too. What am I thinking? Oh, so we have to wait until marriage, huh? Looking at the Uchiha great-grandma before him, Kakashi wore a teasing expression. The Uchiha great-grandma looked at the men before her, speechless. This guy, when I first saw him, he looked like a proper human being. Now, he's just a dog. Do you feel it? Looking at Hikari, Kakashi stopped teasing her and spoke with a serious expression. What? Your paw. Hikari glanced at her hand, which was still being held by Kakashi, and huffed lightly. My release. As Kakashi spoke while holding Hikari's hand, the chakra within his body began to stir. With Kakashi's prompt, Hikari finally began to sense the release mixed within Kakashi's chakra. Although it still couldn't compare to hers, it had already surpassed that of an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan wielder. How did you do that? Hikari's expression finally turned grave. By understanding the essence of release, one can easily separate the release from the chakra and then make it my own. Hearing Kakashi's words, Hikari narrowed her eyes. Kakashi's words implied that he had already applied release to jutsu formulas, or perhaps even in actual combat. And so? Are you showing off to me? Hikari yanked her hand out of Kakashi's grip, sat down on the sofa to the side, and placed the paper bag she was holding onto the coffee table. It was full of food she had bought. There is a little bit of that involved. Kakashi nodded, not minding her reaction in the slightest. In terms of raw power, he was completely crushed by Hikari. But to be able to surpass the Uchiha great-grandma in the usage of release, that was a hard-earned achievement. Hearing this, Hikari rolled her eyes at Kakashi and started eating on her own. The Sharingan is a Kekkei Genkai of release chakra, and the Sharingan of ordinary Uchiha clan members will affect their personalities due to the excessively massive release. I need to see what your situation is like. Kakashi leaned back in his office chair, calmly watching Hikari, who was focused on her meal on the sofa. You seem to understand the Sharingan very well. Hikari glanced at Kakashi with some curiosity. I know a thing or two. Kakashi stood up and walked over to Hikari, preparing to take her home to thoroughly examine what was going on with her. But just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Did I come at a bad time? Lord Hokage. The newcomer had long, slightly curled black hair, impeccable facial features, and an outfit in a red and white color scheme. Her pair of gentle, vermilion eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the two people in the office. Kurenai Yuhi. Heaven have mercy, she had finally managed to catch Kakashi while he was actually in the office. Who could have guessed that by sheer coincidence, she would run into Hikari, that wretched girl Kakashi had abducted and brought back to the hidden leaf from who knows where. No, you came at the perfect time. Upon seeing Kurenai's arrival, Hikari greeted her with a face full of uncharacteristic smiles. However, as she passed Kakashi, she actually took the initiative to link her arm through his. This made Kurenai's lovely eyebrows twitch. Did you know, Kurenai? Kakashi proposed to me last night. In a little while, you'll be able to attend the wedding banquet. Hikari held onto Kakashi's arm and puffed out her chest with quite a bit of pride. This caused Kurenai's expression to stiffen slightly as she looked at Kakashi in disbelief. That's right, it is as she says. Meeting Kurenai's questioning gaze, Kakashi spoke somewhat helplessly. Ah, here it is again. Female rivalry. Receiving Kakashi's affirmative reply, Kurenai's gentle vermilion eyes became slightly unfocused. Kurenai didn't know how she left the Hokage residence. She only remembered Hikari's somewhat blinding smile of happiness, and Kakashi's expression of doting affection toward Hikari. Damn it. Looking at the Jonin promotion application in her hand, upon which Kakashi had drawn a large, bright red, and piercing X, she felt tears swirling in her eyes, wanting nothing more than to hide back under her covers. Whether it was knowing Kakashi first, or the time spent with Kakashi, or anything else regarding Kakashi, clearly, she was first. I really am such a failure. Facing her peers who were promoting one after another to special Jonin and Jonin, she was the only one still spinning her wheels gloomily as a Chunin. The sunlight, originally warm and soft, now felt somewhat stinging in Kurenai's eyes. What should I do? Kurenai looked up at the azure sky and thought of her late father. Kurenai, if there is something you want to obtain, then work hard to fight for it. Even if you fail, it proves that you tried your best. Do not leave yourself with any regrets. The teachings of Shinku Yuhi from the past echoed in Kurenai's ears. Chapter 110, The Eve. Is this really necessary? In the Hokage's office, Kakashi looked somewhat speechlessly at the Uchiha ancestress who was clinging to his arm and refusing to let go. What's wrong with it? Who told that woman to always piss me off? When I first came to Konoha, she was always bullying me. And I was foolish enough to think she was doing it for my own good. Hikari pursed her lips, released Kakashi, and put on a look of smug satisfaction. Why? Does your heart ache for her? If your heart hurts, go find her then. Hikari leaned back on the sofa, looking at Kakashi with an unhappy expression. Seeing her like this, Kakashi's mouth twitched. Stop joking around. Kakashi sighed. No matter what, Kurenai had served as his meal ticket for a period of time. Who's joking with you? Instead, Hikari looked at Kakashi with a strange expression. When facing someone who likes you, as long as you don't hate them, it's not like you can't be together. Do you have a problem, down there? Hikari's gaze shifted slightly downward, landing on the man's lower body, her tone filled with genuine conflict and doubt. Sure enough. This guy definitely has a problem down there. They had been living together for 3 years, yet aside from hugging and kissing, he hadn't made a single step out of line. Hikari considered her appearance to be at least passably attractive, yet Kakashi stubbornly refused to make a move. It was simply too absurd. He says he doesn't want it, but does he really not want it? Does this guy read Ika Ika Paradise for nothing? If Kakashi wasn't interested in her sexually, then there should have been other girls on the side. Like Kurenai, for instance. Although Hikari found her a bit annoying. She had to admit, Kurenai was the most beautiful person Hikari had seen. If Hikari were a boy, facing a girl like that who liked him, regardless of whether he liked her back, he would definitely want to get to know her deeply first. It was a pity she didn't have the necessary equipment. According to Hikari's observations over the past 3 years, every time Kakashi came back from outside, he never carried the scent of other girls. This meant that Kakashi never touched other women outside either. This issue was becoming serious. Hey! Kakashi was the Hokage. Even if he only officially became Hokage 2 days ago, he was the acting Hokage before that. So young, and such a genius. By all reasoning, girls should be circling him one after another. In Hikari's era, for an outstanding ninja like Kakashi, his children would already be old enough to run errands. And as far as Konoha was concerned, although rare, There were definitely playboys in the village who married 2 or 3 girls. There were even ninja who married civilians. Aside from Kakashi being impotent, Hikari couldn't think of any other excuse. After all, men are all horny dogs. Hikari felt as if she had discovered the truth. She looked at Kakashi earnestly and said, "Don't worry. Even if you can't perform, I will take care of you for the rest of your life. I'll maintain your image as a good man who is devoted to only one person. Even if we don't have children in the future, we'll tell the public that I'm the one who can't, not you." Kakashi looked at the Uchiha ancestress, who wore a face full of seriousness, and his mouth twitched violently. If the location didn't prohibit it, he really wanted to execute this guy on the spot. He'd show her exactly who couldn't perform. "Don't overthink it. I will handle Kurenai's matters myself. You just need to wait at home to get married." Kakashi collapsed onto the sofa. He felt that fighting a battle with Shisui Uchiha was less exhausting than chatting with Hikari. "Who said I wanted to marry you? I haven't agreed yet." Hikari looked at the collapsed Kakashi with a calm and unhurried expression. "Whether you marry or not isn't up to you. It's up to me." Hearing Kakashi's words, Hikari's eyes darted around slightly. She immediately pulled out a newly bought comic book from her bosom, looked at the content, glanced at Kakashi, and then pretended to cough. "Woman, you have successfully caught my interest. Hey, are you going to say that next? After all, your identity as Hokage fits the character setting of the domineering CEO in this book quite well." Kakashi didn't want to talk to Hikari anymore. He was a little tired at heart. Time passed quickly. With Shisui Uchiha having been missing for 3 consecutive days, the Uchiha clan had begun to grow restless. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha had already handed the list of the Hawk faction members to Kakashi. Holding the list, Kakashi looked at the Uchiha youth before him and nodded slightly. "Good work, Itachi." Itachi Uchiha knelt on one knee before Kakashi, speaking in a deep voice. "I will lay down my life for Lord Hokage." Seeing this, Kakashi nodded and told Itachi to rise. "In that case, tomorrow, Shisui's corpse will appear at the Nanjie River near the Uchiha clan grounds. You know what to do, right?" Itachi was startled. Although he felt sorrow, he nodded nonetheless. "I understand, Lord Hokage." However, at this moment, Itachi hesitated slightly. "I have already agreed to that, Uchiha Madara, that I would join his organization after the Uchiha Hawk faction is annihilated. When that time comes." Listening to Itachi's report, Kakashi waved his hand. "That doesn't matter. When the time comes, I will deal with him personally. If possible, killing Obito Uchiha right here in Konoha would be the safest choice." Kakashi closed his eyes to think, but he felt a trace of helplessness. Hikari's existence could not be hidden from Obito Uchiha. Black Zetsu, who was by Obito's side, was an old monster who had lived for 1,000 years. He had certainly heard of this ultimate weapon of the Uchiha. If he were Obito, upon learning of such a person's existence, Kakashi would absolutely prepare a Sharingan capable of Izanagi before taking any action. Even if he was hit by Uchiha Hikari's Yachihoko, engraved Tsukuyomi, he could evade it through the effects of Izanagi. Then, by utilizing the convenience of Kamui, he could leave calmly. Even if they caught his physical form the instant Kamui activated, White Zetsu would be there to reinforce him. He could use the Mayfly technique to escape Konoha. Kakashi rubbed his furrowed brows, feeling a headache coming on. It had to be said, the foundation Madara Uchiha left for Obito was simply too robust. Lord Hokage. Looking at Kakashi, Itachi thought the Hokage was troubled over how to handle the aftermath of the Uchiha clan. "What is it, Itachi?" Kakashi responded softly. "When that time comes, my parents, can you leave them to me?" Itachi was somewhat hesitant. "You want to do it personally?" Kakashi frowned as he looked at Itachi. He had intended to assign Itachi a mission to leave the village when the time came. After all, no matter the circumstances, no matter the location, killing one's father and mother was an absolutely heinous sin. Itachi looked at Kakashi wordlessly. "Go back. That night, the Ninja Academy will hold a gala. Sasuke will stay at the school all day and won't return home until the next day." Words that allowed no refusal came from Kakashi's mouth. This caused Itachi's heart to tremble slightly. As expected. Lord Hokage is benevolent. Yes. Facing such a benevolent Hokage, Itachi could find no reason to object. He could only silently withdraw. Watching the retreating figure, Kakashi felt a heavy silence in his heart. Although he had approached the boy with the intent of using him at the start, things had reached this point. Even someone like Kakashi was moved by compassion. This outcome was likely already the best possible result for Itachi Uchiha. Chapter 111, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. The sun was setting in the west. Near the Naka River, the villagers were washing clothes and cooking, just as they always did. Women were rinsing rice and laundering clothes by the riverside, joking and chatting. Their words were peppered with bawdy jokes that would make one blush. It was, by all accounts, a picture of idyllic, peaceful times. However, an unidentified object drifting from upstream slowly came into the view of the villagers closest to the water's edge. A newlywed woman, who had just been talking and laughing with the older sister next door, inadvertently glanced at the object, and her face instantly turned pale. It was a headless corpse. A scream shattered the life that was supposed to be calm. The actions of the Uchiha clan were extremely swift. Within half an hour, a large number of Uchiha police force members arrived at the scene. Everyone looked at the corpse that had been salvaged and brought ashore with grim expressions. From the items the corpse carried, and the Kodachi short sword still tightly gripped in his hand even in death, everyone knew exactly who he was. Uchiha Shursui. Their Uchiha clan's Shursui of the body flicker. They hadn't expected that after he went missing for 3 days, their next meeting would be separated by the veil of life and death. Captain. There are massive burn marks from lightning release on Shursui's body. Uchiha Yashiro furrowed his brow tightly as he looked toward the incredibly gloomy-faced Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku didn't need Yashiro to say it, he could see it for himself. In the hidden leaf, if one were to ask who was skilled in lightning release, there were only 2 people. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Kakashi Hatake. But of these 2, one was the former Hokage, and the other was the current Hokage. Silence. Before the truth is fully revealed, no one is allowed to speculate wildly. Uchiha Fugaku stopped his subordinate's dangerous conjecture. Collect the body. Gritting his teeth as he issued the order, Uchiha Fugaku slowly raised his head to look in the direction of the Hokage residence. Are you preparing to make your move? It was only at this moment that Uchiha Fugaku realized with a start. Perhaps their Uchiha clan's secret meetings had been under the Hokage's control all along. Even more than that, perhaps even the content discussed during the clan meetings was known with crystal clarity. That night, the Uchiha held another clan meeting. Lord Clan Head. Rumors have started spreading within the clan. They say the true culprit who murdered Shursui is a higher-up of the Hidden Leaf. Uchiha Shursui's death could not be concealed at all. His body had drifted all the way down the Naka River and was witnessed by countless villagers. Who is spreading this? Uchiha Fugaku narrowed his eyes, looking at the clansman who had spoken. It's unclear, but the clansmen are already feeling worried about this. The clansman shook his head. As a top-tier powerhouse of the Uchiha clan, and with his usually approachable personality, Uchiha Shursui was highly acclaimed by his clansmen. It could be said that his death tugged at the heart of every Uchiha. Captain. How is this a rumor? This is clearly the fact. We cannot sit and wait for death. Someone down below spoke up, suppressing their anger. This person was Uchiha Teka. He could be described as the purest of Uchiha clansmen. With a personality that was arrogant and cold, and as a squad leader in the Uchiha police force, he relied entirely on his own whims when enforcing the law on ordinary days. Teka is right. The Hidden Leaf definitely wants to strike first to gain the upper hand. We cannot drag this out any longer. Others chimed in. Hearing this, the crowd acknowledged this line of thinking, everyone adding their own word. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Fugaku felt nothing but a headache. Looking at the people below, he felt as if someone was missing, and asked. Where is Itachi? As the eldest son of the Uchiha clan head, and an Umbu member, Uchiha Itachi was invariably present every time a clan meeting was held. Yet today, he was nowhere to be seen. It seems he took a mission yesterday and left the village. Someone below recalled, remembering that they seemed to have unintentionally overheard Itachi communicating with others yesterday. Is that so? Uchiha Fugaku only felt unease in his heart. There is no time to overthink it, clan head. Missing one Itachi doesn't matter at all. The urgent priority now is that we should counterattack immediately. Otherwise, it is very likely we will be defeated one by the Hidden Leaf. Uchiha Teka spoke up once again. In an instant, the crowd within the Naka shrine became furious. Even Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan head, could not suppress it. He looked at his clansmen before him, their eyes filled with rage, and carefully thought about the significance of this matter. Although he hesitated in his heart, his thoughts aligned with those of the Uchiha clansmen. The true culprit who killed Shursui was the Hidden Leaf High Command. It was possibly even one of the 2, Hiruzen Sarutobi or Kakashi Hatake. Otherwise, with Uchiha Shursui's skill, even if he couldn't win, he definitely could have escaped. He wouldn't have ended up decapitated like this. The Hidden Leaf, the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku's knuckles turned white from clenching. Looking at the clansmen before him who were basically all urging him to launch a coup, he had made his decision. Uchiha Shursui's death sent a chill down his spine. Today it was Shursui. Then tomorrow. Will it be me? I originally didn't want it to be like this. But you forced me. Since it has come to this, then, let us act. As Uchiha Fugaku's words fell, the Uchiha elites below instantly looked exhilarated. It should have been this way long ago. Lord Clan Head. Only under your command can the Hidden Leaf truly display the glory of our Uchiha. When do we strike? Listening to the words of his subordinates, Uchiha Fugaku's lips moved slightly, his voice hoarse and ruthless. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, the Hidden Leaf will belong to us. Uchiha Back Mountain. Compared to the heated discussion inside the Naka Shrine, this place was solitary, with only Uchiha Itachi standing alone. Aided by the flawless moonlight, his scarlet eyes looked at the person approaching from the shadows of the trees ahead. It seems you have made your choice. A man with black hair cascading like a waterfall, wearing a mask, stepped out of the darkness step by step, looking at the Uchiha youth before him. As long as you get rid of the Uchiha's hawkish faction, I will join your organization. Uchiha Itachi's words seemed cold and resolute in the night, causing the Uchiha Madara, across from him, to seem to let out a sneer. It appears you truly love this village. It is nothing but a false peace. Facing the man's sneer, Uchiha Itachi remained unmoved, simply watching him calmly. Well, I agree. The man calling himself Uchiha Madara, Obito Uchiha, chuckled low and ultimately agreed to Uchiha Itachi's terms. And right at this moment, a strictly black and white figure emerged from the ground, causing Uchiha Itachi's eyes to narrow slightly. Before the other party appeared, he hadn't sensed this guy's existence at all. Madara-sama, Uchiha Fugaku has decided the time for the coup. It is tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Hearing the words of that unknown creature, Obito Uchiha looked at Uchiha Itachi before him and said, "You heard it, right? Tomorrow is the time to act." Chapter 112, Rebellion. At this moment, Itachi Uchiha was unable to transmit any news to Kakashi. This was because the guy that Madara Uchiha referred to as Zetsu was constantly by his side. Right now, he could only pin his hopes on Kakashi being sharp enough to detect the Uchiha clan's movements on his own. "Itachi, do you know what it feels like to take a shit?" This distinct black and white entity seemed to be a freakish combination of two biological organisms, possessing two different minds. Itachi Uchiha felt that the white part had a screw loose in its brain. The black part remained taciturn, but it always looked at him with a strange, eerie gaze. This made Itachi feel faintly uneasy deep down. In fact, there was no need for Itachi Uchiha's warning at all. Kakashi had long since ordered the entire Umbu to disguise themselves and hide in the vicinity of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, the Uchiha clan was in a state of jittery panic due to the death of Shisui Uchiha. Aside from children going to school and the enforcement officers of the police force, very few people went out. The Uchiha clan could be described as a nation within a nation inside Konoha. Aside from the Ninja Academy, the Uchiha clan possessed every facility they needed within their own territory. They could establish their own village immediately if they wanted to. Ever since throwing out Shisui Uchiha's corpse, Kakashi had stayed within the Hokage residence. This abnormal behavior raised doubts in the minds of observant people. At the same time, the fact that Fugaku Uchiha, as a member of the Elder Council, had unexpectedly failed to appear for 2 consecutive days fueled even more suspicion. Lord Hokage. A man wearing a loose white robe with a stern, unsmiling face bowed respectfully to Kakashi. "Hayashi, no need for formalities. Sit." Kakashi pointed to the sofa on the side. "Yes. For what matter has Lord Hokage summoned his subordinate?" Only after Hayashi Hyuga sat down did he speak with a calm expression. "The Uchiha clan intends to rebel." Kakashi looked at the men before him and spoke these shocking words in a calm tone. "When?" Hayashi Hyuga did not seem surprised by this, his tone remaining completely unwavering. The Uchiha clan had always acted perversely and kept their distance from everyone else in the village. That they would do such a thing now was not unexpected. Besides, it wasn't the first time. Decades ago, Setsuna Uchiha within the Uchiha clan had launched a coup d'état during the administration of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. It was ultimately suppressed by Tobarama Senju leading the troops. The final result was that Setsuna Uchiha was imprisoned for 20 years, while the rest were released without charge. This was because they were in the midst of the First Great Ninja War at the time. Tobarama Senju had no choice but to adopt this inferior strategy to stabilize the rear, and simultaneously, Konoha needed the Uchiha's power. Now, the hawkish faction that had been pardoned by Tobarama Senju back then had grown strong again and wanted to repeat the same disaster. It wasn't strange. Or rather, what was strange was that Tobarama Senju hadn't settled the score afterwards. Look at the Kagaya clan of the Hidden Mist Village. A while ago, they similarly launched a coup attempting to subvert the fourth Mizuki's regime, leading to the extermination of the entire clan from top to bottom. That was the normal outcome of a rebellion. Looking at the fifth Hokage before him, Hayashi Hyuga knew that the death sentence for the Uchiha clan had already been passed in his heart. This Uchiha coup would definitely not be handled as lightly as Setsuna Uchihas was back then, picked up gently and put down gently. Konoha currently had no external threats. Under the rule of this Hokage, who was known for his hardline stance against outsiders, did they really think they could imitate Setsuna Uchiha of the past? Did they think this was still the Konoha under Tobirama Senju's governance? If not today, then tomorrow. During this period, I need the experts of the Hyuga clan to use the Byakugan to observe the Uchiha clan from a distance. Kakashi's calm words made Hayashi Hyuga immediately stand up and speak. I will go back and arrange it immediately. Kakashi nodded slightly, allowing Hayashi Hyuga to withdraw and organize his personnel. He himself stood up and looked into the distance outside the window. That was the location of the Uchiha clan grounds. Kakashi did not plan to go home for the next 2 days. He needed to stay here to avoid missing the optimal moment. The only thing Kakashi hadn't expected was that the Uchiha clan's movements would be this fast. Night. Pitch-black darkness shrouded the village of the ninja world's strongest violent organization. Late at night, aside from the streetlights glowing on various streets of Konoha, the roads were incredibly deserted and empty. But at this moment, the Uchiha clan grounds were brightly lit. Hundreds of fully armed, combat-ready Uchiha clansmen had gathered in the square in front of the Uchiha police force station. Yashiro Uchiha looked at the scene before him and frowned slightly. The agreed-upon time had arrived, yet the captain had not arrived. If the captain did not appear soon, everything before them would become a joke, and they would face the Hokage's interrogation afterward. After all, with such a big commotion, it was absolutely impossible to keep it hidden. Since the decision had been made, there was absolutely no reason to retreat. Thinking of this, Yashiro Uchiha stepped forward, walking to the front of the crowd which was already becoming slightly restless due to Fugaku Uchiha's delay. Everyone. Konoha bullies us too strictly. The Uchiha clan was also a founding member of Konoha back then. But to this day, there hasn't been a single Hokage with the surname Uchiha. If it were just that, it would be one thing, but Konoha actually suppresses and bullies us. Even children on the roadside avoid us like the plague. Today, we rise. We will overturn this sky of Konoha. And replace it with the sky of Uchiha. Accompanied by Yashiro Uchiha's roar, the Uchiha clansmen present all roared in response. For a moment, public sentiment was enraged, their shouts shaking the heavens, seeming as if they wanted to dye this pitch-black, silent, and gloomy sky completely red with their fire release. Although the Uchiha clan had been relegated to a corner of Konoha due to the Nine-Tails incident 6 years ago, this did not mean there were no Konoha residents living there. Such loud shouting had already startled many residents from their sleep. The Uchiha clan wants to rebel. Looking from afar at the brightly lit Uchiha grounds, the residents were terrified out of their wits. Many of them intended to get up and head toward the Hokage residence to report the news. But just as they stepped out their doors, they froze in place. Large groups of well-trained Umbu ninja had already appeared on the streets where they lived. Go back and rest assured. Lord Hokage has everything under control. The Umbu appeared, soothing the residents who wanted to go to the Hokage residence to report. Yes, yes. At this moment, the Uchiha members were fully impassioned. Under Yashiro Uchiha's command, the dissatisfaction in their hearts toward Konoha had reached its peak. They were just waiting for Yashiro Uchiha's order to charge out of the clan grounds and turn Konoha upside down. Good. Since that is the case, then. Seeing that morale was high, Yashiro Uchiha was just about to give the order to lead his clansmen in releasing the anger they had suppressed for so long. However, a black shadow appeared behind him. This black shadow came too fast, too urgently. Even as a jonin, he was caught completely off guard by the sudden appearance of this figure. But in just this short instant, his life was gone. Chapter 113, The Hokage Lineage. Blood coated the long sword, the sharp blade was exceptionally glaring under the illumination of the police force plaza lights. Everyone watched this scene in disbelief. Yashiro died, just like that. Right in front of everyone. No one dared to believe it, but this absurd reality, accompanied by the sight of Yashiro Uchiha falling to the ground with his eyes wide open in death, jolted the Uchiha present awake. This was the reality. Good evening, everyone. Walking out from the shadows, Obito Uchiha's figure appeared before them all. Beneath that eerie tiger pattern mask was a piercing crimson Sharingan. Now, the game of cat and mouse begins. Run to your heart's content. Before I catch you. Flicking the blood from his blade, Obito Uchiha's low, raspy voice was just like his mask, exceptionally eerie. Senior Yashiro. Only then did the Uchiha clansmen react, looking at Obito Uchiha one by one with uncontrollable rage. I'll kill you. As Tekka Uchiha became the first to charge at Obito Uchiha, the nearly 300 Uchiha ninja behind him followed close behind like a rising tide. This is really quite a headache. Watching the Uchiha rushing toward him one after another, the corners of Obito Uchiha's mouth curled into a mocking cold smile beneath his mask. Tekka Uchiha, the first to reach him, swung his ninjato directly at Obito's face. Yet, Obito showed no intention of dodging, standing still in place as if stupefied, facing the incoming blade. Got him. Seeing this, Tekka Uchiha felt a surge of excitement and brought his blade down without hesitation. But the sight before his eyes told him that this strike should have beheaded the enemy, yet the sensation transmitted through the ninjato held no feeling of cutting into a physical body. Something's wrong. Tekka Uchiha was horrified. Just as their bodies overlapped and separated, he was about to turn and counterattack, but the opponent had already anticipated this situation. With just a twist of his body, the blade in his hand simply severed Tekka Uchiha's neck. A Jonin, an Uchiha Jonin. If this were a normal duel, even a Kage-level opponent would have to spend some effort. But he died just like that. He died so inexplicably. Tekka Uchiha even had numerous techniques he hadn't yet used, yet he died beneath this single strike. Chills. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt a chill in their hearts, but after the chill came a surge of rage. This guy. He actually killed an Uchiha within the Uchiha clan grounds. They were the proud and glorious Uchiha. In an instant, countless Uchiha roared and charged forward, rushing toward Obito Uchiha to kill him like moths flying into a flame. Meanwhile, Fugaku Uchiha was facing a single person. He had never imagined he would face him at such a time. According to his thoughts, he should have faced him somewhere else, perhaps in front of the Hokage residence. Go Dame. Looking at the familiar white-haired man before him, Fugaku Uchiha's voice was somewhat hoarse. Fugaku. The one who spoke wasn't the Kakashi standing before him. It was the person behind him. Mikoto Uchiha. His wife. A gentle woman. But this gentle woman was once a Konoha Jonin, a Jonin with outstanding strength even among the Uchiha. From the moment Kakashi appeared to block the couple's path, they already knew the Uchiha had lost. On the day of the coup, the leader of the enemy you envisioned appears right in front of you. What does this mean? It means your plan had long been seen through by the opponent. It's been a long time, Fugaku. Kakashi looked at the men before him and spoke calmly. I had originally intended to kill my way to you myself. I didn't expect you, Kakashi, to come face me alone. Do you think victory is already in your grasp? A smile that wasn't quite a smile appeared on Fugaku Uchiha's face. He held his sword, faint traces of blood appearing in his eyes as he looked at Kakashi. The Umbu have already surrounded the Uchiha. Fugaku, I gave you a chance. It is a pity you did not grasp it. Hearing Kakashi's words, Fugaku Uchiha laughed. He laughed hideously, he laughed terrifyingly. Chance? What chance? That so-called position in the Elder Council. Kakashi Hatake, do not be so arrogant. The sound of metal against metal rang out abruptly as a snow-bright long sword was drawn from its sheath by Fugaku Uchiha, pointing straight at Kakashi. Looking at the ninjato pointed at him, Kakashi remained unmoved, simply watching him coldly. Was that not enough? Kakashi's words further ignited the fury in Fugaku Uchiha's heart. Finished. He knew it was finished. Everything was finished. He was finished. The Uchiha were finished. He was a sinner of the Uchiha. This clan of 1,000 years would be extinguished here tonight. But, even if he died, he would drag this fifth Hokage into the Pure Land with him. You really act so high and mighty. Who do you think you are? My Uchiha created Konoha together with the Senju, yet until now, the Hokage position has been controlled by your Hokage lineage. Hashirama Senju deserved to be Hokage. The Uchiha reluctantly accepted Tobarama Senju as Hokage. But on what basis Hiruzen Sarutobi? On what basis Minato Namikaze? And on what basis you, Kakashi Hatake? The entire Hokage succession is held in the hands of your Senju faction. Fugaku Uchiha clenched his teeth, staring dead at Kakashi. He had wanted to say these words for a long time. Now that this was his last chance, if he didn't vent the dissatisfaction and resentment in his heart, he would not die in peace. It seems you do not intend to surrender without a fight. Since that is the case, I will answer you. Why the third was Hokage, why Sensei was Hokage, and why I am Hokage. Kakashi calmly watched the men who looked like he had descended into madness. The white fang at his waist was slowly unsheathed, its translucent blade gleam soaking into the dark night. It is the simplest of matters. Because whether it was the third, or Sensei, or finally myself. Across 3 full generations of Konoha, or even 3 generations of the ninja world. No one could compare to the third, Sensei, or me at the same age. As for the so-called Hokage lineage. At this point, the corners of Kakashi's mouth curved up slightly as he looked toward Mikoto Uchiha behind Fugaku Uchiha. What are you doing? Fugaku Uchiha immediately blocked Kakashi's line of sight. your younger son is very talented. Kakashi mentioned Sasuke, who was currently at the academy, causing Fugaku Uchiha's expression to turn slightly ugly. Hokage lineage. Where did you hear such a joke? You define the Hokage lineage as those who were chosen by the Hokage, or the Hokage's disciples, because they were excellent enough themselves. That is the Hokage lineage you speak of. Without demonstrating one's own value, on what basis can one enter this so-called Hokage lineage of yours? Chapter 114, Suicide. Only by demonstrating one's own exceptional worth is one qualified to enter the so-called Hokage lineage, and thus have the standing to become Hokage in the future. Are you implying that among my proud Uchiha clan, there isn't a single person worthy of the Hokage's regard? To Uchiha Fugaku, Kakashi's words were simply too insulting, compelling him to retort in a raised voice. In Lord Third's generation, who among the Uchiha could compare to him? In Teacher's generation, who among you could compare to him? As for my generation. Kakashi smiled, looking at Uchiha Fugaku before him, a trace of pity flashing through his eyes. And who among the Uchiha can compare to me? Listening to Kakashi's words, Uchiha Fugaku gripped his blade until his knuckles turned white. Humiliation. He was insulting the Uchiha just like that. But he could not refute it. Of the 3 generations the other party mentioned, only Uchiha Kagami from back then could even wrestle for control with Hiruzen Sarutobi. But overall, even Uchiha Kagami was firmly suppressed by Hiruzen Sarutobi. As for Minato Namake's and Kakashi's generations, Uchiha Fugaku himself belonged to Minato Namake's generation. He knew clearly just how powerful and invincible the Yellow Flash, who shook the ninja world, truly was. As for the Kakashi before him, he had shattered the record for Jonin promotion. The battlefields of Iwa, Kiri, and Kumo had made him the youngest Hokage in history. But Uchiha Fugaku could never admit that his Uchiha clan was inferior to others. They were the Uchiha clan, glorious for 1,000 years. It seems you still don't understand. In that case, I won't waste any more breath. If you are willing to commit suicide to atone for your crimes, I can promise you that the innocent within the Uchiha clan will be allowed to live. Seeing the uncertain expression on Uchiha Fugaku's face, Kakashi was unwilling to drag this out any longer. This was a lie. When he decided to slaughter the Uchiha Hawks, Kakashi never intended to touch the innocent. If he could use a few words to make this Uchiha clan head, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, take his own life, it would save Kakashi a fair bit of effort. Moreover, the Umbu should have already made their move by now. Aside from the Uchiha police force currently struggling against Uchiha Obito, there were many ordinary people within the Uchiha clan who were also members of the Hawk faction. These people were not influenced by the Sharingan or Ine release, they were simply immersed in past glories and the clan's narrow-mindedness, failing to recognize the Uchiha's arrogance and ignorance. These people were also on Kakashi's kill list. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku looked at Kakashi in disbelief. What did he mean by that? Innocent people? How would he distinguish the innocent? What kind of person counted as innocent? Unless. I see. Is Itachi your man? A gentle yet miserable voice came from behind Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Mikoto had already grasped the deep meaning behind Kakashi's words. To know clearly who in the Uchiha was a hawk and who was a dove, only someone from within the Uchiha clan could distinguish them. And this person must have a transcendent status. If it were just an ordinary Uchiha or someone of low status, they would never be able to identify how many of the Uchiha higher-ups were doves or hawks. And the candidate who fit this condition, as well as the Uchiha clansman Kakashi was closest to in daily life, was only one person. Uchiha Itachi. Madam is indeed exceptionally intelligent, it is a pity for you to be a housewife. Kakashi nodded slightly at this. So it was. Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku gave a miserable laugh. If it was Itachi, then everything made sense. He had asked him to lurk beside Kakashi to gather intelligence, while Kakashi used Itachi to pass false intelligence back to him. And Itachi had informed Kakashi of all the movements within the Uchiha. In this way, he, Uchiha Fugaku, had not lost unjustly. After all, no matter what, how could he possibly suspect his own son? Then Itachi, what will happen to him in the future? Uchiha Mikoto's brow was filled with worry. At this moment, she was not a so-called Uchiha clansman, nor was she a member of the Hawks following in her husband's footsteps. She was simply a mother worried about her son. He will become my assistant, a strength of the hidden leaf. On that point, Madame Mikoto need not worry. Kakashi spoke calmly, then, as if recalling something, continued. I also promised Itachi that when the dust settles on all this, Sasuke will become my disciple. The Hokage's personal disciple, possessing the right to be elected Hokage. I do not care about such things, I only want Itachi and Sasuke to be safe and sound. Uchiha Mikoto shook her head. Knowing clearly the future of her 2 sons, she had no further regrets. She looked gently at Uchiha Fugaku and spoke softly. Fugaku, the defeat is set. For Itachi, for Sasuke. I will go on ahead. As her words fell, under Uchiha Fugaku's disbelief-filled gaze, she drew the ninja blade from her waist and slit her own throat without hesitation. Mikoto. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Fugaku held his wife tightly in his arms, his heart filled with grief. He wanted to roar in anger, but no sound would come out no matter what. He wanted to weep bitterly, yet not a single tear would fall. Fugaku, what is your choice? Kakashi looked calmly at the scene before him, his tone as still as an ancient well. After I die, leave my eyes to Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku cradled his wife, his words full of pain. His wife had cut her throat in front of him for the children, and all of this was because of him. If he could have changed things back then, the scene before him would not have happened. Having said this, the will to die rose in Uchiha Fugaku's heart. He picked up the ninja blade stained with his wife's blood and, without hesitation, chose to follow in his wife's footsteps. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, who remained dependent on each other even in death, even Kakashi could not help but sigh slightly. Kakashi stepped forward, removed Uchiha Fugaku's eyes without hesitation, and placed them into a storage scroll. With the dust settled on all this, Kakashi looked toward the distant night. There, the Umbu were executing members of the Hawk faction one by one according to the list. And in another location, Uchiha Obito's slaughter was likely nearing its end as well. Kakashi had to reach the scene as soon as possible to prevent Uchiha Obito from collecting the Sharingan. Izanagi was already disgusting enough. If that guy collected enough Sharingan, then in the future, if Kakashi were to fight Uchiha Obito, anything he did would be futile. Unless an Uchiha clansman used Izanami. But at that time, the only Uchiha capable of using Izanami would be Uchiha Itachi. To have him use Izanami just to target Uchiha Obito seemed like a complete waste to Kakashi. With this in mind, Kakashi headed toward the direction of the Uchiha police force without hesitation. Chapter 115, Trash and Clowns. With blood splashing from the tip of his blade, yet another Uchiha clansman died under Obito Uchiha's sword. Facing a siege of nearly 300 people alone, even Obito Uchiha found it rather taxing, despite possessing Kemui. After paying the price of over a dozen lives, these Uchiha ninja no longer recklessly clashed head-on with Obito. Instead, they quickly began to analyze his abilities. Intangibility makes him invincible for a duration. To hit him, we must wait for the moment he attacks. Obito sneered as he watched the Uchiha ninja before him break into dozens of small squads to launch continuous, wave-like attacks. Kemui was indeed powerful. But he, Obito Uchiha, possessed more than just Kemui. He formed hand seals, and the words that left his mouth caused the expressions of every Uchiha present to change drastically. With style, hell's uprising. With style. How is that possible? This guy can use Lord Hashirama's jutsu. You must be joking. Without giving the Uchiha a single moment to think, the entire earth began to churn. Under the influence of the Hashirama cells within Obito's body, countless branches surged from the ground, striking indiscriminately at every enemy in the vicinity. It really was with style. Seeing this, the souls of every Uchiha present nearly left their bodies in terror. The Uchiha clan knew the power of wood style best of all, even Madara Uchiha back in the day could not stop this release. Those present wanted to flee, but the sharp branches barred their path. In a single move, the blood of dozens of Uchiha clansmen was spilled across the ground. The sharp branches pierced their corpses, absorbing their nutrients to grow even larger. In an instant, the entire battlefield became a living hell. The blood-stained branches swarmed toward the living like devils from the underworld. The obstructed Uchiha were their targets. Some Uchiha attempted to use fire style to burn the branches, but the wood was incredibly hard, it couldn't be burned away in mere moments. In fact, the branches became even more dangerous once set ablaze. Wrapped in flames and licking up blood, they pierced the bodies of the Uchiha like plants from hell, greedy devils absorbing everything. Obito watched the scene with an unchanging expression beneath his mask. He hadn't originally intended to use this move. This technique caused massive damage to the Uchiha corpses, which would very likely damage their Sharingan. He had to collect the Sharingan as quickly as possible. Thinking of this, Obito ignored the Uchiha who were impaled but not yet dead, choosing instead to gouge their eyes out while they were still alive. Amidst bursts of agonizing screams, he collected an unknown number of Sharingan. However, looking at the eyes in his hand, Obito showed no sign of joy. Most of the Sharingan were unusable. He had to speed up. He needed to collect enough Sharingan before the people from the Hidden Leaf arrived. But just as he moved toward his next target, his movement suddenly froze. Obito Uchiha emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. I see. It seems dealing with Fugaku Uchiha didn't cost you much energy. Under the blood-like moonlight, Obito looked toward the figure who had arrived unnoticed. The newcomer had white hair, a cold, handsome face that no woman could find fault with, and wore the flame-patterned Hokage cloak. A ninja sword hung at his waist, and his entire being radiated an uncontrollable chill. It's been 3 years. We meet again. The clown who calls himself Madara Uchiha. Kakashi walked step by step out of the darkness toward the blood-stained Obito, his voice indifferent and brimming with killing intent. Heh, a clown. Say what you will, you trash. Facing Kakashi's words, Obito crushed the eyeball in his hand and walked forward just as coldly toward the white-haired man. This guy, he actually doesn't even recognize me. Truly trash. Their footsteps gradually fell into sync, and both gripped the hilts of the ninja swords at their waists simultaneously. There was no need for words. Kakashi's identity was the Hokage. Obito's identity was Madara Uchiha. Meeting under these circumstances, there was absolutely no possibility of reconciliation. What's more, Kakashi had never thought of reconciling with this clown. Obito felt the same, he had never thought of reconciling with this trash, Kakashi. From the day Kakashi killed Rin, he and Kakashi had parted ways forever. Furthermore, Kakashi hadn't even been able to protect the gift he had given him. In Obito's eyes, letting Kakashi live until now was already an act of mercy. The two exchanged no further words. Three eyes met, revealing nothing but killing intent. Their steps grew faster, their chakra grew more intense, and the blades hidden in their scabbards grew increasingly excited. The moment their feet simultaneously crushed the green bricks on the ground. Sword light erupted. Blood red and pure white clashed together. Night has fallen, fade away quietly. Like the whisper of a ghost, the blood-red sword light was instantly covered by a pure white gleam. Obito's body phased through Kakashi's at that very moment. As they intersected and passed one another, the blood-red blade in Obito's hand revealed its edge, stabbing straight back at Kakashi, who was turning to slash at him. Obito's target was Kakashi's left eye. The eye that had replaced his Sharingan. What a piece of trash. To think he actually discarded my Kamui. Just as the blood-red blade was about to hit Kakashi's left eye, Kakashi's white fang had already reached Obito's neck. Dodge. Under this life-threatening strike, Obito had no choice but to remain intangible. The intangible blade passed through Kakashi's left eye. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the moment the intangible blade passed through Kakashi's eye, he felt a sudden pain in his heart. An illusion. To think my body, transplanted with Hashirama cells, would feel the kind of heartache only ordinary people experience. Obito, having brushed past him once again, looked at his own palm, a trace of doubt in his heart. But he immediately cast it aside, pointing his long sword straight at Kakashi. The once famous Kakashi of the Sharingan has actually discarded the eye gifted by his comrade. Tell me, did you feel the Sharingan wasn't strong enough? Or do you feel that a gift from a comrade is simply worthless to you? Facing Obito's accusations, Kakashi naturally knew exactly what aim this clown was pursuing. Kakashi spun his sword in a beautiful flourish, looking at the men before him as he spoke. There is no harm in telling you. It was a trivial matter to begin with. As the words fell, the face beneath Obito's mask immediately darkened. My Sharingan was destroyed 6 years ago because of the Nine Tails. I had to replace the eye. That is all. Chapter 116, Kamui. So, was it my doing? Obito Uchiha looked at the Kakashi before him, a wave of daze washing over his heart. But, since your eye went blind again, why did you have to replace it with someone else's eye again? The so-called daze stayed in Obito Uchiha's heart for less than a second. At this moment, he only thought about destroying the thing occupying the place that originally belonged to him. Hey, what a pity. Back then, a casual strike controlling the Nine Tails caused you such heavy damage. Do you think you have the capital to fight me now? Even Minato Namikaze wasn't my opponent back then, and now you think you are. The blade flourished in his hand, flinging off blood. Obito Uchiha had already decided to destroy Kakashi's left eye again right here. Kakashi looked at the guy in front of him and sneered. You really know how to flatter yourself. If you hadn't run fast, you probably would have been finished within 5 moves. These words made the face beneath Obito Uchiha's mask fall slightly silent. How did this guy know? Back then, he and Minato Namikaze had actually only fought for 3 rounds. The first Flying Thunder God move tested the reality of Kamui. The second Flying Thunder God Stage 2 caught the interval of Kamui's materialization, using the Rasengan to hit him and leave a Flying Thunder God formula. The third Flying Thunder God teleported in front of him, using a contract seal to release the Nine Tails from the Sharingan's control. But this kind of thing should only be known by him and the dead Minato Namikaze. Where did the guy in front of him learn it from? Obito Uchiha didn't believe that Minato Namikaze, before dying from using the dead demon-consuming seal, had the leisure to show off his battle record. Kakashi looked at the clown in front of him and said no more, a trace of purple electric arc flashing in his eyes. It had dragged on too long. He had more important things to do next and had no interest in tangling with Obito Uchiha here. So, if you don't get ready to run. Kakashi's body lowered slightly, purple electric arcs flickering around him from time to time. This phenomenon made Obito Uchiha narrow his eyes. Purple electricity. Is it a new jutsu developed based on lightning release chakra? If you don't get ready to run, then you'll stay here today. Kakashi's words made the corner of Obito Uchiha's mouth under the mask hook up into a mocking arc with just. Before he finished speaking, his exposed eye suddenly shrank. Endless dust mixed with purple thunder rose into the sky. Obito Uchiha looked at his unscathed body, as if he hadn't reacted to what just happened. It was all just like, back then. Minato Namikaze. You bastard. Obito Uchiha gritted his teeth and looked behind him in Kakashi's direction. Only with hindsight did he realize exactly what had just happened. Speed. Speed fast to the extreme. Is it speed surpassing ordinary lightning release, gained by stimulating body cells with that purple lightning? Before Obito Uchiha could think more, that figure covered in purple lightning had already appeared in front of him. In an instant, the blade's edge rose abruptly. The bright blade light tore through the night and tore through the robes on Obito Uchiha's body. Obito Uchiha looked at this scene in disbelief. Just now, his intangibility was constantly active, so he didn't notice Kakashi's movements. This time he actively released the intangibility, wanting to see if he could clearly see Kakashi's movements. He saw it clearly. But his body's movements couldn't keep up. This guy. When did he become so strong? Obito Uchiha was indignant in his heart. The ninja blade in his hand slashed towards Kakashi like lightning, but a blackened palm forcibly caught that blade. Earth release, Earth Spear. It seems that without using that method to ignore physical attacks, you are nothing. Compared to Kakashi's surge in strength, this sentence made Obito Uchiha furious. What do you know? What do you understand? You, who know nothing, can't you just obediently roll aside and not stop me? All kinds of thoughts in his heart, thousands of words, could only be repressed in his chest. Being unable to say them all made Obito Uchiha extremely repressed. Lord Hokage. At this moment, a large group of Umbu had noticed the fight between Kakashi and Obito Uchiha, charging towards the two with blades drawn. However, Obito Uchiha seemed unaware of this, his exposed Sharingan still staring dead at Kakashi before him, filled with thousands of words difficult to express. Interesting, is this what you rely on? Unfortunately, in this world, the Sharingan is the true power. Would release is the true power. Someone like you who has nothing is only powerful briefly. In the end, you are no match for the Sharingan and would release. Looks like I need to let you see true power. Obito Uchiha spoke hoarsely, the unspeakable resentment in his heart vented to the fullest on the next jutsu. He saw his exposed left eye transform into a pattern of 3 overlapping sickles. Kamui. At this moment, it looked like Kakashi had pinned down Obito Uchiha, but the distance between the two was exactly within Kamui's absorption range. Space was twisting, vision was spinning. Seeing this, Kakashi's heart shivered slightly, and he quickly pulled back and retreated. If he was sucked into the Kamui dimension by this guy, he'd probably starve to death inside. But looking at the empty battlefield before him, Kakashi fell slightly silent. This clown has actually gotten smarter. It looked like he wanted to fight to the death, but in reality, after realizing he couldn't take me down, he decisively chose to slip away. And in a situation where I was wary of the opponent's Kamui, I was actually bluffed. However, next time he won't be so lucky. Flinging the blood stains off the blade, he sheathed the sword. Lord Hokage, are you all right? Tenzo, leading the Umbu, looked at Kakashi before him and asked with concern. But immediately he saw the cruel battlefield around them and was startled in his heart. Would release. I'm fine. What is the situation now? Kakashi looked at Tenzo before him and asked how the mission execution went. The 995 members of the Uchiha Hawks have all been executed according to the list. Tenzo immediately handed the list in his hand to Kakashi. Taking the list, Kakashi looked at the names that had all been marked with red crosses and nodded. Take your men and immediately seal off the Uchiha clan grounds. Entry is permitted, but no exit. Then have Hayashi draft a public announcement regarding the Uchiha Hawks coup d'etat to notify the whole village. Go arrange it now. Tenzo nodded immediately upon hearing this, then left in a hurry. Having arranged the follow-up matters, Kakashi immediately rushed toward the back mountain of the Uchiha. Now that Obito Uchiha had been forced away, Itachi Uchiha was still at the Uchiha back mountain according to the prior agreement. Kakashi could not let Obito Uchiha take Itachi away. For such a person, being used as a spy is too much of a waste. Chapter 117, Mangekyo Sharingan. You look like a mess, Madara. As space distorted, Obito Uchiha appeared before Zetsu and Itachi Uchiha, covered in blood. The moment he appeared, White Zetsu couldn't help but make a snide remark. Save the unnecessary chatter. It's over. We need to go. Obito Uchiha looked at the two before him, steadying his slightly rapid breathing as he spoke. Itachi Uchiha thoughtfully studied the rather wretched-looking Obito Uchiha in front of him. Despite Obito's words, Itachi made no move to follow him. What do you mean? Sensing that something was wrong with Itachi, Obito looked at him and spoke in a cold voice. I've changed my mind. Since the matter is already concluded, I don't want to go with you. Hearing this guy's words, Obito Uchiha's eyes suddenly became dangerous. Who gave you the courage to defy me? He hadn't expected that this kid, Itachi, would actually go back on his word. The facts are simple. I never planned to ask for your help, you were the one who approached me. Considering your strength, I agreed to your request. But looking at it now, your strength does not match your identity. If you were truly Madara Uchiha, you wouldn't have let yourself get this messed up. Itachi glanced at the injuries on the other's body and spoke unhurriedly. You brat. Obito's gaze turned dark and sinister. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Itachi did not shrink back from the killing intent Obito displayed. Instead, he looked at the men before him with a calm gaze. Hearing this, Obito was startled and subconsciously looked toward the foot of the mountain not far away. He saw a streak of fierce purple lightning charging toward them at extreme speed. That lingering bastard. Obito cursed inwardly. He glanced at Zetsu, who was standing by indifferently as if watching a play, and said, Zetsu, let's go. Then, he looked at Itachi and said coldly, You will regret this, Itachi. With that, Obito Uchiha vanished from the spot accompanied by a wave of distorted spatial fluctuations. Zetsu also slowly sank into the ground, chuckling as he spoke. What a good show, Madara. Watching the two leave, Itachi let out a sigh of relief and awaited Kakashi's arrival. Are you all right, Itachi? In less than 30 seconds, Kakashi had already appeared beside Itachi. I'm fine, Lord Hokage. Is it all over? Itachi looked at Kakashi before him. Yeah, it's all over. As he spoke, Kakashi took out the storage scroll containing Fugaku Uchiha's Sharingan. This is... Itachi looked at Kakashi's actions with some confusion. Fugaku's eyes. Before he committed suicide, he asked me to give them to you. Hearing Kakashi's words, Itachi lowered his head in silence, staring at the storage scroll. He did not reach out to take the scroll. Instead, he asked softly. Was it suicide? Hearing this, Kakashi stepped forward, patted Itachi on the shoulder, and spoke. Don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself. Both Fugaku and Lady Mikoto hoped, in their final moments, that you and Sasuke could live on safely. They were willing to give everything for you and Sasuke. This pair of eyes is the last thing your father could do for you. Kakashi held the scroll out in front of Itachi. Lord Hokage. I. Itachi's voice carried an indescribable emotion, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Crystal-clear tears, mixed with stinging blood, flowed down his cheeks. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the early morning sunlight shone upon the 13-year-old boy. With tears of blood on his face, he raised his head to look at the men before him and forced out a smile. Kakashi looked at the boy, a trace of pity flashing through his eyes. Itachi. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. This isn't Lord Hokage's fault. Everyone is the same. Living in this cruel world, we are forced to make even crueler choices. All we can do is choose the option with the least cost. 3 black tomo distorted and merged in the boy's eyes, finally transforming into a pair of eyes resembling a sunflower. The moment he learned of his parents' suicide, the pain in his heart caused the in-release chakra within his body to grow explosively. The floodgates leading from the 3 tomo to the Mangekyo were burst open by the flood-like in chakra. A Mangekyo Sharingan different from the original. Lord Hokage, I want to leave father's legacy to Sasuke. I am not qualified to use these eyes. Shocking news. The current patriarch of the Uchiha clan, dissatisfied with current conditions, intended to launch a coup d'état. Fortunately, Lord Hokage had made arrangements in advance and executed the many rebels led by Fugaku Uchiha. With this announcement, the entire Hidden Leaf fell into a strange atmosphere. Clearly, the Hokage had long anticipated the Uchiha clan's rebellion. In fact, regarding the Uchiha's rebellion, many people weren't even that surprised when they found out. After all, there had been precedents before. But the previous Uchiha rebellion didn't meet with such a tragic ending as this one. When Setsuna Uchiha rebelled in the past, the ringleader was merely imprisoned for 20 years. But now, a great clan of 2,000 people was now left with only half, and almost all the able-bodied men within the clan had been killed clean. Such a tragic price was truly heart-stopping. It made them feel as if they were getting to know this newly appointed fifth Hokage all over again. However, well-informed ninja were not surprised by this. Instead, they approved of the fifth Hokage's methods. After all, regarding the Kagaya clan's coup in the Hidden Mist Village, the current fourth Mizukage had killed the entire clan down to the last person. The Uchiha's outcome could be considered relatively good. If the Uchiha had truly fought their way out of the clan compound, half of the Hidden Leaf would have been engulfed in the flames of war. The losses then would have been incalculable. If the Hidden Leaf, which had just struggled out of the quagmire of war, were to undergo such internal strife again, it would likely suffer severe damage to its foundation. In short, no matter how one looked at it, this Uchiha coup had thoroughly nailed the clan to the pillar of shame. However, considering that Madara Uchiha had once controlled the Nine Tails in an attempt to destroy the Hidden Leaf, it was amazing that the clan hadn't been exterminated despite 2 consecutive coup attempts. At this moment, Kakashi didn't have the time to care about the villagers' discussions. Just as he returned to his office intending to catch his breath, Danzo Shimura, bringing along Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado, stormed aggressively into his office. Kakashi, you've been in office as the fifth Hokage for less than a month and you've already forced the Uchiha clan into a coup. Shouldn't you explain yourself? The current Danzo Shimura was full of smug satisfaction. This was the perfect time to take down this fifth Hokage. Chapter 118, Forcing the Palace. Kakashi's brows knit together tightly as he looked at the aggressive group standing before him. He hadn't expected Danzo Shimura to arrive this quickly. This power grab was simply too unsightly. It wasn't just him, either, even Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado had come along. It was worth noting that back when Kakashi was recommended for Hokage, Danzo Shimura and Koharu Udatane had nearly come to blows. There was no reason for Koharu not to have noticed Danzo's petty schemes. Could it be that in this old woman's eyes, even Danzo taking power would be better than him? This was truly. You asked for it. As for Hamura Mitokado, since he had come here, he had best be prepared to be dealt with alongside the others. Explain. Explain what? The Konoha official announcement stated it clearly, the Uchiha clan intended to rebel. Do I really need to teach Elder Danzo how to read? Since Danzo Shimura had actively torn off the mask of civility, Kakashi had no interest in continuing this charade with him. Hey, that announcement is merely for the common villagers to see. Did you think this old man would believe your one-sided story? Danzo sneered as he looked at Kakashi, who still carried the scent of blood on him, paying no heed whatsoever to that announcement. I decided back then that you weren't Hokage material, and look now. How long has it been since you took office, and already so many lives have been lost? Koharu Udatane chimed in repeatedly, her words full of acrimony and spite. Kakashi, perhaps you should explain yourself, Hamura Mitokado said, looking at the two beside him with a hesitant expression. Explain. I already told you. The Uchiha rebelled. Are the 3 of you getting so old that your ears don't work anymore? Purple lightning flashed through his eyes as Kakashi looked coldly at the 3 before him. What? Do you intend to make a move right here? The corners of Danzo Shimura's mouth curled up slightly, a hidden delight in his eyes. Still young, after all. He can't hold back. As long as Kakashi dared to strike here, Danzo had the ability to turn white into black, to twist the truth completely. But Danzo was to be disappointed. No matter how much Kakashi wanted to eliminate the 3 in front of him, attacking inside the Hokage's office was, in the end, not a wise move. The Uchiha clan has been part of the Hidden Leaf since its founding. For decades, they have served as the Konoha military police force, working with great diligence, yet you killed them just like that. Is your heart made of iron? Even if you ignore their achievements, you should respect their hard work. Koharu Udatane sighed and shook her head, angrily scolding the Hokage. Kakashi looked at Koharu with a subtle expression. The words aren't wrong, but is it appropriate for you to be saying them? Kakashi remembered clearly that in the original story, when voting on whether to wipe out the Uchiha clan, this old hag was the most ruthless one. If they were to kill, then none should be left alive. The final result was that not even infants or pregnant women survived. Koharu Udatane could be said to be the most vicious of the Konoha F4, Hiruzen Sarutobi included. Compared to her, his current self was far more benevolent. Kakashi looked at the 3 of them, leaning back in his chair to slightly soothe his nerves after a sleepless night, then spoke unhurriedly. Before we investigate the Uchiha matter, answer me one question first. Koharu sneered, looking at the Hokage before her. Ask. Hearing this, Danzo Shimura felt a slight unease in his heart. They had joined forces to come here precisely to take advantage of the fact that Kakashi hadn't yet dealt with the aftermath of the Uchiha incident, using the momentum of the situation to force his hand. How could they let Kakashi take the initiative? But at this moment, it was too late to stop it, he could only watch helplessly as Kakashi voiced his question. Kakashi gave a cold laugh. Looking at the three people in front of him, his voice was icy. I am the Hokage. The fifth Hokage. Who gave you the nerve to join forces and interrogate the Hokage? What are you trying to do? Are you planning a coup, just like the Uchiha? As Kakashi's words fell, the Hokage's office fell into a momentary deathly silence. One could hear a pin drop. Do not hide behind the title of Hokage. Koharu's expression stiffened slightly, but she withstood Kakashi's gaze and spoke coldly. You must provide an explanation for the Uchiha matter. Looking at this ungrateful old hag, Kakashi laughed out of sheer anger. You want an explanation? I'll give you an explanation. But when all this is over, the three of you had better be prepared to pay the price for this joint attempt to force the palace. With those words, the nature of this event was set in stone. No matter the outcome, as long as Kakashi continued to serve as Hokage, the three of them would definitely pay a terribly heavy price for their actions. These words caused Koharu Yutate's expression to change. She knew there was no turning back now. Kakashi's declaration meant that this was a battle to the death between the two sides. Guards! Kakashi shouted angrily. Lord Hokage! Hayate Gecko appeared immediately. Summon Itachi Uchiha. The order given, Hayate Gecko vanished from the spot instantly. Looking at Danzo Shimura before him, Kakashi spoke in a chilling voice. If Hayate Gecko and Itachi Uchiha encounter any accidents on their way here, then don't blame me for being unreasonable. Kakashi could clearly sense that the Umbu originally responsible for guarding the Hokage's building had all been replaced. It was obvious that Danzo Shimura had seized the opportunity while Kakashi had deployed all the Umbu to suppress the Uchiha clan, inserting his root operatives into the gap. What do you mean? Danzo's expression changed slightly. You know exactly what I mean. You, who dare to even assassinate a Hokage, what is there that you wouldn't dare to do? Things having reached this point, Kakashi had no intention of concealing anything anymore. As Kakashi's words fell, Koharu Yutate and Hamura Mitokado looked at Danzo Shimura in disbelief. What was going on? They had originally thought that with Danzo Shimura's cooperation, taking down Kakashi, the fifth Hokage, was a sure thing. Who knew their teammate had dirty hands? Do not slander me. Danzo Shimura spoke, flustered and exasperated. No matter what, even if he really had assassinated the Hokage, he could never admit it. What? Do you want me to bring the old man and Tenzo here to confront you on the spot? Kakashi said coldly, staring at Danzo Shimura. This old man will never take the blame for something he didn't do. Danzo Shimura's heart went cold. Regardless of the outcome, if Tenzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived on the scene, never mind what happened to Kakashi, he was definitely finished. The current Hokage wasn't the Hiruzen Sarutobi of the past. It was this ruthless Kakashi Hatake standing before him. Is that so? When the time comes, I hope your bones are as hard as your mouth. Looking at Danzo Shimura, who refused to admit guilt even unto death, Kakashi revealed a cold sneer. This single incident was enough to completely end Danzo Shimura's political career, not to mention that his actions went far beyond just this. The behavior of Root during the Ninetales attack, as well as Orochimaru's human experiments, which of these events could this old thing possibly wash his hands of? Chapter 119, Izanami. Kakashi, we are discussing the Uchiha matter right now. Do not try to change the subject by throwing dirt on Danzo. At this moment, Koharu Yutate had no choice but to step forward. If she let Kakashi continue, God knows what other dirty laundry of Danzo Shimura's he would expose. I was talking about him, not you, wasn't I? When you're old, you should go back and enjoy a peaceful retirement, not boss others around. You could have enjoyed your twilight years in peace, but you couldn't stand the loneliness and insisted on meddling in village affairs. After this is over, acting in cahoots with Danzo Shimura, what kind of good ending do you think awaits you? Looking at Koharu Yutate in front of him, Kakashi spoke expressionlessly. Stop your nonsense. What right do you have to accuse me, you who treat human life like grass? Konoha has absolutely no need for the existence of such a cold-blooded Hokage like you. Koharu Yutate spoke with a gloomy expression. She was now essentially tied to Danzo Shimura's war chariot. If Danzo Shimura didn't have so much dirt on him, even if the forced abdication failed, she would at most go home to retire. But as it stood, she had no choice but to follow Danzo Shimura down this dark path to the end. Kakashi had lost interest in paying attention to these three people. He closed his eyes for a nap, letting the three of them stand there in front of him. If they wanted to stand there like they were being punished, let them stand. Political struggle. What kind of political struggle was this? Danzo Shimura had too much dirt on him. From the moment he chose to confront Kakashi directly, the outcome was destined. If it were the old Hiruzen Sarutobi sitting in the seat. Hiruzen Sarutobi, considering their decades of friendship, naturally gave Danzo the confidence to do whatever he wanted. In the end, Danzo Shimura's biggest backer was Hiruzen Sarutobi. That was the only reason he could do so many outrageous things. It was a pity that Danzo Shimura couldn't see such an obvious answer. He self-righteously believed that Konoha couldn't survive without him. He believed that only a Konoha led by him would be truly strong. Letting this kind of person become Hokage would be the greatest disaster for Konoha. Thinking back to when Tobirama Senju used the choice of acting as a decoy during a crisis to select the next Hokage. Even if Danzo Shimura had volunteered before Hiruzen Sarutobi, he probably wouldn't have become Hokage. The most likely result would have been Tobirama Senju taking Danzo Shimura along to fight Kinkaku and Ginkaku, and both dying together. However, if Danzo Shimura had truly died back then, that would have been his greatest contribution to Konoha. As for Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado, these two should have learned from Torafu Akimichi, honestly handing over power early and enjoying their retirement at home. Meanwhile, the three, including Danzo Shimura, looked at Kakashi, who was napping with his eyes closed, and their expressions turned ugly. What was this? Did he simply not put them in his eyes at all? When had they, the Konoha elders who had held high positions and great power for decades, ever received such treatment? It was simply bullying people too much. Kakashi. Koharu Yutane looked at the Hokage before her and shouted angrily. However, what greeted her were eyes devoid of any emotion, cold as frost. This sent a chill through her body, and cold sweat couldn't help but break out on her back. This guy. He really wanted to kill her. Serving as a Hokage advisor for decades had made her forget the life and death slaughter of the battlefield. Now, that brief moment of a cold gaze made her recall those days of licking blood from the blade tip. Time passed second by second, and the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly silent. Until the office door was pushed open, emitting an aged creaking sound, causing Kakashi to slightly open his eyes and look at the visitor. Lord Hokage. You were looking for me. At this moment, Itachi Uchiha's mental state wasn't very good either. He had been comforting the remaining clansmen when he was called over by Hayate Gecko in the midst of his busy schedule. Itachi, you've come at just the right time. Seeing Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi's attitude softened slightly. Tell the three elders the causes and consequences of the Uchiha coup. For them, the words of others carry more weight. Otherwise, these three are intent on pushing me off the Hokage's seat. Kakashi's words carried a note of mockery, causing Koharu Yutane's face to darken even further. Yes, Lord Hokage. Itachi Uchiha nodded respectfully, walked forward slowly past the three of them, stood by the Hokage's desk, looked at the three highly respected elders of the village, and spoke calmly. The Uchiha clan, due to dissatisfaction. The words were few, but they explained the Uchiha matter clearly. Summarized, it came down to 4 words. They brought it upon themselves. So, is this your reliance? Kakashi. Danzo Shimura leaned on his cane and spoke calmly. Did he not know the causes and consequences of the Uchiha coup? For Danzo Shimura, it was best if the Uchiha all died out. But if he thought the explanation of just one person would make him, Danzo Shimura, back down, he was underestimating people too much. Is that not allowed? Kakashi calmly met Danzo Shimura's gaze and asked in return. This is your witness. Now let him withdraw, it is time for my witness to come up. Hearing Danzo Shimura's words, Kakashi frowned slightly. His witness. What witness does he have? But Kakashi still looked at Itachi Uchiha. Itachi understood and said. I will wait outside for Lord Hokage's summons. After saying that, he respectfully exited the office and closed the door. Seeing Itachi Uchiha withdraw, Kakashi looked at Danzo Shimura with a lack of interest and said. Where is your witness? Seeing that only the 3 of them and Kakashi remained in the room, the corners of Danzo Shimura's mouth revealed a bizarre arc. I will have my witness come over right now, Kakashi. Saying that, he waved his hand. Kakashi frowned, watching him, wanting to see what tricks he was up to. However, Danzo Shimura's beckoning motion suddenly changed, abruptly placing his hand on the gauze wrapped around his head. Kakashi's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Koto Amatsukami. No. Shursui Uchiha was killed by him, and even those Mangekyo Sharingan were swallowed by fish. It couldn't be Koto Amatsukami, so what was it? However, it was already too late. No matter how fast Kakashi was, he couldn't stop Danzo Shimura from lifting the gauze with the hand placed by his eye. Izanami. In an instant, accompanied by the spreading of a strange pupil power, Kakashi went completely stiff on the spot. From the very beginning, Danzo Shimura didn't have any damn witness or evidence. He had stalled until now just to set up the nodes for the Izanami ocular technique. It was just that Danzo didn't expect Itachi Uchiha, son of Fugaku, to be Kakashi's man. Such methods, even Danzo had to applaud. What are you doing, Danzo? Seeing Kakashi suddenly freeze in place, Koharu Yutane's scalp went numb. She didn't expect Danzo Shimura to be so treasonous, openly making a move on the incumbent Hokage in the Hokage's office. Chapter 120, A Man Must Be Ruthless. Do you think you have any way out? From the moment you chose to stand with the old man, you were already his enemy. Looking at the ignorant Koharu Yutane, Danzo Shimura let out a cold sneer. From inside his robe, he produced the letter of abdication he had prepared long ago, as well as the document transferring the position of Hokage to himself, and placed them in front of the two. Because of the unique nature of Izanami, unless the victim recognizes their true self within the dreamscape, they will remain trapped in an endless loop of illusions forever. During this period, the victim is completely at the mercy of the caster. Let alone stamping a Hokage abdication letter with their own hand, making them commit suicide would be effortless. Watching Kakashi, who wore a wooden, vacant expression, take the Hokage's seal and stamp the resignation letter in the transfer document, a look of joy surfaced on Danzo Shimura's face. Immediately, his expression turned thoughtful. Under the terrified gazes of Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yutane, he spoke. Write a suicide note. State that you were too arbitrary in executing the Uchiha Hawks, leading to the tragic deaths of innocent people. Say that you feel deeply sinful, and that you are imitating your late father by committing suicide to apologize to the Hidden Leaf. As soon as the words fell, Hamura Mitokado immediately grabbed Danzo Shimura by the collar and roared in a low voice. You're crazy. Taking the position of Hokage isn't enough for you. You actually want Kakashi to die. A newly appointed Hokage committing a bizarre suicide less than a month into his term, no matter how you looked at it, it was too absurd. Moreover, Kakashi had always presented a tough, unyielding attitude. No one would believe he would commit suicide. Things have already reached this point. Kakashi must die. If he doesn't die, we die. Danzo Shimura looked at his old friend with cold indifference, his words filled with a chilling, absolute killing intent. Hamura, given the situation, let's just listen to Danzo. To the side, Koharu Yutane hesitated slightly before siding with Danzo Shimura. Absolutely not. There is no room for negotiation. However, Hamura Mitokado's words only earned a contemptuous sneer from Danzo Shimura. Negotiation. Do you think I am negotiating with you? Izanami will eventually be broken. When that time comes, if Kakashi isn't dead, have you thought about the consequences? Hamura Mitokado, however, didn't listen to Danzo Shimura's words at all. He spoke coldly. Danzo, do you think that just because you have this appointment letter, you are the Hokage? Have you thought about Hayashi Hyuga of the Elder Council, Shibi Aburame, Might Guy the commander of the Jonin, Shizen the deputy head of the medical department, Tenzo the captain of the Umbu, Asuma over at the daimyo's capital, and Hiruzen who is retired at home? One sentence awakened the dreamer. Danzo Shimura suddenly recalled that in these short 3 years, every department in the Hidden Leaf had fallen into Kakashi's hands. Even among the Inoshikacho trio, only the pig was left in the intelligence division. This. Only now did Danzo Shimura hesitate slightly, looking with uncertainty at Kakashi, who was currently writing the suicide note. At this moment, it is no longer a question of who is Hokage or not, but a question of life and death. No matter what is said, the day Kakashi wakes up will be the day we meet our end. We can deal with the aftermath later. Right now, Kakashi must die. Koharu Yutane spoke calmly from the side. Koharu, you've gone crazy too. Hamura Mitokado looked at his two old friends in disbelief. A great man must be ruthless, Hamura. You are still too soft-hearted. Hearing Danzo Shimura's words, Hamura Mitokado was about to retort, but a sudden change occurred. Well said. Elder Hamura really surprises me. I didn't expect you to still hold such benevolence at a time like this. If it were me, having gone this far, I would probably do exactly what Elder Danzo is doing. As he spoke, Kakashi, who had just been writing the suicide note, stood up with a calm expression. This filled Danzo Shimura and Koharu Yutane's faces with disbelief. But undeniably, Elder Hamura, your mercy saved your life. Kakashi looked at Danzo Shimura and Koharu Yutane before him and sneered. I originally planned to play by the rules with you for a bit longer before making a move. But you were the ones who stopped being reasonable first. Between words, purple lightning flashed violently. In a mere blur, accompanied by a massive boom, Danzo Shimura was kicked straight out of the office door. This door, which had served the Hidden Leaf diligently for decades without a single complaint, had been smashed open by Tsunade's fist not long ago. Now, struck by the flying body of Danzo Shimura after Kakashi's kick, it finally couldn't hold on and shattered into pieces. Outside the room, Itachi Uchiha, who had been waiting, saw Danzo Shimura's miserable state, entirely embedded into the wall, and his expression changed slightly. Lord Hokage, are you all right? Itachi Uchiha rushed into the office immediately. You didn't fall under Izanami. From the ruins, Danzo Shimura tremblingly pointed a finger at Kakashi, his face full of horror. Hey, isn't it obvious? Kakashi sneered at this. He indeed hadn't fallen under Izanami. The root cause was the Tsukuyomi inscribed by Yachihoko that Hikari Uchiha had left on him. I will remain myself forever. The value of this inscribed Tsukuyomi was still increasing. Initially, he had only asked Hikari to use this pupil technique to resist Koto Ematsukami, but now it seemed to grant immunity to almost all genjutsu effects cast upon him. He could even ignore high-level genjutsu like Izanami, which required the sacrifice of a Sharingan and could decide the outcome of a battle. Kakashi could practically understand it as long as the opponent's in release wasn't stronger than Hikari's, he could crush all genjutsu masters. But what surprised Kakashi even more was that this old thing, Danzo Shimura, was actually so bold as to make a move on him, the Hokage, right inside the Hokage's office. Did I really become complacent? Kakashi murmured in his heart, ignoring the various documents flying all over the office, and turned his head to look at Kohara Udatane, who was too shocked to speak. What are you looking at? After saying that, Kohara Udatane was sent flying instantly as well. However, her old bones were not as tough as Danzo Shimura's. She was kicked straight through the office wall by Kakashi, becoming embedded right next to Danzo Shimura. At the same time, she spat out a mouthful of old blood and passed out on the spot. By now, the abnormal commotion in the Hokage's office had been noticed by the administrative staff working downstairs. Just as they were planning to come up to see what was happening, squad after squad of root ninja, wearing umbu uniforms and striped masks, rushed up to the third floor of the Hokage building. Lord Danzo. In an instant, dozens of root personnel blocked both ends of the corridor outside the office. However, hindered by Kakashi's status as Hokage, they didn't dare to advance. Attack, get him, kill him. Danzo Shimura spat out a mouthful of blood, pointed at Kakashi, and roared with all his remaining strength. I'd like to see who dares. Itachi Uchiha immediately blocked in front of Kakashi, his expression grave. Do you all want to be rogue ninjas? Kakashi stepped past Itachi Uchiha, staring coldly at the hesitating root members at both ends of the corridor. Chapter 121, the matter concluded. Do you all want to become rogue ninjas? Pitch black eyes gazed coldly at the root members lining both sides of the corridor, none of whom dared to make a rash move. These root ninja were fearful of Kakashi's status as Hokage, yet they were also worried about Danzo's safety. They had been brainwashed by Danzo Shimura since childhood, regarding him as their master. But being in Konoha meant they were destined to be Konoha shinobi, and Konoha's supreme commander was the Hokage. Now that the Hokage and their master were coming to blows, they found it difficult to choose. What are you waiting for? Kill him for me. At this moment, Danzo Shimura realized that due to the failure of Izanami, he had likely lost any chance at the position of Hokage. In fact, because he had acted against Kakashi so openly today, it was highly probable that this would lead to his death. He could no longer afford to consider the consequences. His only chance of survival was to take down Kakashi and that Uchiha Itachi before the main Konoha forces arrived to surround them, and then wipe out every staff member in the Hokage building. This was Danzo Shimura's ruthlessness. A man cannot achieve great things without venom. For Konoha, and for the greater good, Danzo felt that he had reached the most critical moment of his life. The only thing he couldn't figure out, no matter how hard he tried, was why the Sharingan's Izanami had been ineffective against Kakashi. Although Izanami was not a pupil technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan, it could be used with a 3-tomo Sharingan, its effects were not in the least inferior to Mangekyo techniques. In fact, many Mangekyo techniques were less practical than Izanami. Izanami was a pupil technique capable of rewriting destiny. Kill me. It seems you already know where you stand. Kakashi glanced at the metal braces on Danzo's arm and let out a cold sneer. He immediately strode forward, preparing to finish him off before he could undo the seal. Kakashi had no interest in knowing whether the current Danzo Shimura had collected enough Sharingan to complete Izanagi. Even if he had collected enough Sharingan to support the use of Izanagi, so what? With that tedious unsealing process, Kakashi could kill him 10 times over. You are not permitted to touch Danzo-sama. Just then, seeing that Danzo was about to fall into Kakashi's hands, a root member standing at the very front on the left roared in anger and charged toward Kakashi. As he moved, countless insects flew from his body, rushing straight for Kakashi. Insects, visible to the naked eye. Is it Ryoma Abirame? Kakashi glanced at the charging Ryoma Abirame and mentally sentenced him to death. Rebel who disrupts the peace of Konoha, I will not allow you to lay a hand on Lord Hokage. Before Kakashi could act, Itachi Uchiha had already blocked Ryoma Abirame's path. His hands formed seals with lightning speed, and a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, surging toward the charging Ryoma and the swarm of insects. Because they were currently in a narrow corridor, fire release, usually intended for suppression and forcing enemy movement, became an indiscriminate lethal weapon in this environment. Countless insects were roasted into charcoal by the flames, and Ryoma Abirame was forced to retreat toward the others behind him. At the same time, a wall rose up within the corridor to intercept the fireball. Evidently, other root members had made their move. Kakashi glanced at Danzo Shimura, who was trying to use this opportunity to undo his seal in a desperate struggle, and without hesitation, he stomped his foot squarely onto Danzo's chest. In an instant, the floor shattered, and Danzo Shimura plummeted directly from the third floor to the second. Downstairs was the administrative office area. Danzo's fall smashed right through a desk, sending countless files and papers flying into the air. The surrounding staff cried out in alarm, scattering in all directions to get as far away as possible. They could likely guess that something was happening upstairs, but they hadn't expected it to trigger a violent outbreak. Danzo struggled to rise after crashing to the floor, but Kakashi leaped down through the hole in the ceiling, landing directly beside him. Kakashi, you. Danzo looked at the seal on his arm, which was only half undone, with a look of despair. You what? Assassinating the Hokage, colluding with Orochimaru for human experimentation, preventing the Uchiha from rescuing the fourth, which of these has nothing to do with you? And now you actually attempt to kill me. You truly don't recognize your own weight. Kakashi lifted him by the collar with a blank expression, showing him no mercy whatsoever. You. These were all for the sake of making Konoha strong again. What do you know? Danzo firmly gripped the hand that was choking him and spoke furiously. Only this old man can make Konoha strong again. Seeing that Danzo Shimura was unrepentant even at death's door, Kakashi sneered and ceased holding back. Since that is the case, you will be nailed to Konoha's pillar of shame. Every single wretched thing you have done will be engraved on the record, so that future generations will clearly know of your great achievements. Kakashi's words caused Danzo's eyes to widen violently. For the first time, he revealed a look of genuine panic as he shouted. You cannot do this. Everything I did was for Konoha. This old man was wholehearted for Konoha. At this moment, Danzo Shimura was truly panicked. He knew exactly what his actions signified. There were some things one could do but never speak of. Once spoken aloud, one would be reviled by future generations, even in death. Just then, Itachi Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado jumped down from the floor above. As soon as they landed, they heard Kakashi's explosive words and froze on the spot. Neither Itachi nor Hamura had expected that Danzo could commit such acts. Any single one of those deeds would be enough to cost him his life. Let alone the fact that he had done them all. Kakashi had no intention of bickering with Danzo any longer. Purple electricity flashed explosively in his hand. He planned to knock him unconscious first, and then deal with him alongside that old woman, Koharu Yutane. Kashi. All my life, I have walked on thin ice. Do you know how much I have contributed to Konoha? I will absolutely not suffer such humiliation from you. Even while struggling to survive amidst the purple electricity, Danzo somehow still had strength to spare. Roaring, he tried to tear open his clothes to unleash some final measure, but how could Kakashi possibly let him succeed? With another violent surge of purple electricity, the hand Danzo was using to tear his clothes stiffened in place, and his entire body convulsed uncontrollably. His eyes rolled back into his head. Seeing that Danzo Shimura had completely lost the ability to move, Kakashi tossed him onto the floor. Meanwhile, Tenzo, who was in the Uchiha clan grounds, heard of the violent conflict at the Hokage building. He finally led a squad of Umbu ninja to break through the root encirclement outside the building and rushed over. Lord Hokage. Tenzo arrived in front of Kakashi in a frantic rush. Before he could even figure out the situation, Kakashi spoke in a chilling voice. Danzo Shimura and Koharu Yutane attempted to assassinate the Hokage. Detain them immediately, throw them into the death row cells, and await sentencing. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Thunder and Dew are both the monarch's grace. Shocking. Following the failed Uchiha coup, another massive bombshell was dropped. Danzo Shimura, in league with Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado, a total of 3 elders, attempted to assassinate the Hokage and seize the position for themselves. During the incident, Hamura Mitokado realized his error and turned back, but Danzo Shimura and Koharu Yutane remained unrepentant to the end and were ultimately captured by the Lord Hokage. One event followed another, giving no one a chance to catch their breath. Currently, Danzo Shimura and Koharu Yutane have been thrown into death row, while Hamura Mitokado is confined to his home awaiting sentencing. All members of Root have been detained. Everyone was left dizzy and disoriented by these two events. What is happening today? Why are all the monsters and demons popping up one after another? Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi, upon learning this news, stayed in his home, never stepping foot outside his gates. It was as if none of this had anything to do with him. Even Asuma, far away in the daimyo's capital, sent a letter back asking Kakashi what was going on. Having gone through such major events, Kakashi simply handled the follow-up matters and convened a Jonin meeting that very night to announce the handling of the Uchiha and the 3 elders. Hokage Building, Conference Room. The entire Jonin body of Konoha gathered here once again. However, compared to before, Due to the destruction of the Uchiha Hawkish faction, there were only a few Uchiha people present. Everyone quietly sized up the few remaining Uchiha, led by Itachi Uchiha. Of the Konoha F4, who used to sit at the very front, not a single one was present today. Only Kakashi sat in the main seat, a sight that couldn't help but inspire awe in people's hearts. The F4, who had held great power in Konoha for decades like the sun in the sky, had all been removed from the center of Konoha's power within less than a month of this young Hokage taking office. Hiruzen Sarutobi retired and went home. Hamura Mitokado confined to his home. Danzo Shimura and Koharu Yudatane thrown into death row. Even the Uchiha clan, which had been arrogant and domineering for 1,000 years, had seen its strength drop to a historical freezing point. Sure enough, opposing this Hokage does not end well. Look at who holds the real power departments in Konoha now. Might Guy, the commander of the Jonin, Shizun Kato, the vice director of the medical department, Tenzo, the commander of the Umbu. One could say they are all the Hokage's people. Since Hashirama Senju, no other Hokage has been able to consolidate the power within Konoha into their palm like this. I believe everyone already knows what happened last night and today. Kakashi sat in the main seat, his pitch-black eyes sweeping over everyone in the room as he spoke at a leisurely pace. Regarding the Uchiha clan's coup, as well as the assassination attempt by Danzo Shimura and Koharu Yudatane, I feel deeply pained. After all, if there is something you need, everyone should just say it. Communication is the bridge between people. Otherwise, making things end up like this, it looks quite ugly. After speaking, Kakashi looked at Kurenai Yuhi, who was holding documents by his side. Distribute them. Because Tenzo had to rush to the meeting and the follow-up matters with the Uchiha clan had to be left to Yugao Yuzuki, Kakashi had casually picked someone to act as a temporary assistant. Yes, Lord Hokage. Kurenai nodded respectfully, then distributed the prepared documents to the many jonin in the venue. Kurenai, following the situation she had been briefed on beforehand, stood to the side and spoke calmly. This is the cause and effect of the Uchiha clan coup, as well as the post-incident handling. Lord Hokage upholds the belief of never killing the innocent indiscriminately. Only the rebels were executed, the innocent were absolutely not implicated. In this incident, Lord Hokage minimized the harm, ultimately executing all 995 people. The crowd flipped through the distributed documents, looking at the shocking data listed, and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. As expected of the men who dared to charge into the Cloud Camp with 800 men and go head-to-head with the Raikage, he killed 1,000 Uchiha just like that, without a hint of softness. As for the handling of Danzo Shimura and Koharu Yudatane, Kurenai paused and glanced at Kakashi in the seat of honor. Seeing that his expression remained unchanged as he quietly waited for the matter to conclude, she continued. Danzo Shimura has long been in cahoots with Orochimaru since 7 years ago, conducting inhumane human experiments on village children and even infants. This led to the deaths of dozens, perhaps even hundreds of children, and the number of adults is impossible to count. As soon as these words came out, everyone hurriedly flipped the documents in their hands to the back. Looking at the shocking data, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Furthermore, 7 years ago. At that time, the 4th Hokage had only been in office for a year. Experimental data of this magnitude could absolutely not have been completed within a year, which meant that Danzo Shimura had started human experimentation with Orochimaru during the Third's era. Everyone's brows furrowed tightly. 6 years ago, the Night of the Nine Tails erupted. It was precisely because Danzo Shimura used the Hokage's name to stop the Uchiha from going to the battlefield. Today's Uchiha coup can be said to have Danzo Shimura as one of the culprits behind the scenes. After the 4th Hokage sacrificed himself, the village was leaderless. The 3rd had to resume office, which required going to the daimyo's capital to report to the daimyo. During this process, in order to seize the position of Hokage, Danzo Shimura launched an assassination attempt on the 3rd. Ultimately, considering the situation of the village at the time, the 3rd decided not to investigate further and spared his life. Looking at it now, clearly that initial forgiveness had no effect. Instead, it allowed Danzo Shimura to become increasingly rampant, resulting in the current situation. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked by Danzo Shimura. They didn't expect that the elder with the gloomy face was actually so sinister in his intentions. They thought he just looked fierce but held the will of fire in his heart. Who knew he was actually as evil inside as he looked on the outside? It's just, the 3rd was too tolerant. To be able to tolerate such a villain. While everyone was shocked by Danzo Shimura's sinister intentions, they also criticized Hiruzen Sarutobi in their hearts. As for Koharu Yudatane, she had long been dissatisfied with Lord Hokage when he fought against the Cloud. Now, she has colluded with Danzo Shimura. When Danzo Shimura wanted to assassinate Lord Hokage, she not only failed to dissuade him but aided the tyrant. Her death is not enough to expiate her crimes. Perhaps because she had spoken too much, Kurenai coughed lightly before continuing. Finally, there is Hamura Mitokado. Considering that Hamura Mitokado stopped at the last moment and prevented Danzo Shimura and Kohara Yutane from harming the Hokage, Lord Hokage has decided to grant leniency. He is stripped of his position as Hokage advisor and will retire at home. Hearing this, everyone nodded slightly, expressing approval. The handling of Hamura Mitokado could be said to be quite lenient. No matter what, Hamura Mitokado had participated in the process of plotting against the Hokage. Thunderous means for enemies, yet mercy in his heart for those who find their way back. Both thunder and dew are the monarch's grace. Chapter 123, Hokage Guard Platoon. There is one last matter. Seeing everyone's reaction, Kurenai Yuhi looked at the final content of the document in her hand and continued. Lord Hokage has been in office for a month, yet he has not selected a Hokage Guard Platoon. The Hokage Guard Platoon. The crowd was immediately invigorated. This was the Hokage Guard Platoon. It came with inherent voting rights for the Hokage, making one almost no different from a direct disciple of the Hokage. Back then, the 4th Hokage's Guard Platoon was taught the Flying Thunder God technique. Unfortunately, Genma Shiranui, Rado Namishi, and Iwashi Tatame did not have high enough talent for space-time jutsu, so they could only join forces to use the Flying Thunder formation technique. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was also part of the 2nd Hokage, Tobarama Senju's, Guard Platoon. The 2nd Hokage's Guard Platoon consisted entirely of his disciples. Out of the 6, Kagami Uchiha died early, and Torafu Akimichi had no interest in authority, remaining idle at home. Of the remaining 4, 3 had now been locked up. Only Hiruzen Sarutobi remained retired at home. But that Hokage, how should one put it? After the whole mess with Danzo Shimura, if one were to say that Lord Hokage hadn't condoned it, the Jonin present would absolutely not believe it. After grumbling in their hearts for a moment, everyone cast hopeful gazes toward Kakashi, who sat calmly in the main seat. They all hoped this young Lord Hokage would choose them. Which of those present wasn't a Jonin? They could all be called 1 in 1,000. They all felt their strength was sufficient, completely qualified to become part of the Hokage Guard Platoon. Itachi Uchiha. The first name caused the expressions of everyone present to turn subtle. This was the eldest son of the leader of last night's coup d'état. Although they didn't know why he had managed to stay out of it, clearly, this Itachi Uchiha had a significant relationship with the Hokage. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Itachi Uchiha, down in the audience, was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected to be included, but he immediately stood up in excitement and bowed respectfully to Kakashi. This was the Hokage Guard Platoon. Itachi felt that everything he had done was not in vain. Although he hadn't intended to get anything in return from the start, Kakashi agreeing to take Sasuke as a personal disciple after graduation had already moved him greatly. This outcome, being acknowledged by the person he admired through his own efforts, made it difficult for his heart to calm down for a long time. Hayama Shirakumo. An unfamiliar name, the crowd was very unfamiliar with it. Thank you, Lord Hokage. At that moment, a high-pitched voice full of excitement and disbelief rang out from a corner. Everyone looked over to see a brown-haired youth of about 17 or 18 standing up with an excited face. Hayama Shirakumo hadn't expected that he, a newly promoted Jonin for whom attending this meeting was just a formality, would actually be favored by the Hokage. He felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky and smashed him dizzy. This was someone Kakashi had selected long ago. Although he possessed no Kekkei Genkai nor family secret techniques, he would become a solid elite Jonin in the future, capable of wiping out 2 complete ninja squads solo using only his swordsmanship and various ninja tools. His original vacuum sword technique was also commendable, and Hayama Shirakumo held Kakashi's late father, Tsukumo Hatake, in extremely high regard. Kakashi considered his current self, with the appearance of purple electricity, the amplification the White Fang swordsmanship provided him was becoming smaller and smaller. He estimated that he would need to further develop In release in the future. Aside from In release, there were also Senjutsu and Yang release waiting for him. It would be a pity for this ancestral swordsmanship to be lost. Hayama Shirakumo had good swordsmanship and fine strength. He was a good candidate to inherit the White Fang swordsmanship. With his talent, if he could use the White Fang swordsmanship to go a step further and achieve Kage-level strength, it wouldn't let down Kakashi's expectations. Alright, does anyone have any more questions? With the second member of the Hokage Guard Platoon confirmed, Kakashi spoke up proactively, looking somewhat exhausted. Kakashi hadn't slept for a day and a night. Although this was nothing for a ninja, if one could rest, who wouldn't want a normal sleep schedule? Finished. The crowd below was somewhat surprised. They didn't expect the Hokage before them to choose 6 guards like the second Hokage, but he should at least choose 3 like the 4th. Who knew there would only be 2? But the facts were right before their eyes. The crowd could only cast glances of regret mixed with envy at the brown-haired youth sitting in the corner, looking hyper-excited. Lucky kid. With the dismissal of the Jonin meeting, everyone retreated one by one. Only Itachi Uchiha and Hayama Shirakumo remained. In the hastily repaired Hokage's office, there was only Kakashi and his two selected guards. Lord Hokage. Looking at Kakashi before him, Itachi Uchiha felt slightly agitated. One had to realize, he had originally planned to abandon the Uchiha police force and dutifully go home to develop the clan. Who knew Kakashi would actually select him to be in the guard platoon? No need to say more, Itachi. You deserve this. Your hard work, your talent, and your heart, hot as fire, I have seen them all. Just accept it with peace of mind. However, the Uchiha clan has met with great misfortune. If you continue to hold full authority over the police force department, I fear it will attract criticism. You understand. Faced with Kakashi's words, Itachi Uchiha naturally understood. If the Uchiha clan, having done what they did, continued to maintain the status quo, they would be failing to appreciate the favor. I leave it entirely to Lord Hokage to decide. Even if Kakashi were to completely take the police force away from the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha wouldn't say a word. In short, the police force will still be the responsibility of the Uchiha. Considering the current situation, I will arrange for ninja from other clans to enter and work alongside the Uchiha. When the time comes, mediating the relationship between the two sides and allowing the Uchiha to better integrate into the village's work will be up to you. Hearing this, Itachi Uchiha immediately nodded vigorously. I will absolutely not let down Lord Hokage's expectations. Faced with a clan that had attempted a coup, he did not implicate the innocent, and even afterwards, there was no sign of a purge. Now, he was even appointing him to the guard platoon and helping the Uchiha integrate better into the village. Itachi Uchiha was so grateful he didn't know what to say to Kakashi. One could only say that if the current Kakashi asked him to go chop down the Sage of Six Paths, Itachi Uchiha would slit his own throat on the spot without hesitation to charge into the Pure Land and duel the Old Man Six Paths, and you, Hayama. Kakashi looked toward the nervous yet excited Hayama Shirakumo at the side. Lord Hokage. Hayama Shirakumo was at a loss and could only immediately kneel on one knee. He didn't understand a single word of what Kakashi and Itachi Uchiha were saying, but he knew that Kakashi had known Itachi Uchiha for a long time and highly approved of this Uchiha youth. No need to be so nervous. I naturally have my reasons for choosing you as a guard. Kakashi stepped forward to help Hayama Shirakumo up, speaking in a steady tone. Chapter 124, Pervert, Pervert, Pervert. Even as a civilian ninja of Konoha receiving cultivation from the academy, true geniuses still manage to slip through the cracks. Hayama, I believe you are one of them. In the future, do not fail my expectations. Kakashi patted the shoulder of the young man before him, took a scroll from his chest pocket, and handed it over. Lord Hokage. Hayama Shirakumo stared at the glittering words, White Fang Saber Technique, on the scroll in his hands, feeling as though none of this was real. But the tactile sensation of the hand on his shoulder told him that it was all true. He used to think that the stories in novels about sparrows flying up the branch to become phoenixes were nothing but fantasy. But when it actually happened to him, I will dedicate my life to Lord Hokage. Looking at the words White Fang on the scroll, Hayama Shirakumo, though he had never met that legendary man, had always been captivated by his deeds. Kakashi Hatake, the White Fang of Konoha, was his idol. Now, that legendary man's son had entrusted his world-renowned swordsmanship to him. Hayama Shirakumo felt he could only pledge his life to repay this kindness. Don't go on about dying or not dying all day, living is quite good. That will be all for today. Itachi, you've been tired for a long time too. Go back and rest early. And Hayama, if there is anything you don't understand, you can come and ask me. Patting Hayama Shirakumo on the shoulder again, Kakashi looked at the two before him and spoke with a hint of exhaustion. Once the two had taken their leave, Kakashi was the only one left in the office. Looking at the deserted and somewhat cluttered office, Kakashi sighed, walked over to the sofa nearby, and collapsed directly onto it. Usually, he had to maintain the so-called image of the Hokage. Often, he could only relax when he was alone or when he went home. Now that the Uchiha matter had come to a close, and Danzo Shimura and Koharu Udatane had been thrown into death row with no chance of turning things around, the future of Konoha was essentially in Kakashi's palm. Under these circumstances, Kakashi finally felt his heart relax a great deal. As soon as he lay down, he fell asleep. However, the office door was soon pushed open. Kakashi, who hadn't been asleep for long, opened his eyes slightly. Upon realizing who it was, he closed them again. Why haven't you gone back yet? The visitor was Kurenai Yuhi. She was holding documents, having been recording the minutes for the Jonin meeting just now. Kakashi had temporarily press-ganged her into service. Since it was her first time doing something like this, she was worried she hadn't done it well enough and wanted to show it to Kakashi to see if anything needed changing. But who would have thought that as soon as she entered the door, she would see Kakashi lying on the sofa resting. I finished the meeting minutes and wanted to bring them over for you to see. Looking at the man on the sofa who had closed his eyes again, Kurenai spoke with a lack of confidence. Today, it felt like she had truly recognized this man for the first time. Cold, indifferent. Faced with nearly 1,000 Uchiha, he killed without hesitation. Faced with the village elders who once held high prestige, he showed no regard for their past contributions and threw them directly into death row. This kind of man, merciless, one whose word is law, who holds the entire situation firmly in his hands. Reason dictated that she should stay away. Otherwise, if something happened, she might end up like the administrative staff in the Hokage building today. One moment of carelessness and they could easily be swept up in the aftermath. Although the administrative staff were frightened but unharmed in the end this time, what about the next time? Unless one possessed enough strength to protect oneself. Otherwise, one should stay far away from this kind of man. Kurenai remembered that night 6 years ago. Aside from the 4th Hokage, Lord Minato, the 3rd Hokage's wife, Iwako Sarutobi, and the 4th Hokage's wife, Kushina Uzumaki, both died that night. It could be said that being the Hokage's wife was absolutely a high-risk profession. It was perhaps even more dangerous than the position of Hokage itself. Maybe Lord Tobirama had considered this point, which was why he never married. But, looking at the man lying on the sofa before her, who had no intention of getting up, Kurenai's beautiful eyes reflected the face of the one named Hokage. The Kakashi of the past had merely sparked a fondness in Kurenai's heart, but today's Jonin meeting had shown her another side of him. No one dared to oppose him, no one dared to refute him, everyone could only bow their heads before this autocratic man. Even the patriarch of a great clan like the Hyuga, those big shots who were once high and mighty, could only lower their heads in his presence. Just leave the files in conference room 2. Hayashi and the others will handle it tomorrow. Kakashi kept his eyes closed, having no intention of rising. Oh. Kurenai responded with a muffled sound, yet she hesitated to move. Not only did she have no intention of leaving, but she also quietly closed the office door. She felt like she was doing something dangerous. She cautiously sat down on the sofa, gently lifted Kakashi's head, and placed it on her lap. Kakashi sensed Kurenai's actions but did not stop her. He was truly a bit sleepy, and smelling the scent that was uniquely Kurenai's wafting past his nose, he felt that having a pillow wasn't bad either. Kakashi inexplicably thought of Hikari, who was still at home. He and Hikari, they had a marriage contract, right? And a strange emotion bred in his heart, making Kakashi feel a slight restlessness inside. Hikari was right after all, men are all perverts. Kakashi was no exception. Meanwhile, seeing that Kakashi didn't show the slightest sign of stopping her, the tension in Kurenai's heart relaxed slightly. Looking at the man resting on her lap, she reached out and gently smoothed the furrow in his brow that seemed to have been locked tight all this time. This man attracted her like a poppy flower. She knew clearly that being the Hokage's wife or woman carried a danger factor far higher than that of an ordinary wife, but she couldn't suppress the strange emotion in her heart. When she first saw his true face in the hospital ward 6 years ago, Kurenai admitted she had acted on lust at first sight, she craved his body. But as Kakashi increasingly revealed his brilliance over the years, up until he became the current Hokage, the restlessness in her heart grew more and more frequent. Her pale, tender hand gently brushed over Kakashi's closed eyes. Just as she was about to pull back, Kakashi suddenly spoke softly. Just like that, the light is a bit glaring. Hearing this, Kurenai looked up at the ceiling lights, which weren't particularly bright. The corners of her mouth curved up slightly, as if she had thought of something amusing. The light is a bit glaring. TN, light, Hikari, is also the name of the other female lead, creating a double entendre Kakashi might be aware of, but Kurenai interprets literally. Kakashi didn't know how Kurenai misinterpreted his meaning, but as her hand gently covered his eyes, he fell into a peaceful sleep. At that moment, in the darkness outside the Hokage's office, a figure groped its way to the window. But upon seeing the scene inside the office, the person's face stiffened slightly, and they immediately fled the area like a bolt of lightning. Pa. Pervert, pervert, pervert. And here I was worrying whether he had eaten properly. A certain Uchiha great-grandma, carrying a lunchbox, cursed a certain someone as she stood in the blowing cold wind. Chapter 125, A Meat Bun Hits a Dog. The next day, when Kakashi woke up, Kurenai had long since left. Sitting up and shaking his head, Kakashi saw the breakfast, still warm, placed on the coffee table in front of him. Remember to eat on time, my Lord Hokage. A sticky note was attached to the lunchbox. Looking at the note, Kakashi smiled. Kurenai, huh? After finishing breakfast, Kakashi felt it was necessary to go back and report to Hikari. After all, he hadn't been back for 2 days and 3 nights. According to his past habits, unless he was on a mission, Kakashi had never stayed away from home for so long. Moreover, Hikari should also know about the events of the past 2 days. It would save the ancestor from worrying. Thinking of this, Kakashi immediately stood up, walked out of the office, and headed downstairs. However, as he passed through the administrative area of the Hokage building, many staff members looked at Kakashi with meaningful gazes. Among them, quite a few female staff members were gnashing their teeth. This puzzled Kakashi a bit. Although he usually had many fangirls thanks to his appearance and the halo effect of being Hokage, he had never received such strange looks before. But Kakashi didn't pay it much mind, assuming it was just the aftereffects of yesterday's events. Morning, everyone. Greeting everyone out of habit, Kakashi left the Hokage building directly. However, not long after he left, the staff in the office area exploded into a frenzy. Look, look. What did I tell you? That woman Kurenai Yuhi definitely bagged Lord Hokage. Did you see the way she looked when she left earlier? She could barely stand steady. I'm afraid they battled all night. Is it too late? Boo-hoo-hoo. My Lord Hokage. I'm going to divorce my husband right now to chase after Lord Hokage. Are you planning to bring all 7 of your sons with you? Damn that Kurenai Yuhi, she actually defiled the pure Lord Hokage in my heart. Having left the Hokage building, the corners of Kakashi's mouth twitched. Sometimes, the heightened perception brought about by being too strong wasn't so easy to block out. So that's what it was. He had slept on Kurenai's lap all night, so Kurenai likely couldn't stand steady because her legs were numb. This led the gossiping employees, who sat in the office every day, to let their imaginations run wild. Kakashi felt it was necessary to strengthen the work assignments for these hardworking and simple employees. Since they were working anyway, doing a bit more work would test the will of fire burning fiercely in their hearts. Kakashi didn't think too much more about it and simply walked toward his home. The events of the past 2 days were significant, but for the villagers, it was just material for idle chat. It didn't truly affect their daily lives. So, even when they saw Kakashi, they greeted Lord Hokage warmly. Kakashi responded to them one by one and returned to his home. The matters of the last 2 days had been mostly handled. With Hayashi Hyuga and Shibi Aburame responsible for the remaining trivial matters, and Tenzo's Umbu in charge of the process, Kakashi was fairly relieved. I'm home. At the entryway, Kakashi called out toward the interior as he took off his shoes. If you're back, you're back. Why are you shouting so loud? He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Kakashi felt like Hikari had eaten gunpowder today. Did something happen? Kakashi looked at the Uchiha ancestor who was eating breakfast alone. Only. Looking at the breakfast in front of Hikari, Kakashi felt it looked somewhat familiar, seemingly identical to what he had eaten in the Hokage's office this morning. Could it be? An ominous premonition rose in Kakashi's heart. Did Hikari deliver this morning's breakfast to him? If Hikari had delivered it to him, then wouldn't that mean? That must be it. He had slept on Kurenai's lap all night. Kurenai presumably couldn't stand steady, so she wouldn't have had time to bring him breakfast. Hikari must have even run into Kurenai when she went to deliver the food. This is really... Oh, did my Lord Hokage eat on time? Hearing Hikari's sarcastic tone, the guess in Kakashi's heart was confirmed. Yes. Kakashi sat helplessly across from Hikari, casually picking up a bun that Hikari had bitten in half and stuffing it into his mouth. You guy. Hikari bared her teeth as she looked at this shameless fellow in front of her. Not only did he stay out all night with another woman, but he also came back and self-righteously stole her food. Humph, how was it? Kurenai's knee pillow made you linger so much you forgot to return, didn't it? I'm afraid you've already forgotten about me, this invisible little person, right? Hikari threw down the chopsticks in her hand and looked at Kakashi with her arms crossed over her chest. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Kakashi hesitated slightly, then looked seriously at the Uchiha ancestor before him. The truth, of course. Hikari was indignant. When she went to deliver food last night and saw this guy's state, she had gone back holding in her anger. Too angry to sleep all night, she then went to deliver breakfast to this lecherous dog, and now he actually wanted to deceive her with lies. It was quite comfortable. Kakashi honestly expressed his feelings about Kurenai's knee pillow. I'll bite you to death. As soon as these words came out, Hikari immediately lunged across the dining table toward Kakashi, gnashing her teeth. Don't fuss, your food is going to spill. Kakashi subconsciously caught Hikari, who came pouncing over as if she wanted to bite him to death. Let it spill then, I'm going to bite you to death. Like an angry cat, Hikari took a bite right on Kakashi's forearm, leaving a clear tooth mark and causing Kakashi to suck in a breath of cold air in pain. Outside the house, Pakken sensed the commotion inside and couldn't help but yawn. Well, their relationship is really good. But just as his voice fell, Hikari's irritable voice came from inside. Stinky dog. What did you say? At the same time, a meat bun flew out of the house and smashed onto Pakken's head. Pakken looked delighted and swallowed the meat bun in one bite. You can go hungry today. The joy on Pakin's face didn't last 3 seconds before it revealed a look of distress. I have to go mooch a meal off the Inuzuka family today. I hope Hana doesn't chase me away. After breakfast, Hikari finally calmed down, though she didn't give Kakashi a pleasant look. Sit there. Hikari pointed at the sofa. What for? Kakashi was a bit confused. That woman Kurenai let you use her as a pillow for a day. I want to pillow it back. Hikari didn't allow Kakashi to refuse. She pushed Kakashi onto the sofa, then lay her entire body on the sofa, squeezing her head directly into Kakashi's embrace. Seeing Hikari throwing a small tantrum like this, Kakashi found it somewhat funny and could only helplessly agree. What are you laughing at? Hikari glared at Kakashi with some dissatisfaction. Nothing. Do you remember what I said before? Kakashi stroked Hikari's forehead and asked softly. Who knows what kind of nonsense you said? Hearing Kakashi's words, Hikari's eyes wandered in other directions, and her cheeks couldn't help but flush slightly red. Then, Hikari. Will you marry me? Chapter 126, Daybreak. The cold drizzle brought a touch of chilliness, and the desolate wind flowed past fingertips toward the distance. Pure white hair swayed before ink-black eyes, obscuring the indecipherable gaze within. Here. In the empty and desolate cemetery, Kakashi and a young girl dressed in black stood together. Compared to the past, the current Kakashi rarely visited this place anymore. Even so, Kakashi still came 3 times a year. His father's death anniversary, his teacher and mistress's death anniversary, and Rin's death anniversary. Aside from the first time when he forgot his dead old man, Kakashi had brought 4 bouquets of white chrysanthemums every year since. The wind stirred the 2 bouquets of white chrysanthemums before the tombstone, and long, thin white petals drooped onto the green bricks that had just been wiped clean and dampened by the rain. For 6 years, this was the first time Kakashi had come to this place of lingering sorrow on a day that wasn't anyone's death anniversary. He had just come to tell his glass-hearted dead old man a piece of news. I'm getting married. Kakashi crouched down, reached into his robe, and took out a roasted chestnut, placing it before Tsukumo Hatake's tombstone. In his memories, his dead old man liked this kind of roasted food, and he always liked to tease him with it, thinking he liked it too. Hikari stood silently to the side, quietly watching Kakashi's movements. Tsukumo Hatake, Kakashi's father. In the future, he would be Hikari's father, too. The Uchiha Hikari of the past was already history. In the near future, she would likely change her name to Hikari Hatake. After bidding farewell to Tsukumo Hatake's tombstone, the two arrived before the tombstones of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. This time, Kakashi didn't linger as long as he had at his dead old man's grave. He simply placed 2 bouquets of white chrysanthemums, tossed down 2 candies, and then pulled Hikari along to the next location without looking back. At the end, he tossed out a sentence. I'm taking pretty good care of Naruto for you too. He even calls me Dad now. Don't worry down there, and remember to watch over me. Only then did it dawn on Hikari. So, that kid who was always jumping around was the son of Kakashi's teacher. No wonder Kakashi was so attentive to Naruto. The final location was another tombstone. The grave of Rin Noera. Hikari stared at the smiling, brown-haired girl on the tombstone. She had seen this girl's appearance before. On the group photo of Team 7 at the head of Kakashi's bed. This was Hikari's first time visiting Rin's grave. Truly. This girl named Rin, her eyes were exactly like Kakashi's. Just as pitch black and pure. It was just. Hikari glanced at the silent Kakashi beside her and spoke with a tone carrying some inexplicable implication. Aren't you going to say something? Kakashi looked at Hikari, finding her reaction a bit baffling. What am I supposed to say? I'm getting married, and the bride isn't you. Hikari felt the urge to hit someone. Hey, it's not just the bride isn't you, even the lover isn't you, right? Hikari knew perfectly well that Kakashi still had Kurenai on the side. Looking at the great-grandma whose face had puffed up like a bun, Kakashi chuckled softly and patted her head. Let's go, it's time to head back. Hikari shook her head, trying to fling off the paw on her head, but found that whatever she did was futile. Don't touch my head, you're making it seem like you're petting a child. I am many years older than you, you should be calling me great-great-great-great-grandma. Watching his hand being swatted away, Kakashi smoothly took that soft hand in his own and smiled. Doesn't that make it even more exciting? Pervert. Having read countless books, Hikari immediately understood the implication in Kakashi's words and couldn't help but blush. Hey, isn't there one more? Hikari pulled back on Kakashi's hand and looked toward another tombstone not far away. Obito Uchiha. This person was also in Kakashi's Team 7. I didn't bring enough flowers today. Let's leave it for later. Besides, I really do want to give this guy a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. Hikari found this odd, it felt like there was a hidden meaning in Kakashi's words. If you really wanted to give him white chrysanthemums, why didn't you buy an extra bunch when coming here? But Hikari tossed this doubt to the back of her mind a moment later. Right now, she wanted to go home and start making wedding invitations. Heh, I'll send the first one to that woman, Kurenai. Let her die of anger. So what if she's pretty? So what if she's good-looking? The person Kakashi is finally marrying is still me, Hikari Uchiha. No, wait. In the future, I should call myself Hikari Hatake. Uchiha household. A black-haired boy, merely 6 years old, stared at the two black and white memorial portraits on the table, his expression dull and dazed. Dad, Mom. The once stern father and gentle mother had become cold portraits overnight. This caused a violent shock to Sasuke Uchiha's heart. When he received the news at the time, he had cried until he fainted. He thought it was just a painful nightmare, but when he woke up, he found it was not a nightmare, but cruel reality. Sasuke. Sliding open the wooden door, Itachi Uchiha looked at his younger brother with heartache. Itachi Uchiha's words were met only with a deathly silence. Brother, can you let me be alone for a while? Young Sasuke did not continue to cry, he merely spoke in a lifeless tone. Seeing this, Itachi Uchiha could only sigh and silently leave. After Itachi Uchiha left, the room returned to tranquility once more. Immature hands clenched together tightly, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Sasuke, who had just been putting on a brave front before his older brother, finally couldn't hold it back in this moment. Bean-sized tears slid from his eyes, wetting the tatami mats on the floor. Sasuke knew. It was Dad and Mom who made a mistake, so they died. But, those were his dad and mom. Because of this, even if Sasuke wanted revenge, he couldn't find anyone, he didn't know who to take revenge on. Take revenge on the Lord Hokage. No, that wasn't right. Lord Hokage was protecting the village, and Big Brother also said the clan had been making mistakes all along, until they did something irrevocable. Big Brother said Lord Hokage was right. Big Brother wouldn't be wrong. But I don't have a dad and mom anymore. Sasuke didn't know when he had fallen asleep, but when he woke up, he found himself lying in bed, covered by a quilt with the corners tucked in. Sasuke, you're awake. A familiar and pleasantly surprised voice came from beside him, and two heads of different colors squeezed in front of his face. Gold and pink. It was his desk mates. Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno. One idiot, one love-struck fool. Naruto, you idiot, don't get so close. That's very rude. Hee, I saw Sasuke sleeping for so long, it was too boring. Of course, with Sakura here, no matter how dull things are, they become interesting. Two idiots. Listening to the noisy chatter by his ears, Sasuke looked out the window. The day had dawned. Chapter 127, The Gathering. A wedding. On training ground 3, sweating profusely, Might Guy looked at Kakashi before him, feeling a wave of bewilderment. That's right. You're the first person I'm inviting, Guy. Kakashi's eyes curved into crescents as he handed a bright red, gold-gilded invitation to Guy. This. Sob. As expected of Kakashi. Always faster than everyone else. Even when it comes to marriage. Might Guy stared at the wedding invitation in his hands, eyes instantly filling with hot tears as he wept openly. Hearing this, a drop of cold sweat involuntarily slid down Kakashi's forehead. If possible, it would be better to leave out the part about being faster than everyone. Since Kakashi invited me first, I will definitely be there. And I will prepare a wedding gift carefully selected by Konoha's noble blue beast. Bohoho. Kakashi is getting married, I want to get married too. Sob. Might Guy clenched both fists in front of his chest, as if cheering himself on. Might Guy's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Well, Guy, you're so excellent, there's definitely a girl out there who will like you. Seeing this, Kakashi could only step forward with a dry laugh to comfort him. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words left Kakashi's mouth, Might Guy violently flung away his tears. His gaze turned slightly sharp, and his entire aura seemed to change significantly. He slammed a hand onto Kakashi's shoulder and spoke seriously. Since Kakashi is getting married, I have a suggestion that I simply must make. What? Kakashi suddenly felt like his backside was in danger. Kakashi, as the Hokage and the most excellent among our generation. In these final days of bachelor life, shouldn't you invite all our contemporaries for a gathering? Oh, so it's just that. I thought. Wiping away non-existent cold sweat, Kakashi expressed his approval of Guy's suggestion. After all, Guy was the type of person who liked lively atmospheres. If you agree, then leave this matter to the great Might Guy. Might Guy's efficiency was just like his personality, fiery and enthusiastic. In just 20 minutes, he had run through the entire Hidden Leaf village, inviting every contemporary he could remember. Everyone was stunned and surprised when they heard the news. They hadn't expected Kakashi, being so young, to actually. Well, it seemed it wasn't actually that early. Kakashi was already 20 years old. In the ninja world, where the average marriage age was 15, this could already be considered a late marriage. It was just that among Kakashi's generation, it seemed no one had much interest in marriage. As the Hokage and the first of his generation to marry, Kakashi was setting a leading example. Night. At this moment, everyone had gathered at the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant. Apart from Kakashi, the protagonist, Might Guy, Tenzo, Heiate Gecko, Genma Shiranui, Rado Namishi, Iwashi Tatame, Ibiki Marino, Shizun Kato, Yugao Yuzuki, Kurenai Yui, Anko Mitarashi, and others were all present. Only Asuma, who was far away in the daimyo's capital serving as one of the 12 guardian ninja, couldn't make it. It is worth mentioning that Hikari also couldn't bear the loneliness and tagged along. Clearly, she planned to formally show her face in front of Kakashi's friends. Although Hikari had more or less come into contact with these people in daily life, due to her status, many only knew her as the unknown Uchiha girl lodging at Kakashi's house. Though, they didn't understand why Hikari didn't stay with the Uchiha clan and lived in the Hatake household instead. At the dinner table, everyone's spirits were high. They offered congratulations to Kakashi and Hikari one after another. Since everyone was an adult, quite a bit of alcohol was consumed. Only Hikari, who claimed to the public to be only 18, couldn't drink alcohol. She could only watch helplessly as Kakashi refused no one, swallowing cup after cup when others proposed toasts. As the alcohol went down, everyone gradually loosened up. No longer concerning themselves with Kakashi's status as Hokage, they began reminiscing about their childhoods one by one, mostly missing their days at the ninja academy. Anko's face was flushed red with intoxication. Leaning on Kurenai Yui's arm, her eyes held a trace of nostalgia. It was so good back when everyone was here. Not just Obito, but Rin too. If Rin were still alive, maybe the one marrying Kakashi right now would be. Before she could finish her sentence, the originally lively atmosphere stagnated. Kurenai pinched her under the table, signaling her to shut up. That hurts. Kurenai, you jerk, why did you pinch me? Anko looked at Kurenai with a displeased expression. It's fine. If Rin were still here, she would be very happy to see this, because I will take very good care of Kakashi. Sitting next to Kakashi, Hikari didn't seem to care much about Anko's words. She's already dead, could she crawl out of her grave? Ahaha, let's keep drinking. By the way, Heiate and Yugao have been together for a long time, right? When do you two plan to get married? Not far away, Rado Namishi quickly smoothed things over, shifting the topic to another couple. That, it hasn't been decided yet. Heiate Gecko's face, already red from the alcohol, turned even redder. Let's wait a bit longer. I'll listen to Heiate. Yugao Yuzuki, on the other hand, seemed to be the decision-maker, calmly stepping in to relieve her partner's embarrassment. It's so nice. Everyone is getting together one after another. Shizun felt a bit melancholy. She was also 20 years old. Originally, she wasn't in a rush to get married. But seeing Kakashi from her generation planning to marry, and even Heiate Gecko and Yugao Yuzuki having been together for so many years. And herself. Shizun paused, then suddenly realized something. Why am I in such a rush to get married? I'm the deputy minister of the medical department, and the minister is Lady Tsunade. Wait a few years until I completely master medical ninjutsu, Lady Tsunade will quit, and then I'll be the medical minister. As the medical minister, would I worry about not being able to marry? What a joke. Shizun could already imagine suitors trampling her doorstep flat in the future. That's right. Shizun immediately dropped her pessimistic attitude toward marriage and cheerfully began chatting with her peers. The night grew deeper, and after 3 rounds of drinks, people began to say their goodbyes one by one. Kakashi, slightly tipsy, paid the bill and left with Hikari. Watching the men being supported by the Uchiha girl, Kurenai's beautiful eyes flickered slightly in the night, her thoughts unknown. Wah, Kurenai, save me. Beside her, Anko held onto a telephone pole, vomiting violently, miserably calling out to her best friend for help. Kurenai glanced at this loose-lipped friend with annoyance. No matter how much Anko didn't approve of Hikari, she shouldn't have said those things at the dinner table. Chapter 128, The Wedding Approaches. On the other side, Hikari supported a slightly groggy Kakashi as they headed back. Kakashi had his arm around Hikari's waist, his head resting on her shoulder as he spoke, his breath smelling of alcohol. Aren't you angry? Angry about what? What is there to be angry about? Also, don't act like a sloppy drunk. Use your chakra to suppress the alcohol. Hikari glanced at the man leaning against her and spoke with a calm expression. I'm not drunk, my head is just spinning a little. Kakashi rested on Hikari's shoulder, eyes closed, feeling the strands of hair brushing against his face in the night breeze, allowing Hikari to lead him along. He truly wasn't drunk, he simply wanted to lean on her. Hikari rolled her eyes at the stubborn men beside her but didn't say anything more, slowly guiding Kakashi home. Once they returned to the house, Hikari planned to lay Kakashi down on the bed and go fetch a basin of water to wash his face and help him sober up. Unexpectedly, Kakashi refused to let go of Hikari's hand. "Why are you acting like a child?" Hikari grumbled inwardly, silently sitting on the edge of Kakashi's bed, allowing the men to cling to her hand. Looking at the drunken men before her, the Uchiha great-grandmother's eyes shifted slightly, glancing at the photograph on Kakashi's nightstand. It was a group photo of Team 7. Back then, Kakashi still had that cool demeanor. Ignoring Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha in the picture, Hikari's gaze fell upon the girl with the brilliant smile. Rin, was it? A tug from Kakashi drew her attention back. Hikari looked at the men on the bed, their eyes meeting. "What are you thinking about?" Kakashi asked. "Nothing. I'm going to wash your face." Hikari shook her head, attempting to leave. But Kakashi had no intention of letting go. "What are you doing?" "We agreed that, Hikari sensed danger in Kakashi's gaze and tried to slip away, but she let out a cry as she was pulled directly into his arms, collapsing on top of him. "You." Hikari tried to struggle up. "Don't move." Kakashi held Hikari tightly in his embrace, he could clearly feel the somewhat rapid beating of her heart. "You jerk." Hikari lay stiffly in Kakashi's arms, feeling a bit indignant but helpless. She believed it now. This bastard wasn't drunk at all. Hikari felt a tickle on her ear, a warm softness pressed against it, and this familiar yet strange sensation turned her cheeks bright red. Feeling those two dishonest paws on her body, Hikari slandered him in her heart. Sure enough, a perverted dog. That warm softness slid from her earlobe to her cheek, finally landing on the Uchiha great-grandmother's lips. Compared to their first time, Hikari, now possessing a little experience, clumsily responded to Kakashi. Yet even so, Kakashi retained dominance. She didn't know how much time had passed. Flushed and looking incredibly alluring, the Uchiha great-grandmother's breathing grew gradually more rapid. A slightly calloused hand bypassed the obstruction of fabric, climbing toward the peaks. That palm roamed between the mountains, the rising peaks did not hinder that hand which did not belong to Hikari, but instead allowed this brazen fellow to wander freely. Unknowingly, Hikari, who hadn't drunk any wine, now looked as if she were intoxicated. "I said, we have to wait for the wedding." Intermittent words spilled from Hikari's mouth. The men before her didn't answer, his other hand simply slid across her back, forming a pincer attack with the hand attacking from the front. Kakashi. Hikari felt herself drifting into a daze, her watery eyes looking affectionately at the men before her. While she clumsily responded to him, her tone carried a pitiful plea. "Yes, I know." Kakashi ultimately chose to respect Hikari's wishes. The moment that burning softness on her lips separated, Hikari felt a slight sense of loss, but lingering reason reclaimed her brain. Coming back to her senses, Hikari realized the hand on the mountain had no intention of leaving. In a bit of a panic, she hurriedly sat up from Kakashi's body. Only then did she realize her clothes had been half undone at some point, the pale pink scenery exposed to the air ensured Kakashi's gaze had no intention of looking away. You jerk, I'm going to take a shower. I'm not talking to you." Hikari looked at the men beneath her and hurriedly wrapped her body up, leaving Kakashi somewhat regretful. Watching Hikari run out of his room on slightly unsteady legs, Kakashi asked. "Do you need my help?" No need." The next day. The stimulation from the previous night was a bit too much for the Uchiha great-grandmother. She didn't even make breakfast today, hiding in her room like a frightened deer, refusing to come out. But it didn't matter. They were getting married in a month anyway, so Kakashi didn't mind the wait. He wasn't so impatient that he would force himself on Hikari. Although Hikari likely wouldn't refuse, they were people who would be together for a lifetime, and Kakashi would satisfy Hikari as much as possible. Since Hikari didn't make breakfast today, Kakashi wasn't interested in eating out on the street. He simply planned to wash up and head to the Hokage's office. Putting on the black ninja outfit from the hanger and draping the loose Hokage flame robe over it, Kakashi was ready to go out. It was worth mentioning that Kakashi didn't like the green ninja vests currently issued in Konoha. Instead, he had a soft spot for the dark-colored ninja gear that existed for a very short time during the Second Great Ninja War. During that period, Hiruzen Sarutobi was in his prime, and his personality was quite tough. Under his leadership, the Konoha ninja gear of that time reflected a solemn and murderous style. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Kakashi saw an unexpected person. Lord Third. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi sitting on the sofa, smiling like a little old man from next door, Kakashi was somewhat surprised. "I heard you're getting married." Congratulations. Hiruzen stood up to welcome him as soon as he saw Kakashi approach. It is so, Lord Third. Although Kakashi was surprised by Hiruzen Sarutobi's arrival, he didn't mind it too much. The fact that Uchiha Hikari is willing to marry you is a good thing for Konoha. I never expected you, kid, to have some of Minato's flair. Seeing that smile on the little old man Hiruzen's face, the kind that implies, men understand, Kakashi could only respond with a dry laugh. After chatting with Hiruzen Sarutobi for a few sentences, Hiruzen finally revealed the purpose of his visit. However, what Kakashi hadn't expected was that Hiruzen mentioned neither the Uchiha clan matters nor the issues with Danzo Shimura and Kohara Utatane. Instead, he brought up a completely unrelated issue. Now that your wedding is imminent, Kakashi, are you interested in using this opportunity to invite a few more people? Chapter 129, Inviting the Four Kage. Invite a few more people. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe Hiruzen Sarutobi had run all the way over here specifically just to ask him to invite a few insignificant guests, without asking about the Uchiha or Danzo. The other four Kage. Hiruzen Sarutobi revealed an answer that Kakashi hadn't expected, his expression slightly grave. The Kage of Wind, Lightning, Water, and Earth. The war has been over for 3 years now, and every village is resting and recuperating. Previously, the Hidden Leaf acted too forcefully, which inevitably drove the other 4 villages toward a trend of uniting against the Fire Country. Now, taking advantage of the day of your wedding, Kakashi, we should extend invitations to the other 4 Kage. Consider it a smokescreen for them. In their eyes, the current Hidden Leaf. Speaking to this point, Hiruzen paused, glanced at Kakashi, and then continued. The current Hidden Leaf has just undergone the Uchiha coup, and Danzo Shimura failed to seize power. To them, the period of rest and recuperation that should have happened has been forcibly stalled. This is their opportunity to probe the Hidden Leaf's actual situation. Hearing this, Kakashi leaned back in the main chair, pondering Hiruzen's proposal. After a moment of silence, he asked. And if something goes wrong, then what? The Third Great Ninja War should have ended much earlier, but it was dragged out to that final battle solely because of the Raikage's greed. If they really followed Hiruzen's suggestion to invite the Kage of Wind, Lightning, Water, and Earth, it would inevitably lead to complications. Hiruzen merely glanced at Kakashi upon hearing this, saying nothing more. Seeing this, Kakashi understood. The old man's meaning was clear: you are the Hokage. I am only offering a suggestion, whether you use it or not is your business. Use the wedding to suggest that the Hidden Leaf's strength has declined, thereby lowering the guard of the 4 Kage so they can free up their hands to deal with the messy situations in their own villages. Kakashi actually agreed with this point. He knew the situation of the other 4 villages at this point in the timeline from the original work. The Hidden Mist's Blood Mist policy had the Kekkai Genkai clans living in fear. The Tsuchikage of the Hidden Stone had conflicts with his Jinchuriki, leading the 4 Tails Jinchuriki to wander the ninja world and the 5 Tails Jinchuriki to live outside the village. The Hidden Sand had suffered consecutive defeats, causing the Wind Daimyo to be extremely dissatisfied with the current 4th Kazekage, Raza, and cut military funding. As for the Hidden Cloud, they were working overtime to recuperate and cultivate the village's young power. But aside from the Kagaya clan's coup being extinguished in the mist and the cloud's recuperation, none of these events had happened yet. This was the impact of the Hidden Leaf's overly aggressive attitude 3 years ago, which caused the other villages' vigilance to spike. Wind, lightning, water, and earth, no one dared to easily move against the opposing forces within their own villages. If they sensed that the Hidden Leaf's strength had slipped due to the Uchiha coup and Danzo's power grab, it was highly likely they would proceed to deal with these internal matters. Very well. After thinking it over, Kakashi approved Hiruzen's proposal. If the 5 Kage really gathered, it would be considered a grand occasion. The scale of the wedding would have to be expanded further. I will order people to send the invitations to the 4 Kage immediately. Listening to Kakashi's decision, Hiruzen nodded and said, when the time comes, arrange for more members of the Hyuga clan to coordinate with the other ninja squads to maintain order. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Ultimately, it was to prevent the events of 3 years ago from repeating. If nothing else, if a pair of Byakugan and a pair of Sharingan were placed in front of the other 4 Kage, they would all choose the Byakugan without a shred of hesitation. The Byakugan was a strategic Kekkai Genkai, capable of easily scouting a range of several kilometers to over 10 kilometers. As for the Sharingan, Kakashi felt he had enough experience with the Sharingan to know. Seeing that Kakashi was prepared, Hiruzen said his goodbyes and left the Hokage's office where he had stayed for decades. He didn't drag his feet in the slightest. He didn't even mention the names of Danzo Shimura or Kohara Utatane. Kakashi chuckled lightly at this. It seemed Hiruzen Sarutobi had been prepared for this outcome from the very day he took office as the acting Hokage. Very quickly, the news that the Hokage was inviting the other 4 Kage to his wedding swept through the ninja world. No one understood what this young Hokage was planning. Wasn't this giving others a chance to figure out the Hidden Leaf's current condition? After all, the news that the Uchiha clan coup resulted in the deaths of all the coup plotters couldn't be hidden. There was also Danzo Shimura's failed attempt to seize power, which was a symbol of declining strength. Wait, did Danzo Shimura's failure count as an increase or a decrease in the Hidden Leaf's strength? In any case, almost all forces in the ninja world were suspicious and uncertain about the news of the Hokage inviting the wind, lightning, water, and earth Kage to his wedding. However, the individual with the biggest reaction was not the wind, water, or earth Kage, nor was it the Raikage who hated Kakashi to the bone, but rather Obito Uchiha. Water Country. Hidden Mist Village. Mizukage Office. Obito Uchiha looked at the large, red, gilded wedding invitation before him, his face twisted and terrifying. His clenched fists trembled slightly. Kakashi. Kakashi. Kakashi Hatake. How dare you? How dare you? Rin's spirit in heaven is still watching you. And you're actually getting married. You have to realize that even in death, Rin wanted to die by your hand. Yet now, for some Uchiha wild girl who popped out of some corner, you've abandoned Rin's love. What exactly do you consider Rin to be? Unforgivable. At this moment, the Hidden Mist Village had already fallen into Obito Uchiha's hands. Even the Three Tails Jinchuriki, the fourth Mizukage Yugura Karatachi, was controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan, submitting at Obito Uchiha's feet. Naturally, Obito Uchiha received the news of Kakashi's wedding immediately. Obito, how should we deal with this matter? Zetsu, with his black and white yin-yang face and aloe vera head, slowly emerged from the ground, looking at Obito, who couldn't suppress his rage. Call me Madara Uchiha. Obito squeezed the sentence out through his gritted teeth. Very well, Madara-sama. Zetsu sensibly went along with Obito's wish. Let Kisame and that eyesore Mei Terumi go. They can stand in for the Mizukage. Obito suppressed his anger over Kakashi's marriage and mentioned the others. Kisame. He is suitable. Zetsu stroked his chin, approving of Obito's handling. Then what about the wedding gift? Zetsu raised another rather important question. That guy Kakashi took it upon himself to get married, betraying Rin's love, and I have to send him a wedding gift. Screw him. Obito was filled with fury, but then said with a lack of interest. Just have the Hidden Mist Ninja dig up a big piece of coral from the sea and count that as the gift for that bastard Kakashi. The water country was located overseas, it was a large island nation, so seafood was considered one of its major specialties. Chapter 130, Kurenai. Obito Uchiha's emotional fluctuation +1. Obito Uchiha's emotional fluctuation +1. Obito Uchiha's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Chakra +1%. Chakra +1%. Is he alright? Kakashi gazed at the emotional fluctuations that were practically flooding the screen in his mind, his expression turning somewhat subtle. Hokage-sama, these are the replies from the other four Kage. At that moment, the office door was pushed open. Kurenai Yui, dressed in her red and white outfit, walked in holding a stack of documents. What did they say? As Kurenai handed the documents to Kakashi, she began to speak. The Tsuchikage, Kazekage, and Raikage have all agreed to attend the wedding. However, the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village stated that he is tied up with government affairs and cannot leave. Therefore, he will send someone else to attend in his place. He also sends his congratulations on Hokage-sama's marriage. Kakashi flipped through the reply from the Hidden Mist Village in his hand, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile with an indiscernible meaning. This left Kurenai slightly puzzled. Kakashi knew perfectly well that Obito Uchiha was likely afraid that the abnormality of him controlling the Mizukage would be detected by the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, so he didn't let the Mizukage attend. What Kakashi hadn't expected, however, was that he would send the future fifth Mizukage to attend the wedding in his place. In a sense, this could still be considered a gathering of the five Kage. What is it? Seeing that Kurenai Yui was lingering before him, Kakashi looked up at the beauty. Happy wedding. Looking at the men in front of her, a trace of sorrow and envy flashed through Kurenai's eyes. Is that so? Kakashi looked at the woman before him, a gaze of ambiguous meaning flashing briefly through his pitch-black eyes. Hidden within the gaze Kurenai directed at the men before her was a possessiveness she could barely suppress. It wouldn't be long before Kakashi was married. If she hesitated now, she feared she would completely lose her chance in the future. Her father had said that everything must be fought for and won by oneself. Ninjutsu is like that. Ninja tools are like that. Missions are like that. Even men are like that. Kurenai knew she was doing something excessive, but she couldn't suppress her thoughts about this man. She summoned her courage and walked step by step to Kakashi's side. Kakashi, for his part, watched her with a smile in his eyes that was hard to read. He certainly knew what Kurenai was thinking. But Kakashi had never rejected her from the start. It was just like Kakashi's own self-perception. He was never an upstanding gentleman, nor was he a decent, good person. Faced with Kurenai's initiative, he had no reason to refuse. As Kurenai drew closer, Kakashi simply watched her calmly. You've always known. Kurenai looked at Kakashi sitting in the seat that belonged to the Hokage. Her expression showed a hint of hesitation as she wanted to say something, but Kakashi simply took hold of her smooth wrist. The heat radiating from his palm made Kurenai's heart beat rapidly, and the words she wanted to say next were forcefully swallowed back. The current Kakashi was a man with a marriage contract, but Kurenai didn't want to care about that anymore. Kurenai used to think she was just coveting Kakashi's appearance, feeling that she was a superficial woman. But after witnessing Kakashi's unopposed toughness and the authority no one dared to touch that day, she realized her previous thoughts were wrong. There are countless handsome men in this world. But there is only one like Kakashi. Kurenai wasn't obsessed with having power herself, but she was obsessed with the men who held such things. And it was Kakashi, an existence who was extremely excellent in every aspect. The woman, carrying a faint fragrance, leaned down and pressed on Kakashi's shoulders. Looking at Kakashi close at hand, those moist, vermilion eyes were full of greed for the existence before her. Soft and burning lips actively met Kakashi's. Who knows how much time passed, but when the two separated, a glistening, translucent thread connected them under the sunlight shining through the window. Kurenai, her face flushed, slumped weakly against Kakashi's body. Resting her head on his chest with unsteady breathing, she wanted to undo the man's clothes. Someone is coming. Kakashi's words caused her to stand up in a panic, quickly tidying her messy clothes. I'll be at home. Tonight, I'll wait for you. Kurenai didn't even know what she was saying herself. After hurriedly dropping those words, she flew out of the office. Kurenai. Yugao Yuzuki had intended to discuss the recent work handover with Kurenai, but who would have thought the other woman would leave as if she were fleeing? Yugao. Inside the office, Kakashi had already sensed the identity of the visitor. Hokage-sama, the Tsuchikage and Kazekage have arrived at the Land of Fire's border. The Raikage has also departed from his country. Yugao Yuzuki handed the latest intelligence to Kakashi. I understand. You may leave. Kakashi took the file with a lack of interest and set it aside. Yes. Understood. Seeing this, Yugao could only nod and prepare to leave. However, Kakashi suddenly spoke up. Security in the village needs to be strengthened recently. Notify the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Aburame clans to be fully prepared. You are in charge of this. Yugao nodded but said with some hesitation. Then, regarding your daily work, Hokage-sama. Kakashi dismissed this concern lightly. Kurenai can handle those matters. You should complete the handover with Kurenai tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yugao didn't think much of it and nodded in acknowledgement. Just at the end, Kakashi added another sentence. You're 20 now. You should hurry up and settle things with Hayate. Hearing Kakashi say this, Yugao Yuzuki's face turned slightly red as she muttered, I know. Yugao Yuzuki and Moonlight Hayate had been together since the Ninja Academy. Counting the days, it had been over 10 years now, their relationship could be said to be quite solid. Watching Yugao's retreating figure, Kakashi's eyelids lowered slightly. Compared to Hikari, perhaps due to her personality, Kurenai was more proactive, actually leaving behind such a sentence before she left. Kakashi's expression was a bit subtle at this moment. Since the lady had actively invited him, should he go or not? Meanwhile, Kurenai ran all the way back home and buried herself under the covers. What happened just now was far too stimulating for someone who had never been in a relationship before. In the end, she had even dropped a line telling Kakashi to come to her place tonight. What on earth was I thinking back then? Kurenai felt she had been a bit too hasty. But the words had already been spoken, and there was no possibility of taking them back. So, what should she do tonight? Will Kakashi actually come? If he really comes, should she just give in decisively, or hesitate a bit before giving in? Chapter 131, The Wind and Earth Kage. The Kazekage arrived in Konoha. As the leader of one of the major nations closest to the Land of Fire, and nominally an ally of the Hidden Leaf, the Kazekage, Raza, was the first of the Kage from the 4 great ninja villages to arrive. For this occasion, Kakashi personally led a group of high-ranking Konoha officials to welcome him. Beneath the Hokage residence, the streets on both sides were packed with people. Everyone watched the meeting between the Hokage and the Kazekage with eager anticipation. Lord Hokage is indeed young and promising. To become one of the 5 Kage at such a young age. I, Raza, am truly impressed. Dressed in the blue and white robes of the Kazekage and wearing the traditional conical hat, the men in his 30s shook hands with Kakashi, who was similarly dressed in his Hokage robes. 2 Kazekage bodyguards followed behind him. Kakashi recognized one of them, it was Baki, a jonin from the Hidden Sand Village. The other was completely unfamiliar. The Kazekage is too kind. The wind is strong out here, but we have some humble tea prepared inside. If Lord Kazekage does not mind, please come inside for a chat. Kakashi shook Raza's hand and gestured toward the Hokage residence behind him. No rush. This is a wedding gift prepared by my hidden sand village for Lord Hokage. As Raza spoke, Baki stepped forward from behind the wind shadow and retrieved a scroll from his robes. As the scroll was unsealed, a light mist rose up. When the smoke cleared, the surrounding crowd instantly gasped. Before them stood a golden tree, nearly 2 meters tall, with luxuriant branches and leaves glittering brilliantly in the sunlight. It was dazzling to behold. Furthermore, beneath the golden leaves hung numerous crystal-clear fruits. Upon closer inspection, they were distinctly colorful pearls. I originally intended to use jade instead of pearls to capture the sentiment of golden branches and jade leaves. Unfortunately, the land of wind does not produce jade, only our coastal regions are rich in pearls. I hope Lord Hokage does not find it lacking. Raza looked at the golden tree, cast from his own gold dust, clearly quite satisfied. At this point in time, the daimyo of the land of wind had not yet cut the hidden sand village's funding. The vast desert was rich in gold deposits, so naturally, Raza could afford such an extravagant gesture to boost his village's prestige. Upon seeing this golden tree, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh internally. Raza's magnet release gold dust was truly a filthy rich moneybags type of Kekei Genkai. When can I find an opportunity to sell this thing? He wondered, though his eyes smiled warmly. The Kazekage is truly generous. Someone, move Lord Kazekage's gift to my office. With such a heavy gift, my own hospitality seems rather shabby in comparison. Please, let us talk inside. Seeing this, the Kazekage smiled and replied, I shall defer to the host. Everything is, of course, up to Lord Hokage. As Kakashi and Raza entered the Hokage residence first, someone immediately moved the golden tree inside. After the two Kage had left, the onlookers immediately broke into a heated discussion. Most were exclaiming over Raza's wealth and extravagance. Who was spreading rumors before that the hidden sand village was a poor place? This is clearly a wealthy landlord. That afternoon, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki the fence-sitter, also arrived in Konoha with his entourage. As the oldest among the current 5 Kage, Kakashi welcomed the little old man alongside Hiruzen Sarutobi. It was a gesture of respect toward the elder. Like Raza, Inoki brought 2 bodyguards. One was his son, Kitsuchi, and the other was someone Kakashi didn't recognize. Ha 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 ha, Lord Tsuchikage, I don't know how many years it has been since we last met. I have missed you greatly. Compared to Kakashi, Hiruzen Sarutobi was actually quite happy to see Inoki. In a time when the old generation was gradually fading away and new figures were constantly rising to power, seeing a former rival from the battlefield made Hiruzen feel as if those eventful years were vivid before his eyes again. Humph, I didn't expect you, old monkey, to select a 5th Hokage so quickly. You were certainly willing to let go. Inoki glanced at Kakashi standing beside Hiruzen, his tone carrying a hint of complexity. He was the same age as Hiruzen Sarutobi, yet Konoha had already passed the torch to the 5th generation, while his hidden rock village didn't even have a candidate for the 4th settled yet. Well, one must eventually hand the village over to the young. It is us old men who should have let go long ago. Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to know exactly what Inoki was thinking. He touched upon the very subject Inoki wanted to avoid, effectively rubbing salt in the wound. Humph, as always, nothing good ever comes out of your mouth. Inoki retorted, then turned his head to look at his son behind him. Seeing this, Kitsuchi didn't hesitate to take a scroll from his robes. Accompanied by a puff of light smoke, a black, wordless stone stele, over 10 meters high, appeared before everyone. This stone is the hardest rock found in the land of Earth. This old man used particle style to whittle it down to this shape. I originally wanted to carve the character for longevity on it to congratulate the 5th Hokage on his wedding. But after thinking it over, it would be more meaningful if Lord Hokage carved the character himself. Inoki glanced lightly at Kakashi, a hint of provocation surfacing in his calm words. This old thing. Hiruzen Sarutobi cursed silently in his heart upon seeing this. If it required Inoki to use particle style to shape it, one could imagine the hardness of this stone. Asking the Hokage to carve it in front of this large crowd was essentially roasting Kakashi over a fire. Even if he carved it successfully, it was still just a gift brought by Inoki. If he couldn't carve it, it would be a clear admission that the current Hokage lacked ability. Since Lord Tsuchikage has invited me to do so, naturally, I cannot decline. It's just that my wedding is imminent, and your excellency has only sent a stone. Isn't this a bit too simple? You must know that Lord Kazekage presented a heavy gift, a tree made of gold with pearls for fruit. Although I don't care about material things, after all, like sending a goose feather from 1,000 miles away, it's the thought that counts, right? Kakashi stroked his chin, walked up to the stone stele, and reached out to knock on it. It didn't budge an inch, and even the sound it produced was incredibly dull and dense. The saying, "It's the thought that counts," works fine for individuals, but right now, Kakashi had invited the four Kage to his wedding in his capacity as Hokage. This was no longer a gift exchange between individuals. This was diplomacy between nations. Sending a useless rock was indeed quite shabby. Of course, if there hadn't been the wind shadow, Raza, setting a high standard beforehand, no one could have called the earth shadow stingy. Hearing this, Anoki's face stiffened slightly. "Damn you, Kazekage, for stabbing this old man in the back. So what if you have money?" Compared to Raza's golden tree, his stone steel was indeed a bit stingy. For Lord Hokage to think this way, you are focusing too much on the surface. How can the sentiment contained in my stone steel be compared to those vulgar material things? The little old Tsuchikage spoke without blushing or skipping a beat, praising his own sentiment while belittling the Kazekage in the process. Kakashi smiled at this and didn't say anything more. It seemed impossible to force Anoki to bleed some cash using reverse psychology. After all, having been the Tsuchikage for so many years, the man had seen everything. Looking at the stone steel in front of him, Kakashi struck it with a seemingly light and airy palm. Chapter 132, Why are you here? Seeing Kakashi's movements, Anoki couldn't help but sneer inwardly. With such a light, floating palm strike, he actually wanted to carve words into this stone monument. It was simply a fool's dream. However, a sudden change occurred. Purple electricity flickered across the smooth surface of the blank stone monument. A massive amount of stone chips fell away, kicking up a burst of dust and smoke. When the dust settled, a massive character for fire occupied the entire surface of the monument. This scene caused Anoki to narrow his eyes slightly. He had personally selected this stone. He knew its hardness better than anyone, even using A-rank jutsu might not necessarily leave a mark on it. That purple lightning. This fifth Hokage was something else. Someone come, drag this stone monument to the main gate of the Hidden Leaf. Consider it the Leaf's new landmark building. Kakashi patted the stone with satisfaction, a stone that was useless for anything other than looking at, and gave orders to his nearby subordinates. "Lord Tsuchikage, if you please." Kakashi looked at Anoki with a beaming smile. "Since the Lord Hokage invites me, I will naturally follow your lead." Seeing that his stone monument was about to be dragged to the Leaf's entrance by Kakashi to serve as a decoration, Anoki let out a cold snort and walked into the Hokage residence. Hiruzen Sarutobi accompanied the Tsuchikage. Glancing at the two little old men departing, Kakashi did not go to entertain Anoki personally. Instead, he summoned Hayate Gecko to ask when the representatives for the Raikage and Mizukage would arrive. The Raikage is estimated to arrive tomorrow morning. As for the Mizukage representative, they are expected around noon tomorrow. Kakashi nodded slightly upon hearing this news. Now that the four shadows were gathering, and even the Mizukage had dispatched personnel, it could be said that the focus of the entire ninja world was concentrated right here. "I've arranged for Yugao to be responsible for security within the village. She's likely too busy to handle it alone, so you should go and assist her," Kakashi said, waving his hand. "Yes." Hayate Gecko accepted the order and retreated immediately. Looking at the setting sun on the horizon, Kakashi smiled. The arrival of the Kazekage and Tsuchikage was within Kakashi's expectations. However, the choices made by the Raikage and Mizukage surprised him somewhat. If nothing else, the war between the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Cloud had only just ended. For the Raikage, as the defeated party, to actually swallow his pride and come to the Leaf to offer congratulations was truly strange. And while the Mizukage did not come in person, the fact that he sent a representative was worth discussing. As a puppet of Obito Uchiha, the Hidden Mist Village under the 4th Mizukage rule had long since become someone else's possession. Kisame Hashigaki was a subordinate recruited by Obito Uchiha using the name of Madara Uchiha, while the other representative, Mei Terumi, was the future 5th Mizukage who would overthrow Yagura Karatachi's bloody rule. Of these two people, one was a member of the Akatsuki, and the other was a future Mizukage. It was a coincidence that natural-born enemies would come together to attend a wedding under such serendipitous circumstances. One could only say that the affairs of the world are unpredictable. Kakashi returned to the Hokage's office and looked through the documents to see if anything needed processing. Finding that there were no urgent matters for the time being, he clocked out right on time. Night fell. The Yuhi household. Kurenai Yuhi's heart grew increasingly uneasy as the hands on the clock slowly ticked away. She had already made dinner, waiting for a certain someone's arrival. Although it was just 3 dishes and 1 soup, it was obvious that it had been meticulously prepared. Following her memory of Kakashi's preferences, she had specially made salt-grilled sori. But the food had been reheated time and time again, the hands of the wall clock had circled round and round, the house had been cleaned over and over. The night outside grew deeper and heavier, yet the white-haired man in her heart still did not appear. Kurenai Yuhi slumped into the sofa, her wrist resting over her forehead. She felt a bit ridiculous, like a clown. Everything she had meticulously prepared, even the readiness to give her all, to that man, it seemed to be an existence that was entirely optional. Sure enough, there is no use forcing what cannot be obtained. A sigh escaped Kurenai's lips. During the day, the scorching heat from that man's lips had left her in a trance, but now it seemed like a false dream. However, the lonely and deserted room before her eyes forced Kurenai to recognize reality. Just as she stood up, intending to hastily eat a meal and then rest, there was a sudden knock at the door. Kurenai's heart tightened violently. Could it be? With urgency in her vermilion eyes, Kurenai walked quickly to the main entrance. But when the door opened, the surprise in her eyes vanished in an instant. It's Yugao. Kurenai spoke with disappointment. Wearing a look of slight exhaustion, Yugao Yuzuki looked at Kurenai Yui, who seemed very disappointed to see her. Although she was a bit puzzled, she didn't think much of it. Instead, she handed the documents she had brought over to Kurenai and said, "From now on, Kurenai, you will be responsible for managing Lord Hokage's itinerary and the daily affairs within the Hokage residence. This is the work content I have organized. I hope you can take over as quickly as possible. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me, or go ask Lord Hokage. I am very busy right now, extremely busy, so if you have any questions, you can ask me now." Yugao fired off a long string of words like a cannonball, leaving Kurenai unable to react for a moment. Yugao Yuzuki really had been too busy lately. As the deputy of the Umbu, she had to follow Tenzo to handle the follow-up work of the Uchiha incident. As the Hokage's personal Umbu guard, she had to urgently arrange the village's security issues due to the Hokage's grand wedding. On top of that, she was responsible for the daily affairs within the Hokage residence. She was almost at the point of wishing she could split herself into 3 people. If the Lord Hokage hadn't sent Heiei to assist her during the day, she would probably still be planning the warning zones within the village right now. Oh, I understand. Kurenai took the documents, her interest waning. Yugao furrowed her brows as she looked at the unenthusiastic Kurenai, sensing that something was wrong with her. Her gaze glanced lightly into the room. There was untouched food on the table. Moreover, this girl, Kurenai, had put on makeup. Was she waiting for someone? Although Yugao wanted to say something, the thought of her own massive pile of work forced her to squeeze out just one sentence. Good luck, these tasks are very simple. With that, she instantly vanished from in front of Kurenai, using the body flicker technique even to leave. One could see just how busy Yugao was. Sigh. Looking at the cold documents in her hand, Kurenai sighed, turned around, and went back inside. Since she had nothing else to do, she decided to look over her work for tomorrow. But not long after she closed the door, there was another knock. Is there something you forgot to mention, Yugao? You. Kurenai opened the door again, thinking it was Yugao returning. She spoke casually. However, the rest of her words were forcefully swallowed back. Looking at the men before her, whose face was calm and who carried a faint scent of alcohol, she spoke dryly. Why are you here? Chapter 133, Kurenai's transformation. The night wind was slightly cool, ruffling Kurenai Yui's long, slightly curled hair. Her warm, crimson eyes trembled as they reflected the men she had been longing for. Why are you here? Kakashi's appearance was too sudden, catching Kurenai off guard. Sorry. Since the Kazekage and Tsuchikage arrived in Konoha today, I needed to accompany them for dinner tonight. Kakashi didn't answer why he came, but rather explained why he had arrived so late. Then come in. Kurenai stared blankly at Kakashi standing before her. So that was it. It wasn't that Kakashi didn't like her and deliberately didn't come, but because there were important guests in the village and he couldn't get away. Yet, even after such a tiring day, he was still willing to come see her. Kurenai looked at the cold food on the table and said nervously, "Sit down first, I'll go heat up the food." As soon as the words left her mouth, Kurenai felt something was wrong. Kakashi had come after eating. Was she being stupid wanting to heat the food? Go ahead and heat it. I didn't eat much with those two, just did a lot of drinking. Besides, you haven't eaten either, right? Kakashi didn't lie to the woman before him. He indeed had dinner with the two Kage, and had drunk quite a bit of sake. Kurenai gave a soft hum, picked up the plates, and walked into the kitchen. As the microwave started, Kurenai hid in the kitchen, leaning her whole body against the refrigerator, afraid to face Kakashi in the living room. She had been so bold during the day, but now that night had come and the moment was here, Kurenai felt a bit of hesitation in her heart. However, since Kurenai didn't dare face him, and Kakashi noticed she hadn't come out for a long time, he took the initiative to walk into the kitchen. What are you thinking about? Kakashi looked with some amusement at Kurenai, who was hiding in the kitchen like a turtle shrinking into its shell. Seeing the men at the kitchen doorway, Kurenai subconsciously took a step back. The cold sensation against her back told her she was pinned against the refrigerator. Wasn't the Kurenai from earlier today very forward? Kakashi approached step by step, making Kurenai's heart race like a deer. The man's palm pressed against the refrigerator, blocking her escape route. I didn't know you would actually come. She didn't dare look directly into Kakashi's slightly heated gaze. Kurenai looks very beautiful tonight. Compared to the daytime, Kurenai had applied special makeup. The pale purple eyeshadow accentuated her crimson eyes, making them captivating, and her lips were painted with lipstick that made one unable to resist wanting to kiss them. Kurenai really was very beautiful. Kakashi's deep voice rang in her ears, bringing a sweetness to her heart. She subconsciously looked up at Kakashi, who was already right in front of her. She gazed into Kakashi's pitch-black eye. Whether it was an illusion or not, she suddenly thought of that gentle, lovely girl in her memories who always smiled brightly. Rin. Kurenai didn't know Kakashi's eye belonged to Rin, she just said it out of nowhere. Kakashi's movements paused slightly, and he chuckled softly. Is it that easy to spot? This eye is indeed Rin's. So Kurenai can detect the owner of this eye, yet that guy Obito couldn't. However, that didn't matter right now. Is it Rin's eye? Kurenai spoke somewhat dazedly. But the hand that had been pressing against the fridge to block her exit now grasped her hand. As their fingers interlaced, Kurenai's heart tightened. The warmth from Kakashi's palm made her unsteady on her feet. Who are you waiting for? The man's breath brushed against her face as he spoke, causing Kurenai to close her eyes instinctively. Seeing Kurenai acting like a frightened deer, Kakashi found it quite amusing. She was so bold during the day, yet so shy at night. Waiting for you. The shy words left Kurenai's mouth, but a sudden sensation of weightlessness made her cry out in surprise. Kakashi had scooped her up in a princess carry. Kurenai instinctively hooked her arms around his neck to keep from falling. Aren't you going to eat? Kurenai asked dryly, looking at Kakashi before her. She already knew what was going to happen next. This made her feel shy, but also held a thread of anticipation. Her beautiful eyes fixed tightly on the men before her, and she spoke in a soft voice that made one's heart tingle. Go to the room. Facing Kurenai's request, Kakashi naturally didn't refuse. Holding Kurenai in his arms, he walked directly into her bedroom. The bedroom was dark, the interior was only visible by the moonlight through the window. Contrary to Kakashi's expectations, he thought a woman like Kurenai would have a simple room. Even in the moonlight, he could see a lot of girly pink. The sheets and quilt were colors that revealed a maiden's heart, which was a bit of a contrast to Kurenai's personality. What are you looking at? In Kakashi's arms, Kurenai's face was so red it looked like it might bleed. In this bedroom where she had lived for 20 years, her first time. Looking at you. Kakashi gently placed Kurenai on the bed. Kurenai looked at the man standing by the bed, her gaze fixed on him for a long time, as if he would disappear if she looked away. Under the moonlight, accompanied by the whoosh of the white Hokage robe emblazoned with flames falling quietly to the floor, Kurenai's heart skipped a beat. The man leaned down, planting kisses one after another on Kurenai's forehead, hair, eyes, cheeks, lips. And all the way down. Unknowingly, her clothes had been removed by the men before her. Everything she was lay exposed before Kakashi. Her fair body, which even the dark night could not conceal. As time quietly passed, it began to rain in Konoha. The sound of the rain masked the blushing moans, masked the pain of a girl transforming into a woman, the joy, the pleasure. Kurenai Yuhi emotional fluctuation +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 dash +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Midnight. On the messy bed, Kurenai, who had just become a woman, curled up in Kakashi's solid embrace. She looked at the men before her with blurred eyes, her soft body seeming to want to melt into his arms. Do you want to bathe? Kakashi's whisper came to her ear. Kurenai was about to get up but let out a cry of surprise as she was carried toward the bathroom by Kakashi. Unknowingly, the rain that had just stopped began to fall again. The rain grew heavier, seemingly with no intention of stopping. MMN. By the time the sky began to brighten, Kurenai didn't know how she had returned to the bed. But the men beside her gave her the most reliable sense of security. Feeling the exhaustion and satisfaction in her body, she curled up in Kakashi's arms like a cat, kissing the men who captivated her. Chapter 134, The Four Kage Gather. When Kakashi left the Yuhi residence, the sun was already high in the sky. Gazing at the somewhat blinding sunlight, Kakashi did not linger in the comfort of the gentle embrace he had just left. He knew that all this satisfaction was due to his own power and authority. Without all this, he wouldn't even be a stray dog by the roadside. When Kakashi appeared at the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was already pacing around in a panic. Seeing that the Raikage was about to arrive in Konoha, yet Kakashi, the fifth Hokage, had decided to play hide-and-seek. Where did you go? It was only when Kakashi checked into the office that Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart settled back into his chest, but even so, his attitude wasn't much better. Didn't go anywhere special. What's wrong? Kakashi sat in his seat with a calm expression, picked up a document from the desk, scanned it, and put it back. You. Hiruzen Sarutobi was about to say something, but seeing Kakashi, who looked calm yet possessed a radiant glow between his brows, he seemed to realize something. I went to your house and couldn't find you. You. Well, I was young once too, but at a time like this, it's best not to be out and about. Hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's words, Kakashi rolled his eyes. He had no interest in discussing this further, and besides, Kakashi didn't believe for a second that a dirty old man like Hiruzen Sarutobi had been exclusively devoted to Biwako Sarutobi. When will the Raikage arrive? Kakashi brought up business. It should be soon, half an hour at most. However, the Raikage situation is a bit unique. He only brought one medical nin and a wounded person. Hiruzen Sarutobi's words made Kakashi narrow his eyes. A medical nin and a wounded person. This reminded Kakashi of a plot point from the original series, one that lasted less than an episode but left a deep impression on him. The Raikage, coveting the secret techniques of the Nokizuru group, went to seize them. Unexpectedly, the village hired the so-called Nokizuru group to block them, resulting in his subordinate being heavily injured. He had no choice but to seek Tsunade for treatment. Then Tsunade arm-wrestled the Raikage. If the Raikage won, she would treat the injury. The Raikage ultimately used his speed to cheat and defeat Tsunade. In that case, I will go welcome this old rival of ours. Kakashi stood up with a smile, which made Hiruzen Sarutobi somewhat uncertain. He originally thought that, given Kakashi's personality, he wouldn't give the Raikage face at all. Who knew he would welcome him personally, just as he had the Kazekage and Tsuchikage. The Raikage's arrival did not have a minor impact like the Wind and Earth Kages yesterday. In fact, on the road from the Konoha main gate to the Hokage building, villagers packed both sides of the street until water couldn't leak through. They all came to see the men defeated by Konoha 3 years ago. The tall man, dressed in a white robe with dark skin and rippling muscles, chose to ignore these gazes. He simply calmly pulled a cart, walking toward the Konoha high-ranking officials waiting for him. At the very front was the men he had hated to the bone 3 years ago. But at this moment, Hokage, long time no see. The Raikage spoke calmly, and at the same time, extended his hand toward the men before him. Kakashi glanced at the men on the cart behind the Raikage, shook the Raikage's hand, and said, "It has been 3 years. Lord Raikage has changed quite a bit." Indeed, it was so. At the very least, if it were him 3 years ago, he absolutely would not have been able to personally pull a cart with a wounded man and walk here so calmly. Clearly, the crushing defeat in the war he instigated 3 years ago, along with the huge price subsequently paid by Kumogakure and the Land of Lightning, had caused his personality to become much more restrained. Such an enemy is the most terrifying, one who can learn lessons from failure. Congratulations on your wedding, Hokage. This is the gift I have prepared for you. The Raikage didn't pay much mind to Kakashi's words. Instead, he took a scroll from his chest and placed it in front of Kakashi. This is. Kakashi looked at the proffered scroll with some confusion. These are my father's insights on lightning release nintaijutsu, as well as his experience with the Hell Stab. The Raikage's words were astonishing, causing Kakashi to look at the Raikage before him in surprise, as if re-evaluating him. The medical nin behind the Raikage silently lowered his head upon hearing what was recorded in the scroll. Not far away, the Kazekage and Tsuchikage, who were watching all this, looked at each other in dismay. Since when was the Raikage on such good terms with the Hokage? To think he would give away such precious insights on secret techniques just for a wedding. Meanwhile, holding the scroll in his hand, Kakashi frowned slightly and asked, "What are your conditions?" The Raikage turned sideways, pointed to the wounded men on the cart behind him, and said, "This is a shinobi of my village, Amai. He is injured. No medical nin in Kumogakure can cure him. I hope, Hokage, that you can have Tsunade treat him." Seeing this, Kakashi nodded and ordered the subordinate beside him. "Send him to the hospital immediately. Have Tsunade and Shizun personally take charge." Since the Raikage was behaving this way, Kakashi naturally wouldn't act like a petty man. "In that case, many thanks, Hokage." Seeing this, the heavy stone in the Raikage's heart finally fell to the ground. "Please. Please." Seeing the Konoha personnel take Amai away, the Raikage said no more and entered the Hokage building with Kakashi. The exchange between Kakashi and the Raikage was quite brief, leaving the uninformed onlookers scratching their heads. Since when was their Lord Hokage so easygoing with that Raikage? After the Raikage arrived, Mei Terumi and Kisame Hashigaki, representing the Mizukage, also arrived in Konoha. Since the Mizukage did not come in person, Kakashi, as the Hokage, naturally did not need to welcome them personally. Instead, they were welcomed by Shibi Aburame and Hayashi Hyuga, two elders of the council. With this, the four Kage and the Mizuki's representatives had all arrived in Konoha. The eyes of the ninja world were focused here. Looking back over the years, even Hashirama Senju's wedding hadn't caused such a stir. This fifth Hokage was truly exceeding expectations. That very evening, Konoha arranged for a Ryotei to host the Wind, Earth, and Lightning Kage, as well as the Mizuki's representatives, who had traveled from afar. A Ryotei is a designation for venues specializing in dinner parties between dignitaries. They are basically banquets where powerful figures discuss secret matters or where business and political leaders meet. As the Hokage, Kakashi naturally had to make an appearance. Otherwise, if he, the host, did not show up, it would inevitably give people something to gossip about. Everyone, you have traveled a long way specifically to attend my wedding. Thank you for your trouble. Kakashi raised his wine glass, looked at the 5 people before him, and drained the glass in one go. Since Lord Hokage invited us, how could we not come? On behalf of Lord Mizuki, I propose a toast to Lord Hokage. The only woman present, a beautiful woman in a water blue robe, raised her glass and also drank it in one go. Afterward, she wiped her luscious red lips and took an extra glance at Kakashi. What an excellent man. It's a pity he's getting married. Chapter 135, you won't throw me away, will you? With the banquet finally over, Kakashi sat alone on the rooftop of a small building in the village, letting the cold wind blow over him to sober up and scatter the smell of alcohol clinging to his body. Time to go back. He hadn't been home for 2 days and a night. If he didn't return soon, Hikari was going to suspect he was having an affair. Ugh. It seemed that was indeed the case. Thinking of Kurenai, Kakashi scratched his head and decided he should go see her tomorrow. After all, they had tossed and turned all night. Although ninjas had excellent physiques, one still needed to pay attention to rest. Thinking of this, Kakashi felt it was necessary to visit Kurenai before going home. After all, if he just finished the deed and left it at that, it would seem too heartless and callous. Kakashi bought some food on the way, arrived at Kurenai's door, and knocked. Who is it? Coming. Following the familiar call from inside, Kurenai, dressed in pink loungewear, pushed open the door. When she saw Kakashi standing before her, Kurenai blinked, and then immediately threw herself into Kakashi's arms with a look of pleasant surprise. You're here. Come in quickly. Kurenai lifted her head from Kakashi's embrace, looked around, and upon realizing no one was there, hurriedly pulled Kakashi into the house. After all, Kakashi was a man about to get married. If rumors spread that he was staying with her so close to his wedding date, it would inevitably impact Kakashi's image. I came to see you. After all, you didn't go to work all day today. Kakashi placed the things he was holding on the table and looked at Kurenai, who was busily pouring him tea. I'll go to work tomorrow. Today was really. Kurenai scratched her cheek awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, last night had truly been a bit too crazy. After Kakashi left in the morning, she could barely get out of bed. Will you stay here tonight? After being intimate with Kakashi, Kurenai had grown bolder with the men before her. She squeezed into Kakashi's arms like a cat, looking at him with some hope. Kurenai had acquired a taste for it and wanted more. Not tonight. I haven't been back in quite a while. Kakashi wrapped his arms around Kurenai and spoke softly. Is that so? Kurenai was somewhat disappointed, but she immediately raised her head and spoke hurriedly. Then go be busy. After all, your wedding is so important. So many big shots have come, at a time like this, Hikari is even more important. Hearing this, Kakashi gave Kurenai a deep look. He didn't stay long at Kurenai's place. After confirming that she was fine and could continue working tomorrow, he patted her head and said, I'll come see you tomorrow night. A smile appeared on Kurenai's face, but she hesitated and said, Maybe you should come after the wedding. After all, it's not like I can't see you when we're at work. Seeing her like this, a ripple inadvertently stirred in Kakashi's heart. She was truly sensible. And she knew how to weigh priorities. Hatake House. I'm back. After bidding farewell to Kurenai, Kakashi bought some of Hikari's favorite food and went straight home. Welcome home. As soon as he entered, he heard a burst of rapid footsteps running toward the entryway. The Uchiha ancestress, showing off her long legs, threw her entire body onto Kakashi's back. Kakashi, who was in the middle of changing his shoes, only felt a wave of softness press against his back. What good food did you bring me? Hikari's head popped over Kakashi's shoulder, grinning as she asked the men before her. Dango from Fukujin. Don't you like eating them? Kakashi pointed to the packaged dango placed on the shoe cabinet nearby. However, Hikari showed no intention of grabbing the dango. Instead, she stretched her neck and sniffed around Kakashi's collar, her eyes narrowing slightly. The smell of other women. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained unchanged as he said. I had dinner with the wind, earth, and lightning Kages tonight. Among them, the Mizukage representative is a woman. Her perfume was too heavy, it probably rubbed off on me. Hearing this, Hikari sniffed Kakashi carefully again, looking at him with suspicion. Really? Kakashi immediately assumed a serious expression and said. Of course it's real. On the contrary, it was completely false. As a ninja among ninjas, an expert among experts, a woman among women, and the future fifth Mizukage, how could Terumi possibly wear excessively heavy perfume? I'll barely believe you. Hikari pursed her lips. She didn't believe this lecherous dog at all. He definitely went to find Kurenai Yuhi, that vixen. But the fact that Kakashi was willing to lie to her meant he was worried she would be angry about it, which was better than not lying to her at all. Watching Hikari stand up, grab the packaged dango, and skip away, Kakashi felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. It seems I was discovered. After all, it was such a clumsy lie. Kakashi scratched his head and walked into the room. We're getting married in 7 days. At the dinner table, Kakashi looked at Hikari, who was biting into a dango, and spoke softly. Amen. I know. Hikari lifted her head, looking up at Kakashi with a smiling face. Looking at Hikari before him, Kakashi wasn't quite sure how to speak. Kakashi will stay with me for a lifetime, right? You won't throw me away, will you? Hikari spoke as if seeking confirmation. Yes. Facing such words, Kakashi nodded seriously. Then I have no problem. Hearing this, Hikari handed the half-eaten dango in her hand to Kakashi. Kakashi took the dango, looked at the teeth marks on it, slowly put it into his mouth, and chewed carefully. It was a little sweet, with the aroma of sticky rice. Hikari liked this kind of original flavor dango with just a tiny bit of sugar sprinkled on it. Hikari's requirements had never changed. A place to sleep, and a place to eat. It was just that now, there was one more condition. To stay with Kakashi forever. As long as these 3 conditions were met, Hikari was willing to accept Kurenai. She had smelled Kurenai's scent on Kakashi before, and now that Kakashi was practically covered in that familiar scent, how could Hikari not know what the situation was? It was just that if possible, Hikari still hoped Kakashi could like her a little bit more. Sure enough, I'm not a good person. Kakashi looked at Hikari before him and slandered himself inwardly. Time flowed like water, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, under Kakashi's indulgence, the wind, earth, and lightning Kages, as well as Terumi and Kisame Hashigaki, wandered around the village intentionally or unintentionally. Because they had lost a large number of Uchiha ninjas, the police force had to recruit ninjas from other clans. This matter could not be concealed. This allowed these people to clearly see the weakening of the Hidden Leaf's power. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. Sure enough, as long as we don't make an enemy of the Hidden Leaf, they will weaken on their own. And at this moment, with the arrival of the 7th day, the wedding belonging to the Hokage was held as scheduled. Salutes rang out in the sky, and flower petals danced in the air. Everyone was celebrating this grand day. The bloodshed from before seemed to be swept away by this, the grandest wedding in the ninja world. Chapter 136, The Wedding. The Hatake Residence. Many people had gathered at the Hatake residence. Because there were too many guests, the wedding venue had been arranged at the largest park within Konoha. This wedding did not conform to the traditional weddings of the ninja world. Both Kakashi and Hikari felt that traditional weddings were simply too tedious and lengthy. Kakashi originally intended to pay for it out of his own pocket. However, considering that important figures from the other 4 villages would be attending, Hiruzen Sarutobi decisively suggested that Kakashi allocate funds directly from Konoha's treasury. After all, strictly speaking, this wedding was not purely Kakashi's private affair. At this moment, dressed in formal black attire, Kakashi looked calm as he handed out red envelopes to a group of children. They were basically all children from the Ninja Academy. Since he was getting married, he naturally brought Naruto along. And bringing Naruto along meant that Sakura, Ino, Hinata, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Shino all came as well. Even Sasuke had arrived at the scene, led by Itachi. Naturally, Kakashi had no intention of letting these brats off the hook. He arranged for all of them to be flower girls and page boys, responsible for livening up the atmosphere during his and Hikari's journey to the wedding venue. Thank you, big brother Kakashi. Naruto looked at the red envelope Kakashi had handed him, smiling broadly at the men who had been keeping him company. Big brother Kakashi, you'll definitely be happy every day after you marry big sister Hikari, right? Naruto carefully put the red envelope into the pocket of the new clothes Kakashi had bought for him. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Compared to Naruto, who was already very familiar with Kakashi, Sakura was somewhat reserved. Ma, are you the Sakura that Naruto mentioned? Naruto said that Sakura's forehead looks very nice, you know. Looking at the shy little girl before him, Kakashi reached out and rubbed her head as he stuffed the red envelope into her hand. Eh? Is that so? Sakura glanced at Naruto in surprise, then blushed slightly. Big brother Kakashi. How could you do that? Naruto turned bright red and spoke somewhat anxiously. Kakashi smiled and rubbed Naruto's head, then went to give red envelopes to the other children. The guests nearby who watched Kakashi's actions revealed knowing smiles. They hadn't expected that someone like Kakashi would show such a side when facing these brats. It's really nice. Even Kakashi is getting married. A tall, white-haired man chewed on a nut, unable to help but sigh with emotion upon seeing this scene. What the hell are you sighing for? Beside the man, Tsunade glanced at him lightly, then picked up the sake bottle next to her and took a large swig. I say, at any rate, this is such an important day. You should drink a little less. Jiraiya, who had rushed back in a hurry last night, looked helplessly at Tsunade beside him. Mind your own business. Tsunade wiped a stain of sake from the corner of her mouth, completely indifferent to Jiraiya's attitude. But speaking of which, it's almost time. The bride should be just about ready by now, right? At this moment, in the Hatake residence's backyard, which had been converted into a temporary dressing room, a beautiful black-haired young woman in a gorgeous white dress with gold trim sat quietly in front of the vanity mirror. A group of people surrounded Hikari, applying the final touches to her makeup. Kurenai, hurry up, it's almost time. Anko, standing at the door and observing the movement outside, urged Kurenai, who was applying makeup to Hikari inside the room. Shut up, it's almost done. Dressed in a capable outfit, Kurenai was currently holding an eyeliner pencil, drawing the final eyeliner for Hikari. Kurenai's attention was entirely focused on Hikari's face before her, while Hikari sat quietly at the vanity, her pair of bright, jet-black eyes sizing up the person before her in thought. As the wife Kakashi was about to marry, Hikari never thought there would be a day when Kurenai would help her with her makeup. After all, she knew absolutely nothing about this sort of thing. 10 minutes left. Shizune, who was arranging Hikari's hair accessories, glanced at the alarm clock on the table. Done. Kurenai looked at the beautiful person she had meticulously dressed up and nodded with satisfaction. Quick, notify Kakashi to prepare for departure. Shizune hurriedly supported Hikari's hand and walked toward the outside. The bride is coming out. And Anko, who had long been prepared at the door, shouted at the top of her lungs toward the outside. It had to be said that Anko's voice was truly loud, a shout without any chakra almost attracted the attention of everyone in the Hatake residence. Everyone looked toward the inner room in unison. Seeing Hikari walking out in a snow-white dress supported by Shizune, they couldn't help but feel stunned. Wow. Big sister Hikari is so pretty. She's simply even prettier than Sakura. Naruto immediately exclaimed, causing Sakura next to him to roll her eyes at him, the goodwill that had just risen flying away instantly. Oh, great material. Jiraiya stared at Hikari with eyes practically glowing. If you dare write this girl into your novel, do you believe Kakashi will make it so your books can't be distributed within the country? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with a cold sneer. I was just saying it casually. Jiraiya shrank his head back as he looked at Tsunade beside him. Kakashi bent down and placed the last red envelope into the hands of a little girl with white eyes, then stood up and looked at the young woman walking toward him. It is time. We can depart, Lord Hokage. Itachi, dressed in formal black attire, checked the time and spoke in a low voice beside Kakashi. I know. Kakashi nodded and walked toward Hikari with steady steps. Kakashi. Shizune placed the hand she was supporting into Kakashi's hand. You've worked hard. Kakashi spoke calmly as he looked at Hikari before him. You are the one who has worked hard. Hikari held a trace of a gentle smile at the corner of her mouth and tightly grasped Kakashi's hand. All right, stop being so mushy. You can get going. Tsunade, unable to stand this display of public affection, shouted from the side. Kakashi smiled at Tsunade's words, not minding them. Instead, he looked at the person before him and said softly. Let's go. Hikari looked at the men before her, her eyes full of smiles, and nodded heavily. Amen. Stepping onto the red carpet that paved the way from the Hatake residence all the way to the wedding venue, Naruto and the other children hurriedly followed behind. Although the distance to the wedding venue wasn't far, a carriage had been prepared for this. This was a vehicle sent specially by the fire daimyo upon hearing of the Hokage's wedding. Although it seemed a bit ostentatious to Kakashi, it was better than walking. Flowers paved the road, and ceremonial cannons fired in unison. Hikari tightly gripped the hand of the men beside her. She had never imagined that she would actually have a day like this. Previously, regarding Kakashi's proposal of marriage, she had originally thought they would just have a nice meal together and find a witness. Everything before her eyes made her feel somewhat unreal. But the warmth belonging to Kakashi coming from her hand let her know that everything was real. Chapter 137, Can Brother Kakashi Get Married a Few More Times? Kakashi's wedding was simple. A stage was set up in the park where the couple would say a few words, and below it, tables were arranged to host the guests. At this moment, under the anticipating gazes of the gathered crowd, the slowly approaching carriage came to a stop at the entrance to the wedding venue. Kakashi stepped down first, then helped Hikari, who was wearing formal attire that made movement difficult, descend from the carriage. Under the kind eyes of the guests, Kakashi and Hikari walked hand in hand to the stage. The wedding officiant was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the retired Hokage. On this momentous day, let this old man say a few simple words. Hiruzen Sarutobi held the microphone, his wrinkled face creasing even more with his smile. Thinking back to when the first Hokage. Kakashi's smile stiffened as he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi before him, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Meanwhile, Hikari, who held his arm, hadn't yet noticed the severity of the situation. Humph, that old codger. At the closest table below, Anoki tossed a peanut into his mouth and snorted coldly. The guests at this table were the most special. Seated here were the Kazekage, Tsuchikage, and Reikage, along with a representative from the Mizukage. Over the past 2 days, they had roughly figured out Konoha's situation, so at this moment they were happy to attend a wedding as a pleasant diversion. After all, it was quite rare for the Hokage's wedding to have representatives from all 4 villages, wind, earth, lightning, and water, arrive to offer congratulations. When people get old, they like to ramble on. Lord Tsuchikage need not mind it. It's a rare joyous occasion, we should be more relaxed. Wouldn't you say, Lord Reikage? Raza didn't seem to mind, drinking the sake in his cup with a light chuckle, then turning to look at the Reikage beside him, who was stuffing food into his mouth. Let the old third say whatever he wants. The Reikage glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was chattering away incessantly on the podium. Lord Reikage's words lack a certain romantic sentiment. On the 5th joyous day, the elder should yield the spotlight to the newlyweds. Mei Terumi, sitting nearby, took a sip of fruit juice and spoke with a soft laugh. Romantic sentiment? That's useless. The Reikage shook his head with a scoff. What a dull man. Seeing this, Mei said nothing more, only commenting inwardly. Then, propping her head with one hand, her gaze fell on the handsome, robust groom on the high stage, a trace of appreciation and regret passing through her eyes. Thinking carefully, she was already 21, a year older than this Hokage. Now the Hokage was getting married, but where was her own beloved? That old geezer is really going senile with age. At another table, Tsunade looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi on stage with some impatience, gulping down her drink heavily. This drew several glances from others. Only Tsunade could say such things, no one else had the nerve. When people get old, they always like to reminisce about the past. It's understandable. Jiraiya, sitting beside Tsunade, took a pleasant sip of his drink. Meanwhile, on the high stage, Kakashi looked at the third, who was still talking endlessly, a trace of helplessness flashing through his eyes. He then glanced down at Gekko Hayate, who had been prepared to step in. Receiving Kakashi's meaningful look, Gekko Hayate immediately understood and walked up to the stage under the surprised gazes of the guests. Looking back at those years, when the heroes of the ninja world were so vigorous and spirited, now as time has passed, many of those figures have grown old. Given my age, this old man's heart is full of emotion. The ninja world is destined. Hiruzen Sarutobi was still lamenting how time spares no one. Lord Third, please allow me to take over from here. Gekko Hayate walked to Hiruzen Sarutobi's side and spoke respectfully. Ah, very well then. Seeing Gekko Hayate's arrival, Hiruzen Sarutobi smacked his lips with some reluctance. The moment Gekko Hayate took the microphone, he spoke directly. Let the Hokage say a few words. Kakashi naturally accepted the situation, then glanced at Hikari beside him and said. What Hikari wants to say is what I want to say. Hikari stared somewhat blankly at the microphone Kakashi had handed her. She was still immersed in the wedding atmosphere. Why didn't that old man talk a bit longer? Hikari grumbled inwardly, but facing so many people with her newlywed husband beside her, she didn't know what to say. Finally, under everyone's gaze, her face flushed slightly as she forced out a sentence. Everyone, please eat. The food won't taste good once it gets cold. Hearing this, the guests below immediately burst into laughter. This Uchiha, girl is really interesting. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hikari looked at the scene below, somewhat at a loss, and turned to Kakashi. It's fine. Everyone should eat. She's right, it won't taste good once it gets cold. Kakashi patted Hikari's head with an affectionate, soft chuckle. Hearing Kakashi say this, Hikari's heart settled considerably, though she gripped Kakashi's hand even tighter. The wedding speech ended abruptly with Hikari's unexpected remark. Kakashi led Hikari backstage to change into more comfortable clothes, then sat down with the other Kage. Lord Hokage, congratulations on your marriage. Seeing Kakashi sit down, Raza raised his wine cup in a toast to Kakashi. "Thank you, Lord Kazekage." Kakashi returned the toast with a smile. Among these Kage, Kakashi had the best impression of Raza. Who could blame this Kazekage for being so wealthy? The Hokage's wife is truly beautiful. I've never heard of the Hokage's wife before. Mei Terumi, sitting nearby, looked at Hikari, who remained stunningly beautiful even after changing clothes, and couldn't help but ask curiously. This made the others perk up their ears as well. Compared to Kakashi's resounding reputation as Hokage, his wife seemed to have never been mentioned before. It was as if she had appeared out of nowhere. Not only the people from these 4 villages, but even many in Konoha were curious about Hikari's identity. Especially the remaining Uchiha clan members. They had no idea there was such a person in their clan. Just an unremarkable Uchiha. Hikari wasn't surprised by Mei's question. She and Kakashi had already prepared countermeasures beforehand. An unremarkable Uchiha. No one believed that. The Hokage's wife wasn't just the Hokage's beloved, more importantly, she represented a symbolic meaning. In the eyes of these Kage, this Uchiha woman was a reassurance the Hokage was giving to the remaining Uchiha, telling them that although they had rebelled against him, he was letting bygones be bygones. By marrying one of their clan members and becoming their in-law, he was telling them to serve him with peace of mind. I see. I was perhaps a bit forward. Mei chuckled softly, raising her wine cup in a toast to Hikari. Hikari followed suit and returned the toast. After toasting this table, Kakashi and Hikari went to other tables to toast each one. However, "Wah, it's so delicious. If getting married means eating such a feast, can brother Kakashi get married a few more times?" Chapter 138, Sky Ninja Village. Without even needing to think about it, that comment had to have come from Naruto. Kakashi smiled helplessly, not particularly bothered, while Hikari, who was holding onto Kakashi's arm, mentally planned to buy more vegetables later and stuff them into that vegetable-hating brat's mouth. As the wedding banquet came to an end, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, and began taking their leave one after another. It's getting late. I've been away from my village for quite some time on this trip, and administrative affairs have likely piled up like a mountain. I cannot stay any longer. Raza looked at Kakashi before him with an apologetic expression, preparing to depart. Then I won't say anything to try to keep you. I wish the Kazekage a safe journey. Kakashi nodded slightly, allowing the Kazekage to leave. After Kazekage Raza, Tsuchikage Inoki and Mizukage representative Mei Terumi also took their leave one by one. Finally, the Raikage, along with his subordinate who had just recovered from serious illness, clasped his fists and departed as well. Watching that large figure leave, Hikari, whose fingers were intertwined with Kakashi's beside him, said softly. "Just now, he seemed displeased with you." Hearing Hikari's words, Kakashi smiled unconcernedly and said, "There are plenty of people displeased with me, but what can they really do about it?" His words were full of confidence. Hearing Kakashi speak this way, Hikari hummed lightly and clung to Kakashi's arm like a delicate bird, saying, "Then do you think I'm also displeased with you?" Seeing Hikari like this, Kakashi's heart stirred. He reached out to touch Hikari's cheek, about to speak, when a cough came from behind him. That outstretched hand silently withdrew. "Third Hokage, you haven't left yet." Kakashi looked somewhat helplessly at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was observing him from behind. This old man will leave after saying his piece. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Hikari, then swept his gaze around the surroundings. Seeing no one was paying attention to them, he didn't avoid Hikari and spoke in a low voice. "Now the 4 Kage have basically investigated the village's true strength. Although our plan to appear weak before the enemy has succeeded, what do you intend to do next?" Appearing weak before the enemy, that was because Konoha's current state was indeed considerably weaker than before the Uchiha coup and Shimura Danzo's rebellion, which made it possible to appear weak. What comes next is naturally development. We can't actually stay weak, right? Kakashi looked somewhat strangely at the little old man. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. He had been worried that Kakashi might pull some other bizarre stunt. Now seeing that Kakashi finally planned to settle down and prepare for recuperation and recovery, the last stone weighing on his heart finally settled. However, conventional recuperation and recovery is far too slow, and it doesn't seem to have much effect on improving overall strength. If we want to rely on a significant increase in overall strength, we must make choices that are completely different from the past. Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart had barely been at ease for half a minute when Kakashi's words lifted it right back up again. "What do you want to do?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's teeth ached slightly. He felt he couldn't quite keep up with young people's thinking. "We'll talk about this in a couple of days. Today, old man, you should leave." Kakashi glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi with some dissatisfaction. "Fine, I'll come find you again in a couple of days." Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Uchiha, no, Hatake Hikari beside Kakashi, nodded, and understood Kakashi's meaning. So this old man had become a third wheel. After the guests departed, with only the hired villagers cleaning up the venue, Kakashi and Hikari exchanged glances and directly left to go home. Because neither Hikari nor Kakashi could produce a pair of parents between them, after returning home, the two thoroughly cleaned the house inside and out once again. After all, that large group of children during the day had been the most rowdy. Our children won't be this energetic in the future, will they? Watching Kakashi use a wind release to blow all the paper scraps and fruit peels on the ground into the trash can, Hikari inquired. Who knows about that? If possible, I think it'd be better if they took after me. Kakashi glanced at Hikari leaning against the door frame. Hearing this, Hikari said somewhat indignantly. Why can't they take after me? The corner of Kakashi's mouth curved into a helpless smile as he said. Well, it's also because Hikari was too easy for me to trick away. Hikari was so angry her teeth clenched. So frustrating. But she couldn't find an excuse to refute it. Night fell, the evening breeze passed over the village as lights gradually lit up in each household, and the ninja hounds of the Hatake family had long since gone to sleep yawning. Meanwhile, Hikari, who had gotten married today, sat on the bed quietly watching Kakashi in the living room. In that brief conversation with Hiruzen Sarutobi today, Kakashi hadn't deceived the old men. A certain idea had already begun taking shape during his time serving as acting Hokage. The Sky Ninja Village. An enemy force of Konoha that had been destroyed by Kakashi's dead ghost father during the Second Shinobi World War. The Sky Ninja Village's leader at that time, like the demigod of the Shinobi world Hanzo of the Salamander, had possessed the ambition to become the sixth great nation of the Shinobi world. But having ambition was one thing, why did he, like Hanzo of the Salamander, have to set his sights on Konoha? In the early stages of the Second War, Hanzo of the Salamander had declared war on the three great nations of fire, wind, and earth simultaneously. At that time, the Sky Ninja Village, not wanting to fall behind, had also declared war on the land of fire. Hiruzen Sarutobi had unhesitatingly sent Tsukumo Hatake to lead a team to take out this jumping clown first. Although the Sky Ninja Village lacked national power, this force possessed technological capabilities that were exceptionally outstanding throughout the entire Shinobi world. Especially in the future Shippuden timeline, this force actually possessed a fleet of steel warships and an aircraft carrier. In Kakashi's view, this was truly absurd, and it was completely necessary to bring them under his control. Moreover, Kakashi had already found a young man named Tono Waisuke in the village. This person seemed utterly ordinary, with extremely poor ninja talent, but he was the future creator of scientific ninja tools. Kakashi hadn't directly contacted him, worried that his contact might cause this Tono Waisuke to change his mind, but now 3 years had passed, it was about time. What are you thinking about? Hikari tiptoed over behind Kakashi and caught sight of the intelligence documents about the Sky Ninja Village in Kakashi's hands. Nothing much. Kakashi closed the scroll in his hand and turned back with a smile to look at his newlywed wife. Meeting Kakashi's gaze that carried a hint of aggression, Hikari's cheeks flushed slightly. She wanted to turn her head away and not look at him, but Kakashi grabbed her hand in one swift motion. What are you trying to do? Hikari's voice carried a trace of shyness. Only now do I realize how small Hikari's hands are. Looking at her hand held in this man's palm, Hikari's cheeks turned so red they seemed ready to drip blood. Let's go inside. Hikari knew there was no way she could escape tonight, and could only speak hesitantly. Seeing this, Kakashi hesitated no longer. He rose from the sofa, and ignoring Hikari's resistance, directly lifted her up by the waist and walked toward the bedroom. The light, turn off the light. Hikari, in Kakashi's arms, tried to struggle to turn off the lights. Her hand had just reached out when the newlyweds' bedroom door was shut with a bang by Kakashi. Chapter 139, Alright Kakashi, no problem Kakashi. The Hatake family's Ninkan didn't sleep well all night. The noise got so bad that Pakin and the others ran straight to the Inuzuka household in the middle of the night. When Hikari sat up slowly in bed, stark naked and completely unaware that her body was on display, she looked at the empty space beside her. Her brain was still a bit foggy, and she hadn't quite come to her senses yet. What happened last night? As her consciousness gradually returned and she recalled the events of last night, Hikari pulled the blanket over her head with a poof and shrank back into the bedding. Kakashi, that damn perverted dog. It was one thing to do it in the bedroom, but to actually carry her into the bathroom. It was simply too much. But then, Hikari threw off the quilt and burrowed out from the covers again. Damn it. The inside of the blanket smelled like that, a scent that made her blush and her heart race. You're awake. Let's eat, I made breakfast. Just then, Kakashi, wearing an apron, noticed the movement in the bedroom. He pushed the door open and walked in, smiling brightly. You. Ah. Hikari looked at Kakashi, who was acting as if nothing had happened. She wanted to call him a perverted dog, but realizing she was completely naked, she couldn't help but use the quilt to cover her exposed skin, looking at the men before her with a face full of shame and indignation. I saw everything last night, so what are you being shy about? Besides, we're husband and wife now, aren't we? Kakashi stepped forward to Hikari. Looking at her in this state, she possessed a unique charm. You get out, I'm going to change clothes. Reminded by Kakashi, Hikari finally remembered that she and Kakashi were indeed husband and wife, a relationship just like her mom and dad's. Before you change clothes, there's something we need to take care of first. Kakashi's words puzzled Hikari. What else was there? Hikari realized what it was. Perverted dog. It had been all night, yet he still wanted more. Hokage building. Kakashi arrived to clock in for work feeling refreshed. The staff members he encountered wished him a happy marriage, and Kakashi responded to each one with a smile. Upon arriving at his office, Kakashi's first order of business was to summon Might Guy, Genma Shiranui, Reido Namishi, and Awashi Tatame. 10 years. According to the original work, there were still 10 years until the Fourth Great Ninja War, though this timeline might no longer be reliable under Kakashi's influence. However, Kakashi's goal was to develop Konoha within these 10 years to the point where it could sweep across the ninja world. Perhaps doing so was superfluous. The village still had Naruto and Sasuke. Letting the Akatsuki organization develop step by step and then be destroyed meant Konoha could still sweep the ninja world. But Kakashi was unwilling to rely on the power of others. He wanted to make Konoha the strongest in his own way. If necessary, Kakashi wouldn't mind personally initiating the Fourth Great Ninja War. But a ninja war started by Kakashi would definitely not be some war against aliens fueled by talk of bonds and friendship, it would be a war of unification to unite the ninja world. Kakashi. My most hot-blooded and youthful best friend. Is there a mission that needs completing by the great Might Guy? Before long, Might Guy had arrived in front of Kakashi with the Flying Thunder God squad. Guy, you should address me by my title in the office, Kakashi reminded him. All right Kakashi, no problem Kakashi. Your hot-blooded best friend will always acknowledge your words. Might Guy immediately struck his signature pose, showing off his graceful, hot-blooded, and magnificent physique of solid muscle. Kakashi. Forget it, please ignore what I just said. Kakashi felt that asking Guy to use his title was perhaps a wasted effort. Anyway, Guy, I need you to lead a team to complete a mission. Listening to Kakashi, Might Guy didn't care at all what the mission was. He patted his chest and spoke. No matter what the mission is, the great Might Guy will complete it 100% perfectly. Kakashi handed the documents regarding the Land of Sky's hidden village to Might Guy and said. Your mission this time, Guy, is to drive the Sky Ninja Village's battleship and aircraft carrier back here. Leave the battleship at the Land of Fire's port, but drive the aircraft carrier directly back to Konoha. Battleship. Aircraft carrier? What are those things? Might Guy, who had just been full of confidence, froze, not quite understanding Kakashi's words. In any case, if you face an enemy you cannot resist. Genma. Kakashi looked toward the Flying Thunder God squad at the side. You can use the Flying Thunder God formation to transport me there. Genma Shiranui's expression immediately turned solemn. Requiring the Hokage to personally appear meant this mission was definitely not just about bringing back some inexplicable things, there was a more important purpose involved. And Guy, if you encounter an enemy that the 6th gate cannot handle, don't open the 7th gate. Do not hesitate to choose the Flying Thunder God to summon me. Might Guy nodded upon hearing this. Clearly, he realized the importance of this mission. Taking the mission scroll from Kakashi's hand, he couldn't help but laugh. If that's the case, I actually hope to encounter the situation you spoke of, Kakashi. After all, if that happens, it would be a long-awaited two-man squad. Hearing Might Guy's words, Kakashi paused for a moment, then smiled. There will be a chance for that. With that, Kakashi held out his fist toward Guy. Oh ho. Konoha's sublime green beast will absolutely complete the mission. Seeing the fist Kakashi extended, Might Guy immediately bumped his fist against Kakashi's without hesitation. Watching the retreating figures of Guy and the Flying Thunder God squad, Kakashi sat back down. He played with the Flying Thunder God kunai the squad had left him, a thoughtful look in his eyes. The Flying Thunder God technique. It wasn't that Kakashi hadn't tried it. He had succeeded, and he had even left a Flying Thunder God marking. But how to put it? Kakashi could only complete the Flying Thunder God teleportation within his line of sight. That is to say, for Kakashi to perceive the existence of the Flying Thunder God marking, he had to see the marking with his eyes first. Only by clearly knowing his mark was in that spot could he perform the spatial movement. Kakashi's talent for space-time ninjutsu wasn't particularly strong, he couldn't compare to Minato Namikaze or Tobarama Senju. So, Kakashi didn't delve too deeply into the path of the Flying Thunder God. The Flying Thunder God technique didn't suit him. Kakashi had a clear understanding of himself. What suited him was the best choice. Rather than beating his head against a wall with the Flying Thunder God technique, it was better to study Yin release, Yang release, and Sage arts. The massive chakra within his body was fully capable of supporting Kakashi in becoming a high-speed mobile artillery platform. Moreover, in his purple electricity state, Kakashi believed his speed was not inferior to the Flying Thunder God technique. Most importantly, the Flying Thunder God technique had limitations. Once the coordinates were destroyed, the Flying Thunder God technique could not move. Mei Terumi, who attended Kakashi's wedding 2 days ago, possessed an ability that countered the Flying Thunder God technique. Boil Release, Skilled Miss Technique. Chapter 140, Mount Mayaboku. As long as Mei Terumi disregarded the lives of her teammates and indiscriminately covered the entire battlefield with acid mist capable of melting even Sasuke Susanoo, the Flying Thunder God kunai would be as fragile as paper. Unless the seal could be placed directly on Mei Terumi's body. But if one could get close enough to leave a seal on the enemy's body, for Kakashi, it would be far more practical to simply cut them down with a blade. Thinking of this, Kakashi ordered his subordinates to summon Jiraiya. Kakashi wanted to visit Mount Mayaboku before Jiraiya left Konoha to see if he had the aptitude for senjutsu. For the 6 paths level battles of the future, Sage Mode would definitely allow him to participate. Yo, isn't this our newlywed Lord Hokage? Jiraiya's residence in Konoha was near the Hokage building, so he appeared before Kakashi in less than 10 minutes. The tall, white-haired man leaned against the doorframe in his usual improper manner, arms crossed, teasing Kakashi. Save the idle chatter, Kakashi said. I need you to help me with something. Kakashi smiled helplessly, he was long accustomed to Jiraiya's eccentric behavior. Moreover, his current position as Hokage had been secured with Jiraiya's full support. When Hiruzen Sarutobi had appointed Kakashi as proxy Hokage, Jiraiya's attitude had played a significant role. What is it? Seeing Kakashi's demeanor, Jiraiya's expression involuntarily turned serious. I need to go to Mount Mayaboku. I want to see if I can learn senjutsu. Kakashi's words made Jiraiya frown deeply. Setting aside whether Mount Mayaboku is willing to let you train in their senjutsu, the training itself is full of risks. You are now the Hokage of Konoha, and you just got married. Are you sure? Listening to Jiraiya, Kakashi understood his concerns. Training in Sage Mode was an extremely dangerous endeavor, one wrong step could lead to death. But Kakashi had no choice. No matter what, I have to try. Kakashi's firm attitude exceeded Jiraiya's expectations. He didn't understand why someone like Kakashi, who effectively stood at the peak of the ninja world, would be so obsessed with cultivating Sage Jutsu. In Jiraiya's view, even without senjutsu, there were few in the entire ninja world who could rival Kakashi's strength. Even if there really was someone capable of opposing Kakashi, or someone even stronger than him. So what? Kakashi commanded the entire Hidden Leaf. If I can't beat you alone, can't I beat you with a group? The retired old man at home, Tsunade idling away in the Senju lands, Itachi of the Uchiha family, and him, the handsome toad sage Jiraiya. Or even. Jiraiya took a deep look at Kakashi. Others might not know, but he knew very well what kind of existence Kakashi's newlywed wife was. Did Kakashi think there was anyone stronger than his wife? Or perhaps, after getting married, that Hatake Hikari's true personality had been exposed? Did Kakashi decide to train in Sage Mode because he was worried about domestic violence? All right. Jiraiya nodded. He couldn't refuse Kakashi's choice. If he refused, Kakashi could still go to Tsunade and head to the Shikatsu forest. Compared to himself, Tsunade would definitely let Kakashi give it a try. And Jiraiya knew very well that despite the slug sage's gentle and amiable personality, Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode training basically tortured the practitioner to death. The kind that didn't even leave bone fragments behind. When do we leave? Right now. For things that could be done, Kakashi never hesitated. Okay. Reverse Summoning Jutsu. As Jiraiya formed seals with both hands, mysterious patterns instantly covered him, and he vanished directly from in front of Kakashi. Kakashi looked at the empty office with a blank expression. No, you could at least take me with you. I haven't boarded yet. Mount Mayaboku. Ahahaha, sorry. I got excited and forgot you. Jiraiya scratched his head, laughing awkwardly as he looked at Kakashi. Kakashi didn't mind Jiraiya's apology, instead, he observed the surroundings. Blue sky, white clouds, small hills, ponds, lotus leaves. It was exactly the same as the ninja world, with the only difference being the size. Leaving the hills aside, the lotus leaves in the pond were at least several hundred times larger than those in the outside world. And there was the ubiquitous croaking of frogs. Yo, Kakashi is here. I wasn't there when you became Hokage, so let me congratulate you on becoming Hokage here. A familiar voice came from the distance. Accompanied by a huge black shadow passing overhead, a somewhat familiar toad appeared in front of Kakashi. Gamma Bunta. Long time no see, Bunta. Looking at the familiar toad before him, Kakashi greeted him familiarly. This toad was not only Jiraiya's summon but also his teacher Minato Namikaze's summon. He could be considered an old acquaintance of Kakashi, an old toad acquaintance. Bunta, are Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima home? Jiraiya asked Gamabunta familiarly. Pop and Mom are at home. You two arrived just in time, it's dinner time. Let's eat together. It's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks anyway. Gamabunta warmly invited Jiraiya and Kakashi to eat. No need. Kakashi and I have already eaten. Jiraiya seemed to recall some painful memories and hurriedly waved his hands to refuse. Well. Gamabunta was about to speak, but his sharp eye spotted two old toads hopping toward them from not far away. Pop, Mom. Jiraiya and Kakashi are here. Kakashi is the new Hokage of Konoha. Gamabunta's words drew Kakashi's gaze, and he looked at the two toad sages rushing over. Sage Fukasaku, Sage Shima. Seeing the familiar toads arrive, Jiraiya immediately spoke respectfully. It's little Jiraiya. Sage Fukasaku glanced at Jiraiya, then his gaze landed on the unmoved Kakashi. Sage Fukasa. Kakashi felt that since he wanted to learn Mount Myaboku's Sage mode, it wouldn't be too much to lower his attitude a bit. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Sage Shima. No need for more words, 5th Hokage of Konoha. The great toad sage wants to see you. Kakashi frowned slightly upon hearing this. This attitude could hardly be called friendly. Then let's go meet him. Kakashi naturally had no objection to this. Kakashi, don't take it to heart. Sage Shima is just like that, sharp tongue, soft heart. Jiraiya, long used to Sage Shima's temper, patted Kakashi on the shoulder with a nonchalant look. Kakashi nodded. He naturally wouldn't get angry over such a small matter. Instead, he was very interested in the great toad sage calling for him. After all, this great toad sage was an ancient antique that had existed since the time of Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Chapter 141, The Prophecy. The Great Toad Sage. Originally named Gamamaru, he was the one who once guided Hagoromo Otsutsuki to rebel against his mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kakashi didn't know exactly what kind of psychological journey Hagoromo, the man known as the Sage of Six Paths, had gone through to eventually seal his own mother. But that wasn't important right now. He had arrived. He stood before the massive palace where Gamamaru resided. Led by the two great toad sages, Kakashi stepped into the palace. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to the colossal presence directly ahead. It was a giant, elderly toad wearing a black academic cap. His eyes were closed, and his wrinkled skin made him look as though he were deep in slumber. Based on appearance alone, he looked ancient, as if he might pass away at any moment. For some reason, Kakashi had a faint feeling that this being was not as simple as his outward appearance suggested. It wasn't that he had noticed any specific clue, it was pure intuition. Great Sage, the Hokage has arrived, Fukasaku Sage said softly as he stepped toward the Great Toad Sage. However, the Great Toad Sage remained unmoved, seemingly still immersed in his dreams. You old fossil. The Hokage is here. Wake up already. Compared to Fukasaku, Shima Sage was much more temperamental. This matched the description of her personality that Jiraiya had given earlier. Oh, it's little Fukasaku and little Shima. And who else was there? I forgot. Under Shima's roar, the Great Toad Sage finally woke up slowly. His gaze drifted past Fukasaku and Shima, lingered briefly on Jiraiya, and finally settled on Kakashi, who was calmly observing the scene. Great Sage, I am Jiraiya. Jiraiya was already used to the Great Toad Sage's forgetfulness and was about to identify himself when the Great Toad Sage interrupted him. The human youth from the prophecy. I see you. The Great Toad Sage's words caused Jiraiya to freeze. He looked at Kakashi with surprise. In the prophecy the Great Toad Sage had given him previously, it was said that during his travels and writing, Jiraiya would take the Child of Prophecy as a disciple, a child who would bring a revolution of either destruction or hope to the shinobi world. In that prophecy, the Great Sage didn't know exactly who the Child of Prophecy was. But regarding the current prophecy for Kakashi, the Great Toad Sage explicitly stated that he saw him. Great Sage, what exactly do you see in me? Kakashi had never truly believed in these so-called prophecies. In the original story, the Child of Prophecy was undeniably Naruto. But in the end, what did Naruto actually bring to the shinobi world? Nothing truly changed. Even in the era of Boruto, when dealing with Naruto's son, the four Kage of the Wind, Earth, Lightning, and Water dared to use the threat of war to pressure Naruto. They truly acted as if they didn't know how to spell the word death. Young human. The Great Toad Sage's massive eyes didn't look aged at all, instead, they possessed a clear, bright, and innocent quality. I see you bringing both destruction and rebirth. You have ignited the flames of war, and the entire shinobi world prostrates at your feet. Among those who resist you, a youth with the Rinnegan curses you, and a youth with the Sharingan stands against you as an enemy. You bring a revolution that leads the shinobi world toward an unknown direction. In this time, no one can remain a bystander. Everyone is forced to participate, becoming either your enemy or your friend. The outcome of all this is shrouded in mist. Even I cannot see the final result. The great Toad Sage's prophecy was long but clear. It left Jiraiya standing there in a daze. A youth with the Rinnegan. Cursing Kakashi. Is it Nagato? But isn't Nagato dead? Kakashi's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. The great Toad Sage's prophecy was easy to interpret. The youth with the Rinnegan was either Nagato or Madara Uchiha. The youth with the Sharingan was either Madara or Obito Uchiha. As for the part about everyone being unable to remain bystanders and being forced to participate. Great Sage, in this process, what role does Mount Myoboku or the three Great Sage regions play? Kakashi looked at the Great Toad Sage and asked a somewhat dangerous question. However, the Great Toad Sage shook his head. Shikatsu Forest and Ryuchi Cave both have sages like me presiding over them. I cannot prophesy about them. As for Mount Myoboku, a physician cannot heal himself. He can't see it, or he's unwilling to say. Kakashi couldn't force the Great Toad Sage to answer. He let the matter drop and pivoted to his main goal. Then, what should I do? Hearing Kakashi's question, the Great Toad Sage responded leisurely, do what you wish to do. The future is ethereal and will not change because of a single individual. Perhaps, in the grand scheme of things, your very actions to change the future are the steps that lead you toward that known destiny. Do not strive for the sake of changing the future, strive for what you yourself want to do. Because fate is already cast. Even if you do nothing, everything in the unseen will push you toward that established future. This old guy really has a way with words, Kakashi thought cynically. He stopped dwelling on the prophecy and stated the purpose of his visit. Great Sage, I wish to learn Sage Mode. Is Mount Myoboku willing to lend me a hand? Since the future couldn't be changed, the logical path was to actively engage and seek the greatest chance of survival within it. This was a principle anyone should understand. Regrettably, young human, Mount Myoboku cannot provide you with assistance. The Great Toad Sage shook his head at Kakashi, leaving the two Toad Sages and Jiraiya in a state of shock. In the previous prophecy, the Great Toad Sage had clearly stated that Mount Myoboku would play a role. If possible, building a good relationship with the current Hokage was the best choice. Furthermore, Mount Myoboku had already signed contracts with Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, and Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Since Kakashi was Jiraiya's grand disciple and Minato's student, it stood to reason that signing a contract with Kakashi would be the ideal move. Two Hokage from one lineage. If this opportunity were presented to Ryuchi Cave, those snakes would likely be fighting over him. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. The future cannot be changed. Whether I choose to help or not, the outcome remains the same. Now, young human, do you understand the logic within this? Fukasaku Sage looked at the Great Sage, feeling completely stunned. While the logic might hold up, if they helped now, they could at least earn the Hokage's favor. Even if Mount Myoboku's choices failed in the future, they would still have a lifeline. My wife was right, Fukasaku thought. This old guy really has gone senile. Chapter 142, Kakashi vs. Jiraiya. Just as the Great Toad Sage Fukasaku thought. Everyone present, including Kakashi, shared this sentiment. Mount Myoboku had always been on good terms with the Hidden Leaf. Even if they chose to stand against the Hokage in the future, contrary to the norm, relying on their past bonds and the potential training of Sage Mode meant that even if they lost, it wouldn't be a humiliating defeat. But the Great Toad Sage spoke no further. His massive eyes closed once more, the choice had been made. Shima watched the Great Toad Sage before her, the corners of her mouth twitching. She truly wanted to scold the old toad awake right now, but there was nothing she could do. She could not alter Gamamaru's decision, so she could only look at Kakashi with regret. In that case, I understand. Kakashi nodded slightly. He was certain that Gamamaru was holding something back. But why tell him so much if the toad had made it clear he wouldn't teach him Sage Mode? Was it? A sneer formed in the depths of Kakashi's heart. Of course, it was because he had nothing to fear. Compared to Ryuchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest, Mount Myoboku was the most special existence among the three great sacred places. Behind Gamamaru stood the Sage of Six Paths, truly, an arrogant old thing. Kakashi could not change Gamamaru's choice. He simply glanced at Jiraiya, who was still in a trance beside him, and spoke softly. Jiraiya, it's time to go. At Kakashi's words, Jiraiya, one of the renowned Sannin, seemed to wake from a dream. He appeared not to hear Kakashi, looking urgently at the Great Toad Sage who had closed his eyes. Great Sage, does that human boy with the Rinnegan have red hair? However, there was no response. The great toad sage seemed to have truly fallen asleep, his wrinkled chest rising and falling steadily. Watching the great toad sage before him, Jiraiya clenched his fists, his brow furrowed tight. He felt unwilling to accept the situation at hand. As a teacher, he could not bear to see his own disciple become an enemy of the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. If that day truly came, he would have no choice but to kill his own disciple with great pain. There was no other choice, because the Hokage was the Hidden Leaf. But, if possible, he still wanted to try and persuade his disciple to avoid all of this. "Let's go, Jiraiya-sama." Kakashi patted Jiraiya's shoulder and spoke softly. Things had reached a point where the great toad sage's attitude determined everything. Mount Myaboku was not the toad's Mount Myaboku, it was the great toad sage's Mount Myaboku, just as the Shikatsu forest belonged to the Katsuyu sage. A so-called sacred place was a sacred place even if only one sage existed there. Therefore, even though Fukasaku and Shima knew sage mode, they could not teach it to Kakashi given the great toad sage's stance. They could only look on helplessly. Yeah. Jiraiya could only nod silently and choose to leave with Kakashi. After Jiraiya and Kakashi departed, the great toad sage's closed eyes opened a tiny slit, flickering with a dark, indescribable light. Back in the Hokage's office, Jiraiya looked at Kakashi and spoke almost without thinking. "I need to leave the Hidden Leaf for a while." "No. You know what I'm going to do." "I said no, and that means no. I need to see if that boy with the Rinnegan is really the person I'm thinking of." "Is that looking for death?" "The prophecy has confirmed he is my enemy. Going to him voluntarily. That is my disciple. And I am your grand disciple." In less than a minute, Kakashi and Jiraiya exchanged a rapid and brief dialogue. "Kakashi, there are some things where doing it and not doing it are two different matters." Jiraiya looked at the men before him, feeling a mix of relief and pain. Relief that Kakashi was worried about his safety, he hadn't misjudged him. Pain that his disciple was very likely to become Kakashi's enemy. If you acknowledge the so-called prophecy, you should know that what you are doing is futile. And if you don't acknowledge it, then I certainly can't let you go. Faced with Jiraiya's reasoning, Kakashi remained unmoved, his attitude resolute. "You can't stop me." Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, and the chakra in his body erupted violently. "You can try." Kakashi's expression darkened, and his chakra erupted in kind. The two massive auras of chakra collided violently within the small office, like a needle facing a sharp point. The surrounding floor, ceiling, coffee table, and chairs trembled under these two forces. Dust fell from the ceiling, cracks appeared in the floor beneath their feet, and the furniture looked ready to fall apart. "Shall we take this outside? If you lose, stay out of my business." Jiraiya looked at the men before him, seeming to take an interest, a dangerous smile appearing on his lips. "If I win, you stay here in the Hidden Leaf and behave." Kakashi narrowed his eyes. In a flash, both of them vanished from the spot. The moment they left, the surrounding coffee table and chairs finally couldn't hold on any longer and shattered. At that moment, a staff member who had sensed the commotion upstairs and came to check the situation saw the chaotic scene and was about to shout for help. "Don't mind it." It was the Hokage-sama and Jiraiya-sama. Heiate Gecko, who had witnessed everything from the dark, stepped out of the shadows, his face somewhat pale. He had almost gone limp from fright. The lake in the mountains behind the Hokage rock. Kakashi and Jiraiya chose this place as their battlefield. Even though Jiraiya knew Kakashi had completed the shape transformation and nature transformation of all 5 chakra types, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. Because he had done the same. The prerequisite for the 5 elements seal was the form and nature transformation of 5 chakra types, and there was no reason for Jiraiya, a master of Fuinjutsu, not to possess them. The instant they landed on the lake, they wasted no words and immediately engaged in a taijutsu exchange of fists and feet. Fists and palms, legs and feet, elbows and knees. Every weapon of the human body was utilized to its fullest by the two of them. The force of fists and the wind of palms constantly erupted between them. Every clash was accompanied by a dull thud, stirring up ripples on the lake beneath their feet. The battle between the two was less of a conflict and more of a spar. It was as if Kakashi and Jiraiya had a tacit understanding not to use any large-scale jutsu. There was only the purest form of seeing a move and countering it within their taijutsu. "It seems your taijutsu is not inferior to mine." Finally, sporting a pair of bruised, black eyes, Jiraiya looked seriously at Kakashi, who appeared as if nothing had happened to him. Seeing Jiraiya talking tough despite his condition, Kakashi felt a sense of amusement and spoke. "In that case, shall we try ninjutsu or ninja tools?" Chapter 143, Chapter 143, It seems your strength is not beneath mine. Fire release, Great Flame Bullet. Fierce and peerless flames, carrying the momentum to burn everything, spewed from Jiraiya's mouth, rushing toward Kakashi. "You must be joking." Jiraiya felt he wasn't foolish enough to try and compete in ninja tools against the son of Kakashi Hatake. So, at this moment, he chose ninjutsu without hesitation. Facing the onrushing fire, Kakashi did not choose to use water release. Instead, he formed the hand seals for fire release. Fire release, Dragon Flame Release Song Technique. It was an A-rank fire release technique belonging to the Uchiha clan that consumed a considerable amount of chakra. But for the current Kakashi, a fire release of this level was something he could perform with ease. Even more violent flames spewed from Kakashi's mouth. Four fire dragons, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws, surged toward the flames ahead. The instant they collided, a violent explosion rose from the surface of the lake. 3 of the fire dragons emerged from the flames, their momentum undiminished as they charged toward Jiraiya. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya inwardly cried out not good and chose to dive into the lake almost as a conditioned reflex. In the gloom of the lake, watching the rising turmoil of fire and water above the surface, even if Jiraiya didn't want to admit it, he had to admire Kakashi's mastery of fire release. Thinking about it now, Kakashi's ability to possess such fire release was probably all thanks to his wife. After all, she was an existence that stood out brilliantly even among the Uchiha. He really must have lost his mind to choose a fire release opener. Once the flames on the lake surface subsided and the steam rose, Jiraiya returned to the surface. Feeling the warm temperature of the water, Jiraiya looked at Kakashi, who had not attacked during that moment but had quietly waited for his return, and spoke seriously. It seems it is not just taijutsu, your fire release is also not beneath mine. Listening to Jiraiya's words, Kakashi looked at this erratic man with a subtle expression, then waved his hand at him and said, "Then, shall we try water release?" Hearing Kakashi's words, and feeling the panda eyes on his face that this brat had punched out with 2 fists, Jiraiya felt a bit indignant. In taijutsu and fire release, you can rely on your youth and your wife's advantages to compete with me, but could it be that I'm afraid of you in water release? Come. As soon as the words fell, Kakashi and Jiraiya formed hand seals simultaneously. Water release, water dragon biting explosion. Jiraiya was only halfway through his hand seals when he saw that Kakashi opposite him had already unleashed the technique he was using. He couldn't help but feel a phantom toothache. The second Hokage's S-rank water release. Is being Hokage that amazing? I don't even care to be the Hokage. But at this moment, the arrow was on the string and had to be released. Jiraiya had no room to retreat, he could only brace himself and execute his own technique against Tobirama Senju's famous water release. Water release, great waterfall technique. The water of the entire lake was mobilized by the 2 of them. For a moment, it was like a flash flood erupting. Countless waters around Jiraiya turned into a tsunami and swept toward Kakashi. But on Kakashi's side, a ferocious giant dragon was already waiting for the arrival of Jiraiya's technique. Seeing Jiraiya's technique complete, Kakashi did not hesitate to manipulate the giant dragon to meet it head-on. For a time, it was as if the scene of an ancient flood dragon suppressing a flood was reappearing before their eyes. The flood dragon overturned rivers and seas amidst the waves. The onrushing tsunami was beaten down and fell before that massive and solid body. In just a moment, the flood was suppressed, and the ferocious giant dragon charged toward Jiraiya without hesitation. Seeing such a scene, Jiraiya's scalp went numb. He hurriedly used Needle Jizo to protect his entire body. His white hair wrapped around him completely before he was clamped in the mouth of the giant dragon and dragged directly into the lake once again. When Jiraiya crawled out of the water, dizzy and lightheaded, he spoke with somewhat blurred consciousness. It seems your water release is not beneath mine. Kakashi looked at Jiraiya with amusement and spoke with a smile. What's next? Earth release, or lightning release? Or perhaps wind release? Hearing Kakashi's words, Jiraiya shook his wet white hair and then spoke with full vigor. Wind release. Let me give you some pointers, brat. Earth release. Earth release on top of water is useless. As for lightning release, let's just forget it. Jiraiya felt he didn't have a masochistic hobby of getting beaten up. Wind release, is it? Hearing Jiraiya's choice, Kakashi's eyelids lowered slightly. Lord Jiraiya, wind release is different from water release and fire release. If one isn't careful, people will die. The surroundings were full of water, so the power of fire release was greatly discounted. For water release, Kakashi had only chosen a technique for large-scale suppression and hadn't selected other cutting-type water release techniques. But if it was wind release? A blue sphere of chakra emerged in Kakashi's hand, causing Jiraiya's eyes to narrow. Rasengan. He knew that too. But Jiraiya's face suddenly went stiff. The Rasengan was a non-elemental technique, and it was also a semi-finished product developed by Minato Namikaze. Only by adding elemental chakra to it could this technique be truly completed. Minato Namikaze had died young and didn't have time to finish it. But right now, when he said he wanted to compete in wind release, Kakashi chose the Rasengan. What did this mean? Kakashi had completed the steps that Minato Namikaze hadn't had time to finish. He had allowed the Rasengan to undergo elemental development, thoroughly completing this semi-finished technique. Kakashi held the Rasengan high with one hand. A buzzing sound resonated through the entire field as four horn-like blades, resembling a shuriken, appeared around the Rasengan and began to expand continuously. Jiraiya watched the scene before him, shocked to his core. Has this guy's development of ninjutsu already reached this level? Also, does this bastard want to kill me? Actually using this kind of move? Jiraiya didn't believe that this fully developed Rasengan was just for show. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Kakashi spoke calmly. The S-rank technique in his hand was fully complete. Under the agitation of the chakra, the surrounding lake surface whipped up waves centered on Kakashi, spreading outward. Even his white hair was agitated wildly at this moment. Just hearing the sound was enough to know the terrifying power of this technique, causing Jiraiya to hurriedly wave his hands and say, "It seems your wind release is also not beneath mine." He had no interest in being stubborn and taking this move head-on. Hearing this, Kakashi seemed to have already known Jiraiya's attitude. As the chakra in his hand gradually faded, the technique resembling a Fuma Shuriken also gradually dissipated. This technique was completed during the 3 years Kakashi served as proxy Hokage. After all, the original work contained the complete cultivation method, it would have been a waste not to practice it. However, it had to be said that while the power of this technique was indeed great, it didn't quite mesh with Kakashi's combat style, which focused on kenjutsu, sword technique, and purple electricity. Moreover, without knowing Sage Mode, this Rasen Shuriken couldn't be thrown. Using it continuously would cause permanent damage to the body, so after Kakashi researched it, it went straight to the warehouse to gather dust. It seems your strength is not beneath mine. Seeing this, Jiraiya spoke with emotion in his heart. Although he hadn't used his full strength in this battle, the same was true for Kakashi. Jiraiya didn't believe for a second that Kakashi didn't have any trump cards hidden away. Chapter 144, Don't you go too far, kid. Night. Kakashi sat with Jiraiya by the lake, warming themselves by a campfire. The flames danced, drying Jiraiya's soaked clothes that hung above them. Jiraiya, shirtless, looked grumpily at Kakashi beside him and said, "It's the second day of your marriage. Instead of accompanying your wife, you're hanging out here with an old man like me. Won't your wife throw a fit?" Kakashi glanced lightly at Jiraiya, flipping the grilled fish he had caught from the lake. "Should I leave, then?" Jiraiya felt a phantom toothache. He didn't know who this kid learned from. The moment he opened his mouth, he seemed trying to piss people off. Neither of them spoke further. Instead, they stared at the flames licking the grilled fish within the bonfire. Silence rose in that moment, with only the crackling sound of burning wood echoing in the night. The dancing flames made their faces flicker between light and shadow. "I need to go there." Finally, Jiraiya took the initiative to speak. "You lost. You should listen to me." Kakashi remained unmoved by these words. He simply poked the bonfire with a stick, allowing the heat to distribute more evenly over the grilled fish. "I am your grandmaster." Jiraiya felt a bit helpless. This kid just wouldn't listen to reason. "I am the Hokage." Kakashi stopped Jiraiya's words in their tracks. "Jiraiya. Is it too late to object to Kakashi becoming Hokage now? The matter of the Rinnegan is grave. I cannot just ignore it," Jiraiya said seriously. "Then why didn't you bring your Rinnegan disciple back to the village?" Kakashi retorted with a measured tone, leaving Jiraiya speechless once again. This. If he had brought Nagato back to the Hidden Leaf back then, perhaps none of this would be happening. While Jiraiya felt annoyed with himself internally, he remained stubborn on the surface. "You can't stop me." Kakashi stood up. He glanced at Jiraiya's bare upper body, specifically the hideous scar on his chest. Then, gazing at the lake surface under the moonlight, he spoke unhurriedly. 3 days ago, when Tsunade was bathing, you shamelessly peeped on her again. Tsunade bathed 3 days ago. And I actually missed it. What a tragic missed opportunity. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, but then he immediately reacted, shouting angrily, "Don't you slander people, kid. I never peeped on Tsunade bathing." Kakashi looked at Jiraiya with a smile in his eyes and pointed to the chest that had once been caved in by Tsunade's punch. "Do you think Tsunade will believe you, an old pervert with a criminal record, or me, the impartial fifth Hokage?" Only then did Jiraiya realize, this bastard Kakashi was planning to frame him. If he dared to leave, Kakashi would dare to drag his name through the mud in front of Tsunade. This was simply too much. "Don't you go too far, kid." Jiraiya stood up, grabbing Kakashi by the collar, clearly annoyed. Kakashi glanced at his Hokage robe, which was now wrinkled from Jiraiya's grip. A look of mischievous amusement appeared on his face. "What should you call me?" Looking at Kakashi, who looked like he had complete control over the situation, Jiraiya felt a wave of discouragement. He took a step back, reached out to smooth the Hokage robe he had wrinkled, and said weakly. Yes, Lord Hokage. Jiraiya sat back down, grumpy. The night breeze stirred the bonfire. Jiraiya had already made up his mind, even if Kakashi wasn't paying attention, he would sneak away. At worst, he'd come back and take a scolding. He had thick skin anyway. Naruto is only 6 years old. As if he knew what Jiraiya was thinking, Kakashi suddenly spoke up. You're practically a grandfather to Naruto. Don't you want to watch him grow up? Jiraiya sat silently in place, not speaking. You have to understand. If you die just for the sake of a so-called prophecy, in my opinion, that is undoubtedly the height of stupidity. I won't pursue your past mistakes, and I will cover for you. In the future, even if there are enemies, I will face them. If you want to die, fine. But you shouldn't die such a worthless death. I've said all I can say. I hope you will consider it. Kakashi knew that if Jiraiya wanted to leave, he couldn't restrict Jiraiya's movements without breaking his legs. So, he could only offer kind advice. In Kakashi's view, Jiraiya's death in the original story was undoubtedly foolish and not worth it. Wasting such an important combat asset just to find out the intelligence that pain is not the main body. If Tsunade had been the one there, she probably would have realized at a glance that all 6 pains were made from corpses. Even Ibiki Marino, when fighting the animal path, realized he was facing a corpse just by touching the opponent's cheek. Who is Jiraiya? One of the Konoha Sannin, the most top-tier combat power in the Hidden Leaf at the time. To die like that was too much of a waste. Even if he had to die, Jiraiya should have died on a magnificent battlefield, died expanding the territory for the Hidden Leaf, or died defending against foreign enemies. Not wasting his precious life just to scout out such useless intelligence. Kakashi knew Jiraiya's personality was very stubborn, but he had done everything he could. Everything that followed depended on Jiraiya's own choice. Jiraiya watched Kakashi's departing figure in the night and sighed softly in his heart. I've been underestimated, haven't I? Does Kakashi really think that if I go to investigate Nagato, I will definitely die? Welcome home. The moment he returned home, a fragrant breeze hit his face, and his newlywed wife threw herself into Kakashi's arms with a joyful face. Why are you back so late? Hikari clung to Kakashi's body like a clingy cat, looking up at her husband with a small face filled with thick love. I ran into some things today. Kakashi smiled with pity and gently stroked Hikari's cheek. What happened? Can I help? Feeling the slightly rough palm on her cheek, Hikari smiled infatuatedly. I wanted to learn Sage Mode, so I went to Mount Myaboku with Jiraiya and met Gamamaru. As a result, I was given a prophecy and rejected at the same time. Kakashi told her the truth. Question mark. Those damn toads really have a death wish. I'll go kill them all right now and make them into toadskin clothes. If you need it later, Kakashi, I can use them to make tonic for you. Hikari's expression shifted, but she continued to smile infatuatedly at her lover. However, her words were full of terrifying implications. Ah, that won't be necessary. After all, Mount Myaboku has been of service to the Hidden Leaf. And if I, the Hokage, killed them all just because I was rejected, it would inevitably give people something to talk about. Kakashi was stunned for a moment and rejected Hikari's proposal. MMH, I'll listen to you. I'll let them off the hook. Hikari nodded heavily. At this moment, Mount Myaboku had no idea they had just walked a lap around the gates of hell. Chapter 145, Ichigo. So, what will Kakashi do now? In the Hatake household, Hikari was wrapped entirely around Kakashi, speaking in a coquettish manner. Since Mount Myaboku is a no-go, tomorrow we can only go find Tsunade and see about Shikatsu Forest. While finding it amusing that Hikari was clinging to him like an octopus, Kakashi laid out tomorrow's itinerary. Let me go with you, Kakashi. If that Shikatsu Forest or whatever doesn't give you Sage Mode either, I'll. Saying this, Hikari revealed her little canine tooth, looking as if she would rob them if they refused. Kakashi didn't doubt Hikari's intent for a second. He simply patted Hikari's bottom gently and said, we can't have that. The slug sage once saved many people from the Hidden Leaf on the battlefield. Hikari's cheeks reddened. Although her idea had been rejected by Kakashi, she asked happily, can I go with you? Kakashi smiled, nodded, and said, of course. Hikari is my wife, after all. Hearing Kakashi say this, a smile rose on Hikari's face. She gave Kakashi a quick peck like a dragonfly skimming water, then jumped down from him and ran toward the kitchen, saying, let's eat first. Watching Hikari skip happily toward the kitchen, Kakashi touched his lips and smiled. Now that he was Hokage and there were no longer any opposing voices against him in the Hidden Leaf, Kakashi wouldn't refuse Hikari wanting to help him within her capabilities. At the dining table, Kakashi and Hikari chatted about Naruto. I don't know what kind of lovesickness that brat has come down with lately, but he's blatantly pursuing a girl named Sakura. He's only 6 years old, he hasn't even hit puberty yet, but he's already thinking about puppy love. I wonder who he learned that from. Listening to Hikari's complaints as she chewed her food, Kakashi's eyes shifted. He learned it from his dad. Kakashi quite calmly told Hikari about how Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki had fallen in love back in the day. They were dead anyway, it wasn't as if his dead ghost of a teacher could crawl out of the grave to lecture him, right? Besides, with Minato Namikaze's personality, he wouldn't do that anyway. But as for his formidable mistress... better not think about it. Better not think about it. What if he jinxed it? Kakashi was a married man now, he had no interest in experiencing Kushina Uzumaki's iron fist of love again. So that's how it is. No wonder that brat acts so precocious. Like father, like son. Hikari came to a sudden realization. Looking at Hikari before him, Kakashi looked thoughtful. Should I find a chance to bring that Sakura Haruno to meet Tsunade? After all, no matter how you look at it, she's a genius who went from a mediocre genin who knew nothing to Kage level in 3 years just by grinding. That kind of talent surpasses 95% of the ninja world. Perhaps only Minato Namikaze, who was also of common blood, could compare to the Sakura Haruno. What are you thinking about? Seeing Kakashi spaced out, Hikari asked curiously. Thinking about the kid Naruto likes. Kakashi said. Does Kakashi like children very much? Hikari looked at Kakashi, her face flushing slightly. They're all right. If they're too rowdy, they need to be educated properly. They can't be like Naruto. Hikari ignored the latter part of Kakashi's words. Her pair of dark, shining eyes stared intently at her husband with a watery gaze. Then do you want us to make one? Kakashi smiled without speaking upon hearing this, simply putting down the chopsticks in his hand and reaching out to his wife. Late at night. In the bedroom, after a battle, Hikari lay panting on Kakashi's body, looking completely satisfied. Kakashi leaned back against the headboard, gently stroking Hikari's cheek. He kind of wanted to light a cigarette. Say, what would be a good name for our future child? Hikari rubbed gently against the hand on her cheek like a cat, asking quietly. Ichigo. Kakashi had a bit of a brain fart. Hikari froze for a moment, not expecting Kakashi to blurt it out so quickly. But it actually seemed not bad. Kakashi was a man of action. He only had the idea yesterday to bring Sakura Haruno before Tsunade for a look, and he went out with Hikari first thing this morning. Naruto, get up and go to school. Since he was going to find Sakura Haruno, Kakashi didn't mind checking on Naruto along the way. After all, this is the cub that calls him dad. Moreover, Kakashi was thinking about bringing Naruto into his own home after a while. There were plenty of empty rooms in the house anyway, one more for Naruto wouldn't make a difference. Who is it? Naruto, not yet fully awake, rubbed his bleary sleep-filled eyes and looked at the two people standing by his bed through a heavy gaze. Big brother Kakashi. That heavy sleepiness vanished instantly, and the little blonde looked at the men before him with pleasant surprise. And me. Hikari, standing to the side, was somewhat dissatisfied that Naruto only had eyes for Kakashi. And big sister Hikari. What do you mean, and big sister Hikari? And your attitude, you little brat, is way too perfunctory. After I treated you so well. Hikari glared at Naruto, who didn't understand anything. Get up. I'll take you to get breakfast in a bit, then send you to school. Kakashi looked around the relatively clean room and nodded. It seemed the last incident gave Naruto the habit of tidying up his room. Okay. Hearing that Kakashi was going to take him to school, Naruto immediately bounced up from the bed. While Naruto was washing up, Kakashi walked a lap around Naruto's apartment, then looked out the window at the Hokage rock not far away. Hiruzen Sarutobi had chosen this apartment for Naruto back then. It was very close to the Hokage building, so if Naruto encountered any danger, Hiruzen Sarutobi could arrive immediately. Naruto, pack up your things over the next few days. Get ready to move. Kakashi looked at the brat in the bathroom who was brushing his teeth, his mouth full of foam. Move for what? I'm living pretty good here. Naruto swallowed the foam in his mouth in one gulp and looked at Kakashi in confusion. Kakashi's mouth twitched watching Naruto's action, then he stepped forward, squatted down, tapped Naruto on the forehead, and chuckled lightly. Silly boy, to live with me, of course. From now on, we are family. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto froze in place, looking at the men before him who was like a father with disbelief. Big brother Kakashi. Naruto stood there holding his toothbrush, then suddenly lunged forward. Surprised, with tears in his eyes and toothpaste foam still on him, he rubbed directly against Kakashi. Hey, at least wipe your face clean before pouncing on me. Glancing at the foam stained on his clothes, Kakashi chuckled softly and patted Naruto's back as he held him. Hikari stood to the side, watching the scene before her with a smile. She naturally wouldn't refuse Kakashi letting Naruto live with them. After all, Naruto was Kakashi's teacher's son. Chapter 146, Pink Hair. Ninja Academy Entrance. Hey, big brother Kakashi, since you've become my family, is big sister Hikari my family now too? On the way to drop Naruto off at school, Naruto asked the same question tirelessly. Of course. Both Hikari and I are Naruto's family. Kakashi understood Naruto's behavior very well, so he answered the question seriously every single time. Although he took care of him, he couldn't guard Naruto's side every moment of the day. A Naruto left on his own would inevitably hear rumors and gossip. Especially from children, who had no filter on what they said. Many people spend their whole lives trying to heal the shadows of their childhood. I asked big brother Kakashi to take me to school as my dad before, but now that big brother Kakashi and big sister Hikari are married. Then. Mama Hikari. Naruto scratched his head, looking a bit torn and hesitant as he glanced at Hikari, who was standing beside Kakashi watching them with a smile. The words that spilled from his mouth made Hikari's face turn bright red on the spot. You little brat. Don't. Shyly, Hikari hurriedly crouched down, reaching out as if to cover Naruto's mouth. However, feeling that might be inappropriate, her hands hovered in midair, neither retracting nor extending, looking as if she were waving them around frantically. Eventually, a wisp of white smoke seemed to rise from her head, and she buried her face in her knees, hiding away like a turtle retracting into its shell. Because, if Naruto treated Kakashi as a father, and she was Kakashi's wife, wouldn't that make her his mom? It wasn't just Hikari who was caught off guard by Naruto suddenly calling her mom, even Kakashi was a bit surprised. Well, Naruto isn't wrong. But right now, for big sister Hikari, having Naruto call her mom is a bit too stimulating for her. Maybe we can switch to that address after some time. Seeing this, Kakashi chuckled softly and patted Naruto's head, smoothing things over for Hikari. Oh, I get it. Naruto came to a sudden realization, punching his small fist into his palm. Big sister Hikari is just shy. As soon as these words came out, Hikari immediately lifted her head, staring at Naruto with a flushed face. It was hard to tell if she was angry or embarrassed, but she spoke with a fierce expression. Brat, get your butt to school. If you dare skip class or show up late in the future, I'll spank you. Hearing Hikari's words, Naruto didn't look scared at all. Instead, he nodded obediently and ran toward the school gate. Before leaving, he waved at Kakashi and Hikari, shouting, I'll be very obedient from now on. Watching Naruto disappear into the school entrance, Kakashi smiled and helped Hikari, who was still squatting on the ground, back up. Lots of interesting things are probably going to happen at home from now on. In response to Kakashi's teasing, Hikari blushed and gave Kakashi's arm a light punch, neither too heavy nor too soft. You bully me just like Naruto does. Kakashi caught her hand in his, chuckling without saying a word, and pulled Hikari into the Ninja Academy. He hadn't forgotten his main purpose for this visit. Just as everyone in Naruto's class had arrived and the newly appointed homeroom teacher, Irika, was preparing to start the first class of his life, the Ninja Academy's director walked into the classroom. Director, is something the matter? Irika looked at the uninvited director with some confusion. Is student Sakura here? Following the director's words, the eyes of everyone in the classroom, except for Sasuke, fell upon a little girl with pink hair. Me. Sakura Haruno, who was only 6 years old at the time, pointed at herself somewhat helplessly, her expression full of confusion. Student Sakura, someone wants to see you. Come with me for a moment. Faced with the director's words, Sakura didn't have a single thought of resisting. Instead, she looked toward her new teacher, seeking guidance. Student Sakura, go with the director. Although Irika was very puzzled, he didn't ask any further questions. Oh, okay then. Sakura Haruno nodded, feeling very strange inside. In this classroom filled with students from family backgrounds, she felt like a transparent little nobody with zero presence. She originally thought Naruto was just like her, but the wedding 2 days ago had let Sakura know that Naruto was actually different from her. So sad. Lord Hokage and Naruto were super close. Why would the director suddenly come looking for her? Could it be? She thought of her irresponsible father's teachings from ordinary days. You must be absolutely vigilant against those middle-aged men who look like gentlemen but are actually beasts inside. They are very likely wicked perverts obsessed with little girls. Thinking of this, Sakura's face immediately turned green. But looking at the director leading the way ahead of her, while she had the heart to run away, she tried to comfort herself internally. Maybe she was just overthinking it. Amidst her anxious journey, Sakura finally followed the director into the school office. There were only 2 people in the office, except Lord Hokage and Lord Hokage's lady wife Sama. Seeing the Lord Hokage she had just seen 2 days ago, Sakura recognized him immediately. Hikari heard this with a bit of confusion. Lord Hokage's lady wife-sama. What kind of title is that? You may leave. Kakashi looked at the director and gave the order. Yes, Lord Hokage. If you need anything, just call me. The director immediately withdrew. Sakura, is it? Kakashi walked up to the little tyke with a smile and squatted down to meet her gaze level. This caused Sakura to take a fearful step back. Is Lord Hokage a pervert too? Huh? Why did I add a too? Yes, that's me. Although she had rude thoughts in her mind, the aura of the Hokage's identity slightly relaxed the fear in Sakura's heart. Are you interested in becoming Lady Tsunade's disciple? Kakashi's words left Sakura stunned in place. Lady Tsunade? Who is that? Why should I become her disciple? In the end, under the buff of the Hokage's aura, Kakashi easily obtained the pink-haired girl's approval and brought her to the front of the Senju clan grounds. What a magnificent gate! The pink-haired girl looked at the imposing Senju gate before her and couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. The master I found for Sakura is right inside. Kakashi patted Sakura's pink hair and spoke with a smile. MHM. I'll listen to whatever Lord Hokage says. Sakura spoke with complete trust. Although the scale of the Senju grounds was not small, it was unusually cold and deserted. The nearby corners were overgrown with weeds. A breeze blew past, creating a whistling sound that, combined with the chilly surroundings, seemed rather desolate. Lord Hokage. Feeling the surrounding silence and desolation, Sakura subconsciously grabbed Kakashi's hand in fear. It's fine. She is a relatively easy person to get along with. Yeah, right. Alcoholism, gambling, unemployment. Chapter 147, Tsunade. Kakashi easily found Tsunade, who was still asleep from a hangover. Looking at the tightly closed door and smelling the alcohol seeping through the cracks, Kakashi didn't open the door. Instead, he turned to Hikari and said, You go in and wake Tsunade up. Sakura and I will wait for you at the entrance. Hikari looked at Kakashi and nodded. She had a rough idea of the situation inside. A hungover, older single woman, combined with Tsunade's naturally carefree personality, she probably had zero inhibitions inside the room. It wasn't suitable for a male like Kakashi to go in. Immediately, Kakashi took the pink-haired girl to the main entrance, waiting for Hikari to wake Tsunade up. Hikari took a deep breath. With a determined gaze, she twisted the door handle. With a click, the door was pushed open. Immediately following was the expected stench of alcohol filling the room. Hikari swept her gaze across the room. She saw miscellaneous wine bottles scattered all over the floor, and Tsunade lying on the bed, clothes disheveled, revealing large patches of fair skin. Her figure was voluptuous, exposing plenty of scenery, and she was sound asleep, drooling. This scene made the corners of Hikari's mouth twitch. She felt that Kakashi bringing the pink-haired girl to become Tsunade's apprentice was a bit like pushing that little girl into a fire pit. Tsunade. Hikari walked forward and nudged Tsunade, who was sleeping like the dead. A mere gentle push caused waves to roll. This made Hikari's eyelids twitch. What on earth did this guy grow up eating? Lady Tsunade. Seeing no reaction from Tsunade, Hikari shouted into her ear. At the same time, she increased the strength in her hands, causing the waves to surge violently. Who is it? So noisy. Tsunade struggled to open her eyes to look at the person standing by her bed. It's the Uchiha family's great-grandma. Hearing Tsunade's mumbling, 3 question marks popped up over Hikari's head. Why is it that not only Kakashi, but even Tsunade calls her the Uchiha great-grandma? Wake up, Kakashi has something to discuss with you. Hikari nudged Tsunade again. Lord Kakashi. Why are you here? And this is... Kakashi, who was currently squatting at the door counting ants with the pink-haired girl, looked up at the newcomer. He saw a woman in black clothes with short, neat hair standing before him, holding a basin of water. Her gaze looked at Kakashi, then fell upon Sakura beside him. Ah, it's Shizune. Perfect timing. Go wake Tsunade up, I have business with her. Hikari is calling Tsunade right now, but I guess it won't be very effective. You'll have to do it. Also, I've said it many times, just call me by my name when we're outside the Hokage building. Seeing Shizune arrive, Kakashi spoke up, adding that last sentence at the end. Shizune and Might Guy were 2 exact extremes. One shouted, Kakashi, Kakashi, all day long inside the Hokage building, while the other called him Lord Kakashi, all day long regardless of the occasion. Kakashi felt helpless regarding this point. But it didn't really matter. After all, in the original story, Shizune remained this way even after Kakashi became the 6th Hokage. Ah, alright then. Lord Kakashi, you and this little friend wait here for a moment. I'll go right now. Shizen smiled and glanced at Kakashi and Sakura beside him. She had no intention of letting Kakashi go in with her. Evidently, she knew exactly what state a hungover Tsunade would be in, and it wasn't appropriate for a man like Kakashi to enter. And although she didn't know why Kakashi brought a little girl along, she didn't ask too many questions. Not long after, Tsunade's sleepy, half-awake voice came from inside the room. "Kakashi, come in." Hearing that Tsunade was awake, Kakashi patted Sakura's head and said, "Let's go in." Sakura naturally had no objections to this and nodded obediently. As soon as he entered the room, Kakashi's brows furrowed slightly. Although the window had been opened for ventilation, the stench of alcohol could still be smelled. Tsunade was now fully dressed. She wiped her face with the basin of water Shizen had brought over. After sobering up slightly, she rubbed her aching forehead and said, "What matter could make you, the Hokage, come find me in the middle of your busy schedule? And bringing a brat along, too." Tsunade looked at the child beside Kakashi, who was watching her with some fear. Being stared at by Tsunade, Sakura tugged at Kakashi's clothes in fear and hid behind him. "Didn't Lord Jiraiya speak to you yesterday?" Asking for a favor, Kakashi kept his attitude quite humble. Hearing Kakashi's words, a trace of confusion flashed through Tsunade's eyes. Jiraiya had naturally visited her yesterday. But, she was drunk. She couldn't remember a thing. Seeing Tsunade trying hard to recall, Kakashi continued. "I want to train in Sage Mode, and I hope Lady Tsunade can lend me a hand." Sage Mode. With Kakashi's reminder, Tsunade finally remembered Jiraiya's arrival yesterday. Kakashi then briefly explained the situation regarding Mount Myaboku from yesterday to Tsunade. "Since you can't train in Mount Myaboku's Sage Mode, then forget about it." Tsunade had no interest in letting Kakashi learn Shikatsu Forest's Sage Mode. "Because, one slip-up, and you could die. I want to try." Facing Tsunade's refusal, Kakashi remained unmoved. Whether it worked or not, he had to try. "Suit yourself. What about her? This brat?" Tsunade looked at Sakura behind Kakashi. She had a vague impression that this was the child who was with Naruto when Kakashi got married earlier. "Oh, her name is Sakura. She is the disciple I've selected for you, Lady Tsunade." Smiling, Kakashi gently pushed Sakura out from behind him to stand in front of Tsunade. "Tsu. Lady Tsunade, hello." Sakura looked at the woman before her with a lack of confidence. This was someone even the Lord Hokage had to address as Lady. Sakura felt like she wanted to run away. "Ha! Have you lost your mind?" Tsunade furrowed her brows, wearing a look that said, "Is your brain malfunctioning?" It wasn't just Tsunade, even Shizen looked at Kakashi in astonishment. "I'm not joking with you. I'm serious." Kakashi looked at Tsunade with a serious expression. "This child suits you perfectly." Listening to Kakashi's words, Tsunade looked again at the pink-haired girl who looked like she was about to cry, and scratched her head in irritation. "Do you think I have too much free time, so you're finding things for me to do?" Tsunade asked rhetorically. "If that's what you think. But I still have to say, this child is very suitable for you." Kakashi fell silent for a moment, but his attitude remained firm. Tsunade looked at Kakashi, somewhat speechless, her thoughts unknown. In her view, Kakashi really must have taken the wrong medicine to send her a little brat who looked like a crybaby. Chapter 148, Weakness and Shikatsu Forest. "Why don't you test her, Tsunade?" Kakashi spoke up again, forcing Tsunade to consider the reason behind his persistence. She knew very well that the Kakashi before her was not the type to act on a whim. Since Kakashi had pushed this little pink-haired girl in front of her, this kid, who looked like she was about to burst into tears, must possess some extraordinary quality. Thinking of this, and considering that Kakashi was now the Hokage, Tsunade decided to give him some face. Tsunade leaned in close to Sakura, staring her straight in the eye. This caused Sakura to take a frightened step back. Seeing the shrinking, timid behavior of the brat before her, a flash of impatience crossed Tsunade's eyes. She grabbed Sakura's hand and said, "The academy taught you how to knead chakra, right? Now, gather as much chakra as possible into your hand." Hearing this, Sakura turned back to look at Kakashi. Under his encouraging gaze, she followed Tsunade's instructions and focused as much chakra as she could into the palm that Tsunade was holding. As the chakra gathered, Tsunade felt the negligible amount slowly accumulating in Sakura's hand. The amount of chakra wasn't much, even for a child of this age, it could only be considered mediocre. However, Tsunade could feel the presence of chakra in every single meridian of the brat's palm. Sensing this, Tsunade narrowed her phoenix-like eyes slightly. Talent. She seemed to see that word written all over the kid in front of her. Using jutsu requires chakra to travel through the user's body. How to maximize the precise control of that chakra involves the user's meridian system. Being able to circulate chakra through the body's meridians to the greatest extent allows one to perfectly execute techniques that require extremely high chakra control. The meridians in the palm and fingertips are the narrowest. Ninja with insufficient control must use a massive amount of chakra to forcefully flush through these tiny pathways to use ninjutsu. But a ninja with superb control can complete the desired technique using the absolute minimum amount of chakra. There was no doubt that the brat before her, whose chakra capacity could only be described as mediocre, did not have enough chakra to forcefully flush the meridians in her hand. She could only use the most delicate manipulation to fill the meridians with chakra. This kind of talent was highly sought after among medical nin. Pass. Finally, Tsunade let go of Sakura's hand. Pass. No, it was an extremely outstanding aptitude. Take her back for now. Let this brat report to Shizen whenever she has free time every day. Medical ninjutsu. It didn't matter who taught her. To Tsunade, there was no difference between Shizen teaching her and teaching her herself. Shizen, could you please take Sakura to the academy first? Kakashi glanced at Tsunade, then spoke softly to Shizen. Shizen, naturally, did not refuse. She understood Tsunade's personality too well. If the child's talent was merely a pass, Tsunade wouldn't have bothered assigning Shizen to teach her. But the fact that Tsunade, who hated trouble, had agreed to it meant that this pink-haired girl's talent was exceptional. Let's go, Sakura. Shizen bent down and looked at Sakura with a kind smile. Sakura hesitated, looking at Kakashi, before finally letting Shizen take her hand and lead her out. Once Sakura had left, Kakashi turned his gaze back to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I don't intend for that child to stay in the rear like other medical nin. Hearing Kakashi's words, Tsunade raised an eyebrow. What? What more do you want from me? Just as Kakashi was about to speak, Tsunade continued. Her personality is too weak. Even if she learns superhuman strength, so what? If she goes onto a frontal battlefield, she'll likely just be throwing her life away. Rather than wasting a precious life in vain, it's better for her to stay safely in the rear. Tsunade had already guessed Kakashi's intentions. He wanted her to pass on her superhuman strength to that pink-haired brat, and perhaps even teach her the strength of 100 technique eventually. But with such a weak character, what good would having power do? She would just be a slightly larger ant. Kakashi frowned as he listened to Tsunade. He felt he had been a bit too hasty. The current Sakura Haruno was not yet the Sakura Haruno of the original story, the one who would risk her life alone to hold off the Sound Trio for the sake of Sasuke and Naruto. Right now, she had the talent, but not the mindset. I understand. If that child develops the necessary mental fortitude, you intend to teach her personally, correct? Kakashi looked at Tsunade. Tsunade paused for a moment. Did I say that? But it didn't matter. Do as you please. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. If the girl really developed a will of steel, Tsunade wouldn't mind personally instructing the pink hair. She gave Kakashi a deep look. She had a rough idea of what Kakashi was going to do to the child next. But if he didn't handle it well, he could ruin her. After all, when facing setbacks, if one deeply feels their own powerlessness and weakness, it is very possible to live in that shadow for the rest of their life. Then I have no further issues. Kakashi nodded. All right, back to the main topic. I'm stating this in advance, do you know why I don't learn the sage mode of Shikatsu Forest? Tsunade looked at Kakashi seriously now. Kakashi looked at her calmly but remained silent. Seeing Kakashi give absolutely no reaction, Tsunade twitched the corner of her mouth. This damn brat, he really is nothing like his dead father. Forget it. I'll take you to see it with your own eyes, so you can give up on this idea. Seeing no reaction from Kakashi, Tsunade decided not to dissuade him further. She turned to look at Hikari, who had been standing to the side without speaking from the beginning. Hey, Kakashi's wife, are you coming too? Hikari smiled, taking Kakashi's hand. Of course, I'm going with Kakashi. Tsunade couldn't help but curl her lip as she looked at their joined hands. Coming along is fine, but why hold hands? If you two flaunt your romance in front of me again, neither of you is coming next time. If that's the case. Reverse summoning jutsu. Accompanied by Tsunade forming the hand seals, the three of them instantly vanished from where they stood. Blue sky, white clouds, and omnipresent white mist. As well as a small mountain. Filling their vision was a pure white, small-scale mountain range. The sheer size of this mass encompassed almost their entire field of view. Oh my, it's Lady Tsunade. It has truly been a long time. The moment Kakashi and the others appeared, a voice filled with gentleness rang in their ears. At that moment, a slug with a white body and blue stripes on its back emerged from the small mountain and appeared before the three of them. Not just Lady Tsunade, Lord Hokage is here as well. And Lord Hokage's lady wife. Chapter 149, The Slug Sage. There is only one existence in the entire Shikatsu forest. The Slug Sage. The entities summoned by Shikatsu Forest's contractors are always merely her clones. Slug Sage, this is Kakashi and his wife. Tsunade pointed at Kakashi and Hikari with great familiarity. Slug Sage. Kakashi greeted the little slug before him, and Hikari hurriedly followed suit. She could tell that Kakashi's attitude toward this slug was actually quite good. Lord Hokage. The Slug Sage seemed to always have this gentle and soft demeanor, using honorifics with everyone, even though her seniority and age far exceeded any existence in the ninja world. Is there something you need from me, Lord Hokage? As an old relic who had lived for 1,000 years, the Slug Sage could tell at a glance that the person in charge here was Kakashi. It is like this, Slug Sage. I want to learn Sage Mode, and I hope you will teach me. Kakashi spoke respectfully, stating the purpose of his visit. Sage Mode. The Slug Sage looked at Tsunade with some hesitation, as if asking her, haven't you told this Hokage yet? This guy definitely won't give up until he sees it with his own eyes. He insisted on coming, so I couldn't help it. Tsunade waved her hand, somewhat speechless. Since that is the case, then please come with me, Lord Hokage. The Slug Sage sighed softly, then led the way forward. Not long after, led by the Slug Sage across ground covered in pebbles, the trio arrived at a place dense with water vapor. Through the layers of mist, Kakashi seemed to see a pool of water ahead. Only. Kakashi looked at his own palm. A slight stinging pain. This place was full of acid mist. Before even getting close, Kakashi could already feel the stinging sensation caused by the corrosion of the acid mist. From this, it was obvious what lay ahead. At this moment, Hikari also realized this and looked at Kakashi with some concern. Ahead is the sage pool I have spent 1,000 years creating. As long as one enters the sage pool and allows the water to bathe their whole body, during the process of the pool water corroding the body, the natural energy within it will merge into the entrance flesh. As long as one can survive it, even someone without a shred of talent for cultivating Sage Mode can naturally master Sage Mode. Moreover, the more times one bathes in it, the more proficient their mastery of Sage Mode becomes. The Slug Sage's words rang out leisurely, causing Kakashi's brows to furrow tightly. The prerequisite was, to survive it intact. The Slug Sage seemed to already know what Kakashi was thinking and continued. It is not just about surviving. More importantly, the entrant must possess powerful regenerative abilities. Otherwise, even if you withstand the corrosion of the sage pool, your whole body will be covered in scars, or your limbs might even melt inside it. Corrosion and recovery, time and time again, allowing natural energy to spread throughout the body and completely integrate into one's flesh. This was the training method of the Shikatsu Forest Sage Pool. It was also the cruelest and most unsolvable training method among the 3 great sage regions. Who would have thought that while the Slug Sage appeared to have such a gentle personality, her Sage Mode was actually this terrifying? Is this the only way? Looking at the pervasive mist ahead, Kakashi frowned deeply. If we speak of the safest Sage Mode training, Mount Myoboku's training is the safest. Why do you not choose them, Lord Hokage? At this moment, the Slug Sage looked at Kakashi with some confusion. This kid was rejected by the toads of Mount Myoboku. Tsunade glanced at the frowning Kakashi, then related what Kakashi had told her earlier to the Slug Sage. Gamamaru actually did that. The 2 tentacle-like eyes on the Slug Sage's head swayed, seeming somewhat puzzled. Not only that, the Great Toad Sage also made a prophecy about me. Kakashi then told the Slug Sage about the prophecy the Great Toad Sage had given him. The Slug Sage, who had been quietly listening to the Great Toad Sage's prophecy, sighed and said, Gamamaru is always like this, thinking that nothing can escape the palm of his hand. Although I harbor some small grievances in my heart, even I have to admit the accuracy of his prophecies. Hearing the Slug Sage's words, Kakashi felt a sense of trouble in his heart. Could it be that this Slug Sage would also choose the same path as Gamamaru? Lord Hokage, you do not yet have a summoning beast capable of frontal combat, do you? The Slug Sage suddenly spoke, which surprised Kakashi slightly. What does the sage mean? Looking at the Slug Sage before him, a guess formed in Kakashi's heart. Lord Hokage, would you be willing to sign a contract with me and become a contractor of Shikatsu Forest? The Slug Sage spoke gently, looking at Kakashi. These words surprised Tsunade. She hadn't expected the Slug Sage to make a completely opposite choice to the other party while still acknowledging Gamamaru of Mount Myoboku's prophecy. Can you tell me why? A contract with Shikatsu Forest, since the Slug Sage was willing, Kakashi certainly wouldn't be pretentious enough to refuse. It was a consensual arrangement. But just like Tsunade thought, he wanted to know what the Slug Sage's motive was. Really, toads counter slugs. Since that prophecy is so clear, would you be willing to let me stay together with the toads, Lord Hokage? For some reason, Kakashi suddenly felt that her attitude regarding the issue of the Mount Myoboku toads was a bit passive-aggressive. But Kakashi liked it. Since the Slug Sage has extended such a gracious invitation, I naturally will not refuse. In that so-called prophecy, it was clearly stated that no one could stay out of it, so the Slug Sage naturally made her choice as well. She chose the 5th Hokage of Konoha, Kakashi Hatake. Without seeing the Slug Sage make any movement, a puff of light smoke rose before Kakashi. A giant scroll appeared in front of him. This was unmistakably the Slug Sage's summoning contract. Just write your name on it, okay. Following the Slug Sage's eyes, Kakashi opened the scroll and saw that the very last name was indeed Tsunade. As for before that, why isn't Hashirama Senju's name here? Looking at the string of unfamiliar names, Kakashi was somewhat confused. Show some respect to my grandfather. Tsunade, who had originally thought to step aside for a moment, heard Kakashi's words and immediately shouted angrily. Lord Hashirama was not my contractor. Back then, it was Lord Hashirama who found me and then had Lord Tsunade, who was only 6 years old, sign the contract. The Slug Sage spoke with some confusion. She didn't know why Kakashi would have that idea. Then, how did the first Hokage cultivate Sage Mode? Kakashi voiced the confusion in his heart. He had originally thought Hashirama Senju was also a summoner of Shikatsu Forest. After all, with Hashirama Senju's super strong regenerative abilities, it wouldn't have been impossible to complete the Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode training. Chapter 150, The Pioneer of Sage Mode, Hashirama Senju. Who knew that Hashirama Senju's name wasn't even on this scroll? Lord Hashirama. A trace of reminiscence flashed through the Slug Sage's eyes. He was unlike anyone else. His Sage Mode was his own original creation, like a pioneer. Everything has its origin. Mount Myoboku's Sage Mode was created by Gamamaru, Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode was created by me, and the same goes for Ryuchi Cave. But Lord Hashirama pioneered a Sage Mode that was uniquely his own. Listening to the Slug Sage's words, Kakashi seemed deep in thought, then looked toward Tsunade. What are you looking at me for? I don't know about my grandfather's Sage Mode, Tsunade said somewhat grumpily. To be precise, just a moment ago, Kakashi wasn't looking at Tsunade, but at Tsunade's chest, specifically, at the first Hokage's necklace resting on it. An idea had already formed in his mind. But right now, signing the contract with the Slug Sage was obviously more important, so Kakashi could only suppress the thought for the time being. Seeing Kakashi bite his finger, Tsunade's body trembled slightly, and she hurriedly turned her head away to avoid looking at the red liquid that filled her with terror. Writing the name, Kakashi Hatake, on it, the contract ceremony with the Slug Sage was considered complete. Please take care of me from now on, Lord Kakashi. The Slug Sage nodded gently toward Kakashi. Sage, you can just call me Kakashi. There's no need to add Lord, Kakashi reminded her. All right then, Lord Kakashi. Kakashi. Seeing Kakashi's reaction, the Slug Sage chuckled softly, then shifted her body to crawl onto Kakashi's palm. Soft and warm, just like a hot water bottle. Kakashi felt the Slug Sage's body. So this is Lord Kakashi's chakra. It's quite impressive. If you went all out, you might even be able to summon 1/5 of my main body. Feeling the chakra within Kakashi, the Slug Sage exclaimed. This actually surprised Tsunade, who was looking away. Even she couldn't summon 1/5 of the Slug Sage's body. To be precise, even 1/10 was a struggle. Is that so? Kakashi nodded slightly. But don't mind it too much, Lord Kakashi. I have never had a contractor with such a massive amount of chakra before. You are already very amazing. Hikari, standing to the side, looked at the Slug Sage and furrowed her brows. Why does this slug sound so weird when she talks? Seeing this, Kakashi didn't continue on that topic. Instead, he gently stroked the Slug Sage's soft body and asked. Just now, you said Lord Hashirama pioneered a Sage Mode unique to him. How is that done? The Slug Sage on his palm wiggled her body in thought, then spoke. Do you know why the mortality rate for humans cultivating the Sage Mode of the 3 Great Sage regions is so high, Lord Kakashi? Kakashi shook his head honestly. Because the Sage Mode of our 3 Great Sage regions was never meant for humans to practice. It is only suitable for our 3 species. Humans seeking this power naturally have to pay a price. Even at Mount Myoboku, the safest of them all, many cultivators have died trying to learn Gamamaru's Sage Mode. On this point, the Slug Sage was not deceiving Kakashi. Beside the toad oil pond at Mount Myoboku, there stood many toad stone statues. Those were the people who had failed their training. So, theoretically speaking, none of the Sage Modes from the 3 Great Sage regions should be cultivated by humans. Kakashi murmured softly. That is correct. Failing training at Mount Myoboku turns one into a toad statue, failing at Ryuchi Cave turns one into a giant snake, and failing here results in melting away into nothingness, just like encountering my sticky tongue acid. So, humans need to pioneer a sage mode that belongs to them. And Lord Hashirama was that person, but I am not clear on why he did not pass it down. The slug sage's gentle words lingered in Kakashi's ears, making him thoughtful. I understand, sage. Kakashi nodded. The plan for now was to find Hashirama Senju and have him explain exactly how to cultivate sage mode. Although Kakashi could probably guess why Hashirama Senju didn't pass down his sage mode. First, the power was simply too astonishing, and he worried that someone might master it and endanger the ninja world. Second. Look, you just clap your hands together like pow, and you enter sage mode. Did you learn it? Then I wish you good luck, Lord Kakashi. Hearing the slug sage's words, Kakashi carefully placed her on the ground, intending to leave. He needed to meet with Hashirama Senju. What are you planning to do? Tsunade looked at Kakashi with a dangerous glint in her eyes. No matter what, she would absolutely not allow anyone to desecrate her grandfather's remains. As Hashirama Senju's granddaughter, Tsunade clearly knew that the hidden leaf scroll of seals contained a technique called the impure world reincarnation. It was a technique created by her granduncle, Tobarama Senju, to summon the dead. In the not-so-distant Warring States period, Tobarama Senju had used this move to summon the enemy's deceased relatives, attach mutually multiplying explosive tags to them, and send them close to the enemy. Then he would detonate them, hitting the mark every time. Although even Tsunade herself felt it was somewhat wicked, as a granddaughter, she would absolutely not permit anyone to summon her own grandfather. Nothing. Kakashi smiled and shook his head, saying, "We're going back now, sage. I look forward to our next cooperation." Hearing Kakashi's words, the slug sage gave an affirmative response. "Then I look forward to seeing you next time, Lord Kakashi." With a muffled sound, Kakashi, Hikari, and Tsunade vanished from before the slug sage. Having signed the contract with the slug sage, Kakashi no longer needed Tsunade to release the reverse summoning technique, he could complete it himself. Although this trip to Shikatsu Forest didn't yield exactly what Kakashi wanted, signing a contract with the slug sage was a pleasant surprise. Furthermore, Kakashi had obtained a clue regarding a sage mode belonging to humans themselves. The final answer pointed to one person. The god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. The peerless figure whom Kakashi regarded as the god of war. Returning to the Senju clan grounds, the three looked at the familiar scene before them. The messy room had already been tidied up. Evidently, Shizen had returned while Kakashi and the others were at Shikatsu Forest and cleaned the house. What will you do next? I'm telling you, if you use the impure world reincarnation on my grandfather, I'm never done with you. Tsunade furrowed her brows and looked at Kakashi. Chapter 151, Hashirama Senju's Chakra. If you dare use the reanimation jutsu on my grandfather, I won't let you hear the end of it. Looking at Tsunade's attitude, Kakashi didn't say much. However, Hikari, who was standing to the side, spoke up with a hint of curiosity. Reanimation jutsu. What is that? Hearing his wife's confusion, Kakashi explained it to her. It is a technique that resurrects the dead back into the living world. As Hikari listened to Kakashi's words, her pupils trembled slightly. There is actually a jutsu that can revive the dead. Then wouldn't that mean? But it requires the genetic material of the person to be resurrected as a medium, and it requires the sacrifice of a living life. Both of these are easily found if one looks for them. However, the resurrected person is nothing more than a puppet controlled by the caster, Tsunade continued with a cold sneer. Hikari's heart, which had just begun to heat up, instantly cooled down again. Naturally, I won't use the reanimation jutsu to meet the first Hokage. Kakashi said calmly, his gaze lightly sweeping over the necklace on Tsunade's chest. Then what do you plan to do? Hearing Tsunade's question, Kakashi touched his chin and spoke thoughtfully. Tsunade, what do you think chakra is? Why is this kid asking a question even a child knows? Although Tsunade was puzzled, she didn't hesitate to answer. Chakra is the combination of a ninja's physical energy and spiritual energy. Kakashi nodded. Correct, and that is where the issue lies. And what is spiritual energy? This time, Kakashi didn't keep them in suspense. He voiced the conjecture that had arisen in his heart earlier in the Shikatsu Forest. Spiritual energy, to be precise, is a person's will. Theoretically speaking, any trace of chakra can be understood as an extension of a person's will. Kakashi extended his palm toward Tsunade, and a visible blue flame of chakra rose from his palm. This made Tsunade's eyes narrow slightly. This kid can materialize chakra so easily. If I use this chakra to perform combat ninjutsu, I can naturally use various nature transformations according to my thoughts, but what if it's a clone? Accompanying Kakashi's words, the chakra flame in his palm merged into his hand, and he began to form hand seals. Poof. Accompanied by rising white smoke, a shadow clone appeared in front of Tsunade and Hikari. So, what exactly are you trying to say? Tsunade looked at Kakashi with furrowed brows. What I want to say is, chakra is a person's life. The newly created clone spoke up at this moment. Isn't that just nonsense? Tsunade felt like Kakashi was messing with her. I understand. Hikari, who had been pondering Kakashi's actions from the side, suddenly spoke up, her eyes brightening. Before Tsunade could ask further, Hikari looked at Kakashi with a gaze full of incredulity. Chakra is a person's will, and Kakashi's clone proves that a clone possesses all of the original body's memories. Tsunade felt like this couple was teasing her. They were stating the obvious. That means, if Kakashi wants to find Hashirama Senju without using the reanimation jutsu, he needs to find Hashirama Senju's chakra first. And Hashirama Senju's chakra possesses memories belonging to Hashirama Senju. In this way, aside from the difference in strength, there is fundamentally no difference between Hashirama Senju's chakra and Hashirama Senju himself. Hikari's words earned an approving look from Kakashi. He then looked at Tsunade and spoke seriously. So, Lady Tsunade, do you understand what I mean? Looking at Kakashi in front of her, Tsunade felt a bit dazed. She subconsciously looked down at the necklace on her chest. This was the relic left by her grandfather when he was alive. Carved inside it was a sealing jutsu left by Hashirama Senju. Wood style, Hokage style 60-year-old enclosed hermitage to harmony. Back when Hashirama Senju fought Madara Uchiha, he used this very move to easily suppress the Nine Tails. But now, decades had passed, and the chakra left inside was constantly dissipating. But there was still some left. There was still chakra left by her grandfather. You mean? Tsunade now clearly understood Kakashi's intention. As long as they extracted the chakra from within and used the chakra to cast the shadow clone jutsu, they could make Hashirama Senju reappear in the ninja world once more. Even if it was just a clone. But she really, truly wanted to see her family again. Then, what should I do? There was a tremble in Tsunade's voice. She subconsciously cupped the necklace on her chest, gazing at the emerald crystal. Her usually sharp phoenix eyes revealed a rare gentleness. We should first find a technique to extract the chakra from inside, Kakashi said somewhat helplessly. This was the biggest difficulty. How to extract chakra that didn't belong to oneself from an object, and then use the shadow clone jutsu to recreate the demeanor of the deceased. Go find the old man. Tsunade held the emerald necklace lightly and spoke calmly. Even the third Hokage might not necessarily have that kind of technology, right? Kakashi said with a frown. If he doesn't have it, then we create it. I refuse to believe that with me, the old man, and you. If 2 Hokage plus 2 Sannin can't figure out this technique, then we might as well not live. Tsunade said through gritted teeth. Clearly, she was determined to extract Hashirama Senju's chakra no matter what. She even included Jiraiya, who was currently trying to find a way to skip town, in her count. Kakashi looked at Tsunade and smiled helplessly. He was still quite young and didn't plan on accompanying this group of middle-aged and elderly people over 40 to the Pure Land. But just as Tsunade said, 2 Hokage, 2 Sannin, if they couldn't even solve a problem like this, then frankly, Kakashi might as well resign. I'll go find the old man Kakashi, you go call that guy Jiraiya over. All day long, he just knows how to run to the bathhouse. It's time for him to do some serious work. Tsunade was now full of motivation, a completely different person from her usual image. All right, I understand. I'll send someone to find Jiraiya, and we'll meet at the third's house. Kakashi nodded. In that case, I'm leaving first. As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, she disappeared from the spot with a body flicker, clearly unable to wait. Watching the decisive and swift Tsunade, Hikari sighed with emotion, seeing Tsunade like this for the first time. As expected, you need motivation for everything. Hikari couldn't help but think of the reanimation jutsu that Tsunade and Kakashi had just discussed. If it were possible. She couldn't help but think of her own parents. If mom and dad knew that I was married, they would definitely be very happy, right? Kakashi silently watched his wife, who was lost in thought. He sighed in his heart but didn't know what to say. Let's go find Jiraiya. I made you worry, Kakashi. I'm truly sorry, Hikari said, seemingly sensing Kakashi's gaze, an apologetic expression appearing on her face immediately. Don't say that, Kakashi wanted to say something, but Hikari had already stepped out the door first. She glanced back at Kakashi with a smile. Let's go. Yeah. Seeing this, Kakashi swallowed the rest of his words and followed behind Hikari. Walking through the deserted grounds of the Senju clan, feeling the breeze on her face, Hikari blamed herself slightly in her heart. Clearly, both Kakashi and I are people who have lost everything. Being able to come together by coincidence is already very lucky. Someone like me, who should be content, actually showed such a sad appearance in front of Kakashi. It was really a bit willful. Kakashi. Hikari walked side by side with Kakashi and spoke in a somewhat disappointed tone. What's wrong? Kakashi thought Hikari was still immersed in the pain of the past. Sorry for making you worry. Hikari shook her head, seeming to want to shake those sad emotions out of her mind. Kakashi looked at his wife acting this way. He chuckled lightly and patted her head. There's no need for that between us. We are husband and wife. Hearing Kakashi's words, Hikari's eyes curved into crescents. As if she had truly forgotten everything just now, she said with a beaming smile, right, we are husband and wife. The best fighters in the entire Hidden Leaf. Hearing Hikari's words, Kakashi smiled and didn't say much, but Hikari spoke up at this moment. Kakashi, you go find Jiraiya by yourself in a bit. I want to go see if the new manga is out. I'll also stop by to check on that kid, Naruto. I'll help him pack up his things when he gets out of school at noon. After all, we'll be family from now on. Kakashi looked at Hikari with some surprise. He had originally thought Hikari would accompany him for the day. And this excuse was really clumsy. Kakashi didn't refuse. Instead, he chuckled lightly and rubbed Hikari's head, accepting her choice. Watching Hikari's retreating figure, Kakashi sighed softly. Everyone needs time to be alone quietly. Hikari, who had originally planned to stay with Kakashi all day, had unexpectedly poked a sore spot. At a time like this, Hikari didn't need anyone's comfort, she just needed to stay in a corner quietly by herself, licking the wound that had long since scabbed over. Perhaps even if Kakashi forcibly barged into Hikari's personal world, Hikari wouldn't say anything, and might even feel joy because of it. Because Kakashi wouldn't let her be alone anymore. But Kakashi respected Hikari's choice. Sometimes, Kakashi liked to be alone too. As Hikari walked further away, she glanced back slightly. Seeing Kakashi watching her from afar out of the corner of her eye, the expression in her eyes couldn't help but soften significantly. Sure enough, Kakashi is gentle. Should I control my emotions better in the future? Otherwise, if I'm always sad about the past, I won't be able to be a good wife. Yep, that's it. Thinking of this, Hikari cheered herself on. The women's bath, filled with steam. A certain white-haired old man was hiding behind the bricks of the surrounding wall. With a weird, infatuated smile on his face, he gazed at the graceful figures faintly visible in the steam. As the women in the hot spring played and frolicked, this wretched old man drooled like a pervert. So good, slurp. The wretched guy wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. I say. It's better to change this bad habit early. After all, no woman likes a peeping Tom. Kakashi's figure appeared behind this wretched guy, and he yanked the other party down from the wall. Looking at the old lecher in front of him, Kakashi was speechless. With this kind of deadbeat behavior, he still wants to pursue Tsunade. It's simply a toad lusting after swan meat. Only Tsunade has a good temper. If Kakashi were Tsunade, facing an old lecher who thought of ways to peep at her and other women every day, he probably would have shoved Jiraiya's head up his ass long ago. Ma, what do you know? This is research, the source of inspiration for novel creation. Jiraiya wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and looked at Kakashi indifferently. Since you won't let me leave the village, and you won't let me do my research. You can't just let me sit idly in the village, right? Looking at Kakashi, Jiraiya shrugged, acting exactly like a dead pig that isn't afraid of boiling water. Having nothing to do, are you? Now you have something to do. Hearing Kakashi's words, Jiraiya shook his head and refused without even thinking about it. No way, no way, no way. Except for asking me to find Nagato, I won't do anything else. Don't expect me to work for you, kid. Looking at Jiraiya, who couldn't even be bothered to listen to what the matter was, Kakashi frowned slightly. This guy. Tsunade will be involved. What is it? Sarutobi residence. When Kakashi and Jiraiya arrived at the Sarutobi residence, Tsunade had already explained her purpose to Hiruzen Sarutobi and had already begun working on it. You two are just in time. Hurry, the old man has a lead. Seeing Kakashi and Jiraiya arrive, Tsunade quickly beckoned to them. What's up, old man? Jiraiya plopped down on the sofa, looking puzzled at the coffee table covered with various materials regarding chakra. You didn't tell this guy what it was about. Tsunade looked at Kakashi with some confusion. When I found him, he was doing research. I was too lazy to waste words with him. Kakashi spoke nonchalantly. Hearing this, veins popped out on Tsunade's forehead, and she was furious. Research. Research my ass. It was peeping, just peeping. Although angry in her heart, because it concerned her grandfather, Tsunade ultimately forced herself to calm down. The situation is like this. Tsunade quickly explained the events that had transpired in the Shikatsu forest, which left Jiraiya astonished. Kakashi actually signed a contract with the Slug Sage. The sage modes of the three great holy lands weren't meant for humans to practice. Hashirama Senju was actually the first human to pioneer Sage Mode. And now, Kakashi and the other two intend to get Hashirama Senju out of the necklace. Looking at the three people in front of him, Jiraiya frowned tightly, his face looking somewhat dazed and melancholy. Compared to all this, he was more concerned about the Slug Sage's attitude. After receiving the Great Toad Sage's prophecy, the Slug Sage made a choice completely opposite to the Toad Sage. This meant that one day in the future, Shikatsu Forest might very likely come into direct conflict with Mount Maiboku. Counting Ryuchi Cave, represented by Orochimaru who had already defected. Thinking back to the Second Great Ninja War, the three of them, the Konoha Sannin, each represented one of the three Great Holy Lands. In the future, Jiraiya seemed to see a scene where the three Great Holy Lands fought their own battles. This made Jiraiya sigh endlessly. Creating a clone of Hashirama Senju. Interesting. Count me in. Jiraiya stroked his chin, threw those thoughts out of his mind, and fixed his gaze on the coffee table filled with various materials about chakra. Seeing this scene, Kakashi didn't say much, he just picked up the materials on the table and started reading. Kakashi didn't dislike Jiraiya as a person, he could only be described as a bit single-minded. However, as long as it involved Konoha or the Hokage, apart from not wanting to be Hokage himself, he would always stand firmly on Konoha's side. Jiraiya was a ruthless man who could kill even Tsunade for the sake of Konoha. To extract the first chakra from this necklace, we must know why this thing can store chakra. Kakashi said while looking at the document in his hand. I thought so too, so I found the scroll on storing chakra in objects, or maybe we should give it another name. Special Ninja Tool Forging Guide. Hiruzen Sarutobi smoked his pipe and picked up a document from the corner of the table. Although special ninja tools weren't common, they weren't exactly rare either. Tobarama Senju Sword of the Thunder God, the 7 Ninja Swordsman's Great Swords, and even the Cloud Village's treasured tools of the Sage of Six Paths all belonged to this category. With other items as samples, trying to understand the principles behind them couldn't stop them at all. The 4 people present were all leaders in the ninja world. With their combined efforts, even the mysteries of a Kekkai Genkai were like a young girl wearing a thin veil to them. To see the mystery within, they only needed to lift that hazy layer of gauze. Let alone a mere necklace of the first Hokage. With the 4 of them fully cooperating, the principle of the first necklace was figured out that very night. The remaining matters were even simpler. It just required one of the 4 present to use Fuinjutsu to seal this chakra into their body, and then use their own hands to extract the power of this chakra to use the Shadow Clone Jutsu. I'll do it. Tsunade spoke, looking at the necklace on her chest with burning eyes. For this kind of thing, she couldn't let it pass through another's hands. Only herself, only she could use the chakra of her closest relative. Kakashi and the other 2 naturally wouldn't snatch this kind of thing from Tsunade. Since Tsunade wanted it, then let her have it. Once all preparations were complete, the 4 of them arrived at the rooftop of the Hokage building. They wanted to create the clone of the first Hokage here. Looking at the brightly lit night view of Konoha under the curtain of night, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a myriad of emotions in his heart, and the pipe in his hand trembled slightly. The world knew he was the student of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, but they didn't know that he was actually Hashirama Senju's student as well. It was just that the first teaching ability was truly worrying, which was why Tobarama Senju became his teacher. Pale blue smoke puffed from Hiruzen's mouth and nose, blending into the night with the blowing of the evening breeze. At this moment, the summoning ritual officially began. Tsunade pressed the first necklace against the purple seal on her fair forehead. As the previously prepared chakra extraction technique was activated, the first necklace emitted a green glow like a candle flame in the night breeze. Chapter 152, Hashirama Senju. The shimmering green light was exceptionally eye-catching in the night. Even though they were separated by decades, and the power within had diminished over time, Kakashi could still sense enough chakra from the first Hokage's necklace to unleash 2 S-rank jutsu. Should one say, as expected of the god of shinobi. Even after being dead for so many years, the gift he originally crafted for his granddaughter still retained such power. As that candle-like green glow gradually faded in the night, the chakra representing Hashirama Senju fully merged into the Ein seal on Tsunade's forehead. Accompanying the dissipation of the chakra within it, the first Hokage's necklace, which was originally crystal clear, now became dim and lusterless. A single clear tear slid from the corner of Tsunade's eye. She felt it. The chakra of her closest relative. Feeling that long-lost yet familiar power again made her heart tremble uncontrollably. She couldn't wait, she was desperate to see her grandfather one more time. Tsunade. Jiraiya watched the woman in the night breeze, sighing lightly in his heart. Kakashi waited for Tsunade's move without saying a word. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched Tsunade with equal expectation, wanting to see his teacher again. Under the night sky, Tsunade clasped her hands together. As the night wind blew away the tear on her cheek, her thin lips parted slightly. Would style, would clone jutsu. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Can Tsunade use wood style by borrowing the power of Hashirama Senju's chakra? A shadow emerged behind Tsunade. The chakra representing Hashirama Senju now transformed into the power that once suppressed the ninja world. Wood emerged from behind Tsunade, finally taking the form of a figure with eyes closed tight. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched that figure, his breathing trembling uncontrollably. Black hair cascading like a waterfall, a broad and resolute face, and red armor over black combat gear under a white haori that flapped loudly in the night wind. The other party possessed a compelling power just by standing there. It's just a clone. No. This clone is the wood clone that is closest to the power of the actual entity. It was more solid, more resistant to attacks. Theoretically speaking, this clone possessed 70% of the original body's strength. Just the appearance of this clone caused a tyrannical power to sweep through the surroundings. This was the god of shinobi who once suppressed the ninja world, Hashirama Senju. Grandfather. Tsunade looked at the existence of this clone before her, her pure, bright eyes trembling. At this moment, the wood clone's eyes opened slightly. Little Tsuna. You've worked hard all these years. Looking at the weeping Tsunade before him, his voice was incredibly gentle, as if he already knew everything. Grandpa. With Hashirama Senju's words, Tsunade could no longer contain the longing in her heart and threw herself directly into Hashirama's arms. Hashirama looked at his granddaughter in his arms with eyes full of heartache, holding her tightly, as if to comfort her for the scars of so many years. Kakashi watched the scene with a calm gaze, his heart moving slightly. Judging by this appearance, Hashirama Senju is very clear about matters of the outside world. That's right. He should know. Minato Namake's chakra was similarly deposited inside Naruto. Minato could see Naruto's life through Naruto's perspective. When Naruto fought Pain and the Nine Tails went on a rampage, Minato clearly mentioned this issue when he helped Naruto suppress the Nine Tails. If Minato could do it, there is no reason Hashirama Senju cannot. Grandpa. Tsunade sobbed softly in Hashirama's arms. Only in front of this man was Tsunade the child who never grew up. She could be as willful and playful as she wanted in front of Hashirama. Even if she caused trouble, in the end, that hand, which everyone but Tsunade feared, would gently pat her head, and he would say softly, "You can't be so willful when you grow up." Hashirama looked at Tsunade with heartache. Just as Kakashi had guessed. He knew everything. After his death, the death of his younger brother Tobarama Senju, the death of his grandson Nawaki, the death of Tsunade's lover Denkato, 3 consecutive great ninja wars, and the deaths of countless Konoha shinobi. As a medical ninja, Tsunade had even developed hemophobia due to a series of blows. He knew all of this. He was crystal clear about everything Tsunade had seen and heard. It is my fault that you have suffered such hurt. Hashirama gently pushed Tsunade, who was wiping her tears, away from his chest. It's not Grandpa's mistake. Tsunade wiped her tears and sobbed quietly. Monkey, long time no see. You've gotten old. I have seen everything you have done over these years. It can be considered not bad. Hashirama turned to look at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Teacher. Hiruzen looked at Hashirama trembling, tears glistening in his eyes. It felt as if all the hard work of so many years had been rewarded at this moment. His gaze swept over Jiraiya, and finally, Hashirama looked at Kakashi. The new Hokage. Hashirama murmured to himself. Through Tsunade's perspective, he was naturally aware that Kakashi was Konoha's current Hokage. Regarding this young Hokage, he both approved and disapproved. He approved of the fact that the other party would absolutely not allow Konoha to be infringed upon in the slightest, but he did not approve of the handling of the Uchiha matter. In Hashirama's view, they should have done everything within their power to find a better solution. But, the moment he thought of the consequences produced by his own actions, Hashirama felt he had no face to lecture this new Hokage. However, the new Hokage is really young and promising. The slightly heavy atmosphere from just a moment ago was swept away in an instant. Hashirama scratched his head and looked at Kakashi with a silly grin. Jiraiya looked at Hashirama, a bit bewildered. Just a moment ago he had the air of a ruler descending upon the world, iron-blooded yet tender. How come right now he's like Naruto? First Hokage, I have admired you for a long time. This is our first meeting. I am the 5th Hokage of Konoha, Kakashi Hatake. Seeing this, Kakashi took a step forward, extended his hand, and spoke calmly. That's great. Konoha already has a 5th Hokage. I am Hashirama Senju. Nice to meet you, please take care of me. Hashirama laughed loudly, reaching out to shake hands with Kakashi. Thus, the first Hokage who founded Konoha and the incumbent 5th Hokage officially met. You brat, show some respect, you bastard. Tsunade looked at Kakashi with a face full of dissatisfaction. No need to mind, I don't mind. Kakashi spoke calmly. A question mark popped up over Tsunade's head. You think I'm talking to you, bastard? Ignoring Tsunade on the side, Kakashi's gaze landed once again on this honest and thick-set man before him. Although it was merely a wood clone, it possessed 70% of the original body's strength. Kakashi could clearly sense. I seem unable to beat him. The current me is still too weak. I would like to ask, approximately how long can Lord First maintain this clone state? Kakashi looked at Hashirama. Not very long. If I don't fight, about 2 months or so. Hashirama answered very honestly. 2 months. Kakashi had already prepared himself, but he still felt a trace of surprise in his heart. He originally thought it would be 10 odd days at most. But if it's like this, the time should be sufficient. 2 months. Hearing this, Tsunade's eyes immediately lit up. Lord First, I have a request. Kakashi looked solemnly at Hashirama before him. If it didn't work with Hashirama, then Kakashi would have to give up on the option of Sage Mode and turn to attempt other powers. I know. Sage Mode, right. As the chakra inside Tsunade's necklace, Hashirama was clear about outside matters and naturally knew Kakashi's goal. But before that, I want to know the answer to a question first. Hashirama kept him in suspense. What question? I will speak without reserve. Seeing Hashirama's attitude, Kakashi couldn't help but relax slightly. I have also heard of the great toad sage of Mount Mayaboku. His prophecies are often incredibly accurate. So, given that he prophesied you will set off the flames of war in the future, what kind of feelings do you yourself have about this? Or rather, what are your thoughts? Hashirama looked at Kakashi with a burning gaze. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen also turned to look at Kakashi in unison. Leaving Hiruzen aside, Tsunade and Jiraiya had been avoiding this question. Because they knew Kakashi's nature. It could be said they watched Kakashi grow up. Even if there had been changes in recent years, in their view, this was the sign of truly growing up because of past pain. So they believed in Kakashi, he would absolutely not lead Konoha to destruction. Thoughts? Facing the night wind, Kakashi chuckled low. It seems Lord First also believes in so-called prophecies. Hearing Kakashi's words, Hashirama was just about to explain, but he saw Kakashi continue speaking. Using future events to question the current me, don't you feel that is too inexplicable? This was exactly the reason why Jiraiya had never asked Kakashi from start to finish why he would start a war in the future. Just like Kakashi's attitude toward Itachi Uchiha. Even if one commits a mistake or a crime, how can one apply the blame of future crimes onto a person who has not yet committed them in the present? Therefore, Kakashi was willing to accept Itachi Uchiha. By the same logic, Hashirama using future events to question Kakashi was, in his view, simply nonsense. Everything in the future has causes that can be traced. Every clue in the present is one of the essential conditions for creating the storm of the future. Hearing Hashirama speak like this, Kakashi did not refute him. After all, it made some sense. In that case, Lord First, in your opinion, are you a qualified Hokage? Kakashi's question was too baffling, causing Tsunade to furrow her brows. In everyone's eyes, he was naturally a Hokage, so qualified he couldn't be more qualified. If Hashirama Senju, who founded Konoha, isn't a qualified Hokage, then who is? I naturally am not. My original intention in founding Konoha was to hope that children would no longer step onto the battlefield, and at the same time, I hoped the ninja village system could bring peace to the ninja world. Looking at it now, the me of back then was wrong. I am a sinner of this ninja world. 3 consecutive great ninja wars, the scale of war growing explosively. Hashirama saw all of this and felt the pain in his heart. He had no words to say he was a qualified Hokage. His words made the 3 people, including Tsunade, look at Hashirama in astonishment. They didn't expect Hashirama's evaluation of himself to be so low. If you were given a choice to go back to the past, would you still choose your original methods? Kakashi's gaze was calm as he continued to speak. Hashirama opened his mouth, somewhat speechless. But Kakashi already knew his choice. If he knew beforehand that the ninja world would suffer such frequent and large-scale wars because of him, then Hashirama Senju would absolutely not repeat his past mistakes. Even without needing Madara Uchiha, he alone could encompass the entire ninja world within Konoha. Hashirama would use the fastest speed and the most ruthless methods to suppress everyone under his unparalleled power. So much so that the moment Madara Uchiha rebelled and left the village, Hashirama would absolutely not give him the chance to look for opportunities. The moment Madara left Konoha would be his date of death. The current Hashirama clearly knew that as long as he was alive, the ninja world would absolutely not fall into chaos. So Hashirama would strangle any sprout that threatened him. He would firmly control the entire ninja world in his own hands. All under heaven belongs to Konoha. This was Hashirama's answer. If he knew all the answers in advance. It's a pity, there are no ifs. If the future is truly like that so-called prophecy. Kakashi's eyes were deeply dark, causing Hashirama to narrow his eyes. Then it must be a war for peace. To fight out all the wars of the next 100 years in one go, seeking 500 years of stability for the ninja world. 500 years. Kakashi's ambition was large enough. If he really set off war and fire as the prophecy said, that would be the moment Konoha possessed enough power to overturn the entire ninja world. He wanted to secure 500 years of peace for the ninja world in one battle. In this ninja world where mighty power belonged to individuals, nothing was impossible. In my previous life, there were dynasties that unified the world for 400 years. In this special world, can 500 years of peace not be achieved? There are no difficulties that cannot be solved. As long as the right method is found, anything is possible. 500 years of stability. Hashirama looked at this junior before him. While shocked in his heart, he seemed to see the figure of a certain person in him. Tobarama Senju. His younger brother. If it were Tobarama, he would definitely get along with this junior. This world has bled for too long, has been in chaos for too long. 1,000 years of bloody war needs a peace. So, I have come. That is. Kakashi's words carried an unquestionable certainty. Such a ninja world annoyed him, and since Kakashi couldn't change himself, he could only make others in this broken world change. As for the Rinnegan and Sharingan in the prophecies, in Kakashi's view, they are nothing but the barking of defeated dogs. After all, biting dogs don't bark. You have sufficient ambition. Hashirama looked gravely at the men before him. If I didn't have ambition, I wouldn't be sitting in this seat. Instead, I would be quietly acting as an ordinary Konoha Jonin, constantly sinking into the insignificant pain of the past. Kakashi responded to Hashirama without a trace of hesitation. And Hashirama's words made the three people beside them feel as if they were waking from a dream. They all looked at Kakashi with disbelief. They hadn't expected that this Kakashi, whom they watched grow up, actually held such terrifying thoughts in his heart. Both you and I are unfortunate people who suffered from war. Lord First, since you believe you made a mistake, you should approve of my philosophy. Kakashi's words continued. He was attempting to get Hashirama to approve of his ideas. You are right. I have already failed. And the entire ninja world, including Konoha, has paid a heavy price because of me. The mistakes of the predecessor should not be paid for by the descendants. Looking at it now, for a predecessor like me, my fame truly outweighs my ability. Fifth Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, was it? Hashirama smiled. That gaze, which seemed gentle to Tsunade, now erupted with a soul-shaking, fierce spirit, like a tiger in the mountains. I approve of you. The words fell. Konoha's oldest Hokage and its youngest Hokage, their hands clasped tightly together. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched this scene in a trance. He looked at the white-haired Hokage. He used to think the other party's goal was merely to govern Konoha. He hadn't expected such ambitious thoughts to be in his heart. And the first Hokage, who had always made peace his life's goal and died for it, actually approved of Kakashi's ideas. But, since Hashirama, his teacher, approved of Kakashi, then he, the retired third Hokage, naturally would not interfere. He could only add another bundle of dry firewood to this roaring fire for the sake of Konoha. Burn, burn. Burn the entire ninja world into Konoha's territory. The moonlight was like a curtain, spilling onto the rooftop of the Hokage building. The cold wind howled, and the Hokage robe stirred the hearts of everyone present. Jiraiya looked at the scene before him, his heart trembling while also carrying a trace of excitement. He knew that the sky of Konoha, no, the sky of the ninja world, had changed. Even if it was just a clone of Hashirama Senju. Even if this clone could only exist for barely 2 months. But this was Hashirama Senju. 2 months. Kakashi will learn the Sage Mode belonging to Hashirama Senju. This is the power that will change everything in the future. One last question. Do you intend to suppress the ninja world with your strength alone? Hashirama looked at the young Hokage before him and asked. Of course not. No matter how strong the power of one person is, it is only my own power. If so-called peace is maintained only because of one person, then that only proves the person maintaining the peace is nothing but a waste. I need comrades, more comrades, and capable subordinates. Even if I am not there, they can maintain the situation and continue the peace. Facing Hashirama's query, Kakashi spoke without hesitation. Pursuing power was just a relatively important link on the road to peace. But more importantly, how to maintain this hard-won peace once it arrived. Therefore, Kakashi was likewise seeking all powers that could stabilize the situation. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Natural Energy. You've convinced me, Hokage. As Hashirama Senju's words fell, a ray of bright, yet not blinding, light rose from the distant horizon. Dawn. The dark night would eventually pass, and a new light would descend. Tsunade looked at the exchange between the former Hokage and the current Hokage with emotion, a smile rising in her eyes. When Kakashi returned home, Hikari had already gone back to her room. On the dining table, there was an insulated lunchbox left for him, along with a sticky note. Remember to eat. Looking at the note, Kakashi smiled. He sat at the table and began his dinner. Now that Hashirama Senju had acknowledged him, and since it was already late, he had told Kakashi to go back and get some sleep before officially starting his Sage Mode training. Might Guy had already led the Flying Raijin squad to search for the ruins of the Land of Sky. Good. Everything in Konoha was proceeding step by step in the direction Kakashi had anticipated. As for Sakura Haruno, Kakashi planned to let her follow Shizune for a while. He would deal with her character flaws after he completed his Sage Mode training. Then there were Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto would be moving in to live with him soon. With Kakashi teaching him by example, Naruto would be able to grow even better. Although Sasuke had lost his parents, he still had Itachi Uchiha by his side, so Kakashi wasn't too worried about Sasuke's growth. As for the others, Kakashi finished his meal, washed the dishes, and prepared to wash up and rest. Regarding the other children of Konoha, Kakashi could only say that becoming qualified ninja in the future would be good enough. It wasn't that Kakashi didn't value them, but the brilliance of this future Team 7 was simply too dazzling. Even the weakest among them, Sakura Haruno, was leagues ahead of her peers, aside from Naruto and Sasuke. Among the remaining 9 of the Konoha 12, Neji Hyuga and Rock Lee, who were under Might Guy's charge, were arguably excellent. Unfortunately, Neji was limited by the caged bird seal, and as for Rock Lee, Kakashi remembered that in the so-called The Last, when facing the meteor brought down by Tonari Otsutsuki, the 8 Inner Gate squad led by Rock Lee only managed to shatter half of it. At that time, Rock Lee was already 19 years old. His talent for the 8 Inner Gates was obviously inferior to his teacher's. It could be said he had some talent, but not enough. However, he was certainly qualified to be an elite Jonin of Konoha. It was just a pity that he didn't have the ability to compare with the trio of Team 7. Thinking of this, Kakashi said no more. He returned to his room, saw that Hikari was still sleeping, and had no intention of waking her. He climbed into bed with careful movements. "Why are you back so late? How did it go?" Kakashi's movements were very gentle, but even so, Hikari roused slightly from her dreams. She turned on her side and squeezed into Kakashi's embrace. It was a success. "I'm going to proceed to the next step of training soon." Patting Hikari's back, Kakashi didn't say much else. He simply lay in bed and drifted into a peaceful sleep. The next day. The mountain behind Hokage Rock. So, the so-called Sage Mode is about sensing the natural energy within nature. Only by sensing the natural energy in the environment and combining it with your own chakra can you use your own unique Sage Mode. The men with long black hair sat cross-legged on the ground in front of Kakashi, looking earnest as he instructed Kakashi on how to train in his Sage Mode. Kakashi listened to Hashirama Senju's words and nodded seriously. Regardless of the type, Sage Mode always involved borrowing the power of nature. "Then how do I sense natural energy?" Kakashi asked. Hashirama Senju blinked, looking at Kakashi as if he couldn't understand the question. "Isn't it everywhere?" Hearing Hashirama's response, a question mark appeared over Kakashi's head. "Just sense it with your heart, and you can perceive the omnipresent natural energy." Seeing that Kakashi didn't quite understand, Hashirama rephrased his explanation. "Sense with my heart?" Kakashi sighed helplessly internally. He had guessed he might encounter this kind of situation. But he had no choice. Right now, other than Hashirama Senju, there was nowhere else he could train in Sage Mode. Sitting cross-legged by the lake, Kakashi calmed his mind, attempting to sense the natural energy Hashirama spoke of. Hashirama watched Kakashi with a satisfied nod. He didn't make a sound to disturb him. He simply sat quietly beside Kakashi, looking at the scenery before him, so different from his memories, and felt a touch of emotion. Although the current ninja world ran contrary to his original dream, guiding a junior from the village in such a scenic place, and slacking off a bit while doing so, was a pleasant experience. With that thought, Hashirama sat quietly beside Kakashi. As the minutes and seconds ticked by, a few birds flew down and landed on Hashirama's head. Sage Mode was about becoming one with nature. With Hashirama's ability, he could naturally do this with ease. So, in the eyes of the small animals in nature, Hashirama was not a threatening existence, but one of their own kind. Calm your heart, steady your breath, and discard the distracting thoughts in your mind. If you can maintain this state of mind even in battle, you will be able to enter Sage Mode anytime, anywhere. Hashirama's calm voice lingered in Kakashi's ears, causing him to suddenly open his eyes. He looked at his own empty hands, then glanced at Hashirama beside him. Birds rested on his head, squirrels squatted on his legs, butterflies landed on his fingertips. Is this natural energy? Kakashi looked at the scene before him, deep in thought. Hashirama was using himself as an example to demonstrate the process of gathering natural energy, and Kakashi felt he was starting to understand. He closed his eyes again. Compared to the sage modes of the three great sage regions, Mount Mayaboku, Shikatsu Forest, and Ryuchi Cave, Hashirama Senju's sage mode didn't require any external aids. It relied entirely on oneself to sense natural energy. Although this process was more arduous and tested one's talent and mental fortitude more heavily, once mastered, its power was not something the three great sage regions could compare to. Perhaps this was the reason Hashirama's sage mode hadn't been passed down. No one could learn it. The sun gradually moved overhead, and the lake breeze brushed across the water's surface, gently stirring Kakashi's white hair. He and Hashirama had been sitting by the lake for a long time. Aside from the brief exchange at the beginning, neither of them had spoken another word. They simply sat there quietly, like two wooden sculptures. Dawn, noon, sunset, nightfall, midnight. The sun and moon traversed the sky overhead time and time again. Tsunade and Hikari came by again and again. Each time, seeing the two men without a hint of movement, they simply set down the lunchboxes and quietly left. If not for the rise and fall of Kakashi's chest, they might have thought he had starved to death right there. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi came to take a look. Hashirama had once instructed him in sage mode as well, but he lacked the aptitude for it and was never able to sense natural energy. Thus, the sun and moon rose and fell 5 times in a row. Finally, a bird landed on Kakashi's head, pecking at the tips of his hair. Kakashi remained unmoved. A sparrow treated Kakashi's clothes as a granary, starting to stuff pine nuts it had found into the folds of his clothing. Kakashi seemed unaware. The bird fluttered away, hiding under Kakashi's palm. The sky began to turn gloomy. It was raining. The rain grew heavier and heavier. Hashirama and Kakashi made no move to seek shelter. Like reefs by the lakeside, they remained unmoved. They let the rain soak them through. In the distance, a black-haired woman holding an umbrella watched this scene from afar. She held a lunchbox in her hand, wanting to go up and shake her husband awake, but after thinking it over, she silently left. The heavy rain stopped, the sky cleared, and the small animals of nature that had taken shelter became active again. There was even a small snake, green as jade and about the thickness of a finger, coiled around his wrist. But Kakashi seemed to have no awareness of any of this. Suddenly, Kakashi, who had been sitting by the lake for 6 days and 6 nights, finally opened his eyes. Accompanying Kakashi's movement, Hashirama also opened his eyes. "How does it feel?" Hashirama asked softly. Kakashi didn't answer, instead, he raised his hand. A dark blue butterfly rested on his fingertip, fluttering its wings. Even though Kakashi raised his finger, the butterfly showed no intention of leaving, continuing to use his fingertip as a resting place. This was the best answer. Seeing this, Hashirama nodded steadily. As expected of me. I truly possess outstanding teaching abilities. The fact that Tobirama and Monkey couldn't learn his sage mode, what did that have to do with him? It was purely because Tobirama and Monkey lacked the ability. Look at this 5th Hokage, didn't he teach him successfully in one go? Hashirama felt quite smug inside, finally experiencing the joy of being a teacher through Kakashi. However, Kakashi's talent did surprise Hashirama a little. He had originally thought that someone with Kakashi's forceful personality and ambitious heart would be unable to calm down enough to sense natural energy. He hadn't expected the men to be so talented in this regard. It looks like we can continue to the next stage of training, Hashirama smiled. If he could finish guiding this junior sage mode before disappearing, he would have more time to spend with Tsunade. Before that, I have to do something I absolutely must do right now, Kakashi said softly. What is it? Hashirama was curious. Eat. Well then. I was wondering why you weren't answering my questions and why your voice was so faint. I thought you were putting on airs, but it turns out you were just starving. Hashirama scratched his head and laughed loudly, urging Kakashi to hurry up and eat. Hatake residence. Kakashi, who hadn't eaten a grain of rice or drunk a drop of water for 6 days and 6 nights, felt like he could swallow a cow whole. If ninja didn't have chakra to sustain their lives, he probably would have starved to death already. Kakashi rarely lost his composure like this, but he was devouring the table full of food, swallowing it whole without chewing much. Honestly, even if you're training, you have to take care of your body. If you end up with health problems, the loss outweighs the gain. Hikari scolded Kakashi while filling a bowl of rice for him. I had just found the feeling. It would have been a pity to stop, so I had to keep going. I just didn't expect it to last so long. Swallowing the food in his mouth, Kakashi replied to Hikari. To be fair, what the slug sage said back then was correct. Hashirama Senju's training method was a sage mode belonging to humans. Aside from the high requirements for talent and comprehension, it didn't actually carry much danger. Compared to the sage modes of the 3 great sage regions, the difference was like heaven and earth. One involved betting your life on whether you could complete Sage Mode. The other simply tested if you had the talent. If you couldn't even sense natural energy, you could just go home and sleep. Although Mount Myaboku had toad oil to help practitioners sense natural energy, it also significantly lowered the test of the practitioner's mental fortitude. Take Jiraiya, for example. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to complete Hashirama's Sage Mode. And even so, Jiraiya's Sage Mode wasn't perfect. His body still showed signs of toadification. If he maintained Sage Mode for too long, he would turn into a giant frog. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Kakashi washed up and, under Hikari's urging, went straight to his room to sleep. After all, having not slept for a full 6 days, Kakashi was truly exhausted. Almost as soon as his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. When Kakashi slowly woke up, it was already noon the next day. He subconsciously reached out to touch the side of the bed, but Hikari wasn't there. After lying in bed for a while, Kakashi got up and walked out of the room, realizing there were other people in the living room. Naruto. Kakashi and I. You're finally awake. The little blonde poked his head up from the sofa, looking at Kakashi with surprise. Then, with a flying leap, Naruto jumped from the sofa into Kakashi's arms. Looking at Naruto, Kakashi finally remembered that he had previously agreed to let Naruto live with him. But because he had spent 6 full days sensing natural energy for Sage Mode, he hadn't had the time to help Naruto move. It seemed now. Come eat. You've been busy this whole time, so I helped Naruto move in early. Hikari brought out freshly cooked dishes and placed them on the table, looking at Kakashi with faux annoyance. Thank you, Hikari. Kakashi looked at Hikari apologetically. If we counted on you, Naruto would probably be waiting forever. Don't you agree, Naruto? Hikari huffed lightly, coming over to Kakashi and Naruto, and poked Naruto's forehead with her finger. Yeah. Big sister Hikari is super nice. Kakashi and I is too slow. Naruto nodded in agreement with a serious face. Seeing that Hikari and Naruto were in the same camp, Kakashi could only apologize to the two of them. However, seeing Hikari and Naruto united against him, Kakashi felt a touch of emotion in his heart. It seemed that Hikari and Naruto had been getting along well these past few days. Alright, go wash up and eat. Then remember to go to the Hokage building. That woman Kurenai has come looking for you these past 2 days. Because you weren't there, some matters have piled up. Not much, but you need to review them personally. Hikari rolled her eyes at Kakashi, but she gave him a meaningful look when she mentioned Kurenai. Kakashi could only laugh dryly and agree to everything. Kurenai, huh? Since that day, he hadn't gone to see her for a while. Kakashi's heart fluctuated slightly, but he finished his meal and spent the afternoon at home with Hikari, playing with Naruto for a while. Then, pinching the time right before the workday ended, he clocked in at the Hokage building. Sitting in the familiar office, Kakashi flipped through the documents piled on the desk. Most were about important personnel transfers in various departments of the village. Kakashi read through them once, then stamped them with the Hokage's seal. Gazing at the setting sun outside the window, Kakashi's expression was calm as he waited to get off work so he could go see Kurenai. Just then, as the office door was pushed open, Itachi Uchiha appeared before Kakashi holding a document. Lord Hokage, you weren't here these past few days. This is regarding the expansion of the police force. Itachi Uchiha, who had now become the Uchiha clan head, the captain of the Konoha military police force, and a member of the Hokage guard platoon, placed the document in his hand in front of Kakashi. Kakashi didn't say much, he simply glanced at it and approved Itachi's handling of the police force. Aside from selecting a portion of the remaining Uchiha clan members to supplement the police force, he had also posted recruitment notices inviting ninjas from other clans and civilian ninjas in the village to join. Because Itachi Uchiha had now become a member of the Hokage guard platoon, everyone knew he was a trusted aide of the current Hokage. People signed up enthusiastically, and the police force was replenished very quickly. Itachi, how have you felt these past few days? Looking at Itachi Uchiha, who could almost be said to have given everything for him, the Hokage, Kakashi asked. I hadn't thought these tasks would be so complicated before. It is a bit tiring. But if it's for Konoha. Itachi Uchiha hesitated slightly but spoke the truth. It wasn't just being the Uchiha clan head, the work of the police force kept Itachi so busy his feet barely touched the ground. Even his time with Sasuke had decreased significantly. You don't need to do these things personally. Just cultivate a few subordinates you can trust who have decent ability. Kakashi had no interest in letting a genius like Itachi Uchiha busy himself all day with work that was useless for his personal strength. Understood, Lord Hokage. Itachi Uchiha nodded seriously. By the way, if you have time, go find Shizune for a full-body checkup. Suddenly, Kakashi said this out of nowhere. Itachi Uchiha looked at Kakashi with some confusion. A full-body checkup. Itachi felt his body was in pretty good shape, so why go for a checkup? But he didn't question it. Instead, he respectfully agreed to go see Shizune after dealing with the matters at hand. After all, in Itachi's view, as the Hokage, Kakashi would never make a mistake. But if Lord Hokage wasn't wrong, does that mean there's really something wrong with my body? Itachi Uchiha left the Hokage's office with a hint of apprehension. Watching Itachi leave, Kakashi remembered clearly that this guy's health wasn't great. Although it didn't show now, in the original story, he was already terminally ill when he fought Sasuke. Kakashi had no interest in letting such a loyal follower die young. Chapter 154, One Sword Severs the Sky. Ideally, it would be best to discover the issue in advance and target the treatment accordingly. After all, Tsunade was in the village. Even if Itachi Uchiha needed Hashirama cells, Kakashi could get them for him. As the hands of the clock on the desk hit 5, Kakashi punched out immediately, preparing to leave the Hokage's office to visit Kurina Yui. Glancing at the sunset outside the window, Kakashi, who was about to leave, paused. He took out a uniquely shaped flying Raijin kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Right now, faint fluctuations were emitting from the surface of the blade. This was the coordinate kunai he had given to the flying Raijin squad when he assigned Might Guy to lead them in search of the Land of Sky ruins. He had promised Might Guy that if he encountered an enemy he couldn't handle even with the 6th gate open, he shouldn't open the 7th. Instead, he was to use the reverse flying Raijin to summon Kakashi directly. At the time, he just wanted to provide a safety net for Guy. After all, none of the remnants of the hidden sky village should be a match for Might Guy. But now, Kakashi didn't think too much about it, he simply infused his chakra into the flying Raijin coordinate in his hand. The hidden sky village was originally a land-based power. Since declaring war on Konoha during the Second Great Ninja War and being destroyed by the unit led by Tsukumo Hatake, the remnants had hidden on an island somewhere in the ocean. They had been hiding there to avoid Konoha's pursuit. They never expected that the current 5th Hokage would dig up old scores and target this former enemy. Although the current hidden sky village was no longer as glorious as it once was, their technological development had far surpassed that of decades ago. They possessed 5 steel battleships. With total mobilization, they also had over 1,000 ninjas capable of aerial combat using flying devices. Furthermore, they had innovated and reformed firearms used by ordinary people, increasing the caliber of the battleship's main cannons to 450 mm, alongside a large number of secondary weapons. But as flames rose from a steel battleship, the entire vessel was blown into 2 pieces, slowly sinking into the sea. Damn Konoha ninjas. On another battleship about 300 meters away, a burly black-haired man looked at the sinking ship with heartache. Pass the order. Launch an airstrike on those little bugs. Yes, my lord. Watching his subordinate leave to execute the order, the man named Shino had eyes full of gloom. Konoha. Meanwhile, Might Guy, who had jumped from the sinking steel battleship to the water's surface, gasped for breath as he looked at the main ship in the distance. The flying Raijin squad had been assigned by Guy to deal with the Sky Ninja's flying devices, but no matter how strong their abilities were, there were only 3 of them. It would take a lot of time to complete the mission amidst the encirclement and interception of so many enemies. Moreover, the enemy wouldn't just sit back and let them act. Capture the ringleader first. Looking at the massive main ship ahead, a look of determination appeared in Guy's eyes. This was a mission agreed upon with Kakashi, how could he fail? However, as a dense crowd of figures took off from the main ship ahead, Guy felt a sense of powerlessness. The advantage of aerial combat was simply too great. He couldn't hit these guys harassing him at all. Thinking of this, Guy hesitated no longer and sprinted at full speed toward the main ship ahead. At this moment, Guy probably understood Kakashi's purpose. The advantage of air power would play a crucial role in Konoha's future battlefields. Furthermore, regarding these steel battleships, if they could obtain the technology, the Land of Fire's financial power could produce dozens of them, thereby dominating the oceans. At that point, the Land of Water would no longer be a threat to the Land of Fire. As long as they blocked the Land of Water's doorstep with multiple battleships, the Mist Ninjas wouldn't even be able to leave their homes. With this in mind, Guy took immediate action. Since he couldn't hit the enemies in the sky, he wouldn't bother. He would run directly onto their main ship. Surely they wouldn't attack their own main ship? Immediately, Guy turned into a streak of green light, charging toward the main ship. The close-in defense guns on the main ship immediately aimed at Guy. Amidst the terrifying coverage of firepower, that green streak of light seemed to dance within the web of fire, constantly approaching the main ship. This guy. Standing in the control room with arms crossed, Shino frowned as he watched Guy's figure on the monitor. To be able to keep approaching under such dense firepower coverage, this guy was simply not human. But the more this was the case, the more he couldn't let this guy board the main ship. Shino immediately waved his hand and ordered. Prepare the secondary guns. If possible, Shino naturally wanted to use the main cannon to blast Guy into slag. But the enemy was currently too close, so he could only use the 150mm secondary guns aimed at Guy. Even if they missed, the power would still affect Guy. Seeming to sense the danger, Guy's eyes instantly widened in rage. 8 inner gates, 6th gate, gate of view open. In an instant, Guy vanished from his spot. Just then, the 150mm secondary gun fired. The shell, glowing with crimson light, couldn't even touch the corner of Guy's clothes. However, the moment the shell contacted the sea surface, a violent explosion erupted. Simultaneously, a violent shockwave carrying seawater launched an indiscriminate attack on the surroundings. Even with Guy's speed, he was forcibly carried by the shockwave and slammed hard onto the deck of the main ship. The moment Guy landed on the deck, dozens of sky ninjas immediately surrounded him, holding individual weapons capable of continuously firing kunai. Seeing this, Guy gritted his teeth lightly and spat out a mouthful of bloody foam. Feeling his internal organs churning, he was somewhat dissatisfied. Even when he teamed up with Kakashi on the battlefield against the Two Tails, he hadn't been injured. He didn't expect to stumble here today. However, Konoha's noble blue beast, Might Guy, makes his entrance now. With red eyes and his body wrapped in green chakra flames, Guy showed no sign of retreating despite being surrounded. Instead, he looked at the surrounding enemies with burning eyes. This distance was practically close-quarters combat for him. And in close combat, he had never feared anyone. Capture him alive. Capture him alive. At this moment, Shino in the main ship's control room looked eagerly at Guy on the deck, who had opened the 6th gate and was burning with green flames, yelling into the walkie-talkie. 8 inner gates. Shino was proficient in medical ninjutsu and had long studied the body's 8 gates. He had always been dedicated to experiments regarding opening the 8 gates, but was troubled by the massive chakra requirement. Despite his research results on body activation, he couldn't explore the mysteries of the 8 gates' power. But Guy's appearance provided him with rare material. He wished he could personally capture Guy right now for dissection and study. In just these few short moments, Guy was unstoppable, darting across the deck. The ninjas surrounding him, attempting to execute Shino's orders, had all been defeated by Guy. Feeling the churning inside him, Guy looked toward the control room and locked eyes with Shino. Humph, I'll do it myself. Shino's eyes burned. He could tell at a glance that Guy had been hit by the shell's shockwave earlier and his combat power had dropped significantly. This was the best chance to take him down. He couldn't bear to let such material slip away from right under his nose. Captain. Are you all right? 3 figures suddenly appeared around Guy. Obviously, it was the Flying Raijin squad arriving together. I'm fine. Notify Kakashi. He can come. Guy's words stunned the 3 of them. They had already successfully destroyed the enemy's flight catapult devices and reached the enemy's main ship. They just needed to take down the opposing leader to complete the mission. Seeing that they were at this final juncture, did they really need the Hokage to come personally? Do as I say. Guy stepped forward without hesitation, his expression grave. He needed to buy time for the Flying Raijin squad to use the Flying Raijin formation. He was currently injured, and there were endless streams of enemies rushing over. Besides these people, Guy looked at the control room in the distance. The enemy leader wasn't easy to deal with. If he weren't injured, he could naturally handle the opponent easily. But in his current situation, take him down. Watching the stubborn Guy on the deck, Shino gave the order via walkie-talkie, then left the control room directly, heading toward the deck. If he could capture this Guy using the 8 inner gates here, then all the previous losses would be worth it. While Guy engaged the enemy, Shino arrived at the scene. Watching the enemy constantly taking down his subordinates, he delayed making his move. Although he hadn't fully researched the 8 inner gates, he clearly knew that the duration of this state wouldn't be too long. To avoid a dying counterattack from the opponent, Shino planned to wait until the enemy was exhausted before acting personally. By now, hundreds of sky ninjas had gathered on the deck, completely surrounding this Konoha squad, continuously using the devices in their hands to fire kunai at them. Guy held his Sashiga, gritting his teeth as he knocked down kunai after kunai for the Flying Raijin squad. Feeling the state of his body, just as the green chakra flames on him grew faint and were about to vanish, Shino made his move. Having mastered the body activation technique, his speed was astonishing. In a single raid, he arrived right in front of Guy. Looking at the enemy leader before him, Guy's expression didn't change, and he smashed his Sashiga toward the opponent's head without hesitation. However, the heavily injured and nearly exhausted Guy saw his attack easily dodged by the opponent. Shino revealed a cruel smile at this weak and powerless offensive. The muscles under his clothes swelled instantly as he punched towards Guy's abdomen in one go. However, facing this blow, Guy's expression didn't change a bit. Because he knew. You look a bit wretched, Guy. To think you'd let yourself get like this against this kind of opponent. The fist aiming for Guy was firmly caught by a hand. A sudden figure spoke to Guy. "Ah, that is indeed the case. I capsized in the gutter." Guy responded softly to the newcomer. Shino looked at the newcomer in disbelief. The familiar face brought back memories of that humiliating past, and a name full of hatred and blood was spat out through his gritted teeth. Take. Saku. M.O. Kakashi turned to look at the men and spoke calmly. "I didn't expect to hear my dead dad's name here. Seems like fate has brought us together." Listening to Kakashi's words, Shino finally reacted. Tsukumo Hatake was long dead, so the person before him who looked so much like him must be Konoha's. The fifth Hokage, Kakashi Hatake. At this moment, he woke as if from a dream, revealing a cruel smile. "Since your dead dad is no longer in this world, I'll personally send you to have a father-son reunion." After saying this, Shino violently raised his leg and kicked fiercely at Kakashi's knee. Kakashi's expression remained unchanged as he also raised his leg, kicking against Shino. Lightning flowed, and Shino, despite having mastered body activation, was sent flying directly by this kick, crashing into the crowd. "Genma, take Rado and Iwashi and protect Guy. Leave the rest to me." Kakashi scanned the entire field, revealing a mocking smile at the surrounding enemies who were afraid to advance due to fear of his name. "Attack! Attack! Kill him! Have you forgotten how your parents died? Forgotten the hatred carved into your bones? Forgotten how your former home was ruthlessly destroyed by this guy's father?" Shino stood up from the crowd and roared loudly. As Shino's words fell, the Sky Ninjas, whose faces had just been full of hesitation, immediately showed eyes filled with hatred. How could they forget? A blood feud, absolutely irreconcilable. Today the son pays the father's debt. Once Shino finished speaking, the surrounding 100+ Sky Ninjas immediately drew their kunai and ninja swords, rushing toward Kakashi. Kakashi watched all this coldly. He didn't care that Shino failed to mention why his dead father had attacked them in the first place. He had originally thought about absorbing this unit, but now it seemed he had been a bit too idealistic. To them, the Hokage was the target of their hatred, and he was the son of their enemy to boot. In that case, he would send them to reunite with their fathers. Die. The first Sky Ninja to rush forward had a savage gaze, his face full of a fierce desire to skin Kakashi alive and perish together with him. He raised his ninja sword and chopped down at Kakashi's head. Kakashi coldly watched the opponent's mad beast-like appearance. In a single encounter, as the opponent's ninja sword was snapped, the Sky Ninja who had just looked ready to die with him revealed a look of confusion and disbelief. 3 years later, the white fang that once slaughtered its way into the Cloud Camp was unsheathed in the world once again, following Shursui Uchiha. The crisp, melodious, yet murderous sound of metal rang out across the sea. In just a single encounter, the Sky Ninja who had rushed first was cut down, man and sword alike, by the white fang. Kill. Kill him. Hatake Tsukumo. The fall of the first Sky Ninja acted like a fuse. The surrounding Sky Ninjas completely ignored the flying Raijin squad and Might Guy, all rushing toward Kakashi. Their roars, seeming to boost their own courage, carried the name of the Konoha White Fang, once famous throughout Konoha. Only now, that name which once shook the ninja world belonged to Kakashi. Blade Light whipped up a wild waterfall. Every single Sky Ninja who rushed recklessly at Kakashi fell under the edge of the White Fang. Yet even so, these Sky Ninjas seemed to have their reason swallowed by hatred, launching suicidal charges at Kakashi one after another. As more and more people died, Sky Ninjas from other battleships also hurried over, seemingly intending to use human lives to pile Kakashi to death right there. Kakashi had no intention of pursuing past events. If these people left now, Kakashi wouldn't bother chasing them down one by one. But since they chose to come and die, Kakashi didn't mind sending them on their way. Seeing the living forces of the Sky Ninja becoming increasingly scarce, rushing at Kakashi like moths to a flame, Shino immediately flew to the main cannon console and operated the 450mm caliber cannon, aiming it at Kakashi on the deck. He included Kakashi and the surrounding Sky Ninjas within the strike range. Everyone. If you can kill Kakashi here today, you are all heroes of the Sky Village. The hatred of your fathers, the life and death of your families, the day of revenge is right before your eyes. Farewell. Under Shino's roar, those fearless Sky Ninjas became even more ferocious, willing to stake their own lives to keep Kakashi in place. Kill. Lord Shino, don't worry about us. The day of revenge is today. Kakashi glanced at Shino, who was controlling the main cannon to aim at him, and with a casual swing of his sword, resolved another enemy. And at that moment, Shino, face full of hatred, pressed the main cannon's firing button. Kakashi. Might Guy, having personally experienced the power of the enemy's artillery, screamed out instantly. But Guy, who had exited the 8 inner gate state and was heavily injured, didn't have a shred of strength left to help Kakashi. At that moment, a massive shell poured out from the main cannon. Shining with a metallic luster and wrapped in violent flames, the heavy artillery shell rushed straight at Kakashi. Dawn Tiger wind severing the sky. Violent wind wrapped around the blade, rolling golden flames dazzling the eye. A single slash fell, like a screen of wind severing the world. In this critical moment, with Might Guy and the flying Raijin squad behind him, Kakashi had no time or room to let them dodge. His only choice was to take it head-on. The majestic chakra within his body converged on the blade. As the sword slashed down, the massive amount of accumulated chakra was poured out in an instant. In a split second, a violent, thundering roar exploded on the sea surface on both sides of the main ship. Giant waves rose to the sky, white hair danced wildly, and the blood-stained flame cloak flapped loudly in the wind. One sword cut the 450mm artillery shell in half, causing it to crash into the sea on both sides of the main ship. At the same time, the main cannon, and Shino on the main cannon console, were also split in two by this single slash. This scene stunned everyone around. This sword strike exceeded everyone's expectations, and the surrounding Sky Ninjas were struck with fear. As members of the Sky Ninja, they knew clearly the power of that main cannon. If even the main cannon couldn't hurt this Kakashi Hatake, what could they possibly do? The strength of the two sides was not on the same level, it was a chasm between heaven and earth. Chapter 155, Anchor Vantion and Ambition. Shino. Gazing at the men who had perished under his blade, Kakashi's expression remained cold. Naming himself after a legendary deity. It seemed his fate wasn't strong enough to carry such a title after all. Kakashi's dark eyes lingered only briefly on the bisected corpse slumped beside the main cannon before shifting his focus to the surrounding Sky Ninja. Now that their leader was dead, they had lost their backbone. One by one, they looked at the man standing with his blade drawn and subconsciously swallowed hard, their feet instinctively retreating. Survival is the primal instinct of any living being, and humans are no exception. Once they clearly understood the massive gap in strength, whatever hatred they had harbored before vanished. The moment a sliver of fear entered their hearts, it was like the first crack in a breaking dam. Once it appeared, it could no longer be stopped. No. It's impossible to win. I have to leave. With the emergence of the first deserter, the group collapsed like dominoes. One after another, they scrambled to jump into the sea, swimming desperately toward the mainland. Kakashi did nothing to stop them, merely watching with cold indifference as they plunged into the water. Once the enemies had retreated, he sheathed his blade and walked over to Might Guy's side. Kakashi, I'm truly sorry. I couldn't fulfill what I promised you. I really thought we could handle this as a duo. Now, it seems. Might Guy sat on the ground, leaning against a railing, speaking with a heavy sense of disappointment. Captain, don't say that. Everyone saw what you're capable of. Rado Namishi, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject upon hearing Guy belittle himself. But as soon as he spoke, Genma Shiranui gave his sleeve a tug, signaling him not to overstep. Kakashi didn't respond to Guy's words immediately. He first checked his friend's injuries. Finding nothing life-threatening that wouldn't heal with rest, he felt relieved and finally looked Guy in the eye. Who was the one constantly asking me for duels every single day? Why the weak look now? Kakashi knelt in front of Guy, a faint smile playing on his lips. Guy hesitated, words failing him. Guy, if there is anyone in the current Hidden Leaf who can stand beside me, someone I can entrust my life to without reservation, it is you. By belittling yourself, aren't you suggesting I've misjudged your character? Besides, I've failed far more times than you have. Kakashi placed a hand on Guy's shoulder, looking at him with absolute sincerity. Kakashi. Looking at the white-haired man before him, Guy was moved beyond words. You, just wait for me. I definitely will. Wah. Guy's nose twitched, and he burst into a flood of hot tears. Ignoring his injuries, he lunged forward and pulled Kakashi into a crushing embrace, wailing loudly. Hey, watch it. Don't wipe your tears and snot on my clothes. Kakashi chuckled and patted Guy's back. He understood exactly why someone as indomitable as Guy would act this way. Raised under his father's example, Guy had made it his life's mission to surpass Kakashi, and through that pursuit, they had become best friends. Now that Kakashi was Hokage, Guy felt the weight of that responsibility. Having failed the first mission his best friend had personally assigned him, to the point where Kakashi had to come clean up the mess, he felt he had failed Kakashi's expectations. Go back to the leaf first, Guy. Your injuries are the priority. Kakashi gently pushed Guy back. Sob. I'll do whatever Kakashi says. My youth won't allow me to be stubborn while I'm injured. Guy blubbered, still weeping. Genma, the three of you compile the mission report and hand it to me. Then, take Guy back. When you return, bring Inoichi to me, along with 2 others. Upon hearing this, Genma Shiranui's face turned slightly pale, but he nodded and agreed nonetheless. Using the flying Raijin jutsu to transport Kakashi thousands of miles from the leaf had already drained most of their chakra. According to the Hokage, they now had to make 2 more round trips. He was treating the 3 of them like pack mules. Good work. Off you go. Kakashi took the mission documents they had recorded and patted Genma on the shoulder. Understood, Lord Hokage, Genma replied helplessly. With the flying Raijin squad departing with the injured guy, Kakashi was left alone. Aside from him, there wasn't a soul left alive on the iron warship, only a deck strewn with corpses. With a casual gust of wind style, he swept the bodies into the sea, then sat on the edge of the deck to flip through the mission logs. Searching, infiltrating, intelligence gathering, and targeted ambushes, it was all there. Aside from these 3 remaining iron warships, Guy's team had discovered the existence of the so-called Anchor Vantion, an aerial carrier. Currently, the Anchor Vantion was docked at a small island due to a lack of power. Kakashi fell into thought. Power. Many technologies in this world were quite absurd, such as the Hidden Cloud's chakra cannon. With only Killer Bee's chakra, it could easily strike a cluster of meteorites in space from the ground. Without that cannon, even the Eight Tails would likely struggle to produce such overwhelming firepower. The Anchor Vantion belonged to this category of chakra-based technology. Because his own chakra was insufficient, Shino had pursued the Zero Tails, attempting to create an artificial tailed beast to serve as the power source for the carrier. According to the records, that Zero Tails was an unfinished research project of Tobarama Senju. The night fell like a curtain. Kakashi sat on the deck, feeling the sea breeze as he gazed at the horizon. Finally, the flying Raijin squad returned. Lord Hokage. In addition to Inoichi Yamanaka, they had brought Hayama Shirakumo and Itachi Uchiha. The group stepped forward and bowed to Kakashi. No need for that. Kakashi stood up and pointed toward Shino's corpse at the main cannon controls. He looked at Inoichi. That's the enemy leader. Search his memories to find the location of the Anchor Vantion and find the operating instructions for this warship. If possible, extract every bit of scientific knowledge from his brain as well. Inoichi nodded without a word and walked over to the corpse, beginning his memory extraction. Lord Hokage. Hayama Shirakumo looked at Kakashi with visible excitement. I didn't expect you to come along, Hayama. How has your kenjutsu practice been lately? Since the memory search would take some time, Kakashi didn't mind asking about Hayama's progress. It's going very well. Lord Tsukumo is truly worthy of the title, White Fang of the Leaf. Hayama reported that he had encountered no obstacles. This surprised Kakashi slightly. As a fellow swordsman, he knew exactly how high the barrier of entry was for the White Fang style. When we return to the village, I'll test you myself. At those words, Hayama replied with enthusiastic agreement. A personal evaluation from the Hokage, is this the privilege of the guard platoon? Lord Hokage, this ship looks like it could be used for large-scale warfare. On the other side, Itachi was observing the iron fortress on the sea, keenly aware of the implications of such a vessel. Exactly. If we can produce these in numbers, the seas of the Land of Fire will no longer face any threats. Kakashi nodded in approval. As expected of Lord Hokage, Itachi remarked with admiration. Kakashi offered a silent smile. As time passed, Inoichi's work drew to a close. Lord Hokage, the coordinates for the Anchor Vantion have been confirmed. I've also learned how to operate the warships and the carrier. However, Shino's scientific knowledge is far too vast, I'll need to bring him back to the village for a coordinated search with several others. Well done. It was a bit much of me to expect you to do it all alone, Kakashi said, patting Inoichi's shoulder. In that case, let's move out. We'll find the Anchor Vantion first. Under Inoichi's guidance, the group quickly mastered the warship's controls. The ship let out a roar and began sailing toward a remote island. Once the ship docked, the group stepped onto the deserted land. Guided by Inoichi, they soon located the Anchor Vantion. It was hidden inside a massive mountain. From the outside, there was no sign of anything unusual. But after Inoichi manipulated a few mechanisms, a stone door appeared. Inoichi pressed his palm against the door, flowing his chakra into it at a specific frequency. The door slowly groaned open, revealing the interior to everyone. This is the Anchor Vantion. According to Shino's memories, this aerial fortress has been sitting idle due to a lack of power. Inoichi led the way as he spoke. Kakashi looked at the mysterious patterns on the stone walls, lost in thought. Chakra technology. It was quite different from the metallic, high-tech aesthetic he had imagined. They soon arrived at a massive hall engraved with barrier formations. This is the control room. Someone needs to feed chakra into it to fully activate the fortress. The group frowned. Activating a fortress of this size with chakra seemed like an impossible task. Only tailed beast-level chakra could suffice. And after it started? Kakashi asked, unfazed. Once it's active, the operator can control it via the console. After some searching, Inoichi triggered a console to rise from the floor. In addition to the controls, this fortress is equipped with various gunpowder and chakra-based weapons. It would require a large crew to maintain full control. Inoichi explained the details piece by piece. Kakashi nodded. The priority wasn't the weapons, but getting it back to the leaf. I see. Kakashi stepped up to the console, his gaze sharpening. Suddenly, visible flares of azure chakra erupted around his body. As Kakashi channeled his chakra into the barrier, the dim environment suddenly brightened as the formation surged with light. Lord Hokage. The others cried out in shock, watching the scene with disbelief. A ridiculous thought crossed their minds: is the Hokage planning to power the Anchor Vantion by himself? They knew Kakashi's chakra capacity was extraordinary, but they hadn't realized it was this immense. Inoichi, stay here. The rest of you return to the warship and sail it back to the Land of Fire's port. We'll meet in the village. Kakashi waved them off casually. Yes. The group replied, their hearts racing with excitement as they quickly departed. Lord Hokage, please maintain the chakra input at a steady balance, Inoichi warned. Kakashi complied, gradually increasing the flow. As his vast reserves poured into the fortress, the men outside felt a violent tremor beneath their feet. The mountain began to collapse, rocks tumbling down, and every bird on the island took flight in a panic. With a world-shaking rumble, a massive aerial fortress emerged from the debris and rose into the sky. A pale yellow barrier flashed across the hull, blowing away the accumulated earth and stone. Under the sunlight, the spectators were awestruck by the sight of the floating fortress. They understood Kakashi's intent now. If such a fortress appeared on the battlefield, it would be an unstoppable engine of war. Given how rare flight was in the shinobi world, this would fundamentally change the nature of conflict. With weapons like this, how exactly did Tsukumo Hatake lead a team to wipe out the Land of the Sky back then? Inside, Kakashi continued to stabilize his output, piloting the Anchor Vantion higher until it pierced the clouds and vanished from the ground's view. He wasn't worried about the consumption, he could support this level of drain indefinitely. Without hesitation, he set a course for the hidden leaf. The barriers here also allow for external surveillance. The pilot can use them to scout the surroundings, Inoichi explained. With a thought from Kakashi, the massive body of the Anchor Vantion, along with its passengers, vanished instantly. It hadn't truly disappeared, it had used a specialized barrier to cloak itself. Simultaneously, the interior of the cockpit transformed. The stone walls displayed a 360-degree view of the outside world. Even Kakashi had to admire this unique chakra-based technology. The technical level of this fortress was leaps and bounds ahead of the rest of the world. His previous goal had been the right choice. But was one Anchor Vantion enough? Once he returned, he planned to have the daimyo provide more funding to build a fleet of these. As for the power source, he already had a target in mind, the Jewel stones from the Land of Hidden Ruins. It was a special ore with near-infinite energy, once used by a civilization 1,000 years ago to build a vast empire. It would be the perfect replacement for manual chakra input. Additionally, he wanted at least 3 iron fleets on the sea, each powered by Jewel stones and consisting of over 10 warships. The sky and the sea would become the Leaf's playground. But with the sea and sky covered, what about the land? A subtle light flashed in Kakashi's eyes. He already had candidates in mind for that research. Aside from Katasuke Tono, the future developer of scientific ninja tools, there was someone else. Dodo Kazuhana, the daimyo who had usurped power in the Land of Snow, the men who once sent soldiers to hunt Kakashi from the Land of Snow all the way to the Land of Demons. To others, his status as a daimyo might be problematic. But for Kakashi? Problematic. Then we won't follow the rules. Regardless of his title, Kakashi would simply kidnap him. He didn't even need the light of the 8-headed serpent, Yata no Kagami, to make that Lord Daimyo bow his head. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of Kakashi's mouth. Inoichi, noticing the smile, asked cautiously, Lord Hokage, have you thought of something? Ah, just something interesting. The Anchor Vantion sped through the clouds. Under Kakashi's manipulation, the barrier shifted into a streamlined shape, significantly increasing the fortress's speed. Inoichi was stunned. In the memories he had taken from Shino, the Anchor Vantion was never this fast. However, he wisely chose to remain silent and wait for their arrival at the Leaf. He could vaguely sense the ambition in the Hokage's heart. But as a ninja of the Leaf, his duty was simply to execute orders perfectly. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. Don't do what shouldn't be done. Fulfill the duty, complete the mission. It didn't matter who was Hokage, Inoichi would follow their lead. That was his way of life. He still couldn't understand the fate of his friend Shikaku Nara, to have such a bright future, only to throw it away on a redundant move. Chapter 156, Use Shadow Clones. Kakashi needed to unify the power of the entire ninja world to prepare for the future arrival of the Otsutsuki clan. To be fair, was the ninja world weak? It was weak. At the very least, the ninja world's visible combat power was indeed very weak compared to the Otsutsuki clan. But was the ninja world strong? It was strong. Even the Otsutsuki clan, who had harvested the lives of countless planets, had met their Waterloo on this humble acre of land known as the ninja world. 1,000 years ago, Ishiki Otsutsuki and Kagaya Otsutsuki, and in 30 years' time, Mamashiki Otsutsuki, Kinshiki Otsutsuki, and Urashiki Otsutsuki, all of them would stumble and fall in this ninja world. Aside from them, the ninja world also held the demon Morio, the demon Satori, the evil god of Jashinism, the Reaper, the Stone of Jelal, and the Cloud Village's orbit-striking chakra cannon. There were all these various powers, even a guy like Orochimaru could tinker together a Mecha Naruto. Furthermore, there was the massive natural energy that permeated the entire planet. All of these belonged to the power of the ninja world. Most importantly, there was Hagoromo Otsutsuki in the Pure Land, along with the souls accumulated there over a millennium. Kakashi didn't believe that Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the being known as the Sage of Six Paths, created the Pure Land just for fun. The existence of the Pure Land definitely had its own significance. Therefore, in Kakashi's view, the future ninja world ended up riddled with holes simply because there was no existence capable of truly unifying it. There were even laughable incidents like Naruto being sealed by his own ingrate of a son, and Sasuke having his Rinnegan stabbed out by a kunai. Since no one else had the capability or the vessel to become this existence. Then Kakashi naturally didn't mind becoming this king in the truest sense of the word. As the movement of the anchor Vantillon gradually slowed, Kakashi had already piloted it to arrive at Konoha. At the same time, Hashirama Senju, who was playing cards with Tsunade in the Senju clan grounds, stepped outside as if sensing something. He looked up at the empty night sky. He seemed to faintly sense that something was coming. Tsunade walked out as well, also looking toward the sky. It wasn't just Hashirama, she also realized something was wrong. And in her home, Hikari, who was urging Naruto to hurry up and go to sleep, also seemed to discover some presence, looking through the window at the sky. In addition to them, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya also noticed the anomaly. It could be said that every expert in Konoha whose strength had reached a certain level sensed the existence of the anchor Vantillon. Kakashi piloted the anchor Vantillon to descend gradually, ultimately choosing the forest behind the training grounds at the rear of the Hokage Rock as the landing site. Accompanied by the descent of this aerial fortress, the silhouette of the anchor Vantillon instantly appeared in their field of vision, causing countless small animals to flee at the sight of it. The pale yellow barrier crushed giant trees as Kakashi somewhat brutally carved out a landing space. This commotion naturally couldn't be hidden from the Konoha shinobi. The ninja squads responsible for patrols immediately rushed in this direction. Meanwhile, the barrier team inside Konoha also immediately noticed it, preparing to notify the garrisoned ninja troops to head toward the anchor Vantillon's landing zone. But as Kakashi's chakra actively appeared and he used it to input into the Konoha sensing barrier, the barrier team immediately ceased their notifications. What is happening? What is this thing? Kakashi pushed open the cabin door of the anchor Vantillon and walked out with Inoichi Yamanaka, bumping right into the rushing Hashirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the others. This is a spoil of war. Kakashi patted the anchor Vantillon behind him. A spoil of war. Is this something from the hidden sky village? Hiruzen Sarutobi felt the massive object before him looked somewhat familiar. After thinking for a moment, he recalled it from distant memories. Back then, he was the one who had sent Tsukumo Hatake to lead the team that annihilated the hidden sky village. Afterwards, Tsukumo had mentioned this thing in his mission report, but at the time, Konoha was deeply mired in the quagmire of war, so he hadn't paid it much attention. He hadn't expected that decades later, Kakashi would bring this thing back to Konoha. Correct. Aside from this, there are also 3 battleships that, based on the estimated time, have docked at the Land of Fire's harbor. I plan to send people to receive them. Kakashi walked toward the Hokage building, his tone calm. This forced Hashirama Senju, who was somewhat curious about the anchor Vantillon, to follow behind Kakashi, wanting to ask this young man what strange ideas he had. By the way, I plan to send someone to search for the Stone of Jelal vein. This matter. Kakashi's gaze swept over the 4 people before him, finally landing on Jiraiya. I'll leave this matter to you, Jiraiya. 1 year, within half a year, I want to obtain precise intelligence. Hearing Kakashi's baffling words, Jiraiya pointed at himself innocently. To mass-produce the anchor Vantillon, there had to be a sufficient power source. Kakashi naturally couldn't personally act as the power source every time the anchor Vantillon needed to be used, so he needed a substitute. Tailed beasts could actually serve as substitutes, but tailed beasts were too uncertain. Kakashi naturally couldn't let such unstable factors serve as the power source for Konoha's aerial fortress. Wait a minute, I haven't agreed yet. Jiraiya was a bit exasperated. What was going on? Throwing a baffling stone name at him and telling him to go find it. What was this all about? Then who do you suggest should go? Kakashi looked back at Jiraiya. Hearing Kakashi's words, Jiraiya looked around at the circle of people. The old man. Forget it, he's too old. Hashirama Senju. Let's skip him too, his remaining chakra would only let him stay for 2 months. Tsunade. But I still have to work on my novel. The Makeout Paradise you kid reads relies entirely on me writing it word by word. Where would I find the time to look for some stone? Jiraiya said grumpily. I am the Hokage, I have the final say. Let that novel be discontinued for now. Kakashi waved his hand, giving Jiraiya no room to argue. Do you know that discontinuing a novel is shameful, you bastard? I want to offer my most perfect content to my most handsome readers. Jiraiya looked ahead and couldn't help but sigh involuntarily. Fine, barring any accidents, Kakashi was his most handsome reader. He was the Hokage, so he called the shots. Kakashi didn't pay attention to Jiraiya, who was feeling sorry for himself behind him. Right now, he needed to write a letter and send someone to deliver it to the daimyo's residence. He needed to ask the Fire Daimyo to send money to mass-produce steel battleships. The Land of Fire was the wealthiest country in the entire ninja world. Merely building a batch of battleships was strictly not a big issue for the Land of Fire. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked thoughtfully at the massive Anchor Vantillon behind him. Under the night sky, the Anchor Vantillon was bathed in darkness, looking like a ferocious beast hibernating in the night. Hiruzen probably understood Kakashi's goal. To make preparations in advance for the so-called peace of the future. And this Anchor Vantillon was a necessary step for that future peace. Returning to the Hokage's office, Kakashi took out a pen and paper. He directly wrote a letter asking the daimyo for money and handed it to Hayate Gecko, ordering him to deliver it to the daimyo's residence at top speed. In a country, if the daimyo was the emperor, then Kakashi, as the Hokage, was the general who controlled the nation's core military force. It could be said he was under one person but above 10,000. But with the military force in the Hokage's hands, usually, when faced with the Hokage's proposals, the daimyo would pass them without any obstruction. After all, costing just this little bit of money every year to protect the country, Konoha's existence was, for the Land of Fire, a top-tier military force that could fight well and caused very little trouble. Only now, having returned, did Kakashi finally have time to be alone and quiet. Aside from sending Jiraiya to find the Stone of Jello, he also needed to send someone to invite Dodo Kazahana over. The chakra armor that the men researched was also a sharp weapon extremely suitable for single-soldier combat units like ninja. As early as 3 or 4 years ago, Kakashi had already experienced the opponent's chakra armor, he knew the power of that armor best. And if it could be scaled up and covered over machinery, replacing ninja with machines. Gundam. Kakashi leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to think. Ninjas were also flesh and blood. Unless they were ninja possessing special Kekkai Genkai, one cut could mean death. There was no comparison with machinery. But to deny the existence of ninja just like that would be too extreme. After all, as a standout among ninja, Kakashi clearly knew just how bizarrely overpowered a ninja's strength could be. It could only be said that ordinary ninja would be replaced by machines, while high-end combat power would still depend on the ninja themselves. Rubbing his temples, Kakashi felt that he had quite a few things to do. The night was already deep. Looking at the pitch-black night outside where one couldn't even see their own fingers, the door to the office was knocked upon. Enter. As Kakashi spoke, a figure appeared in front of him. It's so late, why haven't you gone back yet? Kakashi was somewhat surprised to see the visitor. I planned to leave, but after packing up my files, I saw your light was still on, so I thought I'd come over and take a look. Kurenai Yuhi looked at Kakashi with some resentment. This made Kakashi feel a bit uncomfortable. After all, he had just taken her first time previously, and then hadn't gone to see her for nearly a month. It was inevitable that Kurenai would feel she had been eaten clean and wiped dry, then abandoned. She had been waiting foolishly for him at home while he patted his butt and left. How have you been lately? Kakashi felt a bit awkward in his heart, but on the surface, he spoke without showing any abnormality. Although Kurenai Yuhi was very sensible, with Kakashi not visiting her for such a long time, she inevitably harbored some grievances in her heart. I'm very good. I'll be going now. Kurenai shook her head, a trace of disappointment flashing through her gentle, ruby-red eyes. Then let's go together. Kakashi stood up, intending to hand over the matters he was considering earlier to professional people. He wasn't Zhuge Liang, he couldn't possibly attend to every detail personally. He only needed to be responsible for coordinating everything. Kurenai didn't speak, she just silently walked away. Kakashi walked by her side, casually switching off the lights in the Hokage's office, and left together with her. It was already late at night. There were northwest pedestrians on the road, only a few streetlights still working along the street. Kakashi and Kurenai walked on the road home. The intersection is just ahead. Aren't you going home to accompany your wife? Kurenai glanced at the men beside her and spoke softly. What are you saying? Your home is also my home. Kakashi's expression didn't change as he reached out and directly wrapped his arm around Kurenai's waist. You really are thick-skinned. Kurenai looked down at the hand resting on her waist. Although her words were full of resentment and dissatisfaction, a different kind of strange sensation, like a small insect scratching at her heart, welled up inside her. I don't think my skin is as thick as yours. Kakashi replied with calm composure. Hearing Kakashi's words, a flush of crimson appeared on Kurenai's face. Wasn't that the truth? Back then, she had forcibly climbed into the bed of this Hokage who already had a fiancé. Just as Kakashi said, her skin was indeed thicker than Kakashi's. But, do you want to drink some wine in a bit? There are still some leftover ingredients in the fridge from yesterday. Kurenai leaned her head gently against Kakashi's shoulder, feeling the caress of the night breeze and enjoying this moment of tranquility. She was thick-skinned, Kurenai admitted it. If she wasn't thick-skinned, how could she have obtained the most outstanding men in the village? Just as her late father had said, everything had to be fought for and snatched by oneself. One's future was like this, and men were like this too. Sure, whatever you like. Kakashi didn't mind much. The two chatted idly about this and that, and soon arrived at Kurenai's residence. Kurenai lived in a single apartment within Konoha. Although the area wasn't large, it had everything it needed. The sparrow may be small, but it has all the vital organs. You go shower first, I'll go prepare dinner. Kurenai gave Kakashi a push, neither light nor heavy. Kakashi didn't object and simply walked into the bathroom. Just as he was about to undress, he saw Kurenai walk in holding a set of brand new change of clothes and a bathrobe. This is bought for you. Looking at the woman before him, Kakashi was a bit surprised. Under Kakashi's thoughtful gaze, Kurenai put down the clothes and fled the bathroom. Looking at the clothes neatly placed to the side, Kakashi smiled. She was quite attentive. Evidently, that previous day had made Kurenai realize that Kakashi might come over often in the future, so she had specially bought men's clothing for him. Who knew it would only come into use today? Kakashi didn't dwell on it, he just turned on the shower and began to wash. After all, the battles during the day had indeed left Kakashi with quite a scent of blood on him. After cleaning up, Kakashi saw that Kurenai was still busy in the kitchen, so he went to Kurenai's bedroom and lay directly on her bed. Seeing some books by the bedside, and having nothing else to do, Kakashi picked one up and started flipping through it. Most were books regarding genjutsu. As a genjutsu-type ninja, it was normal for Kurenai to have materials in this field at home. Moreover, her father, Shinku Yuhi, had been a famous genjutsu ninja in the village. Regarding genjutsu, Kakashi didn't have much experience to guide Kurenai with. However, the function of genjutsu was to affect the opponent's chakra, causing them to hallucinate so that one could kill them in a single strike. And when mentioning chakra, one couldn't avoid yin release. Kakashi did have quite a bit of insight regarding yin release. In the kitchen, Kurenai, busy making dinner, noticed Kakashi's movements and couldn't help but blush entirely. This guy, he just lay down on her bed as soon as he got her consent. Kurenai had a mind to scold Kakashi a bit, but the thought was just a thought, in the blink of an eye, she tossed it to the back of her mind. This kind of Kakashi was the one she liked. As dinner was prepared, Kurenai called out to Kakashi in the room. What do you want to drink? I only have vodka here. If you only have vodka, why ask me what I want to drink? Kakashi smiled, then walked out of the room. Looking at the table, the dinner Kurenai had prepared was actually quite appetizing. Picking up a piece of tamagoyaki and putting it in his mouth, Kakashi nodded slightly. Although her cooking skills couldn't compare to Hikari, it was still delicious. At this moment, Kurenai poured a glass of alcohol for Kakashi, looking at him chewing with some anticipation as she asked. How does it taste? Very delicious. Kakashi responded to Kurenai. How does it compare to Hikari? Kurenai asked further, her shimmering vermilion eyes reflecting Kakashi's face. Hikari is not as good as you. Looking at Kurenai like this, Kakashi spoke without blushing or his heart skipping a beat. Then eat quickly, have some more. Having obtained the answer she wanted, the smile on Kurenai's face became visibly more abundant. With the gentle clinking of glasses making a crisp sound, Kakashi downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. Perhaps because of Kakashi's praise, Kurenai's cheeks looked exceptionally stirring under the lamplight. Those rosy cheeks, illuminated by the light, made one want to gently caress them in their palm. Even Kakashi couldn't help but take a second look. What are you looking at? Perhaps sensing Kakashi's gaze, Kurenai gave Kakashi a somewhat coquettish glance. Prepare more wine in the future. Kakashi proposed seriously. You like drinking it? Kurenai looked at Kakashi with some surprise. In her view, Kakashi wasn't someone who liked to drink. Him being willing to drink with her now was entirely compensation for not seeking her out for nearly a month prior. No, it's that you are very beautiful when you drink. Kakashi spoke sincerely. Hearing Kakashi's words, Kurenai, whose appearance was already mouth-watering, turned even redder. What nonsense are you talking about? Filled with shyness and secret delight, Kurenai's eyes, carrying a hint of intoxication, grew somewhat hazy. As cup after cup of wine went down, the Kurenai before him became increasingly blurry-eyed. At some point, she was pulled into Kakashi's embrace, and that familiar yet strange kiss landed on her lips. Back to the room. Retaining her last bit of reason, Kurenai wanted to return to the bedroom. Isn't it more exciting here? Kakashi's words rang in Kurenai's ear. The hot breath curling around her ear made it impossible for Kurenai to refuse. The two sank into pleasure right there in the living room. Not just the living room, the kitchen and the bathroom all became their battlefield. Use shadow clones. Late at night, while Kurenai was showering with Kakashi's help, Kakashi's voice rang in her ear again. Shadow clone. Kurenai was a bit dazed, then she reacted, looking at Kakashi with some shyness. But even so, she still used the shadow clone technique. Thus, another Kurenai appeared in front of Kakashi. When the night quietly departed, Kurenai finally woke up slowly from the bed. Feeling the soreness all over her body, Kurenai sat up with some difficulty. Looking at her unclothed body, she couldn't help but blush. Because of the special nature of shadow clones, everything the shadow clone experienced would be synchronized to the original body the moment it was dispelled. So, double the happiness. Chapter 157, Sage. Are you awake? The sudden voice gave Kurenai Yuhi a start. It was only then that she realized Kakashi was still lying beside her. You haven't left yet. Kurenai looked at the man lying next to her with a touch of nervousness, hastily pulling up the quilt to cover her exposed skin. Kakashi found her reaction somewhat amusing. When they were doing it, Kurenai could be described as extremely bold, compliant with whatever request Kakashi made. But now that the moment had passed, she knew how to be shy. I'll leave in a bit. Hearing Kakashi's words, Kurenai felt a slight tension in her heart, but also a bit of joy. Then I'll go make you breakfast. Seeing that Kakashi had no intention of getting up, Kurenai intended to drag her somewhat exhausted body over Kakashi to get out of bed. However, a hand wrapped around her soft, boneless, fair, and delicate body. Kurenai blinked, looking at the men before her. She felt that little Kakashi had raised its head again. Under Kakashi's smiling gaze, she didn't quite dare to look directly at the white-haired man. With a shy expression, she whispered. You want to again? Kakashi didn't answer her question with words, but used his actions to give Kurenai the answer. The showerhead in the bathroom continued to spray hot water. Kurenai lowered her head to look at her almost perfect body, a triumphant smile subconsciously appearing at the corner of her mouth. As the hot water washed over her body, which had just undergone a battle, Kurenai couldn't help but reminisce about how she was just a moment ago. Her small face couldn't help but turn slightly rosy, and she immediately spat softly in self-reproach. But just then, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from outside the bathroom. Kurenai, are you in? Is that Anko? Kurenai Yuhi was somewhat annoyed that Anko had climbed through the window again. Her bedroom hadn't been tidied up yet, that peculiar scent still lingered there. Thinking of this, Kurenai hurriedly shouted. I'm coming right away. You just stay in the living room and don't move around. Immediately, ignoring that she hadn't wiped her body completely dry, she hurriedly wrapped herself in a bath towel and rushed out of the bathroom barefoot and in a flurry. However, the very thing she worried about in her heart was exactly what happened. Her bedroom door had already been opened. Anko was frowning as she looked at the bedroom, which was full of girly pink tones but currently in a complete mess. Anko wasn't an idiot. As a ninja, what hadn't she seen? One glance was enough to tell that a fierce battle had just taken place in this room. Anko, how could you just casually enter my bedroom? Seeing Anko standing at the doorway of her bedroom, Kurenai cursed inwardly. She quickly ran up to Anko, pulled the door shut, and spoke with some irritation. What is with you? Anko looked at Kurenai with a subtle expression. Kurenai was only wrapped in a bath towel and wasn't even wearing slippers. None of your business. Kurenai spoke with a mix of shyness and anger. Hey, come on, tell me. Who is the man capable of capturing the heart of a great beauty like you? Compared to Kurenai's embarrassment, Anko was mostly curious. She was genuinely curious about who could take down Kurenai, one of the top beauties in the village. It can't be Asuma, right? Anko asked seriously. After all, Asuma had been chasing Kurenai Yuhi since their time at the Ninja Academy. But on second thought, although Asuma had chased Kurenai for so many years, Kurenai had never shown any sign of being moved by the Hokage's son. Moreover, Asuma was still at the daimyo's palace serving as one of the 12 guardian ninja, so he wouldn't have had the chance for anything to happen with Kurenai. It's not Asuma. Why are you asking so many questions? Are you leaving or not? Kurenai looked at her best friend, who was about to make her faint from anger, thinking she needed to send her away quickly so she could deal with the scene. Oh. It couldn't be Kakashi, right? Anko stroked her chin, looking at Kurenai with a teasing face. What nonsense are you talking about? Kurenai's face flushed bright red as she forcibly pushed Anko out the door. Hey. If it's not Kakashi, surely it can't be Guy. I heard Guy came back injured yesterday. Do you want to go visit him together? Even while being forcibly pushed out the door by Kurenai, Anko refused to leave. Bastard. Be quiet. As soon as the words fell, Kurenai's angry voice came from inside the house. Pushed outside, Anko looked thoughtfully at the tightly closed door. Anyway, no matter who it was, it shouldn't be Kakashi. After all, that guy was already married, and his wife was so beautiful. But if it wasn't Kakashi, who else in the village could take down the proud and arrogant Kurenai? Anko scratched her head, feeling a headache coming on. As Kurenai's best friend, she really wanted to know which bastard had slept with her sister. Hokage office. Kakashi had come in for an early shift, which was rare. As the head of the village, most of the work originally belonging to the Hokage had been dumped on the Elder Council next door. Even when Kakashi came to his own workstation, it was merely to look at documents and stamp seals. A day's work, if Kakashi was willing, could be finished in 20 minutes. However, that was usually. Currently, Kakashi needed to go learn Sage Mode from Hashirama Senju. Originally, Kakashi didn't even want to come to the office, but Hashirama Senju had forced him to come. He opened his mouth and out came a lecture about great principles, saying that now that Kakashi was Hokage, how could he leave village matters aside and run off on his own? Therefore, he had to handle the village's affairs properly before he could continue training with him. Casually flipping through the documents that had piled up yesterday, Kakashi processed them at top speed. Just as he put down his pen and intended to get up and leave, Jiraiya arrived in front of Kakashi. Why are you here? Kakashi looked at Jiraiya's arrival and sat back down. Am I not here to say goodbye to you? Thanks to you, I didn't sleep a wink all last night. Sporting a pair of dark circles under his eyes, Jiraiya placed the information he found in the intelligence division last night in front of Kakashi. It is said that there was once an empire built using the power of this stone of Jello. But in the end, it was destroyed by this very stone. What do you want to find it for? Jiraiya spoke while yawning. Did you see that air fortress I drove back yesterday? I plan to use this stone as the power source for that fortress. Kakashi said as he looked through the intelligence Jiraiya provided. You certainly have ideas. I won't say more, I'm getting ready to work. Jiraiya waved his hand, intending to leave. It seemed, just as he said, he had simply come to say goodbye to Kakashi. Within half a year, I want to know the location of this stone's vein. Kakashi added a reminder. I know. A single sentence from the leader, and the subordinate runs their legs off. Watching Jiraiya's back, which was full of resentment, Kakashi smiled. He was quite assured of Jiraiya's abilities. Although he was somewhat worried that he would run off to the Land of Rain, even if he forcibly kept this guy in Konoha, if Jiraiya was set on going to the Land of Rain, Kakashi couldn't stop him. Or rather, the fact that the other party had stayed in Konoha until now proved his attitude. At least under Kakashi's admonition, Jiraiya was still willing to listen a little. Putting down the documents in his hand, Kakashi got up and left. This clone of Hashirama Senju could only stay for 2 months in total. Yesterday, a day had already been wasted, and Kakashi felt quite distressed about it. Rushing non-stop to the lake behind the Hokage rock, he found Hashirama Senju already waiting for him there. Yo, you're early, fifth. Hashirama Senju was roasting something over a bonfire. Beside the fire were grilled fish that had just been caught from the shore. Kakashi was slightly stunned seeing this scene. Does this clone of yours also need to eat? If it were a normal clone, it wouldn't need to eat, chakra alone would suffice. But the one before him was an extremely special wood clone. This touched upon a blind spot in Kakashi's knowledge. Hearing Kakashi's question, Hashirama Senju scratched his head and said. Of course I don't need to, I just felt that sitting here idly was a bit too boring. Later, I'll pack these grilled fish up for little Tsuna. When she was little, little Tsuna loved the grilled fish I made the most. Kakashi nodded upon hearing this and said. In that case, I'll wait for you to finish grilling the fish. Hashirama Senju could only exist for 2 months, but the existence of the men before him was also a spiritual anchor for Tsunade. Kakashi wouldn't be selfish enough to hog the little time this man had left. Thanks then. Hashirama Senju patted the rock beside him, motioning for Kakashi to sit down and talk. Kakashi sat down directly without standing on ceremony. Since Hashirama had just mentioned Tsunade, he actually had an idea in mind. The first knows about Tsunade's hemophobia, right? Hearing Kakashi mention this issue, Hashirama nodded somewhat speechlessly. If possible, you'd better take advantage of this time to give Tsunade some psychological counseling or something similar. Hashirama looked somewhat troubled. He was a rough man, how could he do something that even professionals might not succeed at? I'll try my best. Hashirama sighed. He was clear about Kakashi's goal. It was nothing more than wanting Tsunade's ability. As the Hokage, he wanted the strength of someone like Tsunade. He could understand Kakashi. After all, the village's illustrious Princess Tsunade spent her days drinking and gambling. Although Hashirama didn't have many demands for his granddaughter, continuing to live in such a muddle-headed way every day was a bit too self-destructive. And she was over 40 years old without even a child. Hashirama estimated that Tsunade probably wouldn't marry in the future, and he felt it was a pity. His lineage of the Senju family was likely cut off. After a shadow clone disperses, it retains the clone's memories and experiences and returns them to the main body. Is your wood clone the same? Kakashi raised another question. If my main body were alive, it probably would return to the main body, but my main body is already dead. It should just become chakra and vanish into thin air, right? Regarding this point, Hashirama Senju was also somewhat unsure. If that's the case, when the two of us meet in the future, I guess we'll have to get to know each other all over again. Kakashi said with a smile. What do you mean? Hashirama frowned tightly. Kakashi's short few words contained a significant amount of information, and he didn't react immediately. He was already a dead man. To be able to know the current situation of Konoha in the form of a clone was already a blessing. So, wouldn't getting to know each other again mean? Literally. Because your cells are too active and powerful, they haven't completely died even to this day. And unfortunately, 7 years ago, a ninja who researched your body's cells defected from the village. Kakashi spoke quite frankly. Getting to know me again. Wait, are you talking about Tobirama's impure world reincarnation? Hashirama spoke through somewhat gritted teeth. That's right. That defecting ninja was the third's personal disciple, Tsunade's fellow student. Hearing Kakashi's words, Hashirama held his forehead helplessly. It looks like I'll have to trouble you to deal with this mess of mine in the future. Kakashi smiled and didn't say anything more. As time ticked by, Hashirama Senju's fish was finally grilled, and Kakashi's sage mode training finally began again. Hashirama Senju and Kakashi sat once more by the lake as before. Having the previous experience, Kakashi could easily sense the natural energy present everywhere in the surroundings. The most important thing about sage mode is using Senjutsu chakra, only then can it be called sage mode. And sage chakra is the fusion of one's own chakra and natural energy within the body at a certain ratio. This is the most important and also the most dangerous step. Listening to Hashirama Senju's words, Kakashi didn't speak but listened seriously. Actually, it's not that difficult. There are 3 steps in total. Sense natural energy, fuse natural energy, maintain natural energy. I believe with your talent, you will complete sage mode very quickly. Sitting cross-legged by the lake, Hashirama Senju spoke clearly, enunciating every word. Then at what ratio should one's own chakra and natural energy be fused and used? Kakashi asked at the appropriate time. Hashirama Senju slowly brought his palms together, closing his eyes tight. When he opened his eyes again, black markings like a great sun appeared on his honest face. Sage mode. Fuse natural energy into your body at a 1-to-1 ratio, 1-to-1, and you can complete sage mode. Hashirama Senju spoke calmly. At this moment, he had entered sage mode. If not for the fact that the naked eye could clearly see him within the field of vision, in Kakashi's sensory perception, there was absolutely no presence in front of him. Kakashi knew deeply that, in fact, if the other party hadn't been demonstrating it for him, he could have even omitted the action of clapping his hands together. Hearing the other party's answer, Kakashi understood. Natural energy and one's own chakra fused at a 1-to-1 ratio. Thinking of this, Kakashi hesitated no longer and began attempting to fuse with the natural energy. Kakashi didn't rashly take in too much natural energy, instead, he integrated it into his body bit by bit. If Kakashi's chakra were described by the number 100, Kakashi was only extracting natural energy valued at 1 from the outside and taking it into his body. Then 2, 3, 4. Hashirama Senju scratched his head as he looked at the Hokage before him. So slow. This was Hashirama Senju's evaluation of Kakashi's intake of natural energy. For Hashirama Senju, the process for this mode was so fast he could omit clapping his hands. In his view, Kakashi's efficiency was extremely low. However, right now, the speed at which Kakashi was entering sage mode was simply too slow. Hashirama Senju waited for a full 10 minutes. Just then, inside Kakashi's body, the fusion of natural energy and his own chakra was slowly completed. Compared to Hashirama Senju, no sage markings appeared on Kakashi's face. The moment he slowly opened his eyes, only then did Hashirama Senju notice that Kakashi's originally black eyes had now been replaced by a touch of gold. Compared to the cold black eyes of the past, the golden eyes at this moment added a sense of gentleness. There was no earth-shattering aura, nor any ability affecting the surroundings. At the moment he entered sage mode, even the ants at Kakashi's feet were moving home as if no one were there. But Hashirama Senju sharply sensed that hidden beneath those seemingly gentle golden eyes was a palpitating indifference. Was he overthinking it? At this moment, Kakashi observed his surroundings, feeling the special perception brought to him by sage mode. Previously, Kakashi's sensing range wasn't considered large, at most, it covered a distance of about 20 meters around him. But Kakashi closed his eyes, feeling the natural wind brush past his body. It was as if through this wind he saw a bird flapping its wings 100 meters away. He could clearly perceive every single feather on the other party. And this distance could go even further. Kakashi reopened his eyes and extended a finger. That bird in the air tilted its head, looking at Kakashi as if confused. The bird lowered its flight altitude, flapping its wings to land on Kakashi's finger, tilting its head to look at Kakashi as if asking, "Why did you call me?" Seeing this scene, Hashirama Senju scratched his head, but still spoke in praise. "I didn't expect you to be in this state the first time you entered sage mode. Looks like you have a lot of talent, Kakashi. As expected of a genius who became a jonin at 12. You're much better than I am." Hearing Hashirama Senju's praise, Kakashi slowly stood up. He wasn't quite satisfied with the current result. Just like Hashirama Senju's earlier complaint, entering sage mode was too slow. After entering sage mode, the primary element is to maintain the balance within your body. Don't get complacent just because you completed sage mode so quickly. What follows is the truly important moment. After Hashirama Senju finished speaking, he clapped his hands together. A wooden pillar, thick as a finger and tens of meters high, suddenly surged up from the ground. At the same time, a circular wooden board appeared in his hand. "Take this, sit on top of the wooden stake, enter sage mode, and then maintain it." Kakashi nodded at this. As the natural energy in his body dissipated and sage mode was released, the bird on his finger also flew up in a panic. However, Hashirama Senju's method of maintaining sage mode was remarkably similar to the maintenance method of Mount Maiboku. Kakashi didn't suspect anything and cooperated by taking the wooden board. With a few leaps, he reached the very top of the wooden pillar. Upon reaching the top, Kakashi realized that the tip wasn't flat, but pointed. Placing the wooden board on the center point, Kakashi sat on it without hesitation. To maintain the balance of the body and natural energy while entering sage mode, if he could maintain sage mode for a long time in this environment, he would be able to easily enter sage mode even in battle. Hashirama Senju couldn't help but marvel in his heart as he watched Kakashi, who had quickly mastered the trick in the air. As expected of the genius who became a jonin at 12. He easily mastered things that even Tobirama couldn't complete. Chapter 158, Hashirama Senju's Swan Song. The wind swept across heaven and earth, curling the fallen leaves beneath the trees high into the sky. A white-haired man, bare to the waist, sat cross-legged in midair upon a wooden stake. His balance relied on a single point beneath him, yet no matter how the wind fluctuated, he did not waver in the slightest. After 2 months, through repeated cycles of entering and exiting sage mode, Kakashi had completely mastered the trick to it. No matter the situation, he could now enter sage mode steadily and calmly. It was less about training to balance the natural energy within his body, and more about training his state of mind. Because no matter what situation one encountered, one needed to calm one's heart to perceive natural energy and thereby enter sage mode. Yo, not bad. Hashirama Senju held his hand over his brow to block the slightly glaring sunlight, watching Kakashi, who was under his tutelage, with a heart full of accomplishment. What do you know? I'm clearly very suited to teaching disciples, too. Back then, when Tobirama snatched Monkey away from me, it was purely because Monkey was too dull and couldn't understand anything I said. Look at this 5th generation, he is obviously much wittier than Monkey, that 3rd generation. No need to practice anymore, hurry on down, Hashirama Senju shouted toward Kakashi on the wooden stake. Hearing Hashirama's words, Kakashi opened his eyes. With a nimble flip, he landed steadily on the ground from the stake. What is it? Ending so early today? Kakashi bent down to pick up his clothes from the ground, speaking calmly. It's been 2 months already, Hashirama remarked with a touch of emotion. Hearing this, Kakashi paused slightly, straightening up to look at the men before him. 2 months. That was the limit of this clone of Hashirama Senju. It seemed that now. Roughly when will you go? Kakashi asked calmly. Whether Kakashi admitted it or not, although he and Hashirama Senju did not have the formal title of master and apprentice, they already had the reality of it. Could be any time, I suppose. Hashirama laughed loudly, scratching his head. In that case, go spend some time with Tsunade, Kakashi sighed. In these final moments, if Tsunade were to keep him company, it might make her feel a little better. Compared to little Tsuna, right now I need to confirm one thing. Hashirama shook his head, his gaze burning as he looked at this junior who had previously said he would bring 500 years of peace to the ninja world. Staring into the gaze Hashirama projected, Kakashi lowered his eyelids. If we do this, Lady Tsunade will probably cry. And for her, it would be quite a regret. Facing Kakashi's gaze, Hashirama walked step by step toward the center of the lake and said, life is full of regrets, isn't it? In the final moments of this clone, Hashirama intended to test the strength of the current Hokage. He wanted to see the results of his 2 months of work. Although the chakra in this clone was becoming increasingly scarce. If he fought with full power, he feared he couldn't maintain it for even 10 seconds. But even if it was just for a few seconds, if he could clearly see the excellence of his successor, then he would endure it gladly. Since you have decided, I won't hold back. Kakashi picked up the white fang blade from the shore and walked step by step toward the center of the lake with Hashirama. Hold back. It has been a long time since anyone said those words to me. Hashirama spoke with a light chuckle. The two stood in the center of the lake. Hashirama looked at the white fang in Kakashi's hand, thought for a moment, and then with a flip of his wrist and a puff of light smoke, a giant sword comparable to a door panel appeared in his hand. This was the weapon he had used back then to counter Madara Uchiha's gunbai. Although it didn't have the effect of reflecting ninjutsu like the Uchiha gunbai, its main feature was being sturdy and durable. Kakashi watched all this calmly, holding his blade in one hand and forming a seal with the other, held upright before his chest. Hashirama did the same, holding his sword in one hand and forming a seal upright before his chest. This was the seal of confrontation. It was a sparring ritual unique to Konoha shinobi. It meant deciding who was superior without deciding life or death. The wind stirred ripples on the lake's surface between them. Both men looked directly at each other, neither planning to make the first move. But the moment a fish in the lake between them leaped out of the water and fell back in. The two moved. Sage mode. Black markings surfaced on Hashirama's face, and golden eyes replaced his dark ones. Hashirama Senju and Kakashi entered Sage mode simultaneously. The next second, the two abruptly vanished from their spots. The lake surface beneath their feet churned into turbulent waves under their extreme speed. The sound of violent metal friction rang out the moment the blade and sword collided. Sparks flew, illuminating their faces. Hashirama felt the force transmitting from the giant sword in his hand, his eyes filled with satisfaction and excitement. Kakashi, however, looked at his opponent coldly. Since the other party wanted to spar with him in these final moments, it meant he had absolutely no intention of going to see Tsunade one last time. This meant that Kakashi had to kill him right here, taking advantage of his final moments, to satisfy his last wish. To this, Kakashi's answer was fine. Neither Kakashi nor Hashirama chose to use ninjutsu, there was only pure taijutsu and the clash of blades. Every one of their movements, under the exaggerated amplification of Sage mode, displayed terrifying power. Blade light flickered, sword shadows danced wildly. Violent air currents exploded continuously between the two. Within a short 3 seconds, Kakashi and Hashirama had already engaged in over a dozen clashes. Every clash was accompanied by intense sparks. The surrounding airwaves surged, waves rose on all sides, and the blades cut through the water, spraying cold light. It was hard to imagine this was a battle between ninja. Every swing of the blade meant Hashirama's remaining time was drastically shortening. Remaining 3 seconds. Hashirama had completely forgotten his remaining time, simply displaying the power of his taijutsu to the young man before him to his heart's content. The powerful physical strength brought by the Senju lineage was displayed by him vividly and thoroughly. 2 seconds. Withstanding the opponent's extraordinary force, the white fang in Kakashi's hand seemed connected to his flesh. The Senjutsu chakra in his body erupted to the limit, and the entire lake surface trembled, roared, and bellowed because of their massive chakra. 1 second. The sword light followed like a shadow, slicing off a lock of Kakashi's white hair. But with the waves obscuring his vision, his golden eyes gleaming, the white fang utilized the cover of the waves under the sunlight to stab straight toward Hashirama's vital point. 0. Wood chips flew, and the arm holding the sword, along with that door-sized giant sword, flew into the high sky. The body of the man before him was turning into wood at a rapid speed, but Hashirama didn't care in the slightest. His other, intact hand clenched tightly into a fist. In this final moment, accompanied by his last bit of chakra, the fist punched through the waves and smashed onto Kakashi's chest. In the final moment, Hashirama looked at Kakashi before him with a gaze that was fervent and full of expectation. Countless words in his heart wanted to be spoken, yet he didn't know what to say. He could only turn his final will into this one punch. This is the junior to whom Konoha's future is entrusted. The mistakes of the predecessors should have been borne by the predecessors. But the me of this moment is powerless to make amends, it can only be completed by those who come after. So, no matter what, this unworthy senior entrusts everything to you. The wooden fist stopped in front of Kakashi's face. This was Hashirama Senju's final swan song. Looking at the wooden statue with a severed arm before him, Kakashi calmly extended his fist and gently bumped fists with the statue. The moment the fists touched, accompanied by the dissipation of chakra, the wooden statue slowly sank into the water. 7 seconds. Their confrontation had ended. Kakashi didn't know if he had won or lost, but the only thing he knew was that since Hashirama Senju had acknowledged his philosophy, that meant there was one more fellow traveler on his path. The waves that had been swept into the sky by their battle turned into heavy rain and fell. Kakashi watched the rain, feeling the traces of coolness on his body, his gaze becoming increasingly firm. The path he walked was undoubtedly correct. Thinking of this, Kakashi walked step by step toward the shore, only to discover that at some point, a figure had appeared there. Tsunade stared blankly at Kakashi walking toward her. The tears in her eyes could no longer be held back and flowed down. From now on, she was alone again. Hashirama Senju's company had been like a dream, so memorable and warm. Tsunade. Kakashi came before her, whispering her name. You inherited grandfather's will. So, don't let him down, Kakashi. The woman with cream-colored hair looked at Kakashi through tear-filled eyes. I will. Kakashi spoke calmly. At that moment, as Tsunade stood on her tiptoes, a warm softness pressed against Kakashi's forehead. The kiss parted as soon as it touched. Kakashi looked at the woman before him with a complex expression. You will definitely become an excellent Hokage. Tsunade wiped away her tears, looking at Kakashi with teary eyes, and then departed alone under Kakashi's gaze. Kakashi watched the departing Tsunade. Tsunade herself hadn't realized that the moment Hashirama left, her lip had been bitten broken, and crimson blood was soaking her lips. 3 days had passed since Hashirama Senju's departure. His reappearance hadn't alarmed too many people, and his departure was equally silent. Kakashi sat in his office at this moment, frowning as he looked at the message in his hand sent by Asuma, who was at the daimyo's palace. Previously, because Kakashi planned to have the daimyo provide funds to build a fleet of battleships, he had dispatched Height Gecko to the daimyo's palace to deliver the letter. But after Height Gecko delivered the message, he was forcibly detained by the Guardian 12 ninja without explanation. At the same time, they blocked the daimyo's intention to allocate funds. If Asuma hadn't protected Height Gecko with his life, the protagonist of the Hurricane Chronicles might have perished before the chronicles even began. In the eyes of Kazuma, the leader of the Guardian 12 ninja, the Land of Fire could have only one leader, the daimyo. The so-called Hokage, or even Konoha itself, should not exist at all. Looking at the intelligence sent by Asuma, Kakashi revealed a cold sneer. Because I haven't shown my face in the outside world for 3 years, has everyone forgotten about Kakashi Hatake? The Guardian 12 ninja. What kind of things are they? How many jonin do they even have? Attendant. Kakashi slammed the letter onto the desk. Lord Hokage. Kurenai Yuhi quickly appeared before Kakashi. Issue an order to Itachi Uchiha and Hayama Shirakumo to report to me immediately. At the same time, select 3,000 ninja to gather at the village entrance and proceed with me to the daimyo's palace. Facing this kind of trash that obstructed his path, Kakashi didn't have a single shred of tolerance. Yes. Kurenai looked at Kakashi before her, her heart trembling. She left quickly to immediately relay Kakashi's orders to the village armory and military command. In front of the stone monument that had been gifted by the Tsuchikage, Anoki of both scales, back in the day, Kakashi looked with a frosty expression at the 3,000 ninja troops who were already geared up and waiting. Everyone, the Land of Fire has always been ruled by the daimyo. But now, the daimyo has been bewitched by villains, and good advice is hard to accept. How can we allow such evil people to remain? Konoha is the core strength protecting the Land of Fire. As the Hokage, how can I stand by and watch all this while doing nothing? And now, a special jonin of the village delivered my orders, only to be detained by the so-called Guardian 12 ninja. What were these Guardian 12 ninja doing when we were bathing in blood on the front lines? What were these people doing when we were bathed in war and fire on the front lines? The war has just ended, and they dare to detain our ninja, our comrade. It is simply lawless. Is it because there is no war now that these people feel we are no longer necessary? Kakashi's face revealed a cold glint. His voice, carried by chakra, entered everyone's ears, filling their hearts with indignation. Kill. 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 The anger in everyone's hearts had been ignited by Kakashi. Pair after pair of eyes were filled with killing intent and fury. The war had only ended 3 years ago. These were all elite troops who had survived the battlefield, their characters were the most unyielding and fierce. How could they endure this treatment of casting aside the bow once the birds are gone? Since that is the case, we shall purge the court of traitors. Move out with me. Seeing this, Kakashi waved his hand and gave the order. 3,000 ninja troops immediately set off, rushing toward the direction of the daimyo's palace. The Guardian 12 ninja. Do they even have the guts to detain the Hokage's people? In Kakashi's view, this wasn't just the will of the Guardian 12 ninja, but a probe by the so-called daimyo. After all, the Guardian 12 ninja were loyal to the fire daimyo, not him, the Hokage of Konoha. For Kazuma, a ninja so hostile to Konoha, to be arranged by the daimyo as the leader of the Guardian 12 ninja showed that although the daimyo met all of Konoha's requests, in his heart, dissatisfaction had long risen regarding a power that was outside his control. The detention of Heiate Gecko this time was a signal from the daimyo testing the current Hokage. If Kakashi held his nose and accepted it, things like this would only happen more and more in the future. If Kakashi protested, the daimyo could push all the blame onto Kazuma. Then he could peacefully pay the money to settle the matter and distance himself from it. The worst outcome would be nothing more than the death of one Kazuma. One could only say he was worthy of being the lord of the land of fire, cultivated from childhood. These methods were at least more than a star and a half higher than Danzo Shimura's. But Kakashi wouldn't play these games of snake and deceit with this daimyo. So what should he do? In this world, the so-called nobility placed themselves above everything. And this everything naturally included ninja. Kakashi didn't understand it, but he didn't need to understand it. Kakashi only needed to know that he had power, and in this country, what he said went. Money and authority could solve many things, but in the face of someone who possessed power, money, and authority appeared particularly laughable. Especially when the core power of the entire country was in his hands. Just like that, although the so-called daimyo had some brains, his mind had been blinded by thousands of years of money, power, and class solidification. If it were any random male from his previous life, would they dare to do this? There was no difference between this and seeking death. Daimyo's palace. In a luxurious palace, a man dressed in opulent clothing with rouge smeared on his face looked at the message delivered to his hand, his expression becoming stiff involuntarily. Just as Kakashi had thought, this was merely a test. At most, it was just a Heiate Gecko, a special jonin at best. He hadn't expected Kakashi Hatake, the fifth Hokage, to react so intensely, actually leading 3,000 troops straight toward the daimyo's palace under the banner of purging the court. What should be done about this? The daimyo looked gloomily at the two men half kneeling on the ground before his seat. One was the biological son of the previous Hokage, Asuma Sarutobi. The other was the current leader of the Guardian 12 ninja, Kazuma. Kazuma half knelt before the daimyo, lowering his head, daring not to speak. Detaining Heiate Gecko was something he had proactively suggested based on the daimyo's intentions. The current Hokage was unlike any previous Hokage who was obedient to the daimyo, even he was powerless. If he were to fight that Hokage one-on-one, he was confident that even if he couldn't defeat the son of Tsukumo Hatake, he could at least fight him to a draw. But this Hokage had come directly with 3,000 ninja. Even if all the Guardian 12 ninja went out together, they would just be sent to their deaths. Asuma, you and that Hokage are close friends, and you grew up together. What do you think should be done? Seeing that Kazuma couldn't say a word for a long time, the daimyo turned to look at Asuma Sarutobi on the other side. We should immediately release Heiate Gecko. Then, the daimyo must personally meet the Hokage, speak kind words of persuasion, admit fault and apologize, and subsequently hand Kazuma over to the Hokage for disposal, agreeing to all of the Hokage's conditions. Asuma spoke in a deep voice at this moment. What did you say? Kazuma immediately looked at Asuma in disbelief. Releasing Heiate Gecko was one thing, but what was this about making the daimyo admit fault and apologize, and handing him over to the Hokage? If we do that, wouldn't the daimyo's dignity be swept to the ground? Who exactly is the heaven of this land of fire? Kazuma shouted angrily at Asuma. The daimyo kept a dark face and did not speak, just as Kazuma had said. If he really followed Asuma's suggestion, then what did he, the daimyo, count for? I grew up with Kakashi, so I understand him somewhat. But after the Night of the Nine Tails, he has no family left. His character is unyielding. No matter who it is, he dares to offend superiors. Enough. Asuma spoke calmly but was interrupted by an angry shout. The daimyo looked at Asuma with fury. What did he mean by, no matter who it is, he dares to offend superiors? In the eyes of Kakashi Hatake, did he, the daimyo, even exist? Chapter 159, Chapter 159, What are his intentions? The aristocratic class of this world has ruled the ninja world for 1,000 years. Perhaps the Land of Fire's name was not always the Land of Fire, but there is no doubt that the people ruling this country remain the same group as before. The so-called ninja are nothing more than a knife in their hands. But this knife has never possessed a mind of its own. Kakashi did not understand why this situation existed. But right now, he did not need to understand. Gazing at the daimyo's residence, which possessed a distinct Edo style, Kakashi's face bore no expression. In broad daylight, the city gates were tightly shut. Clearly, Kakashi, who had never intended to hide his presence along the way, had long since had his movements known by the daimyo. "Ho, Hokage-sama, what brings you here?" On the gate tower, a samurai responsible for guarding the gate looked down at the 3,000 men below and spoke tremblingly. Although there were only a mere 3,000 people, he knew that those before him were ninja, the most powerful Konoha ninja in the ninja world. "Open the gate." Kakashi wasted no extraneous words and issued the order directly. "Hokage-sama, without the daimyo's warrant, I cannot do that." The samurai upstairs was still attempting to stop Kakashi. At this moment, Kakashi had no intention of speaking further with him, he simply waved his hand. Beside him, Itachi Uchiha immediately stepped forward. With a flip of his wrist, a kunai with an explosive tag attached to its tail was nailed onto the wooden city gate. Accompanied by flames mixed with a loud bang, the seemingly heavy city gate shattered instantly in response. There was no need for Kakashi to say more. The army of 3,000 ninja he led rushed into the city like wolves and tigers. Some defending soldiers tried to stop them, but they were cut down by the ninja within a single round. Even the defending samurai who had previously tried to stop Kakashi from the wall was dragged down. Kakashi strode forward. The moment he entered the city, the subdued samurai was forced to kneel on the ground by two ninja pressing him down. Giving him a cold glance, Kakashi spoke with a clear objective. "Hayama, leave 1,500 men to take over the city defenses. Do not disturb the common people." "Yes." Shirakumo Hayama immediately accepted the order. Meanwhile, the news that Kakashi had breached the gates flew into the daimyo's palace. Hearing that Kakashi had violently broken into the city, the daimyo was both shocked and furious. Shocked that his daimyo residence, which he took such pride in, couldn't halt Kakashi's footsteps for even a moment. Furious that Kakashi, as a subject, actually dared to commit insubordination. But at this moment, he had to steady his mind. Feigning calm, he spoke to Kazuma at his side. "Open the palace gates and welcome the Hokage's arrival." Kazuma was startled upon hearing this and wanted to dissuade the daimyo from this seemingly crazy move. However, facing the daimyo's bone-chilling gaze, he could only silently accept the order. He knew. He was finished. No matter what happened to the daimyo, he was definitely dead. It wasn't that the Hokage wouldn't let him go. It was that the daimyo wouldn't let him go. This is the truth of it all, the whole story. Originally, the goal was just to test the boundaries of refusing the Hokage. Unexpectedly, a mere touch triggered such a thunderous strike. However, Kazuma walked through the palace, stepping gradually toward the palace gates ahead. He chose to go to his death. "Lord Daimyo, do you see? This is the Hokage. A country cannot possess two kings, just as a person cannot possess two hearts. Between the daimyo and the Hokage, only one person can rule this country. After I am gone, I hope you will be cautious. Your subject uses his life as bait to let you see the true face of the Hokage." He looked at the palace wall gates before him. Kazuma was already prepared to die with dignity. That Hokage is so domineering. Just because things didn't go his way, he personally led troops here. This shows that he has no respect for the daimyo in his heart. Kazuma was just about to order his subordinates to open the palace gates, but he only saw, accompanied by a heavy creaking sound, the gate painted in flame-red lacquer crash heavily onto the blue stone floor with a loud bang. The collapse of the palace gate allowed Kazuma to see the figure ahead. Pitch black eyes holding no emotion whatsoever. The fire Hokage robe draped over the other party was exceptionally dazzling, as was that pure white hair. Hatake. Kakashi. The ambitious fifth Hokage. The palace gate had fallen, and Kakashi was stepping on that red lacquer gate. This made Kazuma's eyes split with rage. This was the gate of the daimyo's palace. The palace gate was like the daimyo's face, yet the other party was actually stepping on it like that. What did this mean? Hatake Kakashi. Kazuma roared and charged forward, wanting to perish together with this rebellious subject. But the moment he moved, a sharp blade was placed against his neck. A pair of scarlet three-tomo Sharingan looked straight into his eyes. If Kazuma made another move, that short sword would slice across his neck without hesitation. "What do you intend to do to Hokage-sama?" Itachi Uchiha looked at Kazuma before him with a cold expression. Itachi Uchiha. One of the Hokage's guard platoon. Kazuma looked in disbelief at the young man who had taken him down with a single strike. Once upon a time, he prided himself on not losing to anyone, even the so-called Hokage. But seeing that this Uchiha youth, who was merely one of the guards, could take him down in one hit showed how naive and laughable his past thoughts were. "Kazuma, is it? Itachi, bring him along. The rest of you, take over the daimyo's palace." Kakashi walked past the two of them, never once looking at Kazuma. Accompanied by Kakashi's order, the 1,500 ninja behind him rushed in like wolves and tigers, quickly subduing the guards in the palace who had rushed over upon hearing the news. From the moment Kakashi arrived at the daimyo's capital to the moment of total takeover, less than 15 minutes had passed. This ancient city with a long history, regarded as a holy land by many dignitaries, changed masters so easily. Kakashi's actions could not be hidden from this country, nor from the master of this city. Listening to the intelligence reported by his subordinates, the daimyo, who had served as the master of this country since childhood, could not help but tremble with fear. In his eyes, Kakashi's behavior was rebellion. It was a heinous crime, a sinner who should be executed. But at this moment, footsteps approached from afar, echoing in the empty hall. Facing that group of fiendish ninja, the guards at the door had no courage to resist at all. Hokage. The daimyo clenched his teeth, his fist gripping the armrest of his seat until it turned white. Staring at the men walking step by step toward him, his heart was filled with resentment. The men ahead walked over step by step with a cold face. There was not a shred of respect in his expression for him, the daimyo. His confidant, Kazuma, was being walked over with a blade held against him by a youth. This was simply a crime punishable by death. This must be the current Hokage, Kakashi, right? I heard about it when you took office earlier. The son of the White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. The man on the throne stood up with a light chuckle and walked quickly toward Kakashi. His face was full of warmth, as if he had been longing to meet this young Hokage for a long time. Lord Daimyo, I heard there were villains making trouble by your side, so I came specifically. Calm words came from Kakashi's mouth. Facing the proactive goodwill of the so-called daimyo before him, he seemed to turn a blind eye. In the time it took to say those two short sentences, the 1,500 ninja Kakashi brought had completely secured control of the palace. Even the guards at the palace entrance had been replaced by Konoha ninja. Witnessing his own people being taken down, the daimyo dared to be angry but dared not speak. He merely extended his hand with a genial expression, grasped Kakashi's wrist, and spoke affectionately. There are no villains making trouble, the Hokage worries too much. It was just a misunderstanding. It had best be so. But my messenger was detained by some rat in a gutter. Looking at the posturing men before him, Kakashi found it amusing in his heart and didn't mind toying with him. Oh, look at my memory. Kazuma, didn't I tell you to treat the Konoha messenger well? Where is he? The daimyo cast a confused look at Kazuma, who was being restrained nearby. Lord Daimyo. Kazuma looked at the daimyo before him with a face full of humiliation, his heart filled with resentment. How dare the Hokage? How dare the Hokage? To actually force the Lord Daimyo to compromise so abjectly. When the master is humiliated, the subject dies. At this moment, Kazuma wished he could smash his head against the hall and die. Hokage-sama, Moonlight Hayate has been found. He is awaiting orders outside. At this moment, a ninja entered to report to Kakashi. Amen, understood. Let him in. Kakashi nodded. Yes. That ninja immediately obeyed Kakashi's order and vanished from sight. From beginning to end, he never glanced at the daimyo. The daimyo watched the departing ninja, his heart swelling with violent rage. Not only the Hokage, but even a random Konoha ninja dared to ignore him. It is evident that this Konoha, from top to bottom, are all traitors. Seeing this, Kakashi couldn't help but be thoughtful. This was indeed equally surprising to him. But the image of a man with white hair and red eyes appeared in Kakashi's mind. Tobarama Senju. The nominal second principal of the Ninja Academy, but in reality, the first. Konoha ninja receive education on the will of fire from a young age, to give their lives for the new buds within the village. What relationship do these new buds of Konoha have with the fire daimyo? Tobarama Senju, who came from a ninja clan background, was not fond of the so-called daimyo. In his view, ninja and daimyo simply have a cooperative relationship. You give money, I do the work. It is that simple. Although Hashirama Senju's move to ally with the fire daimyo back then thoroughly integrated Konoha with the land of fire, it did not change Tobarama Senju's will. He directly smuggled his own ideas into the Ninja Academy textbooks. So, Konoha ninja educated in the will of fire from childhood might respect the so-called daimyo. But definitely not too much, especially when compared to the Hokage who leads Konoha. So, as expected of you, Tobarama Senju. Even Itachi Uchiha beside Kakashi was influenced by Tobarama Senju, and thus had no affection for the daimyo. At this moment, two figures walked in. One was Asuma, whom Kakashi hadn't seen in 3 years and who looked weather-beaten. The other was Moonlight Hayate, whom Kakashi had sent earlier to deliver the message. It was just that Moonlight Hayate's condition could truly not be considered good. At this moment, he was no longer in his Konoha ninja attire from when he set out, but in prison garb like a convict. One could even faintly see torture wounds beneath the clothes. Originally suffering from a chronic illness and having a pale complexion, he now looked as if he would collapse at any moment. Hokage-sama. Moonlight Hayate and Asuma bowed in salute simultaneously. Lord Daimyo. Seeing Moonlight Hayate in such a state, Kakashi's eyes instantly grew much colder. No matter what, Moonlight Hayate was his person. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Facing Kakashi, whose expression had suddenly turned cold and who had lost interest in feigning politeness, the warmth on the daimyo's face instantly froze. He looked at Kazuma beside him with reprimand and spoke. What is going on? Didn't I tell you to treat him well? Facing the daimyo's interrogation, Kazuma squeezed his eyes shut, unwilling to watch this scene, and could only speak with humiliation. It was this subordinate acting on his own initiative, wanting to torture out the reason why the Hokage demanded so much money. From start to finish, everything was done by this subordinate alone and has nothing to do with anyone else. Hearing Kazuma's words, the daimyo looked back at Kakashi. Since that is the case. Kakashi looked at Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha immediately understood. He kicked Kazuma in the back of the knee, forcing him to kneel on the ground. The cold blade in his hand rested against Kazuma's neck, awaiting Kakashi's order. Konoha and the Hokage are our land of fire's most important strength. Kazuma, how could you do such a thing? The daimyo looked at Kazuma with shock and anger. I hope His Highness the Hokage will kill me quickly. At this moment, Kazuma only wanted to seek death wholeheartedly to prevent the daimyo from suffering further insults. Kakashi watched the good show performed by the daimyo and Kazuma before him, sneering inwardly. It seems the daimyo has extremely soft ears, that even trash like this has the gall to act on his own initiative and detain a Konoha messenger. Kakashi spoke with a sneer. Hearing these words, a bad premonition faintly rose in the daimyo's heart. To prevent Lord Daimyo from repeating the same mistakes, it seems I need to send professional personnel responsible for helping Lord Daimyo see clearly the true faces of the people around him. Surveillance. This was naked surveillance. The daimyo felt grief and rage in his heart. Grief that in front of this Hokage, he couldn't even retort a single sentence. Anger that he, as the daimyo, was actually going to be monitored. This. Although the daimyo was grieving and angry inside, his face showed nothing strange. He merely hesitated slightly, hoping to tactfully refuse this proposal. In addition to this, these people will also assist Lord Daimyo in handling government affairs, to avoid a situation like today's from occurring again. Lord Daimyo, what do you think? Kakashi looked straight at the daimyo, his tone filled with a meaning that brooked no refusal. The daimyo's pupils shrank slightly upon hearing this, faintly losing his composure. What exactly are his intentions? Chapter 160, Integration and Ambition. Throughout history, the daimyo of the various lands in the shinobi world had always ruled their nations. Since Hashirama Senju established the hidden village system, the scale of warfare had exploded, yet the nations found themselves forced to employ these villages to face invading foes. The military might of the nations was rapidly supplanted by the hidden villages. The villages served the nation provided for the villages. The daimyo originally believed this mutually beneficial model of cooperation would last forever. But now, Kakashi's actions had clearly shattered that balance. If even the political affairs of the Land of Fire required the Hokage's approval, then what exactly was he, the daimyo, supposed to be? Hearing this, the daimyo could no longer maintain his previous facade of hypocrisy. He stared with a dark, brooding expression at the men before him, who appeared as calm as a gentle breeze. With a few casual words, this man had stripped away the power that rightfully belonged to him. The most pathetic part was that he didn't even possess the strength to resist. Do you have an objection? Lord Daimyo. Listening to Kakashi's words, the daimyo's heart surged with fury. Lord Daimyo? He wasn't even trying to act anymore. Lord Hokage, don't you think this proposal is a bit much? The daimyo's fists clenched tightly. He wanted to resist, to fight back against all of this. But looking into those eyes, the indignation rising in his heart could only wither away into dejection. Resistance. For a shinobi, that was a luxury. A bit much. My suggestion would effectively increase the strength of this nation. Yet, Lord Daimyo, not only did you disagree, but you also arranged for your subordinates to detain and execute my people to test my attitude. That is what's a bit much. Kakashi ignored the daimyo's rage entirely, walking toward the exit step by step. He didn't want to linger here. Since Lord Daimyo is so wary of Konoha, why bother with these empty pleasantries? I am a straightforward person. If Lord Daimyo hadn't done anything unnecessary, perhaps none of this would have happened. Kakashi paused and looked toward Itachi Uchiha. Itachi, kill this clown. Without a moment's hesitation, Itachi's hand rose and his blade fell. A large head rolled to the daimyo's feet, startling him so much that he scrambled backward in a panic. Lord Daimyo, please rest assured. I won't kill you. After all, you still share a bit of blood with Konoha's elder. As Kakashi spoke, Asuma, standing to the side, looked at him with hesitation. He felt that the current Kakashi, as Hokage, was far more decisive than he had been 3 years ago. He wanted to say something but didn't know how to begin. As if seeing through Asuma's heart, Kakashi spoke calmly. Asuma, can you summon all of the Guardian Shinobi 12? Asuma looked at the men before him. Perhaps because of the other's status as Hokage, Asuma, as a Konoha shinobi, subconsciously replied in the affirmative. But only after speaking did he react. Why was Kakashi calling for all the Guardian Shinobi 12? Asuma didn't believe for a second that Kakashi was simply bored and wanted to get to know them. Having just ruthlessly executed the leader of the Guardian 12, his purpose in calling the rest was self-evident. Kakashi, among them. There are those who weren't in league with Kazuma. Asuma wanted to fight for a chance for the comrades he had spent 3 years with. Oh. So you're saying some of them were in league with Kazuma? Asuma's words made Kakashi look back at him. This sent a shiver through Asuma's heart. He knew then that the Guardian Shinobi 12 were finished. Others might not know, but as the son of Hiruzen Sarutobi, he knew full well. The mastermind who, 3 years ago, showed no mercy in using a water-style jutsu to submerge half the land of frost wasn't Jiraiya, it was the 5th Hokage standing right in front of him. To expect him to let off a group that contained those who opposed him was a pipe dream. Kakashi. Asuma stared blankly at him. It was only now that he truly understood the men he had grown up with. Asuma wanted to dissuade Kakashi, as there were innocent people among the 12. But he had essentially witnessed Kakashi's entire growth with his own eyes. The genius ninja who once lost everything had grown, step by step, into this iron-blooded Hokage. Asuma knew that in private, it was fine to joke with Kakashi, the men might even tease him back. But in this setting, on this issue, no one could stop Kakashi's will. I understand. Asuma lowered his head. Thank you for your hard work. Looking at Asuma, who had been away from Konoha for 3 years and now looked rather unkempt, Kakashi gently patted his shoulder. Kakashi, could you spare the daimyo's life? In the end, Asuma abandoned the issue of the Guardian 12 and looked back with some pity at the daimyo, who stood rooted to the spot, lost in thought. I can do that. Looking at Asuma, Kakashi wasn't surprised by the request. If Asuma could discard 3 years of loyalty between master and servant just like that, he wouldn't be Asuma. Go back. The old man is getting on in years. Kakashi didn't say much more to the men. He simply gave a low murmur and cast a look toward Itachi Uchiha. Itachi understood immediately and left with Asuma to find the remaining Guardian Shinobi 12. Kakashi had no interest in meeting such insignificant people. Even their so-called leader, Kazuma, was no match for a single strike from Itachi, let alone the others. The incident at the daimyo's estate sent shockwaves through the officials and nobles of the Land of Fire. However, looking at the sycophantic officials and nobles before him, a trace of disdainful mockery appeared on Kakashi's face. Despite his disgust for these people, he couldn't deny that he currently needed their power to stabilize the country. Kakashi stayed at the daimyo's estate for 3 days. He handpicked 500 shinobi to be stationed there. Among them were members from all the great clans of Konoha, capable of sustaining a small-scale battle. Additionally, he selected 2 rare Uchiha members with 3 Tomo Sharingan. Should the daimyo show any abnormal behavior, they were to use Genjutsu to control him without hesitation. The captain of these 500 men was a member of the Nara clan named Suzaku Nara. Lord Hokage. Inside the empty Great Hall, Kakashi sat in the seat formerly occupied by the daimyo, holding a memorial as he looked at the men kneeling before him. You understand the task I've called you for, don't you? Kakashi asked indifferently, glancing at the report regarding the construction of warships. This subordinate understands. Suzaku Nara bowed his head, his voice carrying a hint of excitement. This mission seemingly involved monitoring and house arresting the former master of the Land of Fire, but in reality, under the Hokage's orders, it meant taking control of the nation's entire political administration. This was the Land of Fire, the strongest and wealthiest nation in the shinobi world. Such a heavy responsibility was like a golden opportunity falling straight into his lap. While Suzaku felt the excitement, he also knew exactly who had given this to him, the Hokage before him. Looking at the compliant men, Kakashi's expression showed no change. He wouldn't let Suzaku Nara hold onto this power forever. After all, power breeds ambition in the human heart. While Kakashi didn't fear it, dealing with it case by case was a hassle. It was better to save himself the trouble. Every 4 years, he planned to rotate someone else in to manage the country on his behalf. This way, those who stepped down from the position would have extensive administrative experience and could manage specific regions within the Land of Fire. This would slowly replace the sycophants Kakashi so loathed. Of course, that was provided they remained loyal to him. Since you understand, go and prepare. Neither I nor you have experience in this, you need to understand everything thoroughly. That is the priority. Kakashi walked up to Suzaku and handed him the memorial concerning the warships. Yes. By your command. Suzaku's hands trembled slightly as he took the document, as if he were taking hold of the land of fire itself. Dismissed. Watching the men leave with his head bowed, a strange light flickered in Kakashi's eyes. As expected, for a man, power is the greatest motivator. After sending Suzaku to prepare, Kakashi also intended to depart. He looked back at the throne that symbolized the daimyo's status, a flash of contempt crossing his eyes. No matter how great the power, one must have the strength to back it up. Otherwise, without power equal to one's status, the fate of the currently confined daimyo was the inevitable end. No, it would be worse. At least this daimyo was still alive, wasn't he? Under the absolute strength of the shinobi, while the land of fire was still nominally led by the daimyo, it was actually controlled by Kakashi, the Hokage. With a single order, all mechanical talents within the administrative system arrived at the land of fire's ports to dismantle and study the steel warships. Blueprints for various parts were sent to mechanical factories across the country to begin mass production. At the same time, heavy industries like shipyards and steel mills were given prioritized support, running 24 hours a day without pause. Whenever difficulties arose, the Land of Fire's treasury immediately released funds. Furthermore, a large number of Konoha shinobi were dispatched to clear out bandits and outlaws within the borders. All wandering shinobi were required to be registered to ensure a stable working environment for the mining and steel industries. If any unknown shinobi were discovered and refused to cooperate, Konoha shinobi were authorized to hunt them down until they were driven out of the Land of Fire. Suddenly, the Land of Fire was a whirlwind of activity. This drew the attention of other powers, and the daimyo of the wind, lightning, water, and earth nation sent letters of inquiry. Kakashi brushed them off in the name of the Land of Fire's daimyo. The internal affairs of the Land of Fire were no business of outsiders. While the movements within the country were significant, most people didn't actually care. In their view, the Land of Fire was simply wasting energy. So-called technology was nothing in the face of a shinobi's power. It was just like Hisashi Hyuga's assessment of the diesel engine years ago, nothing but clever trivialities. Kakashi sat in the Hokage's office, flipping through documents, his gaze sweeping over the nervous young men before him. Lo, Lord Hokage, what do you think? Katasuke Tono looked at Kakashi, filled with unease. He was just an insignificant desk-bound chunin in the village. Though he held the idea, considered naive by his colleagues, that even those without enough talent as a shinobi could use ninjutsu through other means, he had never given up. He thought he would spend his life being mocked by others. Who could have known that one day, a shinobi claiming to be from the ANBU would tell him the Hokage wanted to see him. The Hokage wanted to see a low-level clerk in charge of a logistics warehouse. Katasuke didn't dare delay and arrived at the office as fast as possible. The idea is good. Do you have any leads? Kakashi set down the initial research data on scientific ninja tools and rubbed his temples. He had been so busy lately that he felt a bit exhausted. Currently, due to the lack of a lab and specialized shinobi to assist, I haven't been able to start actual practice. Katasuke scratched his head and gave a shy, embarrassed smile. I see. I'll authorize a research lab for you and find various types of shinobi in the village to cooperate with your experiments. I hope you won't let me down. Kakashi nodded, not questioning the man's ideas in the slightest. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Katasuke looked at Kakashi in disbelief and immediately dropped to one knee, speaking with deep emotion. For the longest time, his ideas had been rejected by everyone. His colleagues laughed at him, his family said he was neglecting his duties, and even his friends drifted away. Now, he had actually gained the Hokage's favor. This wasn't just an endorsement of his vision, it was proof of his talent. He, Katasuke Tono, wasn't a fool, he was a genius. A genius recognized by the Hokage. Go now. If you need anything, just ask. Kakashi waved his hand, signaling Katasuke to leave. After he was gone, Kakashi sat in his chair, his brow furrowing slightly. The mass production of warships was underway. Within 3 years, the Land of Fire could field 4 fleets. 4 fleets were enough for the Land of Fire's current needs. At present, only the Land of Water excelled at naval warfare, so 4 fleets were more than sufficient. Manufacturing warships wasn't just about a bunch of steel boats, it was about the various technological weapons on those ships. It would be a waste to use these only for naval power. As a transmigrator, Kakashi naturally knew the importance of an army. At this thought, Kakashi's eyes opened slightly, and he ordered the ANBU commander, Yamato, to come in. Having finished his rest, Hayate Gecko, who had been on standby, immediately left the office. Within moments, Yamato appeared before Kakashi in a hurry. The hunt for wandering shinobi in the Land of Fire had cost him a great deal of mental energy lately. Many wandering shinobi had left their villages precisely because they didn't want to be restrained. Now that Konoha wanted them registered and under the jurisdiction of the Land of Fire, they couldn't stand it. Thus, a game of cat and mouse ensued. Except for those monitoring the village, almost the entire ANBU had been deployed across the Land of Fire to capture people. Yamato was incredibly busy because of it. "Lord Hokage, you summoned me," Yamato said respectfully. "There's something I need you to handle." Kakashi beckoned Yamato closer. "The daimyo of the Land of Snow, Dodo Kazahana. Bring him to see me." Only after Yamato approached did Kakashi speak, but the coldness in his words made Yamato's expression shift slightly. A daimyo. Even the daimyo of a small nation was still a daimyo. Yamato knew about the Land of Fire daimyo's situation, but seeing the cold light in Kakashi's eyes, he lowered his voice and said, "Rest assured, Lord Hokage. Within 5 days, his head will be on your desk. Please trust me on this, I'm a professional. No news will leak out." Hearing Yamato's bloodthirsty response, Kakashi stared blankly for a moment. Well, this guy had the wrong idea. "No, I want him to appear before me completely unharmed." Kakashi corrected Yamato's overly extreme notion. "Ah, I see." Yamato scratched his head, realizing he had misinterpreted the intent. "I'll give you a bit more time. Complete this mission within 7 days." Yamato immediately took the order and withdrew. 7 days to take the daimyo of the Land of Snow. Once Yamato left, Kakashi breathed a small sigh of relief. Warship production was in full swing. Soon, Dodo Kazahana would be brought back to Konoha by Yamato without a sound. The Sky Fortress, Anchor Vantion, was already stationed in the mountains behind Konoha. Now, he just had to wait for Jiraiya to find the Jellystone vein to begin preparations for the mass production of Anchor Vantion. As for ground forces, with Katasuke Tono, Dodo Kazahana, and the chakra technology blueprints from Anchor Vantion and the warships, research could begin. Kakashi rubbed the space between his eyebrows and looked out the window at Konoha, which seemed no different than usual. He felt a sense of poignancy. Not just himself, but the entire Land of Fire was moving forward step by step. As the window was opened, the breeze carried a blue butterfly, which fluttered down onto Kakashi's finger. Watching the butterfly, a thought struck him. The sage modes of the 3 great sage regions belonged to toads, slugs, and snakes. But could the sage mode he inherited from Hashirama Senju, the one belonging to humans themselves, be taught to more people through some means? From start to finish, Kakashi never forgot that the strength of one person was just individual power. While the sea, land, and air systems he was currently building were enough to raise the Land of Fire's power to a new level, his ultimate goal wasn't the 5 great nations. It was the Otsutsuki clan from outer space. These so-called conventional forces were just a means to consolidate the strength of the shinobi world. To truly face the Otsutsuki, he needed masters. True masters. Flicking the butterfly away, Kakashi felt the natural energy around him and rubbed his fingers together. Before anything else, he needed to gather the experts in the village to research Sage Mode together. He wanted a way for even those without the natural talent, or with insufficient talent, to be able to practice Sage Mode. Chapter 161, Unease. Huh. Sage Mode. Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? You've only known Sage Mode for a couple of days, and now you want to figure out a way for even more people to learn it. In the Senju clan compound, Tsunade scoffed at Kakashi, who had come looking for her. It's just a theory. I need a massive amount of material regarding Fuinjutsu. Kakashi didn't deny Tsunade's accusation, instead, he spoke earnestly. Fuinjutsu. The Senju library is right over there. It hasn't been touched. But don't come to me with this kind of troublesome stuff. Flipping through a medical scroll in her hands, Tsunade waved him off with a hint of disdain. Her hemophobia had been cured the day Hashirama Senju left, so she had essentially resumed her position as the head of the Konoha medical department. However, in Tsunade's eyes, Shizen's medical skills hadn't quite reached the point where she could fully inherit her legacy. Therefore, Tsunade planned to brush up on her past knowledge, compile her life's work, and pass it down to Shizen. Furthermore, Shizen had to juggle the affairs of the medical department while also mentoring that girl named Sakura Haruno. Tsunade saw all of this, so she planned to personally train the pink-haired girl in a couple of days to relieve some of Shizen's stress. I understand. Kakashi nodded and headed straight for the Senju library without hesitation. He hadn't expected Tsunade to be of much help anyway. After all, despite being Hashirama Senju's biological granddaughter, she hadn't learned Sage Mode. This made it clear she didn't possess much talent in that area. Instead, Jiraiya, who was currently out searching for the Stone of Jello, would be someone Kakashi could discuss this with once he returned. If you want to research that, you don't need me. Why don't you just go directly to Katsuyu? Just as Kakashi was about to leave, Tsunade suddenly spoke up. Kakashi paused at this, then continued on his way. Tsunade made a good point. Although Kakashi and Katsuyu were of completely different species, they were both beings capable of using Sage Mode. Especially considering Katsuyu had single-handedly created the Sage Pool in Chikatsu Forest, it was obvious she possessed her own unique understanding of the subject. While he couldn't copy it entirely, her insights could certainly provide him with inspiration. Moreover, Katsuyu had an incredibly gentle personality. Even if Kakashi treated her like free labor, she probably wouldn't refuse. Thinking of this, Kakashi, having arrived at the Senju library, immediately formed hand seals and activated the summoning jutsu. With a soft poof, a palm-sized slug appeared in his hand. Kakashi-sama, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Katsuyu was as gentle as always, her voice soft and squishy. Katsuyu-sama, I need your help with something. Kakashi looked earnestly at the slug resting on his palm. Please, Kakashi-sama, just give the order. Katsuyu nodded. Kakashi quickly relayed his ideas to her. I see. It appears you have already met Hashirama-sama and successfully learned Sage Mode. As expected of you, Kakashi-sama. However, since you have asked this of me, I naturally won't refuse. I only hope that we will have a pleasant time working together in the days to come. Katsuyu maintained her considerate demeanor. Although it felt slightly sycophantic, it had to be said that spending time with Katsuyu was incredibly relaxing. As he flipped through the Senju Fuinjutsu books, Katsuyu rested quietly by his side, silently watching her young summoner. Whenever Kakashi had a question, Katsuyu acted as a walking encyclopedia, ready to provide him with answers. Days passed, and Kakashi spent 6 full days inside the Senju library. Had Heiate Gecko not come looking for him, Kakashi didn't know how much longer he would have stayed. Hokage-sama, Commander Tenzo has arrived. Heiate spoke softly, looking at Kakashi, who was surrounded by massive piles of books. Is that so? I understand. Kakashi tapped his forehead, his voice tinged with exhaustion. He had more or less figured out a direction for his previous theory regarding Sage Mode. But he still needed more data. Once Tenzo's business was settled, Kakashi felt a trip to the Uchiha library would be necessary. In that case, Kakashi-sama, I will take my leave. Katsuyu also spoke up softly from his side. There's no need, Katsuyu-sama. You're not an outsider. Heiate, send Tenzo in. Kakashi shook his head. Yes, sir. As Heiate exited, Tenzo immediately brought a blindfolded, middle-aged man wearing ordinary linen clothes before Kakashi. Clearly, this was the target of the mission Kakashi had assigned to Tenzo. Dodo Kazahana. Who are you people? Right now, Dodo was filled with terror and unease. On an entirely unremarkable night, he had been kidnapped without anyone noticing, and he didn't even know where he was. Remove his blindfold. Kakashi ordered, and Tenzo immediately complied. As light flooded his eyes once more, Dodo squinted in discomfort, but his pupils shrank upon seeing the men in front of him. He clearly recognized who this person was. Hatake. Kakashi. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Dodo grit his teeth. For a Hokage to kidnap the daimyo of a nation was no small matter. Hearing him speak like this, Kakashi glanced up at Tenzo in confusion. Because Hokage-sama requested him alive and completely unharmed, I refrained from using any other methods. Tenzo answered truthfully. Since that's the case, go make him behave first. Just remember not to break his mind. Kakashi waved his hand, signaling Tenzo to take the guy and give him a taste of Umbu methods. Understood, Hokage-sama. Hearing this, Tenzo's expression remained completely unbothered as he dragged Dodo away without hesitation. Kakashi, what do you want me to do? Or what do you want to know? Dodo struggled, desperately trying to break free from Tenzo's grip. It wasn't hard to deduce from their brief exchange that Kakashi, the 5th Hokage, definitely had a specific goal in mind to go through the trouble of kidnapping him all the way from the land of snow. Although he was a daimyo, he was still human. The desire to survive was human instinct. Just ask me. I'll tell you absolutely everything I know. Dodo was still trying to spare himself the physical agony. You're too damn loud. Can you keep it down for a second? Dodo's screaming provoked an annoyed roar from Tsunade next door. Seeing this, Tenzo quickly spirited Dodo away. All of this fell into Katsuyu's line of sight. Have you seen another side of me, Katsuyu-sama? Seeing that Katsuyu remained unfazed, Kakashi initiated the conversation. There is no another side, Kakashi-sama. Any intelligent being possesses multiple facets. If someone can be described by just a single trait, then that existence is merely a deliberate act. Please do not trouble yourself over such things. Kakashi wasn't surprised by Katsuyu's words. If anyone truly treated this millennia-old sage as a naive, simple-minded creature, they would be the real fools. Thinking of this, Kakashi chuckled and gently rubbed Katsuyu's squishy head with his finger. In that case, let's continue, Katsuyu-sama. Of course, Kakashi-sama. Kakashi already had an idea regarding the simplified application of Sage Mode. As the saying goes, understand one thing and you'll understand everything. After experiencing exactly what Sage Mode was, its mysteries were no longer a difficult hurdle for him. Of course, this only applied to ninja who had already mastered Sage Mode. For those who had never been exposed to it, or those who lacked talent in this area, Sage Mode remained an insurmountable chasm. And Kakashi's current goal was to lower the chasm as much as possible. Through the massive amount of Senju Fuinjutsu data, and with Katsuyu acting as an encyclopedia, Kakashi had set his sights on Tsunade's Yin seal. It worked by opening up a space for chakra within the body, used to store the excess chakra that would otherwise be wasted during daily life. It was precisely because of this jutsu that Tsunade had managed to retain her youthful appearance for decades. But what if this formula was specifically repurposed to store natural energy, or senjutsu chakra that had already been balanced to a 1-to-1 ratio? Currently, this plan was strictly theoretical. As it stood, senjutsu chakra could only be utilized by fusing one's own chakra with natural energy on the spot. Senjutsu chakra balanced by Kakashi could not be used by anyone else. Therefore, he needed to research and develop a kind of formula that could merge natural energy with a person's own chakra. This mark would be carved onto the user, acting as a substitute for the process of perceiving natural energy and automatically balancing it in a 1-to-1 ratio with their own chakra. This would eliminate the need to perceive natural energy, control the ratio of one's chakra to natural energy, and stabilize the senjutsu chakra, effectively bypassing the entire process. The function of this formula would be exactly like the role of the two great toad sages when Jiraiya entered Sage Mode. But at the same time, it meant that users accessing Sage Mode in this way would have a hard limit. The capacity of the formula would become the user's maximum limit. If they overused their senjutsu chakra, the moment their own reserves couldn't keep up with the 1-to-1 fusion with natural energy, they would be forced out of the state. And it carried the risk of severe backlash from the natural energy. Once the natural energy triggered a backlash, if the formula wasn't deactivated, the user would very likely be in mortal danger. As night fell outside, Kakashi set down his pen under the lamplight, frowning silently at the intricate formula designs he had been mapping out. To use the Yin seal as a reference and engineer an entirely new jutsu formula was an incredibly monumental workload. Furthermore, it required a vast breadth of knowledge. If Kakashi were to attempt it alone, it would take an extremely long time. Looks like I have no choice but to wait for Jiraiya's return. Looking at the ambiguous formula in his hands, which only existed as a vague concept, Kakashi sighed. After all, you are only one person, Kakashi-sama. You need companions. You must trust in others. The power of a single individual is limited, you know. Katsuyu comforted him softly from the side. That's true. I've really troubled you during this time, Katsuyu-sama. Kakashi smiled, not minding her input at all. I am very happy to be of assistance. It's rare to have such an interesting time. Katsuyu replied quietly. All right, it's getting late. I should head out. It's been a while since I went home. Kakashi stood up, intending to leave the Senju library and check on his house first. After all, he had been away for so long. Even if Hikari didn't say anything, she was definitely worried about him. In that case, until next time, Kakashi-sama. Katsuyu said tenderly. A puff of smoke rose, and with a soft poof, she disappeared. Looking at the spot where Katsuyu had vanished, Kakashi smiled, then made his way home under the moonlight. Land of Water. Hidden Mist Village. Mizukage Building. Late into the night, the lights in the Mizukage's office were still on. Obito Uchiha sat on the Mizukage's throne, reading the intelligence report White Zetsu had gathered. Naturally, the movements in the Land of Fire couldn't be hidden from him. Although he was surprised that Kakashi had usurped the authority of the Fire Daimyo, a transgression far beyond a ninja's bottom line, Obito didn't actually care. His views aligned perfectly with Kakashi's. Daimyo? What exactly was that? Instead, it was Kakashi's subsequent actions that made him suspicious. Why vigorously develop industries completely unrelated to ninja? Obito was obviously aware of this thing called technology, but in his eyes, so-called technology was nothing more than tools ordinary people use to fight other ordinary people. Against a ninja, it couldn't withstand a single blow. Rather than focusing on improving his own strength or fortifying Konoha's military power, what benefit was there in doing this? As expected. Trash will always be trash. Does he still not understand that personal strength is everything? Obito tossed the intelligence report aside and leaned back into the Mizukage seat. He already had his answer. Since Kakashi had stolen the daimyo's authority, he naturally had to fulfill the daimyo's obligations. Eliminating violence, ensuring peace, and protecting the citizens. In Obito's view, Konoha ninja ruthlessly hunting down wandering rogue ninja, bandits, and thieves across the country was simply fulfilling those obligations. And the development of those irrelevant industries was merely to provide ordinary people with employment opportunities. As for what they ultimately produced, it was just a pile of iron lumps. A single squad of ninja could effortlessly destroy them. The investment and the return were completely disproportionate. Although a subconscious thought nagged at him, suggesting these iron lumps might have another purpose, Obito didn't take it to heart. Right now, he only wanted to increase his own strength as quickly as possible. His brief clash with Kakashi last time had birthed a sense of urgency in his heart. Compared to the Night of the Nine Tails 7 years ago, his strength hadn't grown at all. Conversely, after losing the Sharingan, Kakashi's power had skyrocketed at a terrifying pace. This made Obito extremely resentful. The way he saw it, Kakashi only achieved his massive reputation because of the eye he had given him. But looking at it now, was his Sharingan actually holding Kakashi back all this time? The indignation and resentment in his heart, coupled with Kakashi's explosive growth in power, drove Obito to seek out any and all methods to boost his own strength. Beyond that, a dark shadow pooled in Obito's eyes. The eye that had replaced his own. It made him exceptionally uncomfortable. Every time he had met its gaze during their last fight, Obito had felt a strange sensation wash over him. It made him want to gouge out Kakashi's new eye. "What are you thinking about?" A voice echoed from behind him. It was Zetsu. Obito had long grown accustomed to Zetsu's elusive appearances. What else? That guy Kakashi is neglecting his true calling. Naturally, I won't make the same mistake. How is the task I gave you? Obito's words stirred a slight sense of unease within Zetsu. Tracking the actions of the newly appointed 5th Hokage revealed that everything Kakashi did carried an incredibly strong purpose. Zetsu absolutely refused to believe that everything Kakashi was doing in the Land of Fire right now was purely for fun. But looking at Obito, who was desperately searching for any way to grow stronger, Zetsu could only suppress his anxiety. He reached out and handed Obito a scroll. This is the second Mizukage Steaming Danger Tyranny. Once you master this jutsu, you can use it to attack enemies even while your body is intangible. Accepting the scroll, Obito looked very satisfied. Possessing wood style, he naturally had both water style and earth style chakra. And this Steaming Danger Tyranny was the famous signature water style of the second Mizukage, Genjutsu Hozuki. Known for its infinite explosions. Although Genjutsu Hozuki's technique can cover your inability to attack while intangible, the water and oil clone created by your Steaming Danger Tyranny will never possess the same level of destructive power as Genjutsu's. Hearing Zetsu's words, Obito felt a flash of displeasure. What did he mean, never possess the same level as Genjutsu Hozuki? He was Madara Uchiha. Genjutsu Hozuki used it in coordination with the giant clam. The mirages created by the giant clam not only concealed his actual body but also hid the water and oil clone. Without the mirage, the Steaming Danger Tyranny clone runs the risk of being unraveled by the enemy. Obito frowned slightly at Zetsu's explanation. So, Genjutsu Hozuki's giant clam was the core of it all. Then what should I do? Obito stared at the Steaming Danger Tyranny scroll in his hands, feeling conflicted. You should still practice it. At worst, we'll just have to find another way to further enhance your strength. Zetsu offered a helpful reminder. However, Obito was entirely unsatisfied with Zetsu's words. From the moment he awakened Kamui, his strength had practically shot straight into the heavens. Relying on Kamui's power, he could effortlessly crush 98% of the shinobi world. Obito wanted a faster, more effortless way to grow stronger. Not this method of painstakingly mastering a brand new jutsu, little by little, like an ordinary ninja. Otherwise, wouldn't he, someone who possessed Kamui, be no different from that bowl-cut idiot, Might Guy? Chapter 162, Impure World Reincarnation, Tobarama Senju. As night fell, under the glow of the incandescent lights, Kakashi looked at the towering stacks of documents piled up in front of him and couldn't help but stretch. You've worked hard, Lord Kakashi, the slug sage, Katsuyu, said softly from the side. Overworking yourself is ill-advised, you should get some proper rest. I have nothing else to do anyway. I'm trying to improve my strength right now, but I feel like I've reached my current limit. By reading through more material, I'm hoping to find a spark of inspiration so I can forge a new path forward on my own journey. Regardless, reading more books can never hurt, Kakashi said with a touch of nonchalance, looking at the dense sea of information before him. I see. Katsuyu sounded thoughtful. Kakashi could feel that he had developed this body's natural talents to their absolute limit. The 5 basic nature transformations, Purple Lightning, Kenjutsu, Senjutsu, In Release, and Lightning Release Nintaijutsu. If Kakashi wanted to progress any further, he needed to read extensively. As he was trying to develop a simplified sage mode, he hoped these records would provide the inspiration he needed. Inspiration to take another step forward. How could he possibly be satisfied if he simply stopped here? Truth be told, Kakashi was already incredibly strong. With his vast arsenal of techniques paired with his massive chakra reserves, he was more than capable of facing any enemy. However, compared to the original Susanoo Kakashi wielding the dual Kamui trial card, he still fell somewhat short. Therefore, Kakashi needed more knowledge to find the path ahead. But it seems that not even the Uchiha clan's library has what I'm looking for. Gently setting down a book filled with sealing jutsu notes on the desk, Kakashi sighed. Right now, he wasn't in the Senju compound, but the Uchiha compound. Compared to the Senju clan, the Uchiha possessed a rather unique understanding of sealing jutsu. The Uchiha flame formation was one of their masterpieces, combining sealing jutsu and barrier ninjutsu. The library also contained records on how to forge special ninja tools, similar to the Uchiha's Gunbai fan. Although the Uchiha library's materials didn't give Kakashi exactly what he wanted, they did elevate his understanding of sealing jutsu to a new level. The 5-element seal, which once required careful, step-by-step execution, could now be performed effortlessly at his fingertips. Lord Hokage, please have something to eat. A figure walked into the library carrying a tray of food. Itachi, didn't I tell you before? Kakashi smiled helplessly at the young boy holding the tray. You don't need to deliver this personally, I could just go out and find some food myself. Since Lord Hokage is a guest of the Uchiha clan, it would be terribly rude of us to let you go hungry. Itachi Uchiha smiled, not dwelling further on the subject. Kakashi couldn't argue with him and could only accept the meal. What have you been searching for lately, Lord Hokage? Itachi asked with a hint of curiosity, glancing at the pile of sealing jutsu documents in front of Kakashi. I suppose there's no harm in telling you. I'm trying to simplify Sage Mode. By inscribing it onto a ninja's body using sealing jutsu, even those without the aptitude for Sage Mode would be able to use it. Hearing Kakashi's words, Itachi immediately felt a surge of profound respect. As expected of the Hokage. Kakashi's goal in creating such a technique was obvious, to allow other Hidden Leaf ninja to harness Sage Mode. If he could successfully develop it, the mysteries of Senjutsu would be deciphered, and the overall strength of the Hidden Leaf village would reach a whole new level. Is there anything I can do to help? As a member of the Hokage Guard platoon, Itachi naturally felt he couldn't just stand by. Furthermore, Itachi considered himself fairly intelligent when it came to ninjutsu, perhaps he could be of some assistance to Kakashi. It seems the duties of the police force captain and the Uchiha clan head aren't too demanding for you. Looking at the eager Itachi, Kakashi smiled and didn't refuse. But if it's just you. Kakashi stroked his chin thoughtfully, looking at the upright young Uchiha. Although Jiraiya was still out executing the mission Kakashi had given him, Kakashi had no intention of putting everything on hold to wait for his return before assembling the village's experts to research the technique. In that case, wait for me in meeting room 3 tomorrow morning. In Kakashi's eyes, having just Itachi wasn't enough. The retired Hiruzen Sarutobi was living a much too leisurely life at home. Kakashi figured it would be good to find something for the old man to do. Tsunade would have originally been an excellent choice as well, but she was dead set on writing her medical memoirs, so Kakashi had to drop that idea. However, there was one more person Kakashi was extremely interested in. It was just that bringing him out would likely cause Tsunade to blow a fuse. Taking a small bite of the bread Itachi had brought, Kakashi made his decision. Let her blow a fuse, the worst that could happen was taking a beating from Tsunade. If she still wouldn't let it go, couldn't he just run away? With that thought, Kakashi bid Itachi farewell and headed straight to the Hokage's office. Kakashi had always been a decisive person, since he wanted to do it, he was going to do it. He retrieved a thick scroll from his desk. The Impure World Reincarnation recorded within the Scroll of Seals. He would use the Impure World Reincarnation to summon the very creator of the technique, Tobarama Senju. This was Kakashi's goal. Ignoring the messy array of S-rank jutsu like the Flying Raijin Jutsu, Tandem Paper Bombs, Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu, and the Reaper Death Seal, Kakashi located the final technique, Impure World Reincarnation. The technique itself wasn't difficult. With Kakashi's learning ability, he only needed to understand the chakra pathway routing in the hand signs. After all, he was just copying someone else's homework. And it wasn't for actual combat. Memorizing the chakra flow and hand signs for the Impure World Reincarnation, Kakashi returned the Scroll of Seals to its place and applied an additional layer of sealing. This was the convenience of being the Hokage. No matter the jutsu, as long as the Hidden Leaf had a record of it, Kakashi could read it at his leisure. The most difficult aspect of the Impure World Reincarnation was the requirement of a relic carrying the deceased's DNA, preferably a piece of their actual corpse. Furthermore, a living human was required to serve as a sacrifice for the summoned soul. Neither of these requirements posed a challenge for Kakashi. Tobarama Senju's grave was sitting quietly in the Konoha cemetery. If Kakashi wanted to, he could pry open Tobarama Senju's coffin lid at any time. As for the sacrifice, he could just pick a random death row inmate. They were scum anyway, they might as well contribute to the development of the hidden leaf. Kakashi felt zero psychological burden regarding this. It was a dark and windy night. Kakashi arrived alone at the desolate Konoha cemetery. Looking at the tombstone bearing Tobirama Senju's name, Kakashi chuckled. Don't blame me for this. If you want to blame anyone, blame yourself for being too smart and inventing this jutsu in the first place. Kakashi placed a small white flower in front of Tobirama's grave. It was a wildflower he had casually picked on his way there. If you agree to let me summon you, then turn this flower to ashes. Watching the little white flower lying perfectly still in the dark night before the tombstone, Kakashi smiled. Just as I thought. You want to come out and take a look around too? Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, two figures appeared beside him. Lord Hokage, here is the death row inmate you requested. Hayate Gecko unhesitatingly shoved the tightly bound and unconscious prisoner onto the ground. Good work. Go back and rest, Hayate. Kakashi nodded, looking down at the trembling prisoner who didn't dare lift his head. Hayate Gecko immediately obeyed the order and departed. Lord Hokage. The death row inmate naturally recognized Kakashi and immediately flashed a fawning smile. Kakashi paid the man no mind, simply forming a hand sign for earth release. As the earth churned, the coffin housing Tobirama Senju's corpse was squeezed open just a crack by the earth release. Pushed up by the rolling soil, a single phalanx bone emerged before Kakashi. Picking up the pale white finger bone, Kakashi looked at it briefly before tossing it onto the death row inmate without hesitation. What do you need me to do, Lord Hokage? The inmate was completely bewildered but still tried to curry favor. Lacking any intention of exchanging even a single word with the man, Kakashi directly began forming the hand signs for impure world reincarnation. With such a distinct, holy relic, it was practically a guaranteed, targeted summon. Right in front of Tobirama Senju's grave, Kakashi performed the Edo Tensei on the spot. As the final hand sign fell into place, Kakashi's eyes sharpened slightly as he looked at the men in prison garb. Summoning Jutsu, impure world reincarnation. Along with Kakashi's words, countless pieces of paper materialized out of thin air, swarming and adhering to the man's body. Seeing the scraps of paper clinging tenaciously to his skin, the inmate tried to scream in terror. But the moment he opened his mouth, countless more pieces of paper flew inside, gagging him and leaving him to cast desperate, pleading looks at Kakashi. Kakashi remained entirely unmoved by the man's silent begging, coldly observing the process unfold before him. As the dark clouds in the sky parted, silvery white moonlight cascaded over the earth, illuminating Tobirama Senju's tombstone and revealing a brand new figure standing before Kakashi. The man was no longer the death row inmate who had just been begging for mercy. Wearing deep blue armor over black clothing, his snow-white hair shifting without wind, the man stood with his arms crossed over his chest. His exposed skin bore the distinctive cracks characteristic of those resurrected by Edo Tensei. As the soul of the deceased was pulled back from the pure land, the man gradually opened his eyes. Who dares to disturb my slumber? I shall. His eyes fully opened, revealing a sharp, piercing crimson gaze. But his words were abruptly cut short. He saw the caster of the impure world reincarnation standing before him, but it's actually the Hokage. Staring straight at the Hokage cloak draped over Kakashi, the newly summoned Tobirama Senju gritted his teeth slightly. Good eye, second Hokage. I am the fifth Hokage, Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi immediately chuckled and extended his hand toward Tobirama. Looking at the offered hand, Tobirama had absolutely no intention of shaking it. Instead, he stared intently at Kakashi and demanded. What enemy is so formidable that the Hokage needs to summon a dead man to deal with them? In Tobirama's view, though he didn't know exactly why this person had used the Edo Tensei to summon him, there was only one logical explanation. The hidden leaf must be facing a life-or-death crisis, forcing the current Hokage to disregard the sanctity of the dead and resurrect his predecessors to fight off a massive threat. If that were the case, Tobirama naturally wouldn't mind lending his strength. But if it was true, it also proved that the men before him lacked the true ability and caliber required of a Hokage. Accurately speaking, there is no enemy. Withdrawing his hand in a way that was awkward yet polite, Kakashi replied. Tobirama remained silent, glaring at the self-proclaimed fifth Hokage with profound dissatisfaction etched into his features. His peripheral vision swept casually over his surroundings. Tobirama caught sight of the tombstone bearing his own name. Using the impure world reincarnation on me right in front of my own grave. This current Hokage is truly insolent. If that's the case, why have you resurrected me without cause? What are you plotting? Tobirama glared coldly at Kakashi. His first impression of Kakashi was that of someone who utterly lacked respect for his elders. Summoning him in front of his own grave meant the medium used, without a doubt, had to be a piece of his own body. This bastard dug up my grave. There is a matter for which I require the second's power, Kakashi said seriously. Before that, answer me this. Since there was no external threat, Tobirama had little interest in why Kakashi had resurrected him. Instead, he pointed at his tombstone and demanded, "Before you summoned me, did you ever consider the basic principle of letting the dead rest in peace?" Hearing the reprimand in Tobirama's voice, Kakashi smiled and replied, "Before I did this, I actually asked if the second Hokage would be willing to come out and take a look around. And you agreed. When the hell did I agree to that?" Tobirama shot Kakashi a deeply hostile look. "You see, right before summoning you, I asked that if you didn't want to come out, you should turn this flower to ashes." Kakashi pointed to the perfectly intact white flower sitting before the tombstone. "Is this supposed to be a funny joke?" Tobirama stared coldly at the little white flower. "It seems I'm not cut out for telling jokes." Kakashi gave the man a placating look, his expression returning to its usual calm. "Lord Second, I need your wisdom. You possess foresight beyond ordinary men, and an intellect few can hope to match. I need your abilities. Does that answer satisfy you?" Hearing the man's words, Tobirama narrowed his eyes. "This guy. If that isn't enough to persuade you to help me, then..." Kakashi reached a hand out toward Tobirama, his tone even but leaving no room for refusal. What is he trying to do? Watching Kakashi's movements, Tobirama remained unbothered, curious to see what the men intended to show him. As for whether his summoner would attack him, that question hadn't even crossed Tobirama's mind. If Kakashi had wanted to attack him, he wouldn't have waited until now, and he certainly wouldn't have used impure world reincarnation to bring him back in the first place. Does this guy have some sort of trump card that will compel me to help him? Tobirama thought inwardly. Natural energy from the surroundings suddenly converged, funneling into Kakashi's body. The next second, Kakashi's dark eyes were masked by a brilliant golden glow, shining like pure gold as he stared straight at the cross-armed men before him. At the same time, an inexplicable aura erupted from Kakashi. This sensation. There's no mistaking it. It's elder brother Sage mode. Feeling the familiar chakra radiating from Kakashi, Tobirama was internally startled. As Hashirama Senju's younger brother, even though he had never learned Hashirama's Sage mode himself, he was still very familiar with it. While the aura of Kakashi's Sage mode felt slightly different from Hashirama's, there were no signs of animalistic physical mutations. It was entirely distinct from the Sage modes taught in any of the three great Sage regions. Therefore, there was only one possible answer. Have you already resurrected my brother as well? Tobirama's gaze became instantly razor-sharp. Not quite. I simply utilized the first Hokage's chakra contained within Tsunade's necklace, Tobirama Senju. When it comes to understanding chakra, I dare say I am not inferior to you. Kakashi looked at the second Hokage, his tone filled with total self-assurance. Oh. In that case, why don't you explain exactly what's going on with my brother to demonstrate this understanding of yours? If you manage to earn my acknowledgement, I wouldn't mind lending my wisdom to a junior like you. Tobirama looked at Kakashi, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Radiating such fierce confidence was certainly a good thing, but would that his too rigid breaks easily. A Hokage like this. If he could truly remain steadfast and bulldoze through every obstacle, it would be a boon for the Hidden Leaf. However, if he were to crash and burn, the entire village would have to pay the price for his mistakes. That really does sound like your style. Kakashi offered a faint smile at Tobirama, who hadn't given an inch. He didn't really like this guy's personality. It felt a bit too similar to his own. Although Kakashi was perfectly comfortable being hard-headed himself, he didn't appreciate it when someone else was hard-headed with him. It was the classic case of, like repelling like. Before extracting Hashirama Senju from the necklace, one first has to understand the true nature of chakra. Kakashi briefly explained the concept of chakra and the process he used to draw Hashirama out of the necklace. But no matter how brief he tried to make it, the underlying theories regarding chakra were impossible to skip. Explaining the core principles of chakra left Kakashi feeling a bit dry-mouthed. If he hadn't critically needed this man's intellect, when had Kakashi ever accommodated someone to such a degree? Help or don't help, if you won't do it, someone else will. But that mindset only worked on others, it would never work on Tobirama Senju. If Tobirama refused, Kakashi genuinely wouldn't have any way to force him. So, Kakashi could only endure. The hidden restraint in Kakashi's eyes was not lost on Tobirama. As he listened quietly to Kakashi's explanation of Hashirama's manifestation and their conversation on the Hokage building's rooftop, even though Tobirama somewhat disliked this junior, he had to admit the man possessed an impressive breadth of mind and a profound understanding of chakra. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Inherently Evil. Kind-hearted Uchiha Brat. It was safe to say that Kakashi and Tobirama Senju were wildly incompatible. After all, both were the type of men whose words were absolute. Back in the day, Tobirama Senju still had Hashirama Senju above him to keep him in check. However, during his time in power, all of Konoha was essentially his unquestioned domain. So, upon realizing that Kakashi possessed an equally unyielding nature, Tobirama Senju found himself somewhat dissatisfied with the current Hokage. Despite his distaste, after quietly listening to how Kakashi had manipulated the situation using Tsunade's necklace, even Tobirama couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. Sure enough, no matter what, anyone who could suppress all opposition to become Hokage had to have some real skill. However, what Tobirama hadn't expected was that his older brother, Hashirama Senju, had actually acknowledged the men standing before him. To gain my brother's acknowledgement and have him teach you sage mode, it seems you do have some talent. Speak. What do you need me for? Tobirama crossed his arms over his chest, begrudgingly accepting Kakashi as the fifth Hokage. The reason is simple. I want people without the aptitude for sage mode to be able to master it, Kakashi stated his goal calmly. That's impossible. If such a method existed, do you think I wouldn't have been willing to learn it myself? Tobirama fundamentally rejected Kakashi's whimsical idea without a second thought. If that is your answer, then it seems the so-called second Hokage is nothing more than that. Kakashi's words made the corner of Tobirama's mouth twitch. This brat is a real eyesore. Are you trying to goad me? Exactly. If you can help me achieve this goal, then I can only say you live up to your legend. But if you deny it without even trying, then you are merely trading on a hollow reputation. Kakashi voiced his thoughts with complete honesty. You. Tobirama hadn't expected this junior to be so arrogant. To actually dare say that he, the creator of the reanimation jutsu, mutually multiplying explosive tags, and the flying thunder god jutsu, the man hailed as the fastest in the ninja world and the water god, the head of the Senju clan, the second Hokage of Konoha, was all flash and no substance. Tobirama had to admit, Kakashi's provocation was incredibly clumsy. But he fell for it anyway. Take me to where you are researching this jutsu, and give me your research materials and findings, Tobirama said coldly, looking at the similarly white-haired Kakashi standing before him. Since that's the case, follow me. Without hesitation, Kakashi led Tobirama to meeting room number 3 in the Hokage building. At the same time, he ordered the Umbu on standby to bring over his research materials from the Senju and Uchiha clans. Hearing that Kakashi had also spent time researching in the Uchiha clan's library, Tobirama was somewhat surprised. Those arrogant fools were actually willing to let Kakashi into the repository of their millennia of gathered knowledge. Because of the Sharingan, the Uchiha could easily see through and decipher their enemy's jutsu during combat. Thus, the materials in the Uchiha library far outnumbered those of the Senju clan. If it were in the past, they naturally wouldn't have been willing, Kakashi said, casually finding a chair and sitting down, his expression aloof. In the past. So that means it's different now. Tobirama also pulled up a chair and sat down in the meeting room he had been away from for so long. Care to explain? When it came to the Uchiha clan, Tobirama could safely say he had a profound understanding of them. They were certainly strong, but they weren't exactly right in the head. Even during his tenure as Hokage, Setsuna Uchiha of the Uchiha clan had brazenly launched a coup. The final result was that Tobirama locked Setsuna Uchiha in prison for 20 years, while letting the rest off the hook. Faced with Tobirama's curiosity, Kakashi didn't hide anything. After all, once Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived at daybreak, Tobirama would find out with a single question anyway. Kakashi poured himself a cup of tea and relayed the entire situation regarding the Uchiha clan. Tobirama listened silently to the Uchiha clan's fate. Looking at Kakashi in front of him, he could only conclude that the man was sufficiently ruthless. He had slaughtered nearly 1,000 of their Hawk faction without a shred of mercy. In this era of hidden villages, where a battlefield with a combined total of 10,000 ninja was considered a large-scale war, nearly 1,000 Uchiha couldn't all be considered elite ninja, but there were surely at least 200 or 300 among them. And what did 300 elite Uchiha mean? If there had been 300 Uchiha among the 800 men Kakashi led to charge the Kimogakure front lines back then, that single battle would have completely turned the Kimogakure camp upside down. Even when facing the Raikage, if 10 Uchiha with the fully matured 3-Tomo Sharingan had attacked alongside Kakashi, executing the Raikage right then and there wouldn't have been impossible. While Tobirama found Kakashi's actions ruthless, he couldn't help but feel a modicum of admiration. Had it been him, he probably would have hesitated, as they were all capable combatants, after all. Second Hokage, you were too merciful. If you had chosen to sever the rotting limb back then regarding the Hawk faction led by Setsuna Uchiha, the current situation would never have come to pass. It could be said that you are the instigator of all this, Kakashi spoke mildly, neither cold nor overly passionate. This ignited a spark of anger in Tobirama's heart, but he found himself unable to retort. What the hell does this junior know? It had been during the First Shinobi World War. Konoha had been fighting against 4 other nations. Even if he despised Setsuna Uchiha, for the sake of the bigger picture, he had no choice but to pinch his nose and endure it. Had it been during peacetime, the moment Setsuna Uchiha dared to show his face, Tobirama would have wiped them all out in one fell swoop. But this time, Tobirama didn't open his mouth to defend himself, he merely let out a cold harumph. Seeing this, the corners of Kakashi's mouth curled up slightly. Did he really not know the circumstances Tobirama had faced back then? He knew them perfectly well. Bringing up the matter now was purely to discuss the men. That's what he got for acting so pompous toward him right after being summoned. Kakashi was still Kakashi, he never let a grudge sit overnight. As Itachi Uchiha and the Umbu operative who had just left carried a large box of materials into the meeting room, Tobirama's eyes narrowed. The stench of an Uchiha. An inherently evil, kind-hearted Uchiha brat. By now, Tobirama already knew what kind of role Itachi Uchiha had played in the Uchiha incident. Lord Hokage, these are the materials you requested. The moment he saw Tobirama Senju, Itachi Uchiha's pupils shrank, but his excellent discipline allowed him to quickly steady his nerves. You even came over personally. Since you're here, don't go back just yet. Let me introduce you. Kakashi pointed to the men beside him. As you can see, this is the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. As Kakashi spoke, Tobirama scrutinized the kind-hearted Uchiha brat before him. Yes, Lord Hokage, Itachi Uchiha spoke respectfully. You should address me as Lord Second, Tobirama said, somewhat displeased. I wasn't addressing you just now. I was addressing Lord Kakashi. Inherently evil Uchiha brat. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, The Inherently Evil Senju Brat. Sensei. Early the next morning, Hiruzen Sarutobi hurried toward the Hokage building in a frantic rush. He knew it. He knew that after seeing Hashirama Senju acquire Sage Mode, a guy like Kakashi would definitely set his sights on the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. The only thing Hiruzen hadn't expected was for Kakashi to act so fast. He didn't give an old man like him any time to react at all. Heaven have mercy, he was already getting up there in years, yet he still had to drag himself out of bed bright and early just to run over and pay his respects to Tobirama Senju. Couldn't young people show a little consideration for the elderly? The moment he arrived at the Hokage building, Hiruzen ignored the surprised looks of others and charged straight toward meeting room 3. Kakashi. Accompanied by the loud bang of the door being thrown open, the first thing that greeted his eyes was Tobirama Senju's deadpan face. Monkey. It's been a while, Tobirama Senju said calmly, holding a stack of sealing jutsu documents in his hands. Sensei, it has been a long time. Having already dealt with Hashirama Senju previously, Hiruzen felt much calmer facing Tobirama Senju this time around. You're getting old, don't let your temper run so hot. Sit. Tobirama said, pointing to the empty seat next to him. Sensei, you. Hiruzen's eyes were filled with hesitation. Looking at Tobirama Senju beside him, whose reanimated body was covered in cracks, he opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He wanted to pour out his heart and tell his long-lost mentor everything he had been through over the years, but he didn't know where to start. You've worked hard all these years, monkey. Being Hokage must have been very difficult for you. Hearing Tobirama speak like this, Hiruzen felt that all his efforts over the years hadn't been in vain. The fifth Hokage told me about the Danzo situation. Although you were too lenient, it is understandable. Tobirama set down the documents in his hands and looked at his disciple, who now showed every bit of his advanced age. Sensei. Seeing this, Hiruzen was overcome with a complex mix of emotions. Compared to Hashirama Senju, who was his teacher in name, the Tobirama Senju before him was the one who had truly mentored him. And that single sentence from Tobirama was an acknowledgement of everything he had done as the third Hokage over the years. Sensei, where is Kakashi? Moving past his sentimentality, Hiruzen looked around, realizing that the men he had come to settle a score with was nowhere to be found. The fifth Hokage you chose. At the mention of Kakashi, Tobirama's face twisted in profound annoyance. Summoning him right at his own grave to research some so-called new jutsu was one thing. But now, leaving him here all alone first thing in the morning under the guise of going home to see his wife. If you care so much about your wife's feelings, did you ever consider my feelings when you yanked me out of the Pure Land? Damn it all. Perhaps Kakashi has some urgent business. Seeing Tobirama like this, Hiruzen instinctively defended Kakashi, even though he had no idea what had transpired between the two of them. After all, he was the one who had pushed through all opposition to make Kakashi the Hokage in the first place. Little did he know, his words only made Tobirama even more irritated. Hatake residence. Naruto. It's getting cold out, put on an extra layer. Kakashi sat at the dining table eating breakfast, while Hikari chased after Naruto with a sweater, trying to force the disobedient brat into it. No way. If I wear that much, my neck will be all tight and uncomfortable. Naruto tried to make a run for it, but Hikari grabbed him firmly by the back of his collar. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape her clutches. Brat, if you don't want to die, you'd better be a good boy and put this sweater on right now. Hikari leaned in close to Naruto's ear, sweater in hand, her tone dripping with menace. Yes, big sister Hikari, Naruto replied, his face turning a shade of green as he immediately stood at attention. It was obvious that while Kakashi wasn't home, Naruto had already experienced Hikari's methods firsthand. Back in Hikari's era, the solution for disobedient children was a healthy dose of tough love. Even the most mischievous of brats had no choice but to obediently surrender. "I'm off to the academy." Having obediently put on the sweater, Naruto seized a moment when Hikari was distracted, grabbed his backpack, and bolted out the door. "Breakfast. Your breakfast." Hikari shouted after him, but Naruto completely ignored her, disappearing around the corner in the blink of an eye. "Look at your wonderful son." Seeing Naruto run off, Hikari immediately turned her glare onto the silently observing Kakashi. "Well, he's just a kid. If he doesn't want to eat, let him go hungry. When he gets hungry enough, he'll eat anything." Kakashi was surprisingly zen about the whole thing. "Honestly, I don't even have a son of my own yet, and I'm already playing mom," Hikari grumbled, taking a seat across from Kakashi with a huff. "Also, what have you been up to lately? I went over to Kurenai's place to check, and you weren't there either." Hikari's words made Kakashi pause for a moment before he feigned nonchalance and said, "Nothing much. I've just been researching a new jutsu lately. If you're interested, you can come take a look." Kakashi's response piqued Hikari's interest. "A new jutsu? Can I really?" Hikari looked at Kakashi with anticipation. Although Hikari was incredibly strong, her expertise was strictly limited to combat. When it came to the theoretical knowledge required for jutsu research, she was actually quite lacking. After all, she had been sealed away when she was only 12 years old. "Of course you can," Kakashi nodded. That was exactly why he had come home in the first place. He still remembered that the formula used to seal Hikari all those years ago was a sealing jutsu unique to the Uzumaki clan, one that utilized natural energy to keep her contained. While Hikari wasn't an expert in this field, having been sealed by natural energy for 500 years meant she might just possess a unique aptitude for it. Furthermore, there was no way that someone who, at the mere age of 12, had forced the Senju, Uzumaki, and Sarutobi clans to join forces just to seal her away could possibly be a fool. If Hikari were foolish, she wouldn't have even been qualified to teach Kakashi about the nature and shape transformation of fire-style chakra. The only pity was that the Uzumaki clan had long since perished in the flames of war, with their vast amount of precious research materials plundered by the Hidden Cloud, Hidden Mist, and Hidden Stone villages. "Then let's hurry up and eat so we can go." Compared to Kakashi's casual demeanor, Hikari looked genuinely excited. "Researching this new jutsu is quite difficult. I specifically used the reanimation jutsu to temporarily resurrect the village's former second Hokage to help. He's from the Senju clan," Kakashi cautioned her carefully. "What's that supposed to mean? Do I look like the kind of person who takes their anger out on others?" Hikari caught on immediately and shot Kakashi a displeased glare. Since waking up, she hadn't even gone looking for trouble with the Uchiha clan. Yet Kakashi was actually worried she might go pick a fight with the Senju. "No, I'm just giving you a heads up. Of course, if that guy provokes you first, you don't need to hold back. Just put him in his place." Kakashi wasn't worried about Hikari causing trouble for Tobirama Senju, he was worried about Tobirama Senju causing trouble for Hikari. Hearing Kakashi's words, a metaphorical question mark popped up over Hikari's head. Hikari was fairly well versed in Kakashi's lineage of mentors. Kakashi's teacher was the fourth Hokage, the fourth's teacher was Jiraiya, Jiraiya's teacher was the third, and the third's teacher was the second. Logically speaking, Kakashi ought to show a bit more respect to this patriarchal figure of his lineage. But judging by his tone, it sounded like Kakashi had some sort of beef with the second Hokage. In the next second, Hikari tossed the confusion to the back of her mind, feeling immensely satisfied with how protective Kakashi was being of her. Senju this, Senju that, she didn't care. As long as the second Hokage didn't start anything, she, Uchiha, Hikari Hatake, was not an unreasonable person. After making quick work of their breakfast, Kakashi brought Hikari along and headed for the Hokage building. "Good morning, Lord Hokage. And to you, Lady Hikari." The staff inside the Hokage building greeted Kakashi and Hikari as they walked in. Although Hikari didn't come here often, many of the staff had long since committed the Hokage's wife's face to memory. It would save them from the utter embarrassment of running into her on the street and not recognizing her, that would be far too disrespectful. "Morning, everyone," Hikari replied to the working staff one by one with a light smile. By the time they reached meeting room 3, Hiruzen Sarutobi was already deep into researching the new jutsu data with Tobirama Senju. "You're here, third," Kakashi greeted Hiruzen with a smile. "Sir Hiruzen," Hikari also greeted the third Hokage with utmost politeness. Because strictly speaking, Hikari was not a Konoha shinobi, she had merely married Kakashi. Thus, she wasn't required to address Hiruzen Sarutobi as Lord Third like the rest of the Konoha ninja. "Hikari, it's been a while." Hiruzen first greeted Hikari with a smile, but the moment his eyes shifted to Kakashi, his gaze darkened drastically. He wanted to scold him, but considering Kakashi's wife was standing right there, he forcefully swallowed the words back down. You're here quite early. Hiruzen decided he wasn't going to look at this bratty kid anymore. Seeing this, Hikari couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Ever since Hikari had entered the room, Tobarama Senju's gaze hadn't shifted anywhere else, it remained firmly fixed on her. Having dealt with the Uchiha for his entire life, he was far too familiar with their clan. Even before Kakashi had the chance to introduce Hikari's maiden name, Tobarama could tell with a single glance. Hikari was an Uchiha of the purest blood. This guy, as the Hokage, he actually went and took an Uchiha as the Hokage's wife. Couldn't he have married someone from the Uzumaki clan, just like his older brother Hashirama Senju did? Tobarama, who was already irritated with Kakashi, subconsciously let a complicated expression slip onto his face. Let me introduce you. My wife, Hikari Hatake. Kakashi gave Tobarama Senju a measured, unbothered look. She was Kakashi's wife, after all. No matter how dissatisfied Tobarama felt inside, he had no choice but to endure it. Hikari cast a thoughtful glance at Tobarama Senju. So this is the second Hokage that Kakashi resurrected with the reanimation jutsu. Sure enough, he's an inherently evil Senju brat. He reeked of the Senju clan from head to toe. What are you looking at me for? Faced with Hikari's stare, Tobarama asked in annoyance. Nothing. Meeting Tobarama's gaze, Hikari kept the light smile on her face and looped her arm through Kakashi's, almost as if silently striking back at Tobarama's words. You hate me? Then come hit me. The corner of Tobarama Senju's eye twitched at the sight. This wife of Kakashi's was just as obnoxious as Kakashi himself. Chapter 165, Jiraiya's Return. After Kakashi and Hikari arrived at the meeting room, Itachi Uchiha, who had just dropped Sasuke off at the academy, also arrived belatedly. Including the summoned Katsuyu, the team researching how to simplify Sage Mode was now fully assembled, save for Jiraiya, whom Kakashi had already accounted for. Everyone present was a ninja among ninjas, the absolute elite. Since Kakashi already had the idea of using the Ine seal as a foundation and had researched it for a while, Tobarama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi continued to develop its possibilities based on this concept. However, the Ine seal could only store one's own chakra. The requirements to use the Ine seal to store natural energy, or to simultaneously store one's own chakra and use the seal to absorb external natural energy to convert it into senjutsu chakra, were incredibly high. To this, Tobarama Senju could only say it was an excellent idea worth trying. During this time, Tsunade, having caught wind of the news, barged into the meeting room in a whirlwind of fury. Kakashi, explain yourself. The door was kicked open, and Tsunade glared at Kakashi, who was currently working. Tsunade, you're here. Kakashi had long prepared himself mentally to face Tsunade, looking completely unfazed and shameless. She could beat him or scold him, he would let her do as she pleased. You brat. After everything I've done for you, you actually. Tsunade stormed forward, wanting to grab Kakashi by the collar, but a hand clamped down on her wrist. Tsuna. Tobarama Senju stopped her movements. As a leaf ninja, you cannot treat the Hokage this way. Sitting behind Tobarama, Kakashi watched the scene with a calm expression. On the other side, Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to have expected this all along. As the second Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, Tobarama Senju's logic always outweighed personal feelings. Although he was secretly displeased with Kakashi, Kakashi was the Hokage no matter what. Moreover, Kakashi's purpose in awakening him was to raise the overall strength of the Hidden Leaf. If the jutsu could be completed, the village would gain several master-level combatants. Especially Tsunade. Already possessing the Ine seal, she would be the greatest beneficiary of this brand new jutsu. Both publicly and privately, for the development of this new jutsu alone, Tobarama supported Kakashi. Tsunade looked at Tobarama blocking her path and spoke unwillingly, but, second granduncle, you. It doesn't matter to me. Being able to see you again makes this journey back to the ninja world worthwhile for me. Compared to the blockhead Hashirama Senju, Tobarama treated Tsunade just like his own biological granddaughter, especially since he had remained unmarried and childless his entire life. Tsunade was his granddaughter. You just wait. Tsunade glared at Kakashi hiding behind Tobarama, then turned and left without looking back. She was afraid that if she stayed even a second longer with that guy, she wouldn't be able to resist beating him up. Watching Tsunade's retreating back, Kakashi shifted his gaze to Tobarama in front of him and offered his thanks. No need to thank me. You should be thanking your status as Hokage. Tobarama paid it no mind. Since that's settled, let's continue. Kakashi pointed to the pile of documents in front of him. It would be great if we had a Fuinjutsu expert from the Uzumaki clan, Tobarama said with a slight sigh. In his view, Kakashi's concept was equivalent in difficulty to creating an S-rank forbidden jutsu, perhaps even harder. To make breakthroughs in Fuinjutsu, having an Uzumaki clan expert involved would drastically reduce the difficulty. Hearing this, Kakashi's eyes shifted slightly, lost in thought. What are you planning? Absolutely not. Seeing Kakashi's expression, Hiruzen immediately stood up to interrupt his thoughts. A Fuinjutsu expert from the Uzumaki clan. Counting back through decades of Leaf Village history, only two people fit that description. Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki. Hiruzen naturally didn't believe Kakashi would be crazy enough to use Edo Tensei on his own sensei's wife, but Mito Uzumaki was a different story. Furthermore, Hiruzen cast a somewhat resentful glance at his teacher. He highly doubted his teacher had brought this up unintentionally. After all, someone who could develop a jutsu like Edo Tensei couldn't possibly be a saint. I wasn't planning anything. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. Watching Kakashi, Tobirama secretly thought it a pity. Just as Hiruzen suspected, he had done it on purpose. After all, as her brother-in-law, taking the initiative to use Edo Tensei on his sister-in-law would be hard to justify. It had to be the current Hokage, Kakashi, who made the decision. That way, if Mito Uzumaki really was brought back via Edo Tensei, he could stay out of it. The deed would have been done by Kakashi, the fifth Hokage. What would it have to do with him, the second? Kakashi and Tobirama exchanged a glance, both tacitly choosing not to push the subject any further. Contrary to what Tobirama thought, Kakashi was actually a bit concerned about Tsunade's attitude. Using Edo Tensei on Tobirama had already infuriated her. If he brought back Mito Uzumaki, Tsunade's own grandmother, it would offend her beyond repair. After all, Tsunade was one of his supporters and had treated him fairly well, there was no need to alienate her. Since that's settled, let's continue. Days passed one by one, and 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye. Just as Kakashi and the others were in full swing developing the new jutsu, a travel-worn figure appeared at the gates of the Hidden Leaf. Looking at the familiar gates before him, Jiraiya sighed. He had been busy outside the village for almost half a year, and now he was finally back. He wondered if Tsunade had missed him. His return naturally meant he had found the so-called Jello Stone Vein, completing the mission Kakashi had entrusted to him. And as it turned out, the Jello Stone Vein was right here in the Land of Fire. After all, as the most fertile region in the ninja world, the Land of Fire possessed countless resources, including quite a few rare ones. Upon learning that Jiraiya had returned to the village, Kakashi went to greet him immediately. Thank you for your hard work. Looking at the travel-worn Jiraiya, Kakashi felt a bit of emotion. Thanks to you, I found it. Looking at the unchanged Kakashi, Jiraiya grumpily tossed a scroll at him. Unable to wait, Kakashi opened it. Seeing the marked Jello Stone Vein, a look of satisfaction crossed his face. Now that the Jello Stone Vein had been found, as long as they investigated to confirm its accuracy, he could arrange for manpower to mine it. For such an important resource, Kakashi would naturally appoint personnel personally to avoid any mistakes. Thinking of this, Kakashi patted Jiraiya on the shoulder with a smile and said, as expected of the Sannin. Your efficiency is truly high. To tirelessly track down the target using nothing more than a single name provided by Kakashi was a testament to just how capable Jiraiya was. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Everything is ready. The Jello Stone Vein was located in the western region of the Land of Fire, a mere 200 kilometers from the Land of Rain. Kakashi Hatake stared at the mountain peak before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. To be honest, the location wasn't ideal. If hostilities ever broke out with the Land of Rain, the enemy would only need to dispatch a single elite squad to reach this site in no time. But those logistical headaches would have to wait. The immediate priority was determining exactly how much power the Jello Stones contained. We can head in through this cave. There's a specialized sealing ritual inside, likely set up by the ancient empire that originally utilized the stones, Jiraiya said, holding a torch to lead the way. I've already cracked it, so you don't need to worry about that. They navigated a winding path through countless forks in the tunnel. Eventually, the space ahead brightened, opening into a vast cavern. A faint blue luminescence radiated from every direction, embedded in the surrounding rock walls were glowing, pebble-like ores. So, these are the Jello Stones. Kakashi reached out, pried a piece from the wall, and examined it closely. While they harbor an incredible amount of energy, their stability is surprisingly high, Jiraiya remarked, watching Kakashi. I've tried everything, injecting chakra to stir it up, hacking it with blades, blasting it with fire, soaking it, even trying to crush it. It won't explode. It's remarkably controlled. Jiraiya sounded almost nostalgic as he looked at the stone in Kakashi's hand. An energy source this stable was practically a miracle. It is impressive. It makes sense that an empire could be built entirely on the utility of these stones, Kakashi said, weighing the ore in his palm. He could sense a significant amount of energy within this single, palm-sized fragment. If used as a power source for the Anchor Vantion, it could likely keep the fortress airborne for a full hour. And that was just one small stone. beneath their feet. Using his ability to sense natural energy, Kakashi could feel that the entire area was saturated with stones just like the one he held. There was no telling how deep the vein ran. As I thought, Kakashi mused. In terms of sheer hidden potential, this planet is a standout even on a galactic scale. No wonder those interstellar scavengers, the Otsutsuki, keep coming back here. In that case, let's get a mining crew organized. Kakashi tightened his grip on the Jello stone, his gaze sharp. Now that the energy source for the Anchor Vantion was secured, the next step was mass production. He didn't need an entire fleet, 10 of those aerial fortresses would be enough to change the world. Simultaneously, he would need to station a permanent garrison here to guard the vein. Kakashi, are you planning to? Jiraiya started. He had his suspicions, but looking at the men before him, he wanted a definitive answer. With these Jello stones, many of our problems vanish, Kakashi said, his mood visibly lifting. He looked at Jiraiya and made a promise. What is it you want, Jiraiya? Just say the word. I want to go find Nagato, Jiraiya replied. What? You want to help me research Sage Mode? Great. No problem at all. Jiraiya stared at Kakashi, a literal question mark practically appearing over his head. If Kakashi didn't want him looking for Nagato, he could have just said so. Why go through this ridiculous song and dance and get his hopes up? And besides, research Sage Mode. You already know how to use it. Jiraiya muttered under his breath. Upon returning to Konoha, Kakashi immediately drafted a letter to the daimyo's estate. He ordered Nara Suzaku to dispatch personnel for the Jello stone excavation and simultaneously directed a team to begin reverse engineering the Anchor Vantion to start mass-producing the aerial fortresses. At the same time, Kakashi mobilized 3,000 shinobi to garrison the mine. If he could have, he would have sent Hiruzen Sarutobi himself to oversee the site. Unfortunately, the old man was getting on in years and was already helping Kakashi with Sage Mode research. It wouldn't do to overwork him. Instead, Kakashi settled on the next best thing. He assigned Kosuke Mariboshi to the post. While Kosuke was also well into his years, the Eternal Genin was still as sturdy as they came. The situation made Kakashi acutely aware of how short-staffed he was. Might Guy, Shizun, and Tenzo were all in vital positions they couldn't easily leave. Itachi Uchiha and Hayama Shiroguma were his personal bodyguards. If they disappeared from the Hokage's side, it would spark unnecessary rumors and speculation. As for Jiraiya and Tsunade, forget it. Jiraiya spent half his time thinking about Nagato. Keeping him in the village allowed Kakashi to keep him in check. If he sent him to the mine, the men might just wander off to the land of rain on a whim. And Tsunade? She was simply impossible to boss around. Kakashi sighed, set down his pen, and decided to check the progress in Conference Room 3. With Jiraiya's expertise added to the mix, the research into Sage Mode had accelerated significantly. Kakashi estimated that within 2 months, they would have a version of Sage Mode that ordinary shinobi could utilize. Just as he was about to push open his office door, he collided with a figure rushing in. The person stumbled and fell to the floor. I am so sorry, Lord Hokage. Katasuke Tono scrambled to pick up a stack of documents, his face flushed with excitement as he apologized. What's the rush? Kakashi asked, surprised. He reached down and helped the man up. Lord Hokage, the task you gave me. I've succeeded. Katasuke's voice trembled with emotion as he thrust the documents toward Kakashi. Kakashi took the file and scanned it. Katasuke had successfully produced a prototype for the first generation of scientific ninja tools. Looking at the schematics, it was a far cry from the compact wrist-mounted devices Kakashi remembered from his memories of the future. This was less of a wristband and more of a full-arm gauntlet. Still, considering the Jello stones he had just found, Kakashi patted Katasuke on the shoulder. Well done. You've worked hard. Take a few days off. In a couple of days, I'm going to pair you up with a new partner. Kakashi remembered that Dodo Kazahana was still rotting in an ANBU cell. Given Tenzo's background in the Foundation, his interrogation methods should have broken Dodo by now. With that in mind, Kakashi scrapped the trip to the research room and headed for the ANBU headquarters instead. The Sage Mode project was moving smoothly and no longer required his direct supervision, he only needed to wait for the results. He passed through the ANBU prison unopposed. Led by Yugao Yuzuki, he finally saw Dodo Kazahana for the first time in weeks. Dodo was dressed in white prisoner garbs, looking relatively presentable but noticeably gaunt from his time in the hole. Lord Hokage. Dodo screamed the moment he saw Kakashi. He lunged at the steel bars, weeping hysterically. I was wrong. I'll do whatever you want. Just please, don't keep me locked in here. I can't take it anymore. I'm so tired. During his incarceration, Tenzo had ensured he was well-fed and physically unharmed. However, he had been systematically deprived of sleep. Every time Dodo drifted off, a guard would use genjutsu to force his mind back into a state of hyper-alertness. He had spent his days hovering in the agonizing threshold between consciousness and collapse. If not for the resilient constitution of a shinobi, he likely would have died of exhaustion long ago. Kakashi watched the sobbing man without a trace of emotion. He turned to Yugao. "Apply the security measures." "Understood," Yugao replied immediately. These security measures involved members of the Yamanaka clan using secret techniques to bind the subject's psyche. It would make it impossible for them to harbor hostility toward a specific person. Any thought of betrayal would result in excruciating mental agony. As Yugao watched Kakashi walk away, she looked back at the wailing Dodo. Her brow furrowed slightly. The Hokage said, "Apply measures, plural." With that in mind, she decided to have someone apply the cursed tongue eradication seal as well. On top of that, she planned to have the Yamanaka specialists add several layers of mental locks just to be safe. The excavation of the Jewel Stone vein was underway, and the research into the Anchor Vantion was moving in tandem. Mass production of naval warships had begun, Sage Mode research was nearing completion, Katasuke's first scientific ninja tool was a reality, and even Dodo Kazahana had been processed. Kakashi intended to have Katasuke and Dodo work together. By combining scientific ninja tools with chakra armor, and adding a dash of the Sky Ninja technology from the Anchor Vantion, they could create an unstoppable ground force. Given their collective genius, Kakashi was confident they could pull it off. The hardest part of any endeavor was going from 0 to 1. For the team led by Tobarama Senju in Conference Room 3, they were currently breaking that 0. But for Katasuke and Dodo, the existence of the Anchor Vantion meant that 1 already existed. Their path would be much smoother. They'll need more help, though, Kakashi thought. He decided to write to Nara Suzaku to request a few more mechanical engineering experts to serve as assistants. Kakashi sat on the edge of the Hokage rock, the cold wind whipping around him as he looked down at the village, his village. Beyond the hidden leaf, he saw the land of fire, which also belonged to him. Thinking of the uncertain future, Kakashi smiled. A future is only truly secure when you hold the reins yourself. He didn't know if Kimogakure had finished their chakra cannon yet, but if he didn't move faster, he might run out of time. The wind brushed through his silver hair, following his gaze into the far distance. Chapter 167, Pregnancy. The night was enchanting. At the Yuhi residence. The warm glow of the lamps reflected off the white-haired man's face, which betrayed no emotion. Kakashi had originally intended to head straight home, but as soon as he stepped out of the Hokage building, Kurenai Yuhi had practically dragged him to her house. Under normal circumstances, Kurenai would never have dared to do such a thing. But the situation was exceptional. When did this happen? Looking at the medical slip in his hand, Kakashi felt like he was asking a redundant question. It must have been that last time. My period hasn't come in a long while. If you don't like it, I can get an abortion. Under the lamplight, the black-haired beauty looked at Kakashi with a mix of hesitation and fear, her voice trembling slightly. It's fine. Don't overthink it. Realizing that his current demeanor was too cold and had caused her to misunderstand, Kakashi's expression softened considerably. He reached out and gently ruffled Kurenai's hair. Then, we're keeping it. Kurenai looked at Kakashi with uncertainty. She was pregnant. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, it was Kakashi's child. Yes, Kakashi nodded affirmatively. But, what about your side of things? Kurenai was worried. Her status was somewhat awkwardly delicate. After all, it didn't exactly sound good. It's fine. I'll handle it. Don't worry. Kakashi pulled her into his arms, resting his palm gently against Kurenai's lower abdomen. To be honest, Kakashi still felt it was quite sudden. After all, he had only been with Kurenai a few times, he hadn't expected to hit the jackpot so quickly. Having received the answer she wanted, Kurenai's entire aura seemed to brighten instantly. Move into my place in a couple of days. I'm not comfortable leaving you here alone. Gazing into Kurenai's eyes, Kakashi spoke firmly. Is that okay? Won't that affect your reputation? Kurenai's expression faltered as she looked at him hesitantly. She had already prepared herself to give birth and raise the child alone, she never expected Kakashi would be willing to let her move into his home. Wouldn't this confirm their relationship to the outside world? But, if she could be with Kakashi openly, how could she possibly refuse? It's fine. I've had this plan for a while now. Kakashi looked at Kurenai with a trace of pity. He felt no guilt about stealing Asuma's original wife. It was better than the original timeline where Kurenai had to struggle to raise a child alone. It was a consensual affair, in fact, Kurenai had been the one to take the initiative. But since he had done the deed and a child was involved, Kakashi was naturally not the type of man to abandon his wife and child. Really? Hearing that Kakashi had already planned to bring her in, Kurenai looked at him in disbelief. Of course it's true. Since you chose me, I won't let you down. Kakashi spoke while looking seriously at the woman before him. Blinking her beautiful eyes, Kurenai's gaze was so intense it was practically glued to him. This. Kakashi knew Kurenai deeply by now, and he understood exactly what she was thinking. It's okay. I asked the doctor. 2 months is fine. As she looked at Kakashi, Kurenai's eyes were filled with such longing they were almost dripping. Pa. Scumbag. At a nearby street corner, Enko Madarashi gnashed her teeth as she watched the lights in Kurenai's house go out. She had been staking out Kurenai's place for nearly half a month. She just wanted to know who exactly had slept with her best friend. She never expected that Kakashi, that married man, would walk into the Yuhi residence today. She had initially thought it was just official business, since Kurenai was technically Kakashi's assistant. But she hadn't expected him to stay until dark, and now the lights were off. Kurenai's partner was now crystal clear. It was Kakashi. No, not a partner. She was the other woman, a mistress. Anko never imagined that someone as proud as Kurenai would be willing to do such a thing. Anko never once suspected Kurenai was being forced. She knew Kurenai's personality all too well. If Kurenai wasn't willing, even if Kakashi held a kunai to her throat, Kurenai wouldn't have batted an eye. At the thought of this, Anko stomped her foot in anger and turned to leave without looking back. It was an eyesore. Fuming over Kurenai's situation and unable to sleep, Anko spent the middle of the night wandering down to the riverbank for a walk. The affair between Kakashi and Kurenai had given her a massive shock. She really wanted to find Kurenai and ask what she was thinking. After all, Kakashi was a married man. And Kakashi was no good either. He had such a beautiful wife at home, yet he was still eating out, showing absolutely no consideration for the wife he had married so recently. He was a total scumbag. Disgraceful. At that thought, Anko couldn't help but curse out loud. Who are you talking about? Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Anko so much she spun around instantly. Now that she knew Kakashi's secret, if it leaked out, would she be silenced? By the moonlight, Anko saw who it was. Sparkling embers from a cigarette lit up under the moon. A man with a scruffy beard sat by the river, holding a fishing rod, looking like he was night fishing. It was Asuma. I'm talking about you. What of it? Recognizing him, Anko spoke with a cold sneer. Did you take the wrong medicine? How does me fishing make me disgraceful? Asuma felt a bit bewildered at the fact that he happened to encounter Anko having a meltdown in the middle of the night. He was just night fishing, how did that make him a disgrace? Fishing. Then keep on fishing. Anko didn't care to explain further. She turned and walked away, leaving a perfectly innocent Asuma standing there after being insulted for no reason. Fishing. Keep guarding that stupid fishing rod for the rest of your life. Go fish your, redacted. At the Hatake residence. After finally managing to leave Kurenai's place, Kakashi returned home to find only darkness. It was already the middle of the night. Hikari, who had been reading books in meeting room number 3 all day, was already sound asleep. Sitting by the bed, Kakashi looked at his sleeping wife and hesitated whether he should wait until tomorrow to tell Hikari about Kurenai. Why are you back so late? Still groggy from sleep, Hikari instinctively rolled over and gently took Kakashi's hand, speaking half awake. Kurenai is pregnant. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, but figuring that Hikari would have to face this sooner or later anyway, he spoke quite bluntly. If she's pregnant, she's pregnant. It's not like. Hikari hadn't fully processed it yet. She was still acting spoiled in her days, but then the realization hit her instantly. It's yours. Hikari bolted upright in bed, staring at Kakashi with a look of disbelief and gritted teeth. Yeah, it's mine. This. Kakashi had originally intended to talk it out properly and give her a sincere apology. You jerk. Hikari shoved Kakashi down onto the bed and pounced on him. Calm down. After all. Cold sweat broke out on Kakashi as he looked at the lioness-like Hikari before him, instinctively trying to make excuses for Kurenai. If someone had to be blamed, let it be him. Who exactly is your wife? I'm not even pregnant yet, and that slut is already pregnant. Hikari had known about the history between Kakashi and Kurenai before they got married, but she had never said anything. In her eyes, it was actually surprising that someone like Kakashi, who basically controlled the entire country, only had Kurenai besides his wife. But she was the wife. The primary wife. The fact that Kurenai had beaten her to the punch was the truly unforgivable part. How about, we bring Kurenai over tomorrow? Kakashi spoke cautiously as he watched the fuming Hikari. You still dare to say that? I don't care. I want a child too. Hikari grabbed Kakashi's collar and shook him violently. Lower your voice, Naruto is still sleeping. Kakashi spoke with a lack of confidence. However, Hikari's eyes narrowed, and her hands moved with lightning speed. A silencing barrier was instantly erected. She had been in meeting room number 3 for the past few days. Although the bulk of the work was done by Tobirama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi, she had learned through osmosis. Her efficiency in learning sealing jutsu and barrier jutsu was staggering. A basic silencing barrier like this was child's play for her. I don't care. Quickly, give me Ichigo. At that moment, Hikari still remembered the name Kakashi had once picked for a son. It had just been a casual comment from Kakashi, but Hikari had kept it close to her heart. The next day, Kakashi arrived at the Hokage building looking as composed as usual. Yesterday, after Hikari found out about Kurenai's pregnancy, she was angry to the extreme. In her fury, she had nearly drained Kakashi dry. Compared to Kakashi, whose face was slightly pale, Hikari, who followed behind him huffily, was practically glowing with vitality. She had decided. Until she was pregnant, she would never let Kakashi get near that little vixen Kurenai Yuhi again. No. That woman would be changing her last name to Hatake, just like her. Thinking of this, Hikari, whose teeth were clenched, couldn't help but tighten her grip on Kakashi's hand. Feeling the force on his palm, Kakashi was in a state of painful bliss. Although the situation with Kurenai was technically resolved, it seemed Hikari wouldn't rest until she was pregnant herself. It looked like he'd have to find Guy to train his taijutsu soon. Thinking this, Kakashi patted the head of Hikari, who looked like she wanted to bite him to death, and whispered, "Go to the meeting room first. I'll be there in a bit." No. What if you pull another vanishing act? Hikari glared at Kakashi fiercely, refusing to let him out of her sight. Then what about moving Kurenai's things? Kakashi asked hesitantly. Do you really need to do that yourself? Isn't one word from you enough? Seeing Hikari's attitude, Kakashi naturally followed her lead. Since he had already decided to let Kurenai move into the house, there was no need to keep it hidden. Hey-8. Kakashi spoke softly. Hokage-sama. Hey-8 Gecko appeared, standing by for orders. I'll have to trouble you. Understood. Hey-8 Gecko vanished instantly. He had overheard the conversation between Kakashi and Hikari from beginning to end. Regarding the matter with Kurenai, he was essentially the only insider. After all, as the Hokage's personal Umbu guard, Kakashi hadn't kept many things secret from him. Chapter 168, The Sage Mark. The emergence of a simplified Sage mode came much faster than the 2 months Kakashi had originally anticipated. With Jiraiya joining the ranks, the entire research team completed the project in a mere month. Led by Kakashi as the 5th Hokage, and using the Een seal as a blueprint, 7 powerful individuals pooled their expertise: the Slug Sage of Shikatsu Forest, the 2nd Hokage Tobirama Senju, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya of the Sannin, the final weapon Hikari, and the Uchiha clan head, Itachi Uchiha. Through their joint efforts, they successfully transformed the impossible into reality. By the lakeside behind the Hokage rock, a whistling cold wind blew. The winter chill was piercing, yet it could not suppress the lingering excitement within the hearts of the 6 people and 1 slug present. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jiraiya, who stood before them with his upper body bare. His back was turned to the group. At the very top of his spine sat a black pattern resembling a great sundae. This was the fruit of nearly half a year of labor by the 7 experts present. After much deliberation, they had finally named it the Sage Mark. And now, it was time for Jiraiya to demonstrate the results of their hard work. Alright, let's begin. Kakashi felt the natural energy in the air beginning to surge toward the Sage Mark on Jiraiya's body. He estimated the timing and gave the word. The initial placement of a Sage Mark required 2 to 3 days of focused natural energy accumulation to fill it. Since it was based on the Een seal, it would be impossible to utilize Sage mode if the seal remained empty. Right. Jiraiya nodded. Without any grand movements, he simply focused his mind. The black dot at the center of the solar seal atop his spine immediately emitted a pure white glow. Simultaneously, the black halo surrounding it, representing the corona, radiated a blue fluorescence. The 2 lights converged and fused, transforming into a brilliant sky-blue radiance. One could say the Sage Mark functioned by carving 2 separate Een seals onto the user. The central dot stored natural energy, while the outer ring stored the user's own chakra. Their capacities were identical. Once the Sage Mark was applied, the user only needed a thought to open the hatch separating the 2 seals. This allowed for a perfect 1-to-1 fusion, creating Senjutsu chakra. At that moment, the 2 Een seals merged into one, maintaining the state until the stored Senjutsu chakra was depleted, or until the natural energy in the central dot ran out. When that happened, the hatch between them would close again, and the seal would resume absorbing natural energy from the surroundings, while any remaining Senjutsu chakra would be gathered into the outer ring. Centered on the mark, dozens of black, thread-like patterns emitting a faint blue light surged across Jiraiya's bare torso. Everyone watched unblinkingly, terrified of missing even a fraction of a second. This sage mark was the collective product of Konoha's top masters. If it failed now, the disappointment would be immeasurable. In less than 3 seconds, Jiraiya's upper body was covered in black lines. His entire aura fused with his surroundings. He had clearly entered sage mode. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at the sight. Through his perception, he could tell that Jiraiya had entered a perfect state. He had become a perfect sage. According to the design, as long as the user did not forcibly absorb natural energy and break the sage mark's upper limit, they could perfectly maintain this state until the mark's energy was exhausted, at which point they would exit sage mode. This feeling. Jiraiya clenched his fist toward the sky. He already knew sage mode. However, his version was imperfect. If he maintained it for too long, he would begin to Todifei, and if he didn't release it in time, he would turn into a giant toad forever. But this state. He felt better than he ever had before. It seems we've succeeded. Tobirama Senju nodded slightly, crossing his arms. Seeing such a perfect result after investing so much effort made his temporary return to the ninja world feel worthwhile. But just as Tobirama finished speaking, Jiraiya's expression shifted. Kakashi clearly perceived a sudden instability in the surrounding natural energy. What's wrong? Kakashi asked immediately. Jiraiya instantly deactivated sage mode, his expression turning solemn. Is something not right? Hiruzen Sarutobi added, his voice full of concern. I feel. Jiraiya frowned, staring at the palm of his hand. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he felt as though his body was rejecting the sage mark. It wasn't a psychological rejection, but rather a primal, physical instinct. Seeing this, Kakashi stepped forward and placed his hand on the sage mark on Jiraiya's spine. Sensing the natural energy that hadn't yet dissipated from Jiraiya's chakra pathway system, Kakashi's brow furrowed. This is. Jiraiya's face looked a bit pale. It seems the sage mode of Mount Myaboku has some lingering side effects. In Kakashi's perception, the meridians within Jiraiya's body didn't feel like those of a human. Instead, they felt like a toad's. Is Lord Jiraiya's sage mode from Mount Myaboku not perfect? Lady Katsuyu, perched on Kakashi's shoulder, asked curiously. Yeah. Because I didn't have enough talent, I always needed the 2 great toad sages to assist me to enter the mode. And if I stay in it too long, I start turning into a toad, Jiraiya admitted honestly. That explains it. The imperfect sage modes of Ryuchi Cave and Mount Myaboku gradually transform the user into a snake or a toad, Katsuyu explained in her gentle voice. Even experiencing an imperfect sage mode once will alter the body's foundation. She didn't mention Shikatsu Forest. In her view, the sage mode of Shikatsu Forest was binary, you either died, or you became a perfect sage. There was no third option. It looks like this sage mark isn't suitable for me. Jiraiya looked regretful. He had originally volunteered to be the guinea pig because of his prior experience with sage mode. He hadn't expected this outcome. It was truly a shame. If he could have used the sage mark, he would never have needed the help of the 2 toad sages again. Kakashi looked at Jiraiya, lost in thought. Jiraiya's talent was beyond doubt, he was one of the elites of the ninja world. If someone like him could enter a perfect sage mode so smoothly at first, only to suffer such a rejection. Was it really because Jiraiya lacked the talent, or was it? Kakashi didn't voice his dangerous suspicion. Instead, he simply patted Jiraiya's shoulder in consolation. Even though the requirements for using the sage mark were much lower than learning sage mode manually, it wasn't without conditions. Chakra control, physical strength, and willpower were all prerequisites. While different from the traditional requirements, the barrier to entry was significantly lower because the sage mark's conditions were tangible and measurable, whereas traditional sage mode felt somewhat ethereal. If Hiruzen Sarutobi were 10 years younger, he would have mastered the sage mark as easily as picking something out of a pocket, given his physical strength, chakra control, and unshakable will. Tobirama Senju would be the same, provided he were alive. A fragile reanimated body could not be branded with a sage mark. Jiraiya clearly met all the criteria, which was exactly why Kakashi was overthinking the rejection. Since I'm a no-go. Jiraiya looked at Kakashi and scratched his head. He had thought he'd be the one to successfully pioneer the sage mark. Kakashi could already enter sage mode independently and didn't need it. As for the others. Jiraiya's gaze fell upon Kakashi's wife, Hikari. Besides him, Hikari also perfectly met the criteria for the sage mark. But. His eyes flickered to Hikari's abdomen, and he looked away with a trace of regret. According to the latest news, the Hokage's wife was pregnant. Tsunade had personally performed the checkup just 2 days ago. Under no circumstances could Hikari be a test subject for the sage mark right now. Go call Tsunade here, Tobarama Senju suggested after a moment of thought, looking at Kakashi. As one of the Sannin alongside Jiraiya, Tsunade was clearly qualified. She had the chakra control, the physical strength, and the willpower. Although she once suffered from hemophobia, she had long since overcome it. That experience of conquering her inner fears had only made her will even more unshakable. No, Kakashi countered immediately. Tsunade already possesses the strength of 100 seal. Adding 2 more seals on top of that could lead to unpredictable complications. That is a point I overlooked, Tobarama admitted, frowning slightly. Then who else is there? Hikari, standing beside Kakashi, took his arm and asked, "What about Guy?" Kakashi voiced a name that surprised everyone. Guy. But Guy will need time, Kakashi added. When it came to willpower or physical strength, no one could claim to surpass Might Guy. Not even Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha. However, there was one catch. Chakra control. That was Guy's weakness, which was why Kakashi said he would need time. But if Might Guy could overcome that flaw, his strength would skyrocket exponentially with the addition of the Sage Mark. In fact, they might even need to raise the Sage Mark's limit specifically for Guy. Otherwise, the Mark might not be able to withstand the massive power surge brought on by the 8 inner gates. Guy, huh? He is indeed an extremely suitable candidate. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave Kakashi a thoughtful look. Rather than just wanting Guy to have the Sage Mark, Hiruzen suspected Kakashi was using his authority to secure more power for his best friend. But then again, that was just Kakashi's character. In that case, let's call it a day. I'll go find Guy. Since the Hokage had spoken, the others had no objections and began to depart. Only Tobarama Senju remained standing there for a moment, looking down at the palm of his hand. His time was running out. Chapter 169, A Man's Promise. The reanimation jutsu was never a technique intended to be maintained indefinitely. In truth, it was a marvel that Tobarama Senju's reanimated form had lasted this long. When he first developed the technique, he had never envisioned it as a means of truly restoring the dead to life. The living belonged with the living, and the dead with the dead. In this regard, Tobarama shared the philosophy of his brother, Hashirama Senju. If the barrier between life and death were to be permanently dismantled, humanity would lose its reverence for mortality. It would lead to chaos, much like the internal strife the Uchiha clan suffered years ago following the birth of Izanagi. Izanagi allowed the user to turn reality into a dream, effectively erasing unfavorable events. It could even reverse death itself. The price for such power was the permanent loss of sight in one Sharingan. Even with such a heavy toll, the Uchiha clan had still fallen into rebellion because of that technique's existence. This served as a stark reminder of what happens when the boundary of death is blurred. Now, the time remaining for Tobarama's reanimated body was running out. He estimated that he wouldn't live to see the day Might Guy successfully manifested the Sage Seal. However, Tobarama had been proud his entire life, he wasn't about to bring this up of his own accord. Instead, the wind brushed through Tobarama's silver hair as he sat alone on the edge of the Hokage rock. Gazing down at the village he loved so dearly, his eyes betrayed no emotion. Regardless of his personal feelings toward Kakashi Hatake as the 5th Hokage, he could not deny the man's competence. The current Hokage had unified the Land of Fire, and lately, Tobarama hadn't just been burying himself in research. He had kept an eye on Kakashi's recent movements. The birth of naval and aerial forces allowed Tobarama to keenly perceive the young Hokage's ambitions. One day, the vast skies and the bottomless depths of the ocean would also become the territory of Konohagakure. Then there was the matter of the Stone of Jello, which he had heard about from Jiraiya. Everything Kakashi did served to push the windmill of Konoha, which had begun to rust. And now, the wind had arrived. A flake of debris drifted away from Tobarama's cheek, crumbling into dust. Footsteps sounded behind him. "What's this?" Tobarama asked with a low chuckle, not turning around. "Shouldn't you be spending time with your pregnant wife?" "It looks like your time is up," Kakashi said, having appeared silently at the scene. "Kakashi, I don't like you." Tobarama still didn't look back. Instead, he kept his gaze fixed on the village he had loved for a lifetime, the place he had died to protect. "But there is no denying that you are a qualified Hokage." The second Hokage's voice continued, tinged with a mix of melancholy, nostalgia, and eventually, a sense of relief. "I really would have liked to see the future of a peaceful shinobi world." "You still have plenty of bones left," Kakashi replied nonchalantly. "It's not that much trouble to use reanimation again. You naturally evil Hatake brat." With those final words, Tobarama was gone. He departed in a flurry of dust, cursing Kakashi until the very end. Kakashi wasn't entirely sure if Tobarama actually wanted to be reanimated again. But he didn't dwell on it. He knew that if the village truly needed him, that selfless Hokage would set aside any personal grievances and help in a heartbeat. With Tobarama gone, Kakashi needed to find Guy. He had full confidence that Guy could meet the prerequisites for the Sage Seal. With Guy's legendary willpower, he could master even the most difficult chakra control techniques through sheer, stubborn persistence. In fact, the very idea for the Sage Seal had been conceived with Might Guy in mind. From the beginning, Kakashi had never forgotten the men to whom he could entrust everything, his life, his goals, and his world. Chakra control training. Kakashi found Might Guy in the middle of a workout. Guy was currently attempting to break his personal record for push-ups, 35,000. Note, for context, the real-world record set by Paul Lynch in 1985 was 25,753. Dripping with sweat, Guy responded to Kakashi without breaking his rhythm. "That's right," Kakashi said, sitting down beside him. "The Sage Seal requires extreme precision. If you can master your internal strength to that degree, the seal will make you exponentially more powerful." "You!" As expected of my eternal rival. Guy cried out, tears and sweat mingling and dripping from his nose. He didn't stop his push-ups for a second. "Don't worry, Kakashi. I will definitely complete it. I won't let you down. If it's you, Guy, I doubt there's anything in this world that can stop you." Kakashi felt a surge of emotion. It wasn't hyperbole, he knew that if Guy set his mind to it, even the most grueling chakra exercises would eventually yield to him. "Wait. I have one question," Guy shouted. "What is it? To what extent do I need to control it for it to count as mastery?" Kakashi fell into thought. "Wait here for a moment." He left quickly and returned just as fast. By then, Guy had finished his set and was lying on the grass, gasping for air. "Kakashi." Guy struggled to sit up. He looked at the items in Kakashi's hand with confusion, a needle, a piece of cloth, and a spool of thread. "These are your training tools," Kakashi said, handing them over. "You must use your chakra to manipulate the needle and thread to embroider various patterns onto this cloth." Guy blinked. "Once you can do it in your normal state, you'll increase the difficulty. You'll need to do it while the 8 inner gates are open, starting from the first gate and moving up." The 8 inner gates worked by forcing the body's limiters open to release a violent, explosive amount of chakra. If Guy could perfectly control that eruptive power with the delicacy required for embroidery, his strength would grow exponentially even without the Sage Seal. "Of course, it will be incredibly difficult," Kakashi began, but he stopped mid-sentence. The look in Guy's eyes told him everything he needed to know. "Kakashi." Guy reached out and took the tiny embroidery needle. His rough, calloused palm looked completely out of place holding the slender, shimmering silver needle. "You believe in me, so I will not fail you. I will do it." His voice was unusually calm. Since the battle with the Sky Ninja, Guy had felt a mounting sense of urgency. Unless he opened the 6th gate or higher, he couldn't stand as an equal member of the two-man team Kakashi had spoken of. Even at the 6th gate, he was only just qualified to fight by his side. Only the 7th gate, the Gate of Wonder, held the power to truly face any enemy alongside Kakashi. But the 7th gate only lasted 10 minutes. He didn't want to be a burden. He refused to be. Therefore, he would complete any training, no matter how absurd, if it brought him power. He wanted to fight beside Kakashi as a man to whom everything could be entrusted. "Let's make a promise," Guy said, holding the needle in his fist and extending it toward Kakashi. 3 years. I'll master this training. It's a man's promise. Might Guy's emotional fluctuations +1, chakra +1%. All right, Kakashi smiled, bumping his fist against Guy's. I'll be waiting. Witnessing the sheer determination in Guy's eyes, Kakashi's heart stirred. No one else was there to witness this vow, but it didn't matter. Guy was not a man who broke his word. "You don't need to wait for me, Kakashi. If you stopped moving forward because of me, I could never face you." Guy stood up with effort, clutching the needle as he looked toward the blue horizon. For a moment, he seemed to see the image of his father, the man who had shaped his life. For his friends, for Kakashi, he could do anything. As Kakashi walked away, his mind turned inward. Using chakra to embroider was something he could do, as could Tsunade or Jiraiya. The true challenge was doing it under the strain of the 8 inner gates. If Guy succeeded, he would truly be second to none. Perhaps even Kakashi himself would be surpassed. To ensure he wasn't left behind by his best friend, Kakashi decided he needed to find his own way to reach the next level. He had already merged in release with his lightning to create purple electricity, Shurden. Theoretically, he could do the same with wind, fire, water, and earth. Purple electricity was no longer a standard ninjutsu, it was closer to a Kekkei Genkai, like the ice release of the Yuki clan or the lava release of other nations. If Yin plus lightning made purple electricity, what would Yang plus lightning create? Red lightning. And what would happen if he fused the two? He was walking a path no one had ever traveled before. He was an explorer in the dark. But as he looked back one last time toward Guy, Kakashi grinned. Just as he believed in Guy, he knew that if Guy knew the path Kakashi was taking, he would believe in him just as fiercely. Kakashi turned back to the road ahead, his resolve absolute. Chapter 170, The Assessment. Since you're pregnant, you should just stay put and stop moving around so much. Early in the morning, just after waking up, Kakashi spotted Hikari and Kurenai busy at work in the kitchen. None of your business. Hikari shot a glare back at Kakashi. She glanced at Kurenai's protruding lower abdomen, then down at her own still flat stomach, a flash of dissatisfaction crossing her face. Actually, I was thinking of making some breakfast for you, Kakashi, and Hikari wanted to join in, Kurenai said, turning to look at Kakashi with a gentle smile. I'll hire 2 nannies later, there's no need for you to do these things yourselves. Just focus on a peaceful pregnancy. While he spoke, Kakashi had already finished dressing. Aren't you going to finish breakfast before you head out? Kurenai asked, looking a bit surprised to see Kakashi already draped in his Hokage robes. Sorry, Kurenai. I've arranged a final trial for the Ninja Academy this afternoon, and I need to supervise it personally. If I leave now, the timing will be just right. Kakashi gave Kurenai an apologetic look, then pushed open the door and departed. Honestly, what a guy, and here you were, getting up so early just to cook for him, Hikari remarked, hands on her hips as she looked toward the door with annoyance. It's fine, don't worry about it. Kakashi's work is more important, Kurenai replied with a relaxed smile. Today was the last day for Naruto's year at the academy. To mark the occasion, Kakashi had intentionally thrown a curveball. In addition to the standard written exam and physical fitness test, Kakashi had added a cross-country trek. Because of this, Naruto hadn't been dragged out of bed by his ears by Hikari early this morning. In a temporary camp established not far outside Kanagakuer, hundreds of Leaf children were being urged out of bed by their respective teachers. Among them, naturally, were the Rookie 9, including Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. Inside the main tent, a dozen screens and several staff members responsible for the trek were busy at work. How is everything looking? Kakashi asked as he strode into the tent, glancing at the dozens of surveillance feeds displayed on the screens. Lord Hokage. All 78 surveillance points have been set up. The 800 ninja responsible for student safety have reached their positions. Vice Head Kato from the medical department has arrival with the medical corps and is standing by. Furthermore, all obstacles have been double-checked. Captain Uchiha of the police force has also brought his men to prepare for any unexpected incidents. Listening to the report, Kakashi nodded as he watched the little radishes huddling together in the crowd on the monitors. This outdoor trek wasn't just a whim on Kakashi's part. It was something he had arranged after considering Tsunade's previous assessment of Sakura Haruno. She's too cowardly. Even with exceptional talent, if she maintained that kind of personality, she would be destined for death the moment she stepped onto a real battlefield. Thus, Kakashi arranged this activity to toughen her up, and to allow the rest of the students to temper their character as well. If the results were good, the Ninja Academy could continue to hold these outdoor treks in the future. Flowers raised in a greenhouse are destined to wither when they face the wind and rain. Rather than letting them face sudden devastation in the future, Kakashi didn't mind cranking up the difficulty for these brats himself. In that case, let's begin, Kakashi commanded, taking a seat in front of the monitors. Yes, Lord Hokage, the staff member replied, immediately exiting the tent to relay the order. Sakura. Don't be scared. I'll definitely protect you, believe it. Naruto chirped, leaning in close to Sakura with a look of absolute confidence. Okay. The 7-year-old Sakura tightened her fists, nodding somewhat hesitantly. This was her first time facing a situation like this. Seeing Naruto beside her, her fluttering heart actually settled down quite a bit. You should worry about yourself first, loser. An untimely voice drifted over, making Naruto turn around in annoyance. He saw a boy his age with a small dog perched on his head looking at him mockingly. Kiba, you jerk. Naruto glared at the guy who was raining on his parade. Woof. Akamaru barked from atop Kiba Inuzuka's head. Teaming up is not allowed for this activity. If anyone is caught reaching the finish line as a team, their score will be voided, and there's a high chance they'll be held back a year. At that moment, a boy with pineapple-style hair walked over. Shikamaru, how did you know that? Naruto asked in surprise. It wasn't just Naruto, Kiba and Sakura looked equally shocked. Huh? It was posted on the school bulletin board. Didn't you guys read it? Nara Shikamaru retorted. Oh, no. I'm doomed. Kakashi Niken is being way too mean. Naruto wailed, clutching his head. The principal of the Ninja Academy was the current Hokage, and Kakashi was the 4th person to hold the title. Even someone as brainless as Naruto knew that this was all Kakashi's doing. Even so, there's no way I'm losing to anyone. Kiba pumped his fists, psyching himself up. Sakura, don't worry. Even if that's the case, I'll still protect you. At worst, I'll just eat my breakfast properly from now on. Kakashi Niken definitely won't let us fail. Naruto recovered quickly, puffing out his chest and promising Sakura again. I'd advise you not to count on that. Otherwise, you'll just drag Sakura down with you, Shikamaru deadpanned from the side. Lord Hokage isn't the type to show favoritism just because it's you, Naruto. Others might not know, but having inherited his father's brilliance since childhood, even at 7 years old, Shikamaru had vaguely sensed the new Hokage's decisive and vigorous style through the recent changes in the village. This was especially evident given that his father had essentially been sidelined. Furthermore, the story of Kakashi leading 800 men to charge the Cloud Ninja's lines wasn't exactly a secret. Among the retired ninja who had survived but left due to injuries, there were several who loved to use that event as bragging rights. Phrases like, "Back then, I followed Lord Hokage, we killed anyone in our way, gods or men," were common. Nara Shikamaru could piece together the character of the fifth Hokage just by analyzing these threads. How could a man like that let personal feelings interfere with official business? Ah, how could Kakashi Niken be so heartless? The previously confident Naruto began wailing again. "It's okay, Naruto. I can do it on my own," Sakura said. Seeing Naruto wailing on her behalf, she felt a bit touched and instinctively tried to comfort him. She was Lady Tsunade's apprentice, after all. How could she rely on others for something like this? It must be said that sometimes, one's status can provide a significant boost in confidence. Tsunade's status in Konoha allowed her to walk with her head high anywhere, and even Kakashi had to consider Tsunade's reaction before acting. Under the halo of being Tsunade's disciple, Sakura, who had been an ordinary civilian student not long ago, secretly cheered herself on. Just then, Irika, who was in charge of the little radishes, blew the whistle around his neck, signaling everyone to be silent. Back in the monitoring room, Kakashi watched Naruto and Sakura on the screen, looking thoughtful. By reading their lips, he could easily tell what they were saying. Sakura's shift in mindset was a pleasant surprise to him. Should I say, as expected of the female lead. This trek was a mere walk in the park for a proper ninja, but for academy students, especially first years, it was quite a challenge. If they maintained the attitude that they were just out for a stroll, they might as well pack their bags and leave. The trek began, and countless little radishes charged out like the wind. The total distance was 10 kilometers, making it a 20-kilometer round trip. For people of the shinobi world, this wasn't particularly long. Don't be fooled by the fact that these students were only 7. If placed in Kakashi's previous world, they could probably take down an adult in a few moves. Wading through water, climbing, mud pits, dense forests. Everything was carried out under surveillance and before the eyes of the safety ninja. But no matter what, these students were still children. When the first student began to drop out due to exhaustion, the standby ninja and medical personnel immediately escorted them off the field. With the first came the second, and then the third. Instead of discouraging the remaining students, the sight of their peers dropping out seemed to give them a shot of adrenaline. They gritted their teeth and pushed toward the finish line. To Kakashi's relief, none of the rookie 9 from this year had dropped out, they were all still hanging in there. Even Hinata was persevering. Character and willpower. To a ninja, these often didn't seem important, there were no jutsu in the shinobi world that required character. As long as one was strong enough and had the techniques to defeat the enemy, that was sufficient. But in Kakashi's eyes, that wasn't the case. Character and will represented in release. The most representative figure of this was that guy, Obito Uchiha. As much as he hated to admit it, it was the truth. At the moment he became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, if he hadn't possessed enough will and his love for Rin Noara, Obito would have died instantly from the Ten Tails running rampant inside him. Watching the pink-haired girl finally stumble across the finish line on the screen, Kakashi nodded slightly. This assessment wasn't scored solely on whether one reached the finish line, but on the student's performance during the trial. If someone was forced to withdraw due to an accident or total physical exhaustion, they could still receive an excellent rating. However, if they had strength left but stopped or gave up halfway, they would be held back a year immediately. Kakashi never expected a single assessment to give Sakura the kind of resolve she had in the original series, where, after experiencing so much, she could brainlessly charge even at 6 paths Madara. Though she did end up getting skewered by a black rod made of Truth-Seeker orbs in the end. Arrange the follow-up work, Kakashi ordered the standby staff. Ensure that every student is in a stable condition. Yes, Lord Hokage. The staff member nodded and left immediately. Watching the group of students on the screen lying on the ground cheering, looking like exhausted dogs, Kakashi smiled. It wouldn't be long before his own child was born. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, 10. Watching from a distance as the youngsters, those little radishes, cheered and skipped while returning safely to Konoha, Kakashi confirmed that not a single one was missing. Satisfied, he asked no further questions and handed the remaining matters over to Itachi's full authority before heading back to the Hokage's office. An individual was already there, waiting for him. Lord Hokage. The man, whose long brown hair was tied back in a ponytail and who wore a short blade at his waist, bowed deeply to Kakashi. Do you know why I summoned you here? Kakashi spoke calmly as he looked at the men before him, Hayama Shiragumo, who was a year or two younger than himself. I do not, but I am at your command, Lord Hokage, Hayama replied, lifting his head to meet Kakashi's gaze. How has your practice with the White Fang's blade techniques been progressing lately? Kakashi gestured toward the nearby sofa, signaling for him to sit. It is truly a formidable style, as expected of a technique created by Lord Tsukumo, Hayama said modestly. I am dull-witted, however, and have only managed to grasp a fraction of its essence. There's no need to be so self-deprecating. I know better than anyone what the White Fang's techniques entail, Kakashi said. With your talent, I doubt they will remain a mystery to you for long. While Kakashi didn't have as deep an understanding of Hayama as he did of Uchiha Itachi, the man was, after all, a member of his Hokage guard platoon. In terms of judging character, Kakashi considered himself quite proficient. In the original timeline, Hayama Shiragumo simply lacked the opportunity to become a top-tier powerhouse. Kakashi had decided to give him that opportunity. The White Fang's blade techniques were the first step. Now, Kakashi intended to give him the second. Recently, Jiraiya, the third lord, and I, along with others, have been researching a formula. Once applied, it can double a person's strength, Kakashi said, looking intently at Hayama. Hayama's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Kakashi in disbelief. Strength, doubled. His pulse quickened. Kakashi's purpose in calling him here and sharing this information was self-evident. However, due to specific circumstances, the formula isn't suitable for Jiraiya, and the third is too old. It places extremely high demands on the user. Willpower, chakra, and physical endurance, none can be lacking. Furthermore, there hasn't been a first user yet. So, any new jutsu carried risks. Although Kakashi and the others had finalized the Sage Mark, Jiraiya had failed his initial attempt to adapt to it. Even Kakashi couldn't say for certain what hidden dangers might remain. They needed someone to test it. Even though they had reduced the risks of the Sage Mark to the absolute minimum, the danger was still present. I am willing, Hayama said decisively. The prospect of doubling one's strength was an irresistible temptation for any ninja. This was especially true for Hayama, as a member of the Hokage's guard, and having been selflessly gifted the White Fang's techniques, he was ready to face any risk for Kakashi. Moreover, Hayama trusted that Kakashi would never intentionally harm him. It's not too late to change your mind, Kakashi said seriously. I have no regrets, Lord Hokage. Without you, I would likely still be nothing more than an ordinary, newly promoted jonin. Since you trust me so deeply, I will repay that trust even if it costs me my life. Looking at Hayama, even Kakashi felt a flicker of emotion. Truth be told, his focus on Hayama Shiragumo had never matched his focus on Uchiha Itachi, or even Sakura Haruno. Yet here was a man willing to risk his life for him. When he first selected his guard platoon, Kakashi hadn't even intended to establish one. If it hadn't been for the need to bring Uchiha Itachi closer, he wouldn't have bothered with such a thing. If an enemy was too much for the Hokage to handle, what could a guard platoon do? To put it coldly, Hayama had originally been chosen just to fill the numbers. Having a guard platoon consisting only of Uchiha Itachi would have looked politically suspicious. But now, Kakashi found himself truly valuing the men. Fine. No matter what happens, as long as I am alive, there will always be a place for you by my side, Kakashi said solemnly. Hayama's eyes shimmered. He lowered his head deeply toward Kakashi. Behind the Hokage rock. Hayama sat cross-legged by the lake, his upper body bare. Once Kakashi confirmed that Hayama's physical strength met the minimum requirements for the Sage Mark, he no longer hesitated. He reached out and pressed his finger against the top of Hayama's spine. As his chakra surged, following a path designed by 7 master-level shinobi, including himself, a mysterious black solar sigil appeared at the base of Hayama's neck. The moment the Sage Mark was implanted, Hayama felt his daily chakra instinctively rush toward the seal. Simultaneously, an external, unknown force began pouring into the same point on his spine. Its name is the Sage Mark, Sennin Kakwin. It was developed and improved based on the S-rank sealing technique, the strength of 100 seal, Ein seal, Kakashi explained. This is the secret behind Lady Tsunade's eternal youth. This means that anyone branded with the Sage Mark will retain their youthful appearance, even in death. Of course, that is the most insignificant of its functions. Kakashi watched Hayama closely as he explained, monitoring for any signs of an adverse reaction. Should anything go wrong, Kakashi, who possessed Sage Mode, could intervene immediately to neutralize the danger. The most vital power of the Sage Mark, its core, is that it allows you to enter Sage Mode. Sage mode provides a massive boost to your strength. Speed, power, and physical defense will all surpass those of an ordinary ninja. It is nearly impossible for a normal shinobi to obtain this power. Learning Sage mode usually requires one to sense natural energy on their own, which is not only difficult but extremely hazardous. Listening to Kakashi's explanation, Hayama focused his mind, carefully sensing the sage mark on his body. Time passed steadily. No abnormalities appeared in the mark. Kakashi remained unmoved. Implanting the sage mark required time for natural energy to fill the solar core seal at the center, while the user's own chakra had to fill the solar ring seal on the outer perimeter. Only when both seals were fully charged could Sage mode be activated. The time required varied by individual. Jiraiya had taken an hour. Kakashi estimated that Hayama would take roughly 6. As the sun began to set, Kakashi stayed by Hayama's side. 4 hours had passed since the implantation. Lord Hokage. I feel it is complete. Kakashi's eyes narrowed at Hayama's words. The time taken to accumulate the necessary energy was shorter than he had anticipated. Try the power. Open the barrier between the solar core and the solar ring. At Kakashi's command, Hayama stood up slowly, his expression solemn. Success or failure rested on this single move. As the barrier between the seals vanished, the blue light of the shinobi's chakra from the ring seal merged with the white fluorescence of the natural energy from the core seal. Together, they transformed into a pale blue glow. Simultaneously, starting from the sage mark, a dozen black lines spread across Hayama's body. They crawled over his torso, arms, chest, neck, and jaw, finally forming the Arabic numeral 1 over his heart. The number 1 was originally intended for Jiraiya, but since he had failed, his mark had been revoked. Feeling the surge of power within him, Hayama's spirit trembled. He felt as though he were omnipotent. Do not let the power cloud your mind. You must master the power, not let the power master you, Kakashi warned from the sidelines. This was exactly why the sage mark required a specific temperament. A sudden explosion in strength could easily lead to a lapse in judgment. An ant that gains the strength of 10 ants is still an ant. But that sudden surge might make the ant believe it can take on a human one-on-one. If a human, the creature with the strongest desires in nature, gained such power, the potential for disaster would be far greater than that of any ant. Yes. Hayama snapped out of the euphoria of his sudden strength and quickly stabilized his mind. Test your strength, Kakashi said, pointing toward the lake. Without a word, Hayama drew the short blade stuck in the ground. Wind-style chakra wrapped around the blade, and the enhancement from the sage mark manifested in full force. A frigid wind sliced through the water. Even standing to the side, one could feel the razor-sharp intensity of the blade's gale. The surface of the lake was split in two. Kakashi watched, his eyes narrowing. Excellent compatibility. Although Hayama had used both wind-style and the white fang's techniques, that single strike proved his total synchronization with the sage mark. It seems we have a success. Even after that full power strike that cleaved the lake, Hayama's condition remained normal, and his senjutsu chakra continued to circulate stably. This meant the research into the sage mark could officially be declared a success. If the senjutsu chakra were going to go berserk, Hayama would have collapsed by now. How do you feel? Kakashi asked. I have never felt better, Hayama said seriously, looking at the water in shock at his own power. In that case, stay close to me for the next few days. I need to observe you further to ensure no delayed complications arise, Kakashi instructed. Hayama naturally agreed. Looking at Hayama, Kakashi's mind began to wander. If he included Might Guy, who was currently training his chakra control, there were only 2 users of the sage mark so far. This fell far short of the number Kakashi had envisioned. He needed at least 10 people to make the time and effort spent by himself, Tobarama Senju, and Hiruzen Sarutobi over the last 6 months worthwhile. Chapter 172, Mirai Hatake. After observing Hayama Shirakumo for a month and confirming that he had no rejection reaction to the sage seal, Kakashi finally breathed a sigh of relief. As of now, Hayama Shirakumo was the only person who had been officially branded with the sage seal. The numbers were admittedly a bit low. However, he could also consider placing a sage seal on Itachi Uchiha. Although Itachi's way of thinking could be somewhat extreme, his tactical mind was exceptionally sharp. Moreover, with Kakashi around, any of the boy's more radical ideas could be immediately corrected. Thinking of this, Kakashi sighed softly to himself. Even if he counted Itachi Uchiha and Might Guy, who was currently practicing chakra control techniques, that only made 3 people. This was still quite a far cry from his expected goal. But Kakashi wasn't in a hurry. Time was still on his side, Naruto was only 7 years old, and there was still plenty of time for everything to fall into place. With those thoughts in mind, Kakashi stood up, preparing to leave. Currently, Kurenai was 5 months pregnant, and Hikari was 3 months along. Although they had a maid to look after them, Kakashi still needed to set aside time every day to accompany both of them. As the days passed, Kurenai and Hikari's bellies grew larger, and the due date drew closer. Kakashi put his official duties on hold, spending every day by his two wives' sides. I want to eat that. On the streets of Konoha, a heavily pregnant Hikari clung to Kakashi's arm, pointing at a cold drink shop along the road. No. Shizen said you can't have cold things right now. Without hesitation, Kakashi firmly rejected Hikari's craving. Why is it that I can't eat anything? Hikari felt like she was going crazy. Since becoming pregnant, all her favorite snacks and treats had been packed up by Kakashi and sent over to Naruto's house. That little brat Naruto had been so happy he nearly jumped through the roof. Leaving her behind, grinding her teeth in frustration. But for the sake of the little one in her belly, she endured. Since you can't eat anything anyway, let's go home. Watching all this is just making you crave it more. Kakashi smiled and gently brushed back a few stray hairs from Hikari's forehead that had been ruffled by the wind. I guess so. Hikari hung her head in defeat. Seeing that his wife had agreed to go home, Kakashi carefully took Hikari's hand, intending to head back the way they came. At that moment, a figure rushed toward Kakashi from a street corner. The newcomer had dark green short hair, wore a black and white maid outfit, and had a cute, delicate face. This was the maid Kakashi had hired to look after Hikari and Kurenai, Natsu Hyuga. Although it was somewhat surprising that this maid, who was supposed to be looking after Hanabi Hyuga, had applied for the position, Kakashi had hired her after a thorough investigation. In addition to Natsu Hyuga, Kakashi had also hired a professional nanny. Together, they were responsible for the daily lives of Hikari and Kurenai. Natsu, what's wrong? Looking at the hurried Natsu Hyuga, Kakashi felt a sense of confusion. Lord Kakashi. Lady Kurenai, her water broke. She's at the hospital now. You need to get there quickly. Natsu Hyuga spoke while struggling to catch her breath. Kakashi was startled. He immediately looked at Hikari by his side, trying to suppress his inner instability to speak, but Hikari took the initiative to release his arm. Go ahead, she said. I'll just go home with Natsu. Kakashi didn't say much, he simply nodded and looked at Natsu. Then I'll leave Hikari in your hands, Natsu. Please rest assured, Lord Kakashi, Natsu replied with a quick nod. Kakashi didn't waste another word, disappearing instantly with a body flicker. When Kakashi arrived at the hospital, a nurse specially arranged by Shizen was already waiting at the entrance. Lord Hokage, please follow me. Lady Kurenai is on the 3rd floor. Kakashi didn't speak, simply signaling for her to lead the way. Reaching the deepest part of the 3rd floor, the area was currently deserted. Aside from the ANBU members guarding from the shadows, not a soul was there. Both Kakashi and Kurenai were orphans, so even with Kurenai giving birth, there were no relatives to notify. Lady Kurenai is inside. Lady Tsunade and Lady Shizun are both assisting with the delivery. Please do not worry, Lord Hokage. After giving the update, the nurse hurried away. Looking at the operating room with its lights on and hearing the faint sounds of pain coming from within, Kakashi sat alone on the cold bench in the hallway. Kakashi didn't know exactly what he was thinking. For the first time, he felt as though time was dragging on agonizingly slow. About 2 hours later, the doors to the operating room were pushed open. Kakashi instinctively stood up to face whoever came out. Tsunade emerged in surgical scrubs, holding a swaddled bundle in her arms. She looked at Kakashi in the empty hallway and spoke. Everything went smoothly. It's a girl. A girl. It doesn't matter. Boy or girl, it's all the same to me. Kakashi truly didn't mind either way. As Kakashi approached, Tsunade intended to show him his newborn daughter, but to her surprise, Kakashi bypassed her entirely and walked straight into the operating room. Looking at the men, Tsunade smiled knowingly, gently cradling the infant as she followed him in. Entering the operating room, Kakashi first saw Shizen finishing up the post-delivery procedures. Then, his eyes locked onto Kurenai, who was lying on the bed, her hair damp with sweat. Are you okay? Kakashi carefully took Kurenai's sweaty hand, leaning down to ask softly. I'm fine, where's the baby? Kurenai tried to sit up with some difficulty, but she was immediately stopped by Tsunade, who had followed them in. Tsunade then gently placed the baby beside Kurenai. The baby. Looking at the tiny new life she had just brought into the world, Kurenai reached out and touched the child's cheek as if she were a piece of fragile porcelain. Kakashi also looked at his daughter. She had fine, white hair. Other than that, it was hard to tell if her features resembled Kakashi or Kurenai yet. Furthermore, newborns were always a bit red and wrinkled. Kakashi, give this child a name. Looking at her daughter with pure affection, Kurenai turned her gaze with effort back to Kakashi. Let's call her Mirai. Mirai Hatake. Kakashi spoke warmly, carefully brushing a stray lock of hair from his wife's forehead. Mirai. That's a beautiful name. Kurenai smiled, her eyes returning to her daughter. Kurenai just gave birth and needs to rest. You can head out now. Kakashi wanted to take another look at his wrinkled daughter, but he was ushered out by Tsunade. Though he felt a bit reluctant, Kakashi didn't protest. After all, Tsunade was the world's best medical ninja. After leaving the hospital, Kakashi returned home to find Hikari already waiting for him. You're back. How is Kurenai? Boy or girl? The moment he entered the room, Hikari, who was sitting on the living room sofa, immediately dropped her manga and fired off a barrage of questions. Everything went well. Both mother and daughter are safe. Where's Naruto? Kakashi sat down next to Hikari and took her hand. Naruto said his classmates were having a gathering tonight, he probably won't be back until late. Hearing Kakashi's words, Hikari chuckled and popped a grape from the fruit bowl into her mouth. So it's a girl. Then the one in her belly must be a boy. Lord Kakashi, please wait a moment, dinner will be ready soon. Natsu's voice drifted in from the kitchen. Kakashi acknowledged her. Looking around the house, he thought about using the time while Hikari hadn't given birth and Kurenai was still in the hospital to expand the home. In the past, there was no need for such a thing. But Mirai was born, and soon his and Hikari's child would be born too. They would need a nursery, and with Naruto's room and the need to care for 2 infants, they would also need a room for Natsu the maid. As it stood, the house was becoming a bit too small. Kakashi shared his thoughts with Hikari. I'll leave it all up to you, she said. If it comes down to it, I can just stay over at Tsunade's place for a while during the construction. Hikari didn't mind at all, simply popping another grape into her mouth. Kakashi nodded and said nothing more, only instructing Natsu to prepare a nutritious meal for Kurenai, which he would bring to the hospital later to check on her. The next day. Kakashi had always been a man of great efficiency. Having decided on the home renovations yesterday, he immediately called for the captain of the Konoha ANBU. Tenzo. While it is indeed convenient in a certain sense, Senior Kakashi, taking this for granted is a bit much, don't you think? Tenzo looked at the Hatake residence with a helpless, wry smile. He was the captain of the ANBU, yet here he was, called away from his duties by the Hokage himself to do a private job. And a private job with no pay, at that. Well, I'm counting on you. I'll treat you to a drink later. Kakashi looked at the men beside him, pressing his hands together in a sincere, apologetic gesture. Forget the drink. I guess I can't say no since it's you, Senior. Tenzo was merely teasing Kakashi. He followed Kakashi to the backyard of the Hatake house. Looking at the brick and stone walls, Kakashi used an earth-style jutsu to forcibly stretch the ground. The backyard pond and the sunflowers Hikari had planted all moved toward the empty lot behind them as the ground shifted. Tenzo then began forming hand signs. Wood-style, 4-pillar house technique. As Tenzo initiated the wood-style jutsu, countless wooden planks surged from the ground, rapidly assembling themselves. In just a few moments, a job that would have taken ordinary workers several days was completed by Tenzo in an instant. Looking at the wooden courtyard, which was slightly mismatched with the original architecture, Kakashi was very satisfied. The remaining work only required a professional crew to handle the interior decor, they could move in within 3 days at most. As expected of you, Tenzo. This wood style of yours really is convenient. I've suddenly realized that making you the ANBU captain is a waste of talent. You really ought to be the captain of the construction brigade instead. Kakashi patted Tenzo on the shoulder, joking with a satisfied grin. Please stop joking, Senior Kakashi, Tenzo replied, shrugging helplessly. It's just a joke, don't take it seriously. How could it be just a joke? Nowadays, the wealth of the entire land of fire was pouring into Konoha. Along with the funds, more and more people were relocating to the village. Even with the strict screening by the ninja, the village was starting to become overcrowded. The expansion of Konoha was inevitable. With someone as useful as Tenzo around, how could Kakashi possibly bear to leave him idle? Chapter 173, Minato Namikaze. A gentle breeze and fine rain fell as the willow branches swayed in the wind. Kakashi sat alone in the backyard, flipping through a book that detailed the secrets of yang release. This was the path Kakashi had chosen for himself. Just as the combination of Yin release and lightning release had birthed his purple electricity, Kakashi intended to merge yang release with lightning to create an entirely new form of jutsu. To this end, he had made a special trip back to the Senju clan's archives to pore over their records on yang release. Compared to the ethereal and elusive nature of Yin release, yang release was far more direct. It was physical power. More accurately, it was vitality. The stronger one's life force, the more potent their yang release. This was clearly evidenced by 4 specific individuals, Hashirama Senju, Nagato, Karen, and Naruto. Each of them possessed yang release that ranked among the strongest in the shinobi world. Setting aside Hashirama Senju, whose sheer prowess was solidified by his ability to heal without weaving signs, the others were equally remarkable. Despite being paraplegic, Nagato had single-handedly invaded Konoha, released a Shinra Tensei powerful enough to level the village, and engaged the rampaging Ninetales after subduing Sage Mode Naruto. Even after his Chibaku Tensei was broken by an eight-tailed Naruto, he still had the strength to resurrect everyone in the village. His Yang release was undeniably massive. Karen possessed the Uzumaki clan's unique heal bite ability. As long as she hadn't lost a limb or suffered ruptured organs, a single bite from a wounded person could heal almost any injury. As for Naruto. Naruto, come here for a second. Thinking of this, Kakashi called out to Naruto, who was busy counting ants in the corner of the yard. Kakashi Niken, what is it? Because their home was currently undergoing renovations, Naruto was staying at the Senju compound along with Hikari. He came running over to Kakashi at a trot. Gather your chakra, then give me your hand, Kakashi said. Though Naruto didn't understand what Kakashi was up to, he obeyed without question. Kakashi took Naruto's palm in his own, sensing the boy's chakra, or more specifically, the Yang release hidden deep within him. He truly was the child of destiny. Even at only 7 years old, Naruto possessed staggering chakra reserves and a boundless, roiling life force. As Kakashi delved deeper into the boy's chakra signature, he felt another presence. It was a chakra Kakashi knew all too well, violent, irritable, and unfathomably dense. It was the power of the Ninetales. Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, Naruto felt the world flash before him. 1 second he was standing in the garden, the next, he was in a strange, dark, and damp sewer. Kakashi Niken. Naruto looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, panic rising in his chest. He instinctively called out Kakashi's name, the one name that always brought him a sense of security. I'm here. A large hand came down to ruffle Naruto's hair. Kakashi Niken, where are we? Naruto's fear subsided slightly at the sight of him, and he gripped Kakashi's hand tightly. Naruto, do you know why so many people in the village dislike you? Since they had already entered the sealed space within Naruto's subconscious, Kakashi saw no reason to keep hiding the truth. He was now the 5th Hokage, he finally had the power to protect Naruto. All of Konoha belonged to him now. It was time for Naruto to know everything. Why? Naruto looked up at Kakashi, his curiosity piqued. This story begins with your parents. Kakashi led Naruto by the hand, walking deeper into the darkness. He could feel it, a chakra ahead so massive it rivaled his own. Parents. Naruto muttered, sounding a bit resentful. Kakashi Niken and Hikari Nichin are my dad and mom. Kakashi had once promised him that he would reveal the identity of his parents once he graduated from the academy, but Naruto had reached a point where he wasn't sure he wanted to know. What did it matter now? They had left him all alone, hadn't they? Kakashi chuckled softly at the boy's sulky tone but didn't press the issue. Instead, he began to speak as they walked. Decades ago, when Konoha was first founded, the village had a steadfast ally known as the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki. Naruto's ears perked up. That was his name. The Uzumaki were world-renowned for their massive chakra reserves and their unparalleled sealing jutsu. Unfortunately, this also made them a target for the ambitious. Kakashi slowly unfolded the history, the existence and eventual destruction of the Uzumaki clan, the arrival of Kushina Uzumaki, how she met Minato Namikaze, their romance, and finally, the night of the Ninetales attack. Throughout the telling, Naruto remained silent. Before they died, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki split the Ninetales in two, sealing half of its power inside their newborn son. As the final words left Kakashi's lips, Naruto looked up. So. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, they're my mom and dad. Naruto wasn't slow. On the contrary, he could be incredibly sharp when it mattered. From the moment Kakashi mentioned the romance between Minato and Kushina, he had suspected where the story was heading. You shouldn't address your parents so formally, Kakashi said with a smile, flicking Naruto's forehead. Besides, they were my teacher and his wife. Naruto stared at Kakashi in shock. He had no idea there was such a deep connection between them. So, is that why you've been taking care of me all this time? Because of them. There was a hint of sadness in Naruto's voice. At first. Yes, Kakashi admitted honestly. Naruto's face visibly darkened. But if that were the only reason, I wouldn't have asked you to live with me. Seeing the boy's dejection, Kakashi knelt down so he was eye level with the young blonde, staring into blue eyes that were the mirror image of his father's. Then, that means. Kakashi Niken actually likes me. Naruto's eyes lit up with a mix of hope and anxiety. Of course. Who would let someone they didn't like live in their house? Kakashi asked rhetorically. Hee, I knew it. So what happened next? What happened after that? Naruto grinned, flashing his signature bright smile. What happened next? Well, rather than talking about it. Kakashi stood up slowly, facing the massive iron cage before them. We should meet the one responsible for all of this. Kakashi had spoken the rest of the story in front of the Nine Tails, which meant. Kakashi glanced at the sealing formula on the cage doors. It meant he had also spoken in front of Minato Namake's. Just like Hashirama Senju dwelling within Tsunade's necklace, the lingering chakra left behind by Minato Namake's could see everything through Naruto's eyes. The one responsible. He's nothing but a brat who knows nothing. In the pitch blackness of the cage, a pair of eyes snapped open, glowing like twin lanterns in the dark. But to call them lanterns was an understatement. Wicked humans, always hiding your greed behind self-righteous, noble excuses, a voice boomed, chilling to the bone. You've been hovering over this brat just because you crave my power, haven't you? How pathetic. As the terrifying words echoed, crimson chakra, thick and viscous like liquid, began to pour through the gaps in the cage, surging toward Kakashi and Naruto. Naruto, who had been about to ask what was inside the cage, instinctively hid behind Kakashi. The red chakra lunged forward to swallow them whole, but a wall of chakra, as solid as stone, blocked the encroaching malice. This was Kakashi's chakra, pure white and shimmering, forming a barrier that the Nine Tails' influence couldn't penetrate. Nine Tails, Kakashi said calmly. The moment the words left his mouth, a massive claw thrust through the bars, aiming straight for Kakashi. It stopped inches from his face, halted only by the physical bars of the cage. Kakashi didn't even blink. Human brat. I don't like your eyes, the Nine Tails growled from within its prison, its voice dripping with venom. If the day ever comes that I get out of here, you're the first one I'll slaughter. Look, Naruto, Kakashi said, ignoring the threat. This is the thing your father sealed away. Pretty powerful, isn't it? Naruto peeked out from behind Kakashi. Seeing the Nine Tails' massive form illuminated by the glow of the chakra, he nodded in awe. That's a huge fox. Amazing. Kakashi smiled. His point was that Minato Namake's, the man who had managed to seal such a beast inside Naruto, was the one who was truly amazing. Roar. The Nine Tails erupted in a furious howl, enraged at being treated like a museum exhibit by two humans. A violent shockwave blasted out from the cage, but Kakashi's white barrier held firm. Not a single hair on Kakashi's head moved. Kakashi's gaze shifted back to the seal on the gate. You've been watching for a long time now. Aren't you going to come out and say hello? Sensei. Kakashi's voice wasn't loud, yet it echoed clearly through the entire sealed space. Both the Nine Tails and Naruto looked at Kakashi in surprise. Naruto remembered Kakashi saying his father was his teacher, which meant, Kakashi, you've grown even stronger than I was. With a soft sigh, a figure appeared out of thin air, landing between Kakashi and the Nine Tails. Can you tell me? How did you manage to find me? The blond man spoke, his warm eyes fixed on the student who had now become the Hokage. It was none other than Minato Namake's, who had been dead for 7 years. Chapter 174, Regret. Could you tell me, how did you find me? Minato Namake's sudden appearance left both Naruto and the Nine Tails in a brief state of shock. But before Kakashi could speak, the Nine Tails within the seal space immediately erupted in a towering rage. Minato Namake's. The Nine Tails' roar echoed throughout the entire seal space, causing the chakra-infused water beneath their feet to tremble violently. Well, it seems this isn't exactly the best place for a chat. Let's change locations. Sensing the fury of the Nine Tails behind him, the blond man smiled. Before Naruto could even blink, he found himself transported to a strange, ethereal space filled with shimmering gold and white light. The sudden change in surroundings caused Naruto to instinctively look for Kakashi. It wasn't until a hand with a familiar warmth pressed against his shoulder that his heart finally found some semblance of peace. Minato Namake's took note of all of this. As for when I found you, I suppose it was just now, the moment I saw that seal. Kakashi, his hand still resting on Naruto's shoulder, gazed at the men before him. His teacher, Minato Namake's. Is that so? Minato chuckled softly. I should have expected as much from you, Kakashi. You've grown even more exceptional. Listening to his student's words, Minato's eyes were filled with profound relief and pride. Naruto. Kakashi gave Naruto a gentle nudge. He's your father. Naruto did not show any signs of joy at Minato's appearance. Instead, he gripped the hem of Kakashi's clothing tightly, showing no intention of stepping forward to acknowledge him. Minato looked at his son, a flash of heartache crossing his eyes. He knelt down in front of the boy, reaching out a hand to stroke his head, but Naruto instinctively tried to pull away. Minato's hand froze midair, stiffening slightly. Seeing this, Kakashi gave Naruto another gentle push. Only then did Naruto reluctantly step forward, allowing that hand to finally rest upon his head. To the current Naruto, it didn't matter if this man really was his father. Where was he when Naruto was hungry? When he was cold? When he was crying? This man had never cared for him, never looked after him, and had never been a part of his life. If it hadn't been for Kakashi, Naruto would still be all alone. Compared to this Minato Namikaze who had suddenly appeared out of thin air, it was Kakashi who had fulfilled the duties of a father. I didn't originally intend to appear this early, Minato sighed softly, withdrawing his hand. He stood up and looked toward Kakashi. Kakashi, I'm sorry. I've made you shoulder so much, responsibilities that should have been mine to bear. Though he felt despondent over Naruto's refusal to accept him, Minato quickly adjusted his mindset. He intended to use this limited time to tell Kakashi the truth about what had happened that night, so Kakashi could be prepared to face the mysterious masked man. If I hadn't come, were you planning to just stay tucked away like this forever? Kakashi asked. The small amount of chakra I have left was meant to be a safeguard in case the Nine-Tails seal ever broke. If nothing unexpected happened, I likely would have remained dormant, Minato admitted. However, your growth has been a wonderful surprise, Kakashi. I never imagined you could pull yourself out of that misery in just a few short years. Not only have you become the Hokage, but you even have a family of your own now. Minato didn't deny Kakashi's assessment, instead, he was genuinely happy to see how much his student had changed over the last 7 years. If you were given the choice again, would you still leave Naruto behind and choose to sacrifice your life to seal the Nine-Tails? At Kakashi's words, Naruto couldn't help but look up at his father. Even if he wasn't ready to accept Minato, he desperately wanted to know the answer to that question. But Minato fell into a heavy silence. On the night the Nine-Tails attacked, he didn't necessarily have to die. With Kushina's adamantine attacking chains restraining the beast, the 8 trigrams seal, a combination of 2 4-symbol seals, could have successfully sealed the Nine-Tails without a death sacrifice. Yet, Minato had chosen death. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, Kushina Uzumaki technically shouldn't have been allowed to give birth. Childbirth carries the extreme risk of weakening the seal and allowing the beast to escape. Even the first Jinchuriki, Mito Uzumaki, only became the host after she had already given birth. And yet, Kushina had become pregnant. As an outsider, Kakashi couldn't judge a couple for wanting a child, it was a natural human desire. But Minato was the Hokage, and Kushina was the Hokage's wife. On the night the Nine-Tails broke free, the village of Konoha lost nearly an entire generation. Countless shinobi sacrificed their lives. Because the Nine-Tails was so powerful, Genin and Chunin were effectively useless, the casualties were almost entirely Jonin, the elites who had just barely survived the Third Shinobi World War. If Minato had lived, he would have had to take full responsibility for the catastrophe. The world knew the result, the 4th Hokage died a hero's death. While there was certainly an element of wanting to follow his wife in death, Kakashi was more inclined to believe that his teacher was a man much like his own father, Tsukumo Hatake. When a man with a 100% mission success rate suddenly faces a permanent stain on his record, some find it unbearable. Rather than living with the weight of criticism and failure, they find it easier to die a glorious death in the name of heroism. Especially with the brilliant legacies of the first 3 Hokage looming over him, the Minato Namikaze of that time could not allow such a blemish to exist on his record. Kakashi let out a low, soft laugh. He already knew Minato's choice. He didn't understand it, and he didn't respect it. Minato looked at his student, now a Hokage himself, and found himself speechless. Anyone capable of becoming Hokage was no fool. So, in the end, even if it happened all over again, you would still leave me behind? Naruto asked, his voice low and filled with disappointment as he looked at the silent Minato. The night the Nine-Tails attacked wasn't as simple as it seemed. There was a mastermind behind the scenes, Minato began, trying to explain. He is likely Uchiha Madara, right? Kakashi finished the sentence for him. You've already fought him. Minato looked at Kakashi with a grim expression. Yeah. His ability to make physical attacks pass through him is indeed troublesome. But if that's all he has, defeating him isn't an impossible task for me. Hearing Kakashi's words, Minato's expression dimmed further. His choices had been seen through completely by Kakashi. Indeed, whether as a Hokage, a father, or a teacher, he had failed to be adequate. Naruto, I'm sorry. Even though this apology feels far too late, no matter what. I love you. Minato found it difficult to face the version of Kakashi standing before him now. The Nine-Tails isn't your enemy, he will be your friend. One day, he will become your most inseparable companion. Looking at his father, Naruto's heart softened slightly. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what. Let's leave it at that, Minato said. Kakashi, as a Hokage, your achievements already far exceed mine. And as a teacher, witnessing your growth makes me feel nothing but pride. There is nothing left for me to teach you. From now on, I leave Naruto in your hands. Minato's body began to emit a faint, shimmering light. It was clear his chakra was nearly exhausted. And Naruto. In these final moments, Minato knelt down and pulled Naruto's stiff body into a hug. As a father, I couldn't be there to watch you grow up. I am truly sorry. I was an inadequate and stubborn father. Please, just let me be selfish one last time and feel the warmth of my child before I go. Naruto. I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry. In the future, grow up to be an outstanding man. In his final seconds, Minato could only turn his regrets into a final moment of tenderness and love for his son. He had no intention of defending his actions, nor did he want to. What he had done was a fixed reality that could never be changed. Naruto stared blankly at his father. A single, crystalline tear fell onto his face. His deep blue eyes, the same shade as Minato's, trembled. He reached out, wanting to return the hug. But his father's warmth was like a fleeting phantom. Naruto's outstretched hands grasped only empty air. Looking at the empty space before him, Naruto could finally hold it in no longer. Tears flooded his eyes, and he began to sob uncontrollably. Naruto. Kakashi watched the boy, his heart aching. Humans always seem to realize the value of something only after they have lost it. Kakashi and I. Naruto tried to wipe his tears away, but they wouldn't stop. Was I too mean? We only had a little bit of time, and The Senju compound. Kakashi gently tucked the corner of the blanket around Naruto. Looking at the boy, who had cried himself into an exhausted sleep, Kakashi let out a long sigh. He felt deeply moved by what had just transpired. What should have been a scene where a father gave his son confidence had ended in regret. Because Minato appeared 10 years too early, the young Naruto couldn't yet understand a father's burdens or responsibilities. Who knew when they would meet again? Kakashi silently left Naruto's room. Hikari, her belly noticeably round with pregnancy, was already waiting for him outside. What happened? Hikari asked with concern. Why was the little guy crying like that? Naruto and I met the lingering chakra Minato Namikaze left inside him, Kakashi replied, giving her a brief summary of the encounter. I see. Hikari peered through the crack in the door at the sleeping Naruto, her face softening with sympathy. She had never seen Naruto look so heartbroken. Chapter 175, 5 years. Soft and delicate. Kakashi clumsily held his newborn daughter, reaching out a finger to gently poke the cheek of the infant, who had been named Mirai Hatake. From her spot on the hospital bed, Kurenai watched the scene with a light chuckle as she sipped her chicken soup. It seemed that no matter what kind of man he was, every father became clumsy the moment they faced their newborn child. Be careful, don't hurt her, Kurenai said softly and considerately. I know, Kakashi replied, though his eyes never left his daughter as he continued to tease her. The little one in his arms opened a pair of warm, vermilion eyes, identical to Kurenai's, and looked up at Kakashi, her eyes darting back and forth. Her soft, tiny hands gripped Kakashi's finger as she made unintelligible, milky sounds. Kakashi looked at his daughter and smiled, his gaze filled with nothing but tenderness. When the child was first born, he hadn't felt much of a physical shift, but now, looking at the little life in his arms, he felt a profound connection to Mirai through their shared bloodline. He had transitioned from being just a husband to being a father. Once he had successfully played with Mirai until she was tired, Kakashi handed the infant back to Kurenai. Thank you for your hard work, Kakashi said gently, stroking Kurenai's cheek. It wasn't that hard. Aren't you working hard for this family too, Kakashi? Kurenai laughed softly, leaning into his somewhat calloused palm. The house is being renovated these next few days, so I'll have to ask you to stay in the hospital a little longer. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. It's fine. Shizun sent people to take care of me. You aren't just the father of this child, you're the father of the village now. Hikari and I will handle the family matters ourselves. Looking at how sensible and understanding Kurenai was, Kakashi's eyes softened even more. Over the following period, aside from Hikari's due date drawing closer, Kakashi noticed something else. Naruto had changed a great deal since his meeting with Minato Namikaze that day. Although he still did things that left people caught between laughter and tears, Kakashi keenly sensed that Naruto had become exceptionally serious about everything he did. Especially regarding his treatment of others, compared to his previous careless attitude, he had become much more perceptive and sensitive. It was hard to imagine that there would come a day when Naruto, while eating, would suddenly ask Kakashi how to better understand the emotions of others. Though it was a massive departure from his old self, it was a good start. Kakashi was quite satisfied with this. A more delicate mind meant that Naruto had calmed down, he was learning to use his head to think through situations and the circumstances he faced. As the days passed, Hikari's due date finally arrived. Kakashi, you bastard. I'm never having children again. It hurts so much. Lying on the gurney as she was wheeled toward the operating room, Hikari gripped Kakashi's wrist tightly, venting her frustrations at the top of her lungs. Well, just endure it for a bit, Kakashi stammered. Under the pointed, subtle looks from the surrounding medical staff, he felt a bit embarrassed and could only do his best to soothe Hikari's temper. Endure my foot. If you get me pregnant again, I'm finished with you. MMPH. Before Hikari could finish her sentence, Tsunade, who had been waiting at the operating room door, stuffed a towel into her mouth. So noisy. Pipe down. It's just giving birth. As the operating room door slammed shut, Kakashi wiped a bead of non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Compared to Kurenai, Hikari's personality was far more direct. Is everything okay? Kurenai, having heard the news of Hikari going into labor, hurried over while holding 2-month-old Mirai. It's fine. Tsunade is in there. Kakashi sat outside the operating room, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Having gone through this once already, he was much more relaxed this time. Just as he said, with Tsunade handling things, nothing could go wrong. But look at you. I can wait here by myself. The hospital is a bit cold and Mirai is still small. You should take her home first, Kakashi said, reaching out to poke his daughter's cheek again. Then I'll have Natsu take Mirai back first. I'll stay here to keep you company, Kurenai replied after a moment's hesitation. That works too. Compared to Kurenai, Hikari's labor was much faster. Kakashi only had to wait at the door for an hour before it was over. Hey, it's a boy. Even though she had just finished giving birth, Hikari still had the strength to shoot a victory smile at Kurenai, who was standing behind Kakashi. Kurenai could only shake her head helplessly. In the beginning, she might have competed with Hikari, but now that she was officially Kakashi's wife, she no longer cared about such things. My Ichigo, hee. Hikari looked at the infant sleeping peacefully beside her, wearing a smile that made Kakashi sigh with a mix of affection and resignation. Compared to Mirai, the name, Ichigo, had been something Kakashi mentioned offhandedly once. He hadn't expected Hikari to remember it all this time, and looking at her now, she was clearly set on the name. You have to grow up to be a strong man, okay? Kakashi leaned down and whispered to the black-haired infant lying next to Hikari. Of course. Ichigo will definitely be a man who won't cry no matter what he faces. Hikari said with absolute confidence. Hokage residence, Hokage's office. The young Hokage sat in a brand-new, modernized office, flipping through intelligence reports sent by the Department of Analysis. The number of shinobi in Kimogakure of the Land of Lightning had already exceeded the 10,000-man limit established years ago. Looking at the report, the white-haired man's expression remained unchanged. He had long since prepared for this. He just hadn't expected that it would take Kimogakure a full 6 years to finally dare to break the status quo. This gave Kakashi a slight sense of surprise. Outside, the wind and rain were clearly visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office, but they didn't affect Kakashi in the slightest. Setting down the report regarding the hidden cloud, he signaled with his hand. Gekko Hayate, who was on standby, immediately appeared before Kakashi. 5 years had passed, and just as Kakashi seemed unchanged by time, the same was true for Hayate. Draft an invitation. Invite the hidden wind, cloud, mist, and stone villages to participate in the Chunin exams 3 months from now. Gekko Hayate immediately took the order and withdrew. Once Hayate was gone, Kakashi turned to look at the Konoha that was slowly changing because of his influence amidst the rainy gloom. 9 years had passed since the Third Shinobi World War. 6 years had passed since the Uchiha coup attempt. 5 years had passed since the births of Mirai and Ichigo. And Naruto had now grown to 12 years old. This was the moment where everything truly began. Furthermore, it wasn't just the Cloud Ninja. According to the intelligence, the 4th Kazekage of the Hidden Sand had recently begun making contact with Konoha's S-rank rogue ninja, Orochimaru. Watching the storm outside the building, the corners of Kakashi's mouth curled into a slight arc, a season of many troubles. But, it's also the perfect excuse for me to clean everything up. He had remained dormant for 6 years, he had been patient for 6 years. This world had been in turmoil for long enough. Finally, there was an opportunity to bring it all to an end.